I regenerated a cell. A gastric cell with only 3 days of life. In order to survive, I can only transform into a cancer cell, because cancer cells do not age and can divide infinitely. So I continuously send hunger signals to red blood cells. The continuous nutrients allow me to succeed a bit, but I forgot to disguise myself, causing the surrounding cells to distance themselves from me. I tried to win them over, but they heartlessly reported me to the immune system. Sensing the cells around me gathering, I had to forcibly absorb their nutrients. Finally, before the white blood cells arrived, I successfully divided and recombined, transforming from a single cell into a multicellular organism, effortlessly winning the first battle against the immune system. While feeling guilty about killing so many cells, that voice appeared again, expressing a simple message. I must be ruthless, continuously grow stronger, in order to have hope of survival. In this process, he will provide me with help, and this voice also told me, the owner of this body, Helen, is a bootlicker. After hearing this, my guilt dissipated. In my past life, I was a bootlicker. Bootlickers must die. I cannot let him repeat my mistakes, so I began infecting everything I saw frantically, cells continuously dividing and reproducing. At the same time, the host of this body, Helen, is with his goddess. Of course, there is also the goddess's boyfriend, and they are watching the movie happily. While Helen, who invited them to watch the movie, is staring at the goddess in fascination, completely unaware that I have gone mad inside his body. At this moment, his stomach has developed a mild ulcer. Naturally, I am the culprit, with thousands of me gathering together, forming the embryonic shape of a tumor in front of me. Killer T cells, macrophages, and other immune cells come forward, but I have killed them all, leaving corpses everywhere. But in the next moment, I stopped resisting the immune cells and let them attack me. In this battle up to now, I have achieved my goal, using the nutrients and purification points obtained to strengthen my own activity. If I continue to resist at this point, although I may not necessarily lose to the immune system, it could lead to a strong reaction in the body. I am not mature enough yet. If Helen discovers my presence early and receives treatment, I will be finished. Playing dead at this moment not only disguises the symptoms as a stomach ulcer but also deceives the immune system. After all, as long as I don't pose a threat to the body, the immune system can only turn a blind eye to me. At this moment, countless white blood cells are cleaning up the battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, I appear inactive on the surface, motionless like dead, but inside, I am full of vitality, much like my surging emotions at this moment. After all, this feeling is too wonderful. Being able to freely replicate oneself, summon as many minions as desired, it's even more exciting than being an emperor, facing countless self-conscious entities. Excitedly, I imagine that as long as I persist now, develop well, soon I will be able to destroy the immune system, then take over this body, and temporarily become a living person. But this beautiful fantasy is ruthlessly shattered by that voice. Stop dreaming, you cannot become human, you are just a cancer cell. Even if you take over this body, it will only accelerate the host's death. You currently cannot sustain yourself. After hearing this, I feel a bit numb. Does that mean I can only be a parasite? That voice chuckles, you are even worse than a parasite. But you can cultivate bacteria, create viruses, and even control parasites, sending your cellular entities worldwide with your consciousness. You can attach to any living cell. If your cells are present in every corner of the world, you can go wherever you want. Now, lurk well, slowly absorb biomass, acquire nutrients and evolution points to generate mutations. Then, you will be the best in this world. And so, 5 days passed. Helen suddenly felt nauseous while eating and involuntarily vomited out the food from her mouth. However, he remained indifferent, wiped his mouth, lit a cigarette, and then took out some junk food. Then, cheerfully, he shared some nutritionless information with the goddess. The robotic vacuum cleaner quickly cleaned the floor, unnoticed by anyone, leaving behind some food residue with a slight stench of blood clots. Along with the smoke and junk food, I who entered his body also felt an inexplicable sense of refreshment. I have now taken over his stomach, occupying nearly 2 centimeters, already resembling a qualified tumor, but my expansion is indeed facing obstacles. At this moment, I am in a standoff with the E. coli group, a tense and confrontational situation. The adjacent immune system has long collapsed, timidly clearing some bacteria while trying to persuade both sides. I didn't want to cause trouble, but I couldn't bear it. The E. coli is constantly provoking me at this moment. As a cancer cell, how could I endure it? Thus, a great battle unfolds. I have to admit, the combat power of the E. coli group is still very strong, but they couldn't withstand my terrifying ability to proliferate and divide. After dozens of rounds, they were still defeated by me, utterly humiliated. With the downfall of the E. coli group, I also acquired their abilities, significantly improving my speed of movement. However, I didn't enjoy it for long before paying a painful price for my arrogance. 2 days later, I successfully managed the tumor, expanded its scale, increasing it from 2 centimeters to 5 centimeters. I have significant differences compared to ordinary cancer cells. Ordinary cancer cells rely on nutrients from the body, but I am different. I can absorb biomaterials from within the cells through my tentacles, continuously replicating and proliferating. The current owner of the body, Helen, has noticed something wrong. These days, he can clearly feel a slight pain in his stomach, so he went to a clinic. After the robot doctor conducted a simple screening, he held the medical report and said, "You have an elliptical ulcer in your stomach with a diameter of 5 centimeters, showing signs of malignancy. Reduce spicy food intake these days and maintain a regular diet and lifestyle. I will inject some anti-inflammatory drugs into your body. If there is no improvement after 2 days, come back for a more thorough examination." Helen nodded, riding his floating electric scooter, soared into the air, and flew back to the 180th floor of the high-rise building. Back in the room, Helen brought a large bottle of Fat Otaku Happy Water and opened a 3D projection game, completely disregarding the doctor's advice. However, the anti-inflammatory drugs injected into his body have already flowed to my location. I am still alone, with a red blood cell beneath me and a platelet in my arms, reporting to the boss. At this moment, a cancer cell, shaking off its pursuers, rushed towards my location as if fleeing a disaster. In a calm tone, I replied, "What's the rush? Can't you see I'm busy reporting in? Boss, things are not looking good." A strange monster suddenly appeared, targeting our cancer cells specifically. We can barely hold on. I instantly teleported to the frontline battlefield, using spatial awareness. It was like witnessing a nightmare. The monster that came to slaughter my family, shaped like a blue crawling viscous liquid, with an incredibly fast crawling speed. Nothing grows where it passes, and any cancer cell it touches instantly dies. Congratulations, you have caught the attention of the human host. As a greeting, they gave you a special anti-inflammatory drug. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. This system is truly dark-hearted. Moreover, this anti-inflammatory drug's effect is too terrifying. Isn't it supposed to target only bacteria? How can it kill cancer cells as well? While I was stunned, the army of special drugs had already attacked, ruthlessly slaughtering all cancer cells. Any cancer cell touched even a bit, its cell membrane would quickly rupture, leading to its demise. My heart skipped a beat when I saw this. My consciousness retreated behind all the cancer cells, selecting one that ran fast, frantically fleeing with a tail wagging. Now, even if all cancer cells gather to form a tumor, it's futile. They are simply no match for this special drug. At that moment, a faster shadow ran past me, not forgetting to greet me with "Black Boss, what a coincidence you're also running for your life." I was ecstatic inside, pretending to ask, "How did you run so fast? We're all cancer cells, how did you manage that?" I've been exercising these days, and finally my running speed allowed me to catch up just as I was about to speak. In an instant, I attached my consciousness to that cancer cell, a shift in position, and our consciousnesses exchanged like this, leaving Xiaodi cursing behind me. After acquiring the new body of a cancer cell, my escape speed increased even more. Behind me were the wails of countless cancer cells dying, while ahead lay an unknown journey. All cancer cells, listen up. Gather behind me, your deaths don't matter as long as I, the boss, survive. We will regroup our family. In short, I've sold myself out. Those who achieve great things don't hesitate to sacrifice themselves, and I'm no different. Accompanied by the frenzied slaughter of the chemotherapy, this large-scale eradication operation continued until late into the night. Now, among all the cancer cells, I'm the only one left who managed to escape alone. A day of frantic fleeing, yet in reality, I only managed to run nearly 3 centimeters. In the end, I couldn't outrun the speed of the chemotherapy, so I forcefully burrowed into the cell tissue, infecting other cells crazily, one by one. Until I hid in the blood vessels, my tentacles pierced into the capillary walls, replicating my family once again. Brothers, let's have a meeting now. Who has good ideas on what to do next? A new map, new opportunities. In more professional terms, this is called cancer cell metastasis. Now, inside the capillaries of the gastric mucosa, I have cut off this capillary, replicated countless copies of myself, and warned the army of cancer cells with the lessons of the past. As the next generation, our previous batch of brothers were targeted for their reckless behavior. Who has a suggestion on how we should stealthily develop? The cancer cells multiplying inside the blood vessels are quite intelligent, all eager to answer questions. Countless cancer cells are eager to prove themselves, raising their tentacles, eager to excel. I am delighted to see this. The one with the highest raised hand, please share your opinion. Reporting to the boss, we have each dispersed. I reprimanded, please stop this crazy idea. Are you trying to take over the boss's position again? I'm not the boss. I was just born a minute ago. Why are you calling me boss? I coughed, waved my tentacles, signaling for this cancer cell to continue speaking. We are dispersed in various parts of the body, growing independently. This way, even if one area is destroyed, we won't all easily perish. Excitedly, I patted my round body and declared, from now on, you are my trusted advisor. You're not dead yet. I knew I was right. The human brain is the safest place. You can invade it through the spinal blood vessels. I couldn't help but sigh to myself. The system is indeed remarkable, capable of what ordinary people can't even imagine, and being cunning in ways beyond ordinary people. So I issued orders to my brothers and buddies, distributing some in the joints, some in the major organs, not to act recklessly and kill the host. Everyone get to work. A few days later, Helen found her body gradually recovering, with no more nausea or vomiting in her stomach, dispelling thoughts of being sick. In life, the three greatest joys are promotion, wealth, and recovery from illness. What made him even happier was, the goddess sent a message saying, my boyfriend and I broke up, I feel so bad. In times of joy, spirits are high. Helen didn't hesitate at all. She replied, don't be sad, I'll take you out to eat something delicious. Then take me to the seaside restaurant. I like to drink their silky red wine. 11 p.m. No need to wait if you don't show up. Helen's pupils dilated, joy and embarrassment mixed in her heart. Not to mention the restaurant's prices, just a bottle of silky red wine is half of his monthly expenses. But as a qualified licking dog, he agreed without hesitation. At the same time, inside his brain, I began to plan taking over the body, saying to his subordinates, hey, come here, try invading his nervous system. A cancer cell drifted slowly over, looking at the nerve cells with electric currents flowing. It felt weak in the heart. The boss already had several brothers shocked. I dare not touch them. I hate to see you aimlessly attacking this cancer cell. Do you have any sense? This is bioelectricity. What harm can it do? Ding, your little brother in the colon caught a parasite. Do you choose to destroy and devour it to obtain the mutation diagram? Emochin heard this, and in an instant, his consciousness disappeared from his mind and traveled to where his intestines were. There, he discovered a huge roundworm. Its size was so immense that his perception couldn't fully grasp it. He had to constantly shift his position and use spatial perception to see it clearly. Like a giant snake lurking on the intestinal wall, its head and tail were nowhere to be seen. Emochin couldn't help but gasp in shock and asked his cancer cell sidekick next to him, who caught it? No one caught it, we just found it, the cancer cell sidekick replied decisively. Emochin was speechless, and the system was teasing him again. Ding, parasitic organism detected, swiftly devour it to obtain biological genes, evolution points, and mutation points. Emochin pointed at a spot on the roundworm with his tentacles and helplessly said, we can't deal with this at all, we can't fight it. What are you afraid of? Bring your sidekick and infiltrate its surface, infect all its internal organs slowly, isn't that enough? The roundworm had a thick skin, impervious to digestive fluids, like having its own armor. This posed a challenge for Emochin. After a series of transformations, he arrived next to the roundworm, infected the surrounding cell tissues, gathered his family, pinpointed a spot, and continuously attacked it with his sidekick. After back-and-forth efforts, thousands of sidekicks gathered, forming nearly a millimeter of cell tissue. This process took almost half a day. Finally, they created an opening. The roundworm, being a living creature, instinctively writhed in pain, causing Helen, who was riding an electric scooter to the seaside restaurant, to clutch her stomach in pain. It was around 9:30 p.m. He was more than half an hour early. To cover the meal cost, he exceeded his credit limit and discreetly sold his family's gold jewelry. Now he had enough money. Suddenly, the pain intensified, feeling like a block of ice in his gut. However, it didn't slow down his speeding scooter. With the throttle wide open, reaching nearly 200 kilometers per hour, he raced towards the seaside restaurant. Due to the pain, he didn't notice the road ahead. When he snapped out of it, it was too late. Bang! The floating electric scooter dropped from the air, and Helen's body crashed into a floating truck. Midnight. Seaside Hotel. A beautiful girl and her boyfriend were anxiously waiting. They had been waiting for a long time, with leftovers on the table and an open bottle of red wine. Are you lying to me? Didn't you say a sucker would come to pay the bill? Look at the time. The boyfriend was getting angry. Don't worry, darling, just wait a bit, that silly boy will be here soon. Fine, I'll go to the restroom. The boyfriend never returned. The girl took a deep breath, packed her purse, and was about to follow him to the restroom when a robot waiter approached her with the bill, blocking her way. Miss, please settle the bill, we're closing soon. Why rush me? Aren't you open until 3 a.m.? The girl glanced at the empty seat where her boyfriend had left. She felt conflicted. After all, she was someone else's lackey. We have different sessions here, evening and late night. Please settle the bill. Move aside. I need to go to the restroom. Call the front desk. There's a guest at table 1 trying to leave without paying. Downtown hospital. The attending doctor from the emergency department stepped out of the ward, sighing as he looked at Helen's parents. The surgery went smoothly. We ensured his body's survival, but his brain is dead. We extracted his previous memories. Sir, you can. Helen's father grabbed the doctor's collar. What are you trying to say? My son is dead. He's dead. Do you want a robot or a biohuman to replace my son? The chief doctor of the emergency department took a deep breath. His mechanical eye on the left side looked at the middle-aged man's face and respectfully said, "To be honest, sir, I'm glad you have such understanding. It's good that you can grasp this point. Please accept my condolences." Now, the middle-aged man was no longer Helen's father. His son was dead, and he held back tears as he said, "Then give me my son's body. Don't worry, we will preserve the child's body through cryopreservation or cremation and then deliver it to your home," the doctor said without changing his expression. Helen's father had aged a lot. His mother stood by, wiping tears in secret. The two walked out of the hospital with heavy steps, supporting each other, step by step. After they left, the doctor instructed the robotic nurse beside him, "Clone the body of this child, whether through cremation or cryopreservation, then hand the body over to his parents." At this moment, Helen's body was in ruins, with his mouth and nasal passages filled with life support devices. His body had become the subject of study for the doctors because it contained a type of cancer cells they had never seen before. The doctors named this new discovery Helen cancer cells. Emo-chan had no idea about the changes in the outside world. Being too small in size, he was completely unaware that his host, Helen, had entered a state of pseudo-death. In other words, he was a vegetable. Inside his body, Emo-chan and his minions were high-spirited, fully dedicated to invading the body of the tapeworm. The changes in the intestines were recorded in full detail by the doctors using a high-powered endoscopic camera. At this moment, he had become the subject of study for the doctors. On the 3D screen in the hospital, the ferocious appearance of the cancer cells was revealed. A female doctor specializing in parasitology covered her mouth in excitement and exclaimed, "Oh my god, these cancer cells have such terrifying aggressiveness. Were they viruses in their past lives?" Just then, an elderly man with half of his body replaced by machinery walked in. He was the former director who had come specifically for this. Seeing the images on the screen, he rubbed his eyes and said in a shocked tone, "These cancer cells have extremely high research value. Our hospital cannot keep them. They should be handed over to a more secure biological laboratory." The specialist doctor in cancer cells frowned and said, "Director, you are too suspicious. These are just cancer cells, not bacteria or viruses. Cancer cells are just cancer cells, they are not contagious." The director shook his head and signaled for the staff to scan Helen's body with the camera. Instantly, the results were astonishing. Cancer cells were found everywhere, in the brain, spinal cord, joints, organs, even in the tips of the toes. The director expressed his concern, saying, "I understand your feelings. These cancer cells are too mysterious, they have even infiltrated the child's brain. Think about it, are these cancer cells too intelligent? Moreover, this child is very young. I checked his records, his last checkup was a year ago, which means within a year. You should understand what I mean." "But director, this doesn't prove anything." The cancer cell doctor's face turned red. "My decision is made. Donate this child's body to the biological research scientists free of charge. Our hospital cannot accommodate this." The cancer cell doctor sighed, at the same time making a decision against the director's will in his mind. He planned to secretly take away a part of the cancer cells from Helen's body. Meanwhile, Emo-chan cheered on his thousands of clones, urging them on, "Brothers, give it your all. The Emo-chan family is powerful." The cancer cells below responded in unison, "The Emo-chan family is powerful. The Emo-chan family is powerful." Countless cancer cells rushed into the tapeworm's body, madly cloning and devouring its body tissues. In just a few seconds, a once lively tapeworm was completely wiped out, bursting into a pile of Emo-chan cancer cells. The rapidity of this process was due to its prior disintegration. Ding! Tapeworm genes detected, acquiring sufficient biomass, 1 mutation point provided, unlocking 2 evolutionary paths. This is amazing. What abilities did the tapeworm unlock? Reproductive capacity, epidermal reinforcement. Please choose the following evolutionary direction. Definitely epidermal reinforcement. I am all cancer cells, they can self-replicate and divide, right? How can cancer cells lay eggs? Epidermal reinforcement selected, currently strengthening. Immediately, all Mochan cancer cells began evolving at the same time. In less than 5 seconds, their cell membranes became thicker, now possessing a certain degree of corrosion resistance and drug resistance. At least, at this moment, facing the original targeted drugs was no longer as effective. I'll answer your previous question. If you had chosen reproductive capacity, your cancer cells could have given birth to small cells, eventually growing larger. Mo-Chen was speechless to the extreme. Cells laying eggs? It was like opening the door to a new world. Could he become a mother in the future? Cancer cells laying eggs. How would he face the people of Jiangdong? Wouldn't this invite ridicule from other bacteria? While Mo-Chen was lost in thought, his observing doctor exclaimed once again, "How is this possible?" All cancer cells completed a collective mutation at the same time. They all devoured the tapeworm they were attacking in an instant? The female doctor observing the parasite said, her expression more shocked than if she had seen a ghost. As soon as she finished speaking, the chief emergency surgeon controlled the high-powered camera scanner, swiftly directing the lens towards the cancer cells in the brain. In an instant, everyone gasped. Indeed, in a short period of time, the cells simultaneously underwent mutation, indicating they are more like a dispersed whole. The genetic disease specialists present couldn't believe it. This goes against biological common sense. How could they all mutate simultaneously without DNA exchange in such a short time? I told you, they are a dispersed whole. These are not ordinary cancer cells. Are you joking? This is a living organism, not quantum entanglement. Let's listen to the director. Ensure this child's body is properly handled. Undergo thorough disinfection and isolation. Finally, send him to the Microbiology Research Institute. Their laboratory has much better safety measures than ours. Only the cancer cell specialist remains silent, still feeling unconvinced, but smiling and nodding along with the other doctors. He helped with the disinfection process, and in a moment when the other doctors weren't paying attention, he took out a pre-prepared scalpel, cut off his big toe, and quietly tucked it into his pocket. In the highly secure biochemical research laboratory. This was a 20m x 20m x 5m high cube space. There were no ventilation ducts, using internal air circulation, meaning once the door was closed, it would never open again. There were no observation windows, only high-powered cameras transmitting everything happening inside to the outside. This laboratory now had a name. Helen Cancer Cell Biology Research Laboratory. Operating under the highest safety standard of 5S. A fully enclosed system, with semi-intelligent, semi-artificial mechanical beings working inside. At this moment, on the central metal platform in the laboratory, lay a human body covered in life support tubes. 3 robots were conducting precise experiments beside him. Essentially, it was a slicing study. And their research subject. The Mochan cancer cell family was steadily advancing, growing stronger, and aiming for glory once again. In the duodenum, countless Helicobacter pylori and cancer cells, both sides eyeing each other with disdain, chose to confront each other today. Mo-Chen led a group of henchmen to seize territory once again. Brothers, the opponents we face today are the Helicobacter pylori clan. For the honor of the Mo-Chen family, let's kill them. As the words fell, numerous Mo-Chen cancer cells shouted and roared as they charged towards the group of Helicobacter pylori. In an instant, the Helicobacter pylori with several tails all rushed forward. All of this was recorded by scientists observing from the shadows. The bacteria were much smaller in size compared to the cancer cells. The power difference was too great, and the ferocity of the Mo-Chen family had already spread from their brains to their toes. Wherever they went, no one could stop them, and no one dared to intervene. But today, there happened to be a clan of Helicobacter pylori who swore to protect the duodenum. In the battlefield, cancer cells waved their tentacles, and as soon as they touched the Helicobacter pylori, they could instantly absorb all their nutrients, turning them into dead bacteria. As the battle raged on, the number of Mo-Chen cancer cells increased instead of decreasing. The more they fought, the more enemies they faced. The division speed of the Helicobacter pylori could not keep up. Was there still justice? Was there still righteousness? The Mo-Chen family had now become the law here. This was a crushing war. In less than half an hour, at the midpoint of the duodenum, the Helicobacter pylori were annihilated. A few captives remained, pinned under the tentacles of Mo-Chen. The Helicobacter pylori shook their tails in anger, saying, "You can kill us, but don't humiliate us. Just kill us." Mo-Chen raised his tentacles and lashed out at the Helicobacter pylori. "You call yourselves Helicobacter pylori, how arrogant! Kill but don't humiliate? Who's in charge in this duodenum now?" The Helicobacter pylori trembled with anger. "You bunch of lawless bastards, you burn, kill, and plunder everywhere, disrupting the ecological balance here. Sooner or later, you will harm the human body to death." Ding! Having absorbed enough unknown biomatter, unlocking the genetic lock, rewarding 1 evolution point. Oh well, I can't be bothered to ask, I've already helped you evolve. Now your cancer cell activity has increased a bit more. Chen used spatial perception to glance at his brothers behind him, feeling no significant changes. System, this isn't fair. Why don't you give us those tails behind the Helicobacter pylori? You idiot, there's a difference between evolution and mutation. Mutating in unnecessary aspects will only become a burden. Is this bacteria joking when it says we disrupt the ecological balance and will harm the human body to death? When the teacher told you to read more books in class, you chose to dodge marbles instead. Helicobacter pylori is a harmful bacterium, but at the same time, it is an essential bacterium in the human body. A large part of the body's hunger and satiety depends on them. Chen's round body moved slightly, turning back to the cancer cells and saying, "Brothers, the Helicobacter pylori are actually good citizens. Now, I'm relocating to the large intestine to see if there are any parasites causing trouble there." Chen family is awesome. Chen family is awesome. Chen is the best. After pumping himself up, Chen shifted his consciousness to the large intestine. As soon as he arrived, he saw tens of thousands of cancer cells living comfortably. One cancer cell was greedily sucking the contents of 2 red blood cells, which happened to be adrenaline and dopamine. Chen had ignored them for a while. They forced red blood cells to transport adrenaline. Every day, groups of them gathered, indulging in dopamine and adrenaline like a bunch of addicts. This behavior was unacceptable. Chen lashed out at a cancer cell, scolding, "You scoundrel! I led my brothers all the way to conquer the land, and now look at you all, lazy and complacent? Living comfortably, daring to drink adrenaline behind my back." The cancer cell that received a whip immediately threw the red blood cell in its hand aside. "Boss, you finally came. We've been waiting for you so hard these days, not even thinking about tea or food." Chen slapped the cancer cell across the face. "Stop the nonsense. I know my own character. Have you found any parasites recently?" The cancer cell swayed its tentacles and said, "No boss, it's been strange these days. The items entering the stomach are all easily digestible stuff." Chen seemed to sense something but was still puzzled, and once again shifted to the stomach. Almost got him angry. A bunch of cancer cells frolicked in the digestive fluid in the stomach, using smaller bacteria as paddles for a volleyball game. They looked like they were on vacation, having a pool party. "Stop fooling around. Have there been any parasite eggs in the food entering the stomach these days? Oh, the boss is here. Chen is awesome. Chen is awesome." Amidst the cancer cell minions' cheers, Chen shook his tentacles, signaling for quiet. "I'll ask again, is there anything special about the food entering the stomach these days?" "No, the things that entered the stomach these days are all easily digestible." Chen felt a pang of unease, sensing something bad. He shifted again, this time to the oral cancer cells. Unlike the laziness of cancer cells in other parts, the oral mucosa cancer cells were orderly, gathering together as if frozen. Chen also felt a bone-chilling coldness entering the cells from the outside. "Brothers, has this guy not eaten meat these days? Why is there no reaction in the stomach?" "No boss, according to our initial assessment, this guy hasn't eaten anything for days." In a hidden scientific laboratory, the lead researcher of the Helen Cancer Cell Experiment project furrowed his brows as he looked at the data report on the screen. He took a sip of water and said to the staff nearby, "These cancer cells have evolved collectively again. We can now test if they are infectious." "Understood. Which test subject should we use?" "These cancer cells have a strong attack against parasites. Pick a white mouse with parasites in its brain and see if it can find them." "Sir, do you mean to use these cancer cells to deal with future parasites?" "Not necessarily. We need to check for infectivity first. If the threat is too high, it can only be used for military biochemistry." With a series of commands entered, a robot in the laboratory retrieved a white mouse from a unidirectional transport platform. Then, a laser from the robot's forehead shaved all the mouse's fur. Subsequently, a sedative was injected into the mouse's body, making it quiet, and it was placed into the mouth of the research subject. In simple terms, it was like stuffing a hairless rat into a person's mouth. At the same time, Chen in the oral mucosa sensed something amiss. Within a 2-centimeter range of perception, a large unknown mass suddenly appeared. Ding! Rodent biological organism detected. Do you want to invade? Chen felt a sense of unease. Rodents, in simple terms, were rats and the like. Chen asked the system, "This person's hobby is so strange, stuffing a rat into his mouth? I'm just a system, not a human psychology researcher. What if it's his hobby? Why do you care how he plays?" Hearing this, Chen found it reasonable. Not eating meat was simply unreasonable. Subsequently, Chen infected his way along the oral mucosa until he touched the surface of the white mouse's body. Without hesitation, the tentacles were thrown out and pierced into the flesh's epidermal cells. At the same time, the scientists at the research institute shouted, "Now is the time. Lock the infected subject in a completely sealed space." The robot took out the hairless mouse and placed it in a small glass box. Chen was unaware of all this, his perception abilities were limited. The infection spread wildly along the epidermal cells. The Chen family was reassembled inside the mouse's body. "Brothers, ensure this mouse is not killed while taking over all its organs." In an instant, all cancer cells flowed through the blood vessels into the brain, organs, spinal cord, and joints. In just 5 minutes, the mouse's body was completely taken over. The eyes that had been secretly observing the cancer cells finally revealed a horrified expression. "Trembling," he said, "the first infectious cancer cells in history. The infection speed even surpasses that of the common cold virus." A drop of cold sweat slid down the scientist's forehead. "Clone a human, use a human for experimentation. And, I want this cloned human's brain to be perfected, possessing the ability to think and experience emotions." The female assistant who had been assisting him all along bit her lip lightly. "Father, could this be against humanitarianism, unethical?" "Silly girl, what is considered unethical now is paving the way for humanity's future." On the other hand, inside the mouse's body, Chen finally found a parasite. He had searched through the blood, organs, and stomach but found no parasite, only to discover it in the brain. This parasite was peculiar, hidden in the brain. It was not very large, only half a centimeter in size, and Chen could clearly see its body structure. White and tender, pointed at the top and round at the bottom, resembling a grain of rice. "Ding! Brain fluke detected. Chen, now is your chance. You've always wanted to invade the nervous system. Perhaps this brain fluke has the ability you seek. Why is there no parasite in the organs of this mouse, but in the brain instead? Why think so much? If there's something, do it, kill it, collect the genes, get evolution points, mutation points. Isn't that great? Oh my goodness. You're so naughty, system. I really like it. Stop dawdling, take your little brothers and kill this white maggot." "Okay, Chen family, follow orders, kill that maggot. Chen is awesome." With a military command, countless cancer cells infected the brain cortex wildly, until they reached the brain fluke. Chen led the charge. Without a word, he plunged in with a fierce stab. In an instant, like a drop of water falling on a calm surface, ripples spread out. However, these ripples were all cancer cells. The body activity of the brain fluke was much weaker compared to a roundworm. It could only let out a feeble cry. It bit into a nerve cell, sending an electric signal. This signal could even make the mouse, who had been forcibly sedated, wave its paws, convulse, and struggle frantically. The observing scientists were dumbfounded once again. Taking a deep breath, they zoomed in, staring intently at the assault of cancer cells on the brain fluke. Countless cancer cells replicated wildly, and a living brain fluke lasted less than 6 seconds. Its body burst open. All that burst out were a pile of cancer cells. "Ding! Sufficient unknown biomass detected, reward of 3 mutation points. Impressive, impressive. What's the mutation path this time? I won't let you down. I specifically chose the neural infection mutation direction for you. Evolve now." "Oh, your cancer cells are so cool." All the cancer cells, at the same time, were covered with a thick black shell. This mutation took a full 30 minutes. When this black shell shattered, the newly emerged cancer cells became even more bizarre. A clear cell tentacle emerged from the black shell. Within this transparent tentacle, countless small dots were wandering. It was dazzling like a ribbon of light. As all cancer cells mutated together, Chen's spatial perception swept towards all his cancer cell brethren. In awe, he remarked that this mutation had elevated their family's appearance by at least 8 levels. The cancer cells, like crystals, were beautiful. Chen, filled with excitement, used mental connection to announce to all cancer cells at once, "Brothers, our next target is to infect the brain. Take over the host's body. The host is dead, Chen shall rise. Today is the day, longevity is ours. The host is dead, Chen shall rise. Today is the day, longevity is ours." The system coldly mocked, "You damn fool, acting like you're some kind of leader, and you even used the wrong words. Deceiving yourself, playing by yourself, really know how to have fun. Don't be so boring. Our next step is to infect the human brain, then spread through human contact, and the whole world will belong to my Chen family. Father, come quickly and see these cancer cells changing." The female staff pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Call me commander while we're working." The scientist in charge of the experiment held a cup of coffee in one hand and today's breakfast bread in the other, returning to his seat. Seeing the changes on the screen, he questioned, "These cancer cells are gathering in the deceased's brain. What do they want?" On the high-definition screen, a pile of cancer cells was eager to try. Mo-chan led his men to try to take control of the brain. At the same time, they noticed that the brain was very unusual. There were no electrical signals transmitting between neurons. With this doubt, Mo-chan asked the system, "What's the situation with this person? Why are the neurons in his brain like they're dead? How would I know? Perhaps this person has become a vegetable, fallen into a false death state. Oh, I see, maybe this person had an accident and passed away. No wonder there are no food residues in his body during this time. Maybe he's lying in the hospital right now." As he spoke, Mo-chan began to try to connect with the already pseudo-dead nerve cells using tentacles. This process was very slow. Despite exchanging electrical signals with a bunch of henchmen simultaneously, it only made Helen's fingers move slightly. Crack! The shattered cup couldn't hold the flowing coffee. "These cancer cells are trying to awaken the brain. Do they want to take over this body?" the scientist said in astonishment. The staff's eyes twitched in disbelief. "Commander, are you saying that these cancer cells have a certain level of intelligence?" A strange, cold, cruel, and twisted smile crossed the scientist's lips. "I know what to do in the next experiment. Turn the clone into a female, inject her with a memory segment, make her believe she is the experimental subject's girlfriend or lover." "Father, this already violates scientific experiment standards." "Shut up. If these cancer cells successfully take over the brain and have intelligence, child, can you imagine? As long as we control these cells well, what diseases under the sun can't we conquer? This is a gift from heaven to us humans." Nearly half a month passed. The scientist in charge of this biological experiment received a huge sum of money. With this money, he rebuilt a more perfect experimental environment. During this time, the laboratory ceased all interference with the cancer cells, allowing them to freely take over Helen's body. At this point, the laboratory was also disguised as a ward. It was several times larger, with robot nurses, a fake balcony, and pristine hospital beds. Everything looked just like a normal ward. However, it was still a 5S level fully enclosed laboratory. Everything was an artificial illusion. This was an extremely clever experiment, where the thoughts of the scientists and Mo-chan coincided perfectly. It was about the sudden awakening of a vegetative person's consciousness. In this, the scientists introduced a variable, a cloned girl named Ruer. On a quiet morning, a breeze brushed through the girl's golden hair, creating a swirl in the air before gently descending. Her name was Ruer, a 19-year-old girl. Ruer sat beside the sickbed, yawning and playing with her hair. Her clear and bright eyes were as innocent as a child's. "Wake up soon, my dear. I've been waiting for you for 2 years. Why aren't you waking up?" Her words elicited no response from the patient. In this tranquility, she recalled beautiful memories. In her memory, there was a pristine white beach where she walked barefoot, with the sea shimmering under the dazzling sunlight, and a figure always closely following her. But all of it dissipated like foam. Her beloved now lay on the sickbed. At that moment, a mechanical nurse entered the ward. "Good morning, Ruer. Are you here to accompany your boyfriend again today?" "Good morning, nurse." The mechanical nurse's face, made of metal, cracked a strange smile as it carried 2 large bags of nutrients. Just like the previous days, her task was to change the nutrients. Ruer blinked her watery eyes and said, "Thank you for taking care of him for these 2 years, nurse. I really hope he wakes up today." "It's nothing. It's my duty." For 3 consecutive days, the same scene and conversation played out at the same time. Ruer's memory was fixed on today, and every time she left the ward, her memories would be erased from her mind. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. Until today. Mo-chan finally learned how to control this body completely. His memories as a human had not completely faded. Ruer sensed something amiss and saw Helen's eyelids move. The air seemed to still at that moment. Mo-chan opened his eyes. A blurry image met his gaze, then his pupils began to focus. The white ceiling became clear. Mo-chan was overjoyed. Finally, today, he had completely conquered his brain. That familiar feeling, the beating of his heart, the presence of his arms, the rise and fall of each breath, the contraction of his lungs. Mo-chan was about to burst into laughter when he realized there was a tube in his mouth. And it wasn't over yet. A girl suddenly hugged him, tears dripping onto his neck as she said, "It's great. You're finally awake. I knew you would wake up. I knew you would wake up." Mo-chan struggled to sit up on the bed, taking a great deal of effort to grab the tube with his right hand. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't transfer strength to his arm. "Nurse, please help." The mechanical nurse quickly arrived in the ward and removed the tube from Mo-chan's mouth. Cough. ABA. ABA? Emo-chan's eyes widened, but he couldn't control his mouth to form complete sentences. As he turned his head inadvertently, he saw a girl still tightly hugging his neck. Emo-chan pushed the girl away. "You're suffocating me." Naturally, Ruer didn't understand what Emo-chan was saying. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she wiped them away, looking at Emo-chan with joy and saying, "It's great, you're finally awake." Emo-chan was puzzled. "What language are you speaking? Do you speak Chinese?" Meanwhile, on a large screen, hundreds of scientists cheered and even embraced each other excitedly. The credit belonged to the head of this biological experiment. Tears welled up in his eyes as he addressed all the scientists. "This is a small discovery, but a huge one in the entire history of humankind. This news will make the residents of the Moon and the Mars colonies cheer for us together. Rule, I'm afraid I have to tell you some sad news. Your boyfriend has lost all his memories in an accident." The mechanical nurse's flat words struck Rule like a thunderbolt. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Rule collapsed to the ground, the joy she felt moments ago fading away instantly. Emo-chan watched the scene with confusion. As he opened his eyes, a strange sight greeted him: a robotic nurse and a beautiful girl. Was this the future world? A breeze brushed past Emo-chan as he turned to look out the window. Skyscrapers rose from the ground, and flying vehicles glided past the windows. Emo-chan swallowed involuntarily. Had he truly arrived in the future world? Emo-chan tried to lift the blanket with his left hand, only to realize the grim truth: his legs were gone. He couldn't run even if he wanted to. Rule took a deep breath and firmly replied, "It's okay, even if he forgets me, I won't forget him." 5 days passed, and Emo-chan found himself reminiscing about his days as a cell. What he found most challenging was the girl teaching him how to speak every day. Just like now. Rule held Emo-chan's hand to her throat, guiding him to produce simple two-syllable sounds. "Rule." Emo-chan faintly smiled. He had been indifferent the past few days, but today he was interested. Mimicking Rule's manner, he slowly said, "Rue." "Oh." A spark of light shone in Rule's eyes as she pointed at Emo-chan and said, "Helen." Emo-chan shook his head. "Emo-chan. Helen. Emo-chan, Emo-chan." Rule smiled gently, "As beautiful as a blooming flower, from now on, you will be called Emo-chan." Then Rule pointed at herself, her face filled with anticipation. Emo-chan had not intended to waste time with the silly girl, but with no legs, he had nothing else to do. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Rule." Before he could finish, Rule threw herself into Emo-chan's arms, tears of joy streaming down her face as she rubbed her cheek against his body. Emo-chan looked at the girl in his arms, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. Meanwhile, the scientist in control of everything said, "The experimental subjects have developed feelings for each other and have learned to speak in just 5 days. Now, for the next experiment, we will test emotional fluctuations by sending an assassin to the ward to kill Rule." With a bang, the ward door was kicked open. An assassin with a high-energy particle gun shot Rule in the chest without a word, then turned and left. Emo-chan stared blankly at the scene. The girl who was fine just moments ago now lay lifeless in his arms, her blood staining the white sheets. "Rule! Rule! Rule!" Emo-chan kept slapping Rule's cheeks, the visual shock preventing him from understanding why this bizarre event had occurred. At that moment, several nurses rushed in from outside the ward, carrying Rule away. Inside the scientific laboratory. "Excellent, the experimental subject has shown strong confusion, confirming its emotional attachment to Rule. The next step is to test its treatment effect by injecting malignant bacteria and parasites into Rule's body to see if it can eliminate them." 3 days later, Rule was wheeled back by a nurse. Emo-chan rubbed his eyes unconsciously. Rule looked terrible, like a dying person, with a waxen complexion and a skeletal frame. After the mechanical nurse pushed Rule next to Emo-chan and left, only the two of them remained in the room. "Don't be so sad, I'm about to die. I'm infected with a severe illness. And parasites. But you will definitely live on safely." Rule forced a smile. Emo-chan couldn't understand the language she spoke, his face filled with bewilderment. "Ding! Emo-chan, your chance has come. This girl carries a very strong virus in her body. Are you saying I can save her? Whether you save her or not is none of my business. If you kill her, I'll reward you. The bacteria in her body are perfect for cultivation. Hurry, capture her." Emo-chan nodded, raised his right hand, and touched Ruer's cheek. Then, countless Emo-chan cancer cells rushed into Ruer's body, crazily eliminating all viruses, bacteria, and parasites. The pain in Ruer's body was excruciating, but she still smiled faintly. The whole process lasted until late at night. In the end, Emo-chan ruthlessly destroyed all the Emo-chan cancer cells in Ruer's body. Ding! Emo-chan is ruthless, even killing himself. The system is starting to appreciate you. This grand cleansing activity has gained 65 evolution points and 31 mutation points. This girl's body is a treasure trove. Hurry and kill her for a special first kill reward. I don't want to kill her. I think she's a good girl. A cloned girl, and you praise her as a good girl? Can't understand? Is it time to evolve and mutate? She's a clone? Do you think you can have good luck? The lifespan of this girl's cells is limited. It's strange, only lasting a day. She probably won't make it through tonight, especially with all the turmoil you caused. Emo-chan looked at Ruer, the bits and pieces of these days lingering in his mind. He reached out to touch Ruer's weary cheek. Ruer. Ruer smiled. Emo-chan. Emo-chan choked up. I think I understand now. This was all a deception, right? Ruer nodded, making a heart shape with her hands in front of her chest. Ruer. Emo-chan. Ruer passed away. At that moment, several mechanical nurses rushed into the ward, dragging Ruer's body out like a dead dog. Emo-chan stared blankly at the scene. Then, he rolled off the hospital bed. With no legs, he could only crawl laboriously with his hands, inching towards Ruer. When he crawled out of the ward, Emo-chan collapsed. He collapsed from the depths of his heart, regretting having eyes. In the corridor outside the ward, numerous Ruers stood closely together. Emo-chan realized that every Ruer he had encountered in these days was a different person. They couldn't even be counted as human. Memories are beautiful, even if they are false, they are still worth celebrating. But when faced with cruel reality, he had to collapse. At that moment, the Ruer closest to him woke up. She was an intact Ruer, walking up to Emo-chan. Emo-chan. Ruer looked confused, then a false memory flooded her mind. Thank you, Emo-chan, you cured my illness. Do you know how to say like in 2 words? You just need to. Emo-chan lay on the ground, and when he raised his head, his eye sockets were empty, blood gushing out. He gouged out his own eyes. Emo-chan laughed loudly. Dare to play with me, you dare to play with me. I will destroy all of you. Ding. So you were deceived, I'm so sad. He. Eliminating the human pests. The world belongs to Emo-chan. The hospital ward was fake, the fully enclosed laboratory was real. In the metal corridor of this laboratory, there was a huge mutated mass. These were all part of the clone Ruer's body, now all turned into nutrients for Emo-chan, decomposed, digested, and reassembled into a huge tumor. And like a spider web made of flesh and blood, countless flesh tendrils clung to the metal walls of the corridor. Like moths waiting to break free from their cocoons, like flower buds waiting for dawn, they lay dormant silently. Ding! Will you consume all evolution points and mutation points? Evolve into the most aggressive, fastest moving life form. I need to escape from here. Then you better work hard. I'll allocate all evolution points to cell activity and all mutation points to neuron mutation. After spending so many evolution points and mutation points, do I have any special abilities? For example, can you summon lightning, spit fire, and such? Stop daydreaming. Your current level is completely inadequate. Hurry up and destroy more life forms, collect more genes and biomass. I don't want to cause trouble, I just want to leave here. How can you have such thoughts? I am the evolution destruction system. Your task is to destroy life. Wow, system, you are so dark, I love it. Good to know. Find your position. Your goal is to destroy life and bring peace to the world. On the other side, the staff in the laboratory were not idle. They quickly strengthened the defense level of the laboratory. This time, they meant business. The laboratory never expected the cancer cells to suddenly revolt. In their eyes, it was just a rather strange life form, unlikely to possess high intelligence. Even though it had now turned into a huge tumor, looking particularly difficult to deal with, it still did not surprise them. Everything was under their control. Observing the laboratory, these cancer cells are quite interesting. Trying to turn themselves into monsters? Well, that's very interesting. What is this cell thinking? Why does it want to kill so many clones? I think Riel, this clone, was quite nice to it. It's truly a cold-blooded species. A primitive species, acting solely on survival instincts, of course, it's cold-blooded. But on the other hand, the speed at which it devours flesh is quite impressive. There's a certain beauty in it. Ha ha. I think the same way. Look at that pile of rotting flesh. If you interpret it with a different perspective, it could be considered art. Come on, even my dog's poop has more artistic sense than this pile of rotting flesh. Let's focus. The research report on the pathogen Riel is out. This Helen cancer cell has abilities beyond our imagination. It has eliminated all parasites and pathogens in Riel's body. Impressive. So, will this cancer cell have a chance to shine in the medical field in the future? I think it's better off kept in a zoo, or maybe sent to a haunted house to showcase to visitors. It might have a good effect. The scientists in the laboratory chattered about unrelated matters. They treated it like a harmless pupa, not taking it too seriously. Before long, security measures were in place. And under the watchful eyes of everyone, Emo-chan, a huge tumor, began to prepare to break free. The fleshy tumor started to contract, pulsating faster and faster, like a beating heart. The fleshy veins attached to the wall gradually dried up. Crack! Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. This nearly 6-meter diameter tumor shattered like an eggshell, leaving only the most essential parts among the dead tumor cells. As the monsters emerged from the broken shell, not only were the scientists in the laboratory stunned, even Emo-chan himself was taken aback. Alongside him, 5 other good brothers also emerged, making a total of 6 monsters. The 6 Emo-chans looked at each other, and at the same time, the 6 monsters exclaimed, "Damn, you look so ugly." These 6 monsters all had a similar appearance, with red and white fleshy skin, standing at 1.9 meters tall, covered in bone spurs, especially the mountain-like rows of bone spurs on their backs, looking particularly frightening. Structurally, they had 2 legs, 2 arms, a torso, and a head, but no mouths, as they didn't need a digestive system. What was even more eerie was that they had 6 eyes on their faces, arranged neatly like a mahjong 6-dot tile. And with uniformly bright red pupils, their eyes were terrifying, as if stained with blood. Overall, they looked like monsters crawling out of hell. Emo-chan looked at himself for a long time, and even he found himself ugly. Describing it as ugly wasn't quite appropriate, it was more like terrifying, enough to give nightmares if stared at for too long. He cleared his throat and said to his 5 little brothers, "Not a single one of you looks human. Introduce yourselves. I am Emo-chan, your leader." "Alright, boss, we know that very well. Let's start chanting our slogan now." Emo-chan replied. "Go ahead. Boss Missouri-chan is awesome. Boss Missouri-chan is awesome. Emo-chan family rises. Emo-chan family rises." They communicated directly through telepathy, essentially having conversations within their own minds. So, the people in the laboratory were puzzled as to why 6 monsters were standing there gesturing aimlessly. Consequently, the scientist in charge of the experiment initiated the first trial. Deploy MechGuard No. 1, equipped with standard electromagnetic bullets. The ammunition for this experiment is limited to 30 rounds. Forget it, let's go hand-to-hand combat for the first time, no weapon ammunition. If Emo-chan had heard this, he would have been furious. They clearly didn't respect the Emo-chan family. At this moment, following their usual routine, the Emo-chan family held a meeting. Emo-chan had one hobby, his ability to divide his cells, a skill he could trust. He didn't need to rely on his little brothers. He could be his own little brother without fear of betrayal. Betrayal was out of the question. Only he could sell out his little brothers. There was no chance of them betraying him. Emo-chan said to his other 5 good brothers, "You all know that my feelings have been deceived. I feel so wronged now. If I don't kill a few people, I can't suppress this anger." Turning to the little brother closest to his left hand, Emo-chan said, "The boss's feelings have been deceived, which means we've lost our sister-in-law. It means the Emo-chan family has no matriarch, so the boss wants us to go steal one." Smack! Emo-chan slapped him directly. "Where did you learn such nonsense? Right now, we need to escape and take down those bastards who are playing with us." The meeting was not over when footsteps echoed down the corridor. Emo-chan glanced back, and all 6 pairs of eyes narrowed. The newcomer looked like the Terminator, bare-handed, and unusually robust. Emo-chan hesitated. "Is this a robot?" The little brother who had just been hit stepped forward, pointing at the robot, and scolded, "My big brother is asking you a question. What's your name? You're barking up the wrong tree. You haven't even got a mouth. Who are you talking to, punk?" "Boss, it seems like you're insulting yourself." Inside the laboratory, the robot stood on the left, facing the 6 Emo-chans on the right. Emo-chan, the boss, looked at the approaching robot, solid as iron but with a powerful physique, fists larger than sandbags. Something felt off, and he unconsciously took a step back, positioning himself behind his little brothers. The one who's shouting the loudest seems to be here to fight us. Go and take him down." "Really, boss? There's 1 of him and 6 of us. Let's just gang up on him." Emo-chan slapped his thigh. "I knew you had potential when it came to fighting, knowing how to call for a group attack. But open your 6 eyes wide, he's alone. The Emo-chan family cannot afford to lose face. You go up first for a one-on-one, and if you can't handle it, we'll help you, brothers." The lead little brother flexed his muscles, glanced back at the resolute 5 behind him, and his confidence soared. Without hesitation, he charged forward. His speed was astonishing, setting a new world record in track and field. Steadfast in his steps, he approached the robot like a brave soldier marching to his death. Standing in front of the robot, Emo-chan's little brother raised his right fist and struck the robot's head. Bang! A head flew high into the air. Emo-chan and his 4 little brothers all slapped their foreheads in unison. The Emo-chan family has produced such a disgraceful thing. What a disgrace! Flying in the air, the head belonged to Emo-chan's little brother. It traced a graceful arc in mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground. The robot on the left, with its fist raised in the air, didn't even have time to retract it. Not only was Emo-chan disappointed, but even the people in the laboratory were disappointed. Suddenly, the situation turned around. Despite having his head blown off, Emo-chan's little brother's body did not fall. Instead, he became furious as if injected with chicken blood. A half-meter-long bone spur suddenly burst out from his left fist. With a crack, the robot's iron body, once sturdy, became as fragile as paper, unable to withstand the bone spur that pierced through its body, creating a through-and-through wound. The battle was not over yet. Emo-chan's little brother grabbed the robot's neck with his right hand, his arm muscles bulging, veins visible like vines. He pulled upwards with force. Crash! The robot's head, along with a bunch of wires below its neck, was yanked out amidst sparking noises. At the same time, both the Emo-chan family and the scientists in the laboratory applauded enthusiastically. Emo-chan turned to his 5 little brothers behind him and said, "See that? I told you this kid has potential, the kind that shows promise from a young age." He subdued a metal lump in just 2 moves. With the robot losing connection between its circuits, it collapsed with a bang. Emo-chan's headless little brother, with a confident stride, picked up his head on the way back and reattached it. Witnessing this scene, the scientists exclaimed, This is the perfect life form I've been searching for. As long as we control these cancer cells, our human bodies can achieve immortality. Now send out the next experimental robot equipped with electromagnetic bullets, limited to 30 rounds. Before anyone could claim credit, Emo-chan's little brother froze, hearing footsteps behind him. He turned around. Bang! His just reattached head was instantly smashed. Flesh and blood splattered, with chunks of meat residue scattered on the ceiling. And it wasn't over yet. The incoming robot pulled the trigger on its cylindrical electromagnetic bullet gun, spewing blue flames. Bullet after bullet rained down on Emo-chan's body like a storm of raindrops. In an instant, a living body was reduced to fragments. Several bullets penetrated Emo-chan's chest. Once again, flesh and blood flew in all directions. The power of these bullets far exceeded Emo-chan's expectations. In his mind, they were like cannons of the mortal realm, bringing immense pressure in an instant. Coupled with the loss of his little brother, it tore at his heart like a knife. Emo-chan clutched his chest with his right hand and turned to his 4 little brothers, saying, "Damn, these damn bastards. They're using us as experimental subjects. Brothers, this place is not safe. Scatter and find a way to escape by any means necessary." The remaining 5 men rushed into the ward at the same time. Meanwhile, the shredded meat on the ground wriggled, attempting to regroup. However, the process was extremely difficult. The genetic chains shattered by the electromagnetic bullets made it nearly impossible for the flesh to heal. In the ward, Emo-chan locked his gaze on the window, sprinted towards it, leaped, and collided with it. Bang! Like hitting the hardest iron plate, Emo-chan's body was bounced back, while the glass remained intact. This was no ordinary bulletproof glass. Behind it lay layers of alloy steel several tens of centimeters thick. Even the best secured banks did not have such treatment. Panicked, Emo-chan began searching frantically in the ward, hoping to find a ventilation duct or any possible escape route. If he could find even a finger's width, or a single cell to crawl out, he could rise again. However, the level 5's sealed laboratory was no joke. Despite climbing onto the ceiling, there was still no way out. A cold glint flashed in Emo-chan's eyes as he decided to go against the flow and charged towards the door. A merciless robot approached, holding an electromagnetic gun. In the instant the robot pulled the trigger, Emo-chan's right hand burst out bone spurs, piercing into the robot's body, grabbing its head, while his body was torn apart by 2 electromagnetic bullets. In a flash, Emo-chan used his shifting technique, attaching his consciousness to another henchman. He swiftly reached the door. "Brothers, this way." The remaining 3 Emo-chan henchmen quickly followed, while the one who was broken in half would take some time to recover. 4 figures dashed towards the laboratory corridor. Before they could cover 10 meters, 2 more terrifying robots appeared, wielding even more dreadful electromagnetic weapons. Bang! Bang! One shot, 2 returned to the heavens. This time, the robots held charged electromagnetic cannons. Both shots hit Emo-chan, instantly tearing his body into powder, leaving only a mist of blood, not a speck of flesh remaining. Complete annihilation, not a single cell left. Emo-chan had to transfer his consciousness to another henchman. The charged electromagnetic cannons needed time to recharge, something Emo-chan was unaware of, but at that moment, he had no time to spare. His legs like tightly wound springs, he dashed to where the 2 robots stood, grabbing their heads. With a bang, he tore off their heads. The seemingly less than 50-meter laboratory corridor now felt endless. Just as he dealt with the two robots, an even more terrifying entity appeared ahead. Another robot, just like the others, with a weapon as horrifying as its appearance. A square 50-centimeter diameter barrel, resembling a rectangular cylinder, firing actual ionized plasma. The robot aimed and began charging its weapon. Swish! A yellow plasma ball hit one of Emo-chan's henchmen. In less than a millisecond, the henchman turned into a pile of ash on the ground. After firing, the robot dropped its weapon and walked towards Emo-chan with ease. Emo-chan's 6 eyes flashed with a chilling light as he punched through the robot's body, pulling out all its circuitry and tossing it to the ground. Like a drowning man grasping at a straw, he imitated the robot, picked up a gun, pulled the trigger, but no response. The powerful weapon had its ammunition restricted. Everything was meticulously planned. Emo-chan's eyes turned red, a sense of powerlessness enveloping him. A punch on the ground left only a shallow dent. Meanwhile, another robot appeared in the corridor. Unlike the others, this robot had a more intricate body structure, incredibly agile and natural in its movements. It held a shiny, patternless meter-long blade. It advanced towards Emo-chan step by step, resembling a master swordsman. Emo-chan, you're amazing. Though I've known you for a short time, as your henchman, I'll fight. Go for it, boss. As soon as the words fell, the remaining 2 henchmen charged towards the robot. 2 flashes of cold light and they were cut in half. The robot's blade kept spinning, moving at an inhuman speed. Swish, swish, swish. In less than 2 seconds, it struck nearly 100 times. The 2 henchmen turned into a pile of flesh, then shredded into pieces. Back and forth countless times, like cutting vegetables. Emo-chan couldn't hold back, his eyes bloodshot, charging towards the robot. When he approached the robot, he saw the robot's wrist turn, a cold light flashed, and Emo-chan's head was instantly cut in half. But he struck that punch, piercing the robot's chest instantly. The battle seemed to be over. As the robot fell, a moment of silence ensued. The scientists observing in secret cheered and applauded him. Emo-chan turned around, hands inserted into the ground, all cancer cells on the ground attached to him. Instead of moving forward immediately, he took steps back to the ward. Along the way, he condensed all the cancer cells on the ground into one entity. At this moment, he looked at the hospital bed, paused for 3 seconds, then returned to the corridor. When he returned to his original position, his body was covered with a pile of cancer cells, disgusting like bumps on a toad's back. He picked up the gleaming knife on the ground and walked step by step towards the end of the corridor. On both sides of the corridor were numerous rooms, but he did not choose to enter any. In these rooms, unarmed robots would occasionally emerge. Now, the robots no longer needed to carry any weapons. They were like puppets accompanying him in this farce, allowing him to vent his anger. The corridor was only 100 meters long. Each step was arduous, and when he reached the end of the corridor, Emo-chan's body was battered by the robot's iron fists. Now, the only ones standing before him were 5 nurse robots. Limping forward, Emo-chan showed no mercy, cutting off the heads of the 5 robots one by one. The 5 nurse robots fell. Behind them was a bright light shining through the glass. Emo-chan finally reached the end of the corridor. Each step he took seemed feeble. Standing in front of the glass, he looked down through the shining light. Hundreds of scientists gave him thumbs up, clapping and cheering. Their smiling faces seemed so ironic. I knew this monster could do it. Who was betting against me just now? Pay up, you lost. It's amazing. This monster is even smarter than I imagined. It seems to have some human emotions. Don't joke around. A monster is a monster. If you provoke it, it will bite you. Even if you don't provoke it, it will still bite you. Next time, we can start trying to control its source of nutrients. If it doesn't behave, starve it for a few days first. If that doesn't work, use high-voltage electricity to tame it every few days. The records of this experiment are enough for the military to allocate funds to us. Not just the military, this can also be used for medical purposes. Once we control these cells, we will definitely receive the latest scientific advancement award. What are you happy about? It's up to General Zimmel, not you. Bang! Emo-chan stabbed the glass with a knife. Snap! The glass remained unscathed, but the blade instantly broke into 2 pieces. The shattered blade fell on the metal floor, making a clang sound. Emo-chan weakly raised his head. In the end, I am still powerless. I can't even choose my fate, just because I'm not human. From the beginning, perhaps from the moment I came to this world, I have always been locked inside this laboratory. It turns out that no matter how hard I try, nothing changes. That's the feeling. Oof. It's funny. I will spend the rest of my time in this laboratory, accompanying a bunch of bastards, letting them slice and study me. Emo-chan struck the glass again with his fist, and all the scientists turned their gaze towards him. In that moment, Emo-chan used the blade to cut a large gash on his own face, like a mouth, but this bloody mouth looked cruel. While the scientists were stunned, Emo-chan placed the broken blade against his own neck. The scientists in the audience frowned, and a restless murmur filled the room. Is this a self-destructive action? Impossible. At this moment, he behaves just like a person. This child has already been confirmed brain dead. These are indeed cancer cells. How could they make such a move? Don't worry, even if we chop it into minced meat, it's fine, the robot just tested it. Before Emo-chan self-destructed, he used his freshly cut mouth to shout a sentence with his throat. I refuse to be human. Crack. A head fell, a gush of blood sprayed, the body began to decompose, finally turning into a puddle of blood. The scientist in charge of this scientific experiment panicked and said to all the staff at the console, search. This monster can't just die like this, scan everything, as long as one cell can survive, it's fine. Commander, we've scanned 3 times, there's not even a trace of life of a bacterium in here. In an ordinary room. The room was filled with various research equipment, high-powered electron microscopes, petri dishes, beakers, tweezers, and everything else. During this time, the task of the cancer cell specialist doctor after work was to study cancer cells. He clearly saw the cancer cells mutating time and time again. During this period, he tried to awaken the cancer cells inside his toes. However, no matter what method he used, high-voltage shocks, nutrient attraction, he couldn't pique the interest of these cancer cells. Until today. He took out a half-rotten big toe from a small freezer, held it in his hands, tightly clasped them, trying to awaken these cancer cells with body temperature. What's going on? Why are these cancer cells in a dormant state? And why have they been dormant for so long? The cancer cell specialist doctor muttered to himself in confusion. Suddenly, he felt a slight stinging sensation in his palm. He opened his palm and upon closer inspection, it was already too late. His palm, like it had been burned by a red-hot iron, a large piece of skin had rotted off. Is this an invasion? Then, his palm began to rapidly mutate at a visible speed. A layer of translucent cancer cells spread crazily along his arm, covering his whole body. Ah! Amidst the screams, his arm fell off, his body collapsed like a landslide, chunks of flesh fell to the ground, and the bones collapsed with a bang. In just a few seconds, a living person turned into a pile of minced meat on the ground. Ding! Well done, Emo-chan, finally killed a complete intelligent life form. Here's the first kill mutation reward. Ha ha! I really can't figure it out. Why am I still alive? It seems that fate won't let me die. What's the first kill mutation reward? Random mutation enhancement, a chance to unlock special abilities. Definitely mutated, let's do this. Next, the pile of minced meat on the ground began to reassemble. Half an hour later, the blood-red cocoon began to dry up, shrinking together. Crack! A 30-centimeter high little monster drilled out. Still with 2 small arms and legs, but this time with a mouth full of fangs, 2 pairs of small eyes on the forehead, and 2 pairs of large eyes in the eye sockets. Ding! This time's mutation enhancement is still cell activity, increasing the elasticity and flexibility of cells. Now your cells can store powerful kinetic energy, far surpassing all muscle cells in the world. Hearing this, Emo-chan grinned, moved his body, bent his 2 small legs downward, and leaped like a spring loaded with power. Snap! Hit the ceiling, then crashed back to the ground. Emo-chan touched his forehead, not feeling any pain, jokingly said, awesome, not even a jumping tiger is as awesome as this. Of course, who do you think your system is? I've allocated mutation points and evolution points to you according to the most optimized route. I haven't found any outstanding genes yet, absorb some more biomass, and I can reward you with spatial perception within a 1-meter range. When it comes to spatial perception, Emo-chan gets all fired up, feeling even more exhilarated than scanning with his eyes. A 1-meter range is still too small. Everything needs to be done steadily and slowly. Then, Emo-chan looks around, gazes out the window, suddenly jumps up, and with a crack, shatters the glass. This time, it's a mix of joy and worry, but he finally manages to escape successfully. However, the location of this room is just too high. Emo-chan roars all the way as he rapidly plummets from 100 meters high. Thud! When he hits the ground, he bounces a couple of times. Emo-chan's head is buzzing, his body tough enough to survive the fall from 100 meters. Looking up, he sees the true future city. Neon lights flicker all around, towering skyscrapers, hardly any pedestrians on the ground, most are flying in the sky. Emo-chan is completely unfamiliar with this world. He has experienced high-tech weapons in the lab, but he can't make too much noise now. If he's targeted, being eliminated is a normal outcome. Step by step, he must send all of Emo-chan's cells to various parts of the world. With this in mind, Emochin decides to find a drain, turns his whole body into a muddy state, and slips into the sewer. In the dark and damp sewer, 5 rats are nibbling on a lump of rotten meat that floated in. Suddenly, the lump of rotten meat bursts, and dozens of tentacles wrap around the rats. Amid the rats' squeaks, they are invaded and controlled. Emochin addresses the 5 rats in front of him, brothers. The Emochin family is about to rise. Now, spread out, infect different sewer areas. During this time, do not let humans discover you. If anyone is found, I will slaughter them. Emochin is awesome. The Emochin family rises. With that, the 5 rats scatter to different areas. Ding! What's the point of hiding here in fear? Don't be anxious. We've encountered human weapons before. It's not that I'm timid, it's just that they are too formidable. Oh, then what's your plan? I'll leave the expansion work to my younger brother. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy to win 100 battles. Great hiding is in the city, small hiding is in the forest. You're a pain in the neck. Speak plainly. What do you intend to do? Emochin grins. This time, I plan to infiltrate humans in human form, learn their language, understand their technological level, and then let the whole world know about our family's existence. Ha, you coward. Hey, your younger brother has good skills. He's earned 20 evolution points in no time. Unlocking new genes. Damn. No wonder he's a little brother transformed from a rat. After speaking, Emochin swiftly moves to the location with the most evolution points. At first glance, Emochin, the rat, freezes in place. On the water's surface, there is an object resembling dried wood floating. Hundreds of rats are fiercely attacking it. The wood-like creature opens its mouth wide, attempting a desperate fight, but more rats enter its mouth. Emochin's pupils shrink. An alligator in the sewer? Ding! I'll automatically add evolution points for you in the future. The more you evolve, the more points you'll need, or the effects will diminish. This time, you've gained 3 mutation points to enhance the biting power of your rats. Damn, this development speed is too rapid. Playing games with cheats isn't this fun. Let's start mutating now. Attention, residents. According to reports, our city is currently facing a rat crisis. Most electrical lines have been chewed through. Let's hear the advice from the experts. It's time to launch a rat extermination campaign. In the dim sewer, 3 rat workers clad in full sealed armor arrive. I said the city government must be out of their minds. Dealing with a few small rats, just use some poison, why do they need us to do it? The leader said, taking out a can of liquid from behind and throwing it into the sewer after opening it. Stop complaining, who said we are the vanguard? After saying this, the person behind him took out a can and, when the liquid had dispersed enough, filled a can with water and looked at it. The liquid in the cup passed the radioactivity test. I told you the people from the city government are all fools. There's no pollution here at all. Suddenly, the 3 of them heard faint noises around them. Who's there? A bright light shone, revealing nothing but murky water flowing. Stop scaring yourselves, just catch a few rats and get it over with. It's strange, we've walked this far and haven't even seen a single rat. Weren't we supposed to deal with a rat infestation in the sewers? Look, those glowing eyes over there seem to belong to a rat. The 2 quickly turned around to see a large rat floating on the water's surface, staring at them. The leader took out some bait from behind, a scent so irresistible that any carbon-based organism with a nose would find it hard to resist. Come here, come here, come here. Why go through all this trouble? Just shoot it, bring the body back, and be done with it. I wish I could, but orders from above say we need to bring back at least 5 alive. It's embarrassing, when did I stoop so low as to catch rats for others? Suddenly, the rat floating in the water submerged and disappeared. Damn it, now the rats can swim too. The person holding the bait punched the water in frustration. Splash! Ah, there's something in the water. The 2 in front quickly turned around to see that the person behind them had vanished. Third, stop joking around, the water isn't even knee-deep, how could you disappear like that? Third, soon, a face emerged from the water, and under the bright light, he exclaimed in horror, there's a monster. Ah! Before he could finish speaking, his body sank again. Don't just stand there, run. The 2 ran without looking back until they reached a crossroads in the sewer. The leader urgently spoke into the microphone, calling headquarters. There's something in the sewer, and reconnaissance member 3 has been confirmed dead. Requesting backup. Our coordinates are at the intersection of sewer K12. Before he could finish, he too quickly sank into the water. Now, only 1 person remained. He gasped for air, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts, each one telling him that death was imminent. The water in the sewer only reached his knees, making it hard to imagine how the other 2 had disappeared. Despair washed over him as he took off his helmet and slammed it into the water, shouting, "This is a joke. What kind of joke is this? Is this some kind of magic show? How could they just vanish like that? His voice echoed in the empty sewer. Time passed, and the sewer returned to silence. Suddenly, the man realized something and took out a flashlight from his chest, shining it on the water's surface. As the water gradually calmed down, he saw something beneath the surface. It was then that he realized they weren't standing on the concrete floor of the sewer. Under his feet was a living organism, flat and spread out like the ground, forming the entire network of the sewer. It was flesh and blood, veins composing the ground. Calling headquarters, tell my wife I love her. His body plummeted rapidly downward, as if falling into an abyss with no bottom in sight. He landed heavily on the ground, feeling a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out blood. When he regained consciousness from his daze and saw his surroundings, his worldview shattered. The sewer was divided into several layers. At the bottom of the sewer, there was a huge space used to store sewage that couldn't be drained in time during floods. Now, he felt like he had fallen into an alien world, a world made of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood were intricately intertwined like a spider's nest. And on this web of flesh and blood, there were all sorts of strange creatures, grotesque in appearance, like monsters pieced together at random by a creator. The operational system was perfect, with hatcheries, glowing life cells, and most bizarrely, everything here was as well organized as a city. Footsteps echoed in his ears. A monster nearly 2 meters tall, covered in bone spurs and with 6 eyes, lifted him off the ground. Hey, mister, can you understand me? Monster! 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 Crack! Blood trickled down the monster's arm. Emo-chan punched through the man's chest. Then he threw him down, and instantly the man's body turned into nourishment for the nest. What a waste of time. Looks like I need to find someone to teach me a foreign language, preferably someone with good mental resilience. Ding! Emo-chan, I have bad news for you. Due to your rapid growth, most of your brothers are now facing famine. There's not enough food. You need to figure out a solution quickly. Emo-chan touched the bone spurs on his head, smiling bitterly as he replied, You're my system, can't you think of a solution for me? I'm thinking of your ancestor, don't you like holding meetings? Call your subordinates for a meeting. Inside Emo-chan's monster nest, he addressed the 20 monster subordinates in front of him. Sorry, everyone, due to our rapid growth and lack of management skills, we can't keep up with nutrition. We've cleared out the sewers, there's not even a fish left. I think we need to downsize the family. Recently, Emo-chan found a confidant who looked just like him, also a monster with 6 eyes. Emo-chan's confidant addressed the remaining 19 members. Did everyone understand? The boss wants us to lay off the useless Emo-chan members. Alright, Emo-chan is awesome. Emo-chan gestured for everyone to quiet down and continued. The lack of biomass nutrition is one thing. Humans have arrived now. I'm sure they've discovered our Emo-chan family. So, devour everything here, act fast, in an hour, leave only you 20, we're moving. Alright. Long live the Emo-chan family. Suddenly, with a bang, the wall above was instantly blasted through. At the same time, dozens of ropes descended from above, and tens to hundreds of mechanical infantry troops landed here. Emo-chan smiled faintly. What had to come would come. Found intruders, kill them. The battle in the sewer was about to begin. It was a game of high-end technology against primal life force. In this battlefield, everything was constantly changing, full of dangers. At first, everything was quiet. In this vast sewer, 15 mechanical rescue personnel arrived. They slid down the cables, stepping on the sticky lifeforms below, their electromagnetic bullet guns aimed at any threatening lifeforms around. Compared to the weapons in the S-level biological research lab, their weapons were far inferior. After all, these arriving robots could only be considered urban peacekeepers, not regular military units. In the shadows, Emo-chan opened a mouth full of fangs and said to his 20 subordinates beside him, I was once locked up and experimented on by these people. The past is better left unspoken. Now, let's test their strength. Release the rats to bite them. As soon as he finished speaking, the rats lurking in the darkness swarmed up, tearing at the prey like ants. Bang! Bang! It was a collision of flesh and blood against electromagnetic bullets. Blood-colored fireworks filled the surrounding air. 15 mechanical peacekeeping personnel gathered back to back, transmitting all the intelligence here to the ground forces through their mechanical eyes. In the emotionless eyes of the robots, countless rats swarmed in, gnawing through metal armor. The first encounter in battle came swiftly and ended just as fast. Amidst the baptism of gunfire, these 15 mechanical maintenance personnel lasted only 3 minutes before being gnawed down to scraps of iron. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, the commanding officer of the ground peacekeeping forces took a deep breath, furrowing his brow as he learned from this brief skirmish that a biochemical crisis was unfolding in the shadows. His assistant sitting beside him remarked, Director, these rats seem normal, but the environment below seems too eerie. as if countless monsters are lurking. Should we request antimatter bombs from the military? Let's not alarm the military for now, silence the media, avoid causing too much commotion that could lead to public panic. Deploy elite forces equipped with Hellfire solidified gasoline bombs, burn these things down. Soon enough, a new batch of troops arrived at the blasted hole. First, 20 circular metal hovercraft descended. Flames erupted from their guns and cannons. In an instant, the vast underground cavern blazed like a sea of fire. In a certain underground pipeline within this inferno, 21 monsters were casually discussing the ongoing war. Look at these humans, they are so inferior, resorting to fire. Are they trying to host a barbecue celebration for us? Emochin shook his head and said to the others, do not underestimate the enemy. This is not even considered a war. We must first understand their crisis response measures. As the flames subsided, the once monstrous nest turned charred. 40 armored troops descended from the sky. Without hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire in all directions. The sound of gunfire swept through the entire underground network, blending with the monsters' howls to compose a chilling melody. Combined with the burning Hellfire gasoline bombs from earlier, the mutated rat horde was decimated, their larger, dog-like forms charging forward. In less than 5 minutes, chaos reigned among the armored troops at the center of the battlefield, facing an endless onslaught akin to video game monsters, terrifying in their numbers. Requesting aerial support for precise virus missile strikes. Everyone, seal your combat armor, the virus is coming. Boss, a monster bit through my armor, use the virus missile. I'm done for. Thank you for your contribution to humanity, you will be buried under the national flag. Before the words had even settled, a projectile fell from the sky, exploding midair and releasing green liquid that turned into a pervasive smoke. In this desolate environment, the air became acrid. This was a weapon of mass slaughter, a virus that, once activated, had a survival time of no more than 10 minutes. Incredibly effective, it instantly took out 6 armored combat personnel. Simultaneously, it enveloped all the biochemical monsters belonging to the Emochin family. Ding! Virus DNA acquired, reward of 3 evolution points. What a trash virus, the system truly looks down on it. In other words, this virus weapon had no effect at all. Instead, it agitated the Emochin family's biochemical monsters, making them restless and aggressive, more potent than a power-up. Within the green mist, countless biochemical monsters lunged at the land combat armored team members, like wolves among sheep, slaughtering all in their path. Seeing this, Emochin couldn't help but chuckle, turning to his henchman behind him and saying, "Stop laughing, don't treat this as a joke. Remember, this is just one of the human ways of warfare. When they can't win, they call for reinforcements." Laughing, huh? Stop laughing. Remember, you must learn to analyze. When you lead troops into battle in the future, don't mess things up for me. After Emochin finished speaking, he issued another order towards the monster nest below. Gather together, let the humans see our true strength. The Emochin family approached this war with a purely experimental attitude. Originally planning to send a wave of troops, now humans were offering themselves up for Emochin to study their combat methods and understand the speed of human support. It was truly a gift from the heavens. However, on the other side, things were not seen in the same light. The commanding officer in charge of this operation furrowed his brows, took a deep breath, and turned to the staff beside him, saying, "What kind of beings are these creatures that are not afraid of viruses? We cannot let these monsters reach the surface." At the same time, a drone hovering in the air captured a shocking scene. The shredded flesh that had been smashed on the ground and numerous grotesque, ugly biomonsters merged into one entity. What is going on? These monsters are gathering together? A cold light flashed in the eyes of the commanding officer. Request a small antimatter bomb from the military to bomb them. In the sewer. With a crash, a 20-meter-tall biomonster stood up with a bang. Resembling the King Kong from the movies, it was covered in explosive muscles. It pounded its chest and roared to the sky, then turned towards the direction where Emochin was and saluted. Emochin stood upright, raised his hand, and returned the salute to King Kong. "Brothers, open your eyes wide and watch carefully, humans are getting serious." A triangular bomb about the size of a few dozen centimeters floated in front of the monster. Bang! There was no blood or flesh flying around, it instantly vaporized. The biomonster was gone. The biomonster that had just appeared for less than 3 minutes was gone just like that. From a physics perspective, this was called sublimation. Emochin nodded excitedly, "Wonderful, wonderful. What are you all staring at? Applaud." "Boss, I think I've been blinded by the flash." "Boss, me too." Emochin cleared his throat. "You must learn to adapt on the fly. I just told you to keep your eyes wide open. I didn't say you couldn't blink." Late at night, inside a luxurious villa, Emo-chan came out of the bathroom, holding a bottle of toilet cleaner in his hand. He searched for beer for a while but couldn't find any, realizing that red wine wasn't as exciting to drink. In the living room of this villa, a family of 5 was tied up by Emo-chan's cancer cells. They were tightly wrapped up like zongzi. Just an hour ago, this family of 5 was peacefully sleeping, the wife and husband cuddling in the bedroom, but now suddenly 21 monsters appeared. The monsters didn't come to deliver Christmas gifts, they tied them up without a word. It was even more unfortunate than eating hot pot and singing. It was simply unreasonable. Emo-chan took a big gulp of toilet cleaner, burped, took small steps, and came in front of the 5 people. As you can see, my brothers and I may be a little impolite. I don't want us to have any disagreements. Although we don't speak the same language, I want to give you a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the other monsters running rampant in the mansion also gathered around. One of Emo-chan's younger brothers, wearing pink and triangular pants on his head, pointed at the family of 5 and said, "Our boss is asking you a question, do you dare to pretend you didn't hear him?" The family of 5's hearts were racing. Not only did they not speak the same language, but the room was also filled with terrifying monsters. Not to mention anything else, just the eyes of these monsters, at least 4 of them, were enough to scare anyone. The head of the family was scared stiff. Emo-chan rubbed his nose with his claws, a fishy smell in the air. He raised his hand and slapped the triangular pants brother on the head. "You scared them, they are the hosts, we are the guests, do guests behave like you?" "Oh, sorry, boss." Emo-chan once again poured a large mouthful of toilet cleaner into his mouth. "I am a person who values fairness the most, so I will propose a question. If you can answer it, you won't have to die." After finishing his drink, Emo-chan bent down in front of the 5 people, gestured with his left hand and right hand, and said, "Sir, let's start with you. What is 1 plus 1? The head of the family was stunned, unable to comprehend, his face filled with fear. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Emo-chan sneered, "This person can't even figure out 1 plus 1. The brother with a good appetite, come forward and eat him if you don't mind becoming stupid." With that, a henchman of Emo-chan quickly rushed forward and grabbed the body of the middle-aged man. The remaining 4 people were a young girl, a little boy, their mother, and an elderly steward. Emo-chan made a dismissive gesture towards the 4, then looked at the blonde lady and said, "Madam, would you like to share a bed with me?" Emo-chan also showed disgust on his face, saying to his henchman behind him, "This is a woman, be gentle." The other 3 even lost the courage to scream. The old steward was scared to death on the spot. Emo-chan pointed at the steward's body and said, "Respecting the elderly is like treasuring a treasure at home. We must respect the old and love the young. Just like dealing with an old hen, who will cook. Let's make soup." Immediately, 2 henchmen rushed up, cheerfully lifted the old steward, and headed to the kitchen. Emo-chan looked at the terrified face of the blonde girl, a hint of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Unable to bear it, he said to his henchman behind him, "She's a good girl, take her to a corner and let her have a good time. Don't let me see it, I can't stand seeing girls cry, I'll soften." With his command, 6 more of Emo-chan's henchmen came, handling the girl gently and taking her to a room. Soon, screams like a pig being slaughtered came from inside. Now, only a little boy was left. Emo-chan reached out to touch the boy's face, then gestured with his left and right hands, saying, "What is 1 plus 1? Don't rush, uncle will give you plenty of time to think. 3, 2, 1. The little boy seemed to understand something, tremblingly extended his left hand and showed 2 fingers. Emo-chan took a sharp breath, gently stroked the boy's head. "I'll keep my promise, I won't kill you. Come, let's have another brother ask a question." At that moment, a henchman with triangular pants on his head came, smiling. "The little friend is really smart. What is 999 times 999? 3. Click. The little boy's head was gone. The most important thing for a family is to be together. Now they are truly together. Emo-chan sat back on the sofa, looking at the futuristic villa, feeling a sense of emptiness in his heart. He took out a broken mirror from behind, which he had broken off from the bathroom. With blood-red eyes, he looked at the 6 pairs of blood-red eyes in the mirror. 12 eyes met. Emo-chan muttered, "Are more eyes really for seeing more clearly? Ding! Why are you wasting time like this? Isn't killing 5 people a normal thing? Don't use human moral standards to bind yourself. If you can't even be a good monster, can you face your henchmen?" Emo-chan smiled faintly, "You're right. It's not a good idea to expand too much. It will not only attract human attention but also cause malnutrition among my henchmen, which is unacceptable. I'm not here to give you advice. If you have a problem, hold a meeting. I think holding a meeting is a good idea. Now you need to collect some magical life forms. I recommend you look for insects. Absorbing the genes inside insects can greatly enhance your strength. Chen nodded. In the living room, the Chen family held a meeting. Chen was sitting on the sofa, with his 20 trusted subordinates kneeling on the ground. Chen took a deep breath and said, "Tonight, everyone is aware of the human cleansing operation in the sewers. If it comes to a real fight, our strength is simply not enough. Therefore, I want each of you to disperse to different corners of the world and cultivate the influence of the Chen family. As you know, our abilities and memories are interconnected, so put some effort into learning the human language. This will make things easier for all of us. Make sure not to attract too much attention from humans. Boss, I can't bear to leave you. Boss, I can't bear to leave you either." Chen's fist slammed into the sofa, splitting the soft cushions in two. "The interests of the Chen family come above all else. I will choose two to assist me. Wulong and Fengchun will stay, the rest are free to do as they please. If captured by humans, either choose self-termination or I will take action." The next day, in the early hours of the morning, the 18 subordinates had already set off to different parts of the world to make their own way. At this moment, Chen, still half asleep, sat up from the sofa. Seeing the mess around him, he thought that they might have gone a bit overboard last night, almost to the point of tearing down the villa. "Wulong, get me a bottle of toilet cleaner to clear my head. Who the hell made that soup last night? It was terrible." With a cheerful stride, Wulong appeared. Dressed in a bizarre outfit with energy bursting from him, he exclaimed, "Boss, you're awesome, boss, you're awesome." Seeing Wulong's appearance, Chen couldn't help but sigh. "I asked you to get me some cleaner, check the toilet, if there's none, just grab some from a few households." "Yes, boss." With that, Wulong was about to rush out. Chen hurriedly scolded, "You can't go out like that, change your clothes, it's dangerous at night, there's mischief afoot. Wait until it's dark to go out." "Yes, boss." "Where's Fengchun?" A voice came from upstairs, "Boss, I'm here." Chen and Wulong went upstairs to find Fengchun engrossed in a book, holding a toy robot and murmuring as if learning a new language. Suddenly, hundreds of words flooded Chen's mind, the language of this world known as Raji, currently the universal language of humans. It was a stroke of luck that it consisted of 26 characters, very similar to English. "Fengchun, well done. Wulong and I will go out to find some insects for experimentation, to taste the flavor of humans, and bring some back." "It's okay, boss, I'm not hungry, you and Wulong go ahead." Chen nodded and headed to the backyard with Wulong. The villa was chosen by Chen for its secluded location, nestled by the mountains and water. Though lacking the usual sounds and sense of nature, at least it was bathed in sunlight. With few neighbors around, it was quiet, and the backyard had a 2-meter-high wall, providing a temporary hiding place for Chen. Breathing in the fresh air, he gazed at the vibrant red flowers, unable to name them, resembling roses but not growing on thorns. Their blooming beauty was intense, like blood. Chen knew that the disappearance of this family of 5 would eventually attract attention. They would likely have to move in a few days, and during this week, they needed to integrate into human society. The hidden skills they had learned would benefit the other 18 brothers who were out of sight. Perhaps soon, when they met again, each Chen would be a force to be reckoned with. "Boss, look at this, doesn't it look like a snail?" Chen's thoughts were interrupted, and as he glanced around, he saw Wulong crouching on the ground, pointing at a bug on the grass. Stepping forward, he picked up the tiny bug, about 1 centimeter in size, and examined it closely in his hand. It did indeed resemble a snail, with a shell on its back. "System, help me take a look." Ding! Unknown life form detected. "Playing with your grandpa's soft-bodied worm, are you trying to fool your grandpa?" Chen chuckled awkwardly. "Don't be angry, getting angry harms the liver and chi. This thing might have useful genes. Alright, crush it for absorption, let me see if it's useful." With a snap, Chen crushed the snail with his hand, then his fingers secreted cells that instantly devoured the snail's flesh. Kill a few more, we need more genes and biomass." Chen rubbed the broken shells between his fingers and said to Wulong, "Catch a few more." In no time, the small snails in the backyard seemed to have gone through a catastrophe. Within a radius of 10 meters, not a single snail escaped, all falling victim to the ruthless duo. If snails had intelligence, they would surely mark this day as doomsday, a sign of divine judgment. Soon, Chen and Wulong held a handful of snails each, and simultaneously crushed them all. Cancer cells secreted from their hands, digesting the snails. Ding! Sufficient biomass detected, meets the standard, analysis in progress, rewarding 3 evolution points. As usual, I'll add them automatically, plus a special mutation point. What kind of special mutation point? It can enhance the uniqueness of your cells, allowing you to secrete snail-like mucus, and it will strengthen with evolution points. Then let's mutate now. You better first check if your little brothers are safe. If you get caught mutating now, it could be a big problem. Emergence then communicated mentally with the other 18 little brothers on the other side. Brothers, urgent notice, has anyone been exposed to the public eye? I'm about to mutate. Answering the boss, I'm currently in the wilderness overseas, I've seen many wild animals, do you want me to catch some for you? Emergence smiled, no need for that, the system warned me that earning too many evolution points can lead to unstable cells, no rush, take it slow. Don't talk nonsense, I only mentioned that using too many evolution points at once can make your cells more unpredictable. I'm helping you control it well, no wastage of evolution points, let your little brothers do as they please, I'll manage the cell trends. Emergence could only smile wryly at the system's retort, realizing that perhaps the only one who could sass him in this world was the system. Boss, I'm currently hiding in a refrigerated meat truck, should be able to reach the next city safely, no problem with mutating now. The others also confirmed they were fine. Emergence raised an eyebrow, feeling excited, alright, everyone. Devour, evolve, the Emergence family is awesome. The Emergence family is awesome. Boss Missouri-chan is awesome. After settling the little brothers, Emergence chose to evolve immediately. This time, the mutation was peculiar, as a viscous liquid oozed from his body, enveloping him. The secreted mucus was somewhat like a gel-like substance. At the same time, all members of the Emergence family were undergoing this transformation. On the human side, last night's battle, though a small measure of downsizing for the Emergence family, was well controlled by the government in terms of information. The citizens only knew that the government had conducted a sewer rat cleanup operation. An accident occurred, resulting in the loss of 3 civilians and 43 armed forces personnel. However, the video footage of this battle caught the attention of the biological laboratory. The person in charge of the Helen cancer cell biological experiment revealed a sinister smile. The screen displayed images that enticed the restless youth like information from a dubious website. It's still alive. Contact the military for me. Investigate if there are any missing persons in the entire city. It's clever, it will surely unleash its anger on us. Commander. Father, are you returning to the military again? Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk the sound of the doorbell made the 3 monsters in the room panic. Community Law Enforcement Officer, Code G2366, residents of this house, please open the door for inspection. Emergence glanced at the dragon beside him and whispered, Shoo, stop playing, someone is here for an inspection. A voice of wisdom came from the ceiling, don't panic, boss, this person was called by me. I was a bit hungry, so I ordered takeout. Fengchu finished speaking and closed the book in his hand. Emergence shook his head helplessly at this sight. What else could the takeout be but a person? Moreover, the mutated skills of the dragon and Fengchu were mastered in just half a day, playing with extraordinary skill. These mutated skills were the special abilities recently acquired by the Emergence family, and Emergence was not entirely clear on their specific effects, only knowing that the dragon had reached new heights in playing. Upon reaching the ground, Fengchu looked outside and calmly said, please come in. As the door opened, the law enforcement officer looked up and saw the 3 monsters grinning at him. Monsters! Before he could finish speaking, a special substance swiftly shot towards him, blocking his mouth and dragging him inside like a captured monkey. The door closed automatically. Emergence composed a sentence with a few words, hello, can you understand me? Woo woo. Emergence extended his index finger, sharp as a razor, and cut open what was blocking the man's mouth. Monster. Asterisk smack. Asterisk with this slap, the law enforcement officer fell silent. Who sent you? The law enforcement officer looked bewildered. Fengchu said with a strange expression, boss, as I said, I made a phone call to report, so he came. Emergence raised an eyebrow, turned to Fengchu, and curiously asked, you can make phone calls too? How did you manage these high-tech gadgets? Fengchu smiled bitterly, I'm different from the dragon, I just calm down and learn while he plays. Emergence and the dragon both looked speechless. Since he's a law enforcement officer, he should have a law enforcement recorder on him, maybe we should be exposed. Emergence said seriously. Let's eat first, I'm hungry. The dragon said, then promptly dislocated the law enforcement officer's arm. He then retreated to the side to gnaw on it. The middle-aged male law enforcement officer's face turned deathly pale and he fainted. Asterisk smack. Asterisk Emergence raised his hand and slapped him awake. Monster. Asterisk smack. Asterisk another slap. Can you understand me now? Tears streamed down the law enforcement officer's face as he nodded. Asterisk crack. Asterisk Emergence pierced his heart, giving him a swift death. After all, killing without torturing was his principle. Fengchu is amazing, he learned so many new words in just one day, now I can almost master this new language. Fengchu respectfully said, "Boss, it's my duty as a little brother, Emo-chen is awesome." Emo-chen nodded approvingly, he hadn't misjudged these two. "Alright, you eat first, I'll eat after you're done," Emo-chen said, then turned and went upstairs alone, gazing out of the window. The neon lights of the distant city flickered, and the dancing lights in the sky resembled tiny insects lost in the glow of the city lights. Just as Emo-chen was feeling emotional, his gaze suddenly sharpened as a hexagonal diamond-shaped spaceship flew towards the villa. Emo-chan's 6 eyes focused together, locking onto the surface markings of the spaceship, where he saw an inverted triangle pattern. "Brothers, we've been discovered again, should we run or fight?" The two downstairs replied fervently, "Let's kill them." Emo-chen shook his head and smiled, "This time we have to run. These spaceships bear the marks of laboratory weapons, I recognize these marks." Bang! The villa gate was blasted open. First, a few drones flew in, scouting the environment to confirm the threat level as 0, then several armed soldiers quickly rushed in. As soon as they entered, they witnessed an unforgettable scene. The living room was brightly lit, and in the spider web hanging in the middle of the room, there was a broken male body, limbs severed, head detached. It was like a warning, yet also a display of slaughter. "Report to the commander, this room has been attacked, the residents are most likely all dead," the leader said through the helmet radio. "Very well, once confirmed, collect samples." Just as they were about to collect the special substance in the air, the body hanging in the spider web suddenly spoke, "Hello, old friend, you found me, and I will find you too." A 3D projection suddenly popped out of the soldier's helmet. It was the face of a middle-aged man, with short hair above the eyebrows, deep emerald eyes, a bit of stubble on the chin, looking weathered. As soon as his 3D projection appeared, the soldiers behind him stood straight and saluted him respectfully. "Hello, child, I'm sorry we meet this way. It's only been a few days, and you've already learned to speak, I'm genuinely happy. You know? I'm like your father, I'm proud to see you grow every day." From cells turning into tumors, attacking parasites, and slowly mutating into neurons, taking over others' brains, we can. The skeleton face of the body twisted together, roaring in anger, "Don't play the emotional card with me, you're just using me." The middle-aged man smiled, "Child, go home, we can talk like father and son face to face." "You're not my father. Remember the name Emo-chen, one day I will find you and make you feel what it's like to live under someone else's control." With those words, the cancer cells on the body instantly died, turning into a burst of blood mist. The middle-aged man sighed, "Collect these remnants, maybe we can detect useful components." Suddenly, the special substance in the room turned into liquid and fell. "Damn it, report to the commander, unable to collect, should we bring back some experimental samples?" "Crafty, bring it back, it doesn't want to leave any trace for me, but it can't escape." Carpet searched the entire city. As always, in the late night. In the bustling city, there was a secluded alley. In the alley, there were piles of garbage that had not been touched for a long time. The stench of stray cat and dog carcasses was nauseating. In the midst of it all, there was a self-service convenience store run by a robot. Tonight, 3 figures with their bodies hidden under thick clothing arrived. "Boss, give me a bottle of blue, plastic bottle, the kind of drink that gets you high after drinking it." In the darkness of the alley, there was an unmanned convenience store located in the shadows. They were daring because they had powerful backing, backed by the first conglomerate, Fearless. The robot attendant looked at the approaching 3 figures and replied in a cold electronic tone, "This non-human customer, this is a convenience store under the Tato Technology Company, we do not provide services for the sale of non-human biological beings." Emo-chan's heart skipped a beat, "Which eye of yours sees me as non-human?" The robot vendor raised its left mechanical arm and pointed to its mechanical right eye, "I have infrared detection." Snap! Emo-chen poked the electronic eye of the robot with his finger, saying, "Which other eye saw that?" "Sir, you are damaging private property, I am protected by law and have the right to defend myself against you." Click! Emo-chen tore off the robot's head and placed it in front of him, chuckling, "Welcome, how may I assist you?" The robot hesitated on the spot, "Welcome to our service. We are pleased to assist you." Tossing the robot's head aside, Emo-chen turned and said, "Hurry up, gather the supplies." "Emo-chen, you're awesome." Immediately after, the 3 rushed into the convenience store and started a free-for-all shopping spree. Don't expect monsters to follow the rules. The sound of objects colliding during the looting, accompanied by the convenience store's beep 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 alarm, filled the air. "Boss, check out how cool I look with this thing." Emo-chen followed the voice and saw Wulong wearing black sunglasses, trying to be cool. The appearance was quite impressive, wearing 2 sunglasses at once, after all, he had 4 eyes. "Focus on the task at hand, leave the cool stuff to me, the boss," Emo-chen joked, then scanned the surroundings. suspended metal shelves, never-ending vacuum-sealed plastic bags. Even in an unknown future world, plastic packaging still reigned. Emo-chen could barely recognize most items. The environment was not much different from a regular convenience store, except for the annoying beep 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 of the alarm. "Boss, I found the toilet cleaner you like to drink," Feng Chu said, holding a bottle of liquid. Emo-chen's expression was strange. Normal people didn't drink this stuff, but out of curiosity and embarrassment, he had tried it before. "Stop calling it toilet cleaner all the time, it's too harsh. This stuff is actually good, try it if you don't believe me." Feng Chu heard this and chugged the bottle down. "Boss, you have a good eye, this stuff goes down smoothly, a tingle in the throat, makes you feel comfortable all over." Emo-chen chuckled, "From now on, let's call this stuff vodka for little birds." Meanwhile, at the corner of the alley, the alarm had attracted some onlookers. Slowly, 5 delinquent boys and girls approached the convenience store. 2 girls and 3 boys. In increasingly developed cities, social disparities were more pronounced. Obviously, people roaming the streets late at night couldn't be from good families. Their bold and colorful attire, dyed hair, and ragged clothes made them stand out. Even the homeless on the street wouldn't spare them a glance. Their behavior was rebellious, with needle marks on their elbows, clearly fallen into depravity. They were destined to be abandoned orphans of the city from birth. A boy pointed at the convenience store ahead, jokingly saying, "Look, there's actually someone daring enough to rob Tatu Corporation's property. I think this guy must be desperate, daring to mess with the big shots. Stay away from them, don't get us involved. What are you afraid of? Aren't you 3 real men? Let's go, check out the commotion." The speaker was a blue-haired long-haired girl, already intoxicated and looking for more excitement. She took out a simple vein injection device from her pocket, tapped her elbow, and injected the liquid inside. Her smile became more audacious, her actions more exaggerated. "High on drugs." With a swaying bottle in her hand, she said, "Let's go say hi to that guy, ask him where he's from." As they reached the entrance of the convenience store and looked inside, the 5 were puzzled by the sticky liquid. It was like being crawled over by a snail. In the viscous substance, 3 human-shaped figures, nearly 2 meters tall, were covered in thick clothing. The sticky substance enveloped many goods, mostly food and alcoholic beverages. The 5 were suddenly half sober. It was too bizarre inside. The drugged girl, trembling, asked, What are you?" As soon as the words fell, the 3 figures turned around simultaneously. Their faces were wrapped in thick cloth, covered with countless transparent slime, disgustingly eerie. Unable to see the nose, eyes, mouth. Only able to vaguely make out a human face, which appeared increasingly eerie like a mummy, causing the 5 people present to feel their courage falter. Emo-chen casually removed his own mask, staring at the 5 people ahead with his 6 eyes. "You ask us what we are, yet what are you?" Instantly, a glass bottle flew out. Bang! Glass shards splattered on the face of the girl speaking. "I'm asking you a question. Are you 5 pretending to be deaf and dumb?" Wulong remained fierce as ever, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. "Sorry, we'll leave right away." Before they could escape, the other 4 turned around only to feel a tremendous force pulling them from behind. The world before their eyes momentarily blurred. They felt the alley wall opposite them getting farther and farther away, then suddenly, a huge force struck them from behind. Coming back to their senses, they found themselves tightly pressed against the convenience store shelves. "Monster! Monster! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! No! I didn't offend you, it's not my business with you." Emo-chen gazed calmly at the 4 individuals, casually flicking a strand of mucus that stuck to the girl outside, pulling her in with a squeeze. "Are you afraid of monsters? You must have a good relationship with this girl, so let me witness her transformation into a monster. I also want to see the expressions on your faces." Emo-chen's arm cells flowed, injecting into the girl's body through her nails. In an instant, the girl, who had a passable appearance, underwent a drastic change and transformed into a hideous monster with sharp fangs, asymmetrical eyes, witnessed by the 4 in less than 10 seconds. An indescribable fear lingered in the minds of the 4, their pale lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Emo-chen pointed at a blond man and said, "You called me a monster just now? Look closely, who is more ruthless, your friend or me?" Sweet Potato's message: the male protagonist of this book is a non-human lifeform with the mission of eliminating all life. Dear readers, please read this book rationally and do not judge the male protagonist with human values. The behavior of the monster is different from that of humans. If it causes psychological discomfort, Sweet Potato apologizes here. When fear reaches a certain level, it can even make the surrounding air as heavy as water. At least for these 4 individuals. Their terrified eyes revealed their thoughts. They regretted living in this world. They witnessed a few minutes ago, Their friend who was chatting and laughing with them turned into another monster in the hands of the monster. A completely unrecognizable, pus-dripping, snarling, acid-soaked monster. Can you feel it? This kind of despair, this feeling of helplessness, like a breeze brushing past your ears, always awakening your instincts. Emo-chan released his left hand that was gripping the monster woman's neck, then said, I used to be a human too. I used to empathize with you, but that's all in the past. Ah, ah, ah. Amid the screams of the blonde man, the monster woman devoured his flesh voraciously. This gruesome scene was witnessed by the other three, blood splattering on their faces, melting in their mouths, dissolving in their saliva. Some sticky, salty with a hint of sweetness, cries mixed with incoherent wails. Ah, Mom! I want my mom. Kill me, please kill me. Emo-chan looked at the remaining three, a hint of a sinister smile crossing his lips. Spreading his hands, he faced the three as if admiring a piece of art, saying, Your look of despair is like a painting in a museum, the twisted expressions are like bold brushstrokes, this is what true art is. The most terrifying part was yet to come. Emo-chan placed his hand back on the monster woman's back, forcefully extracting all the cancer cells from her body. Now, she had returned to being a normal person. The blue-haired woman stared blankly ahead, tears of blood streaking down her face. In front of her lay a brutal and inhumane corpse. Her hands covered in blood, chunks of flesh still in her mouth, constantly reminding her. What had just happened was not a dream. The collapse of reason only took a moment. The blue-haired woman rubbed her head. Just half an hour ago, this hair was her wild signature. Now, as if possessed, she began tearing out her hair in handfuls, then turned in terror to Emo-chan. Hysterically she screamed, Monster! Monster! You cruel monster! Emo-chan smirked, Watch your words, beauty. Do you think I'm controlling you? I haven't stooped that low, I just injected a bit of magic into you. It's your repressed nature going crazy, unable to resist temptation. The blue-haired woman grabbed Emo-chan's clothes, pulling with all her might, shouting, Lies! You're lying! You killed him! I'm glad to see you're even crazier than before. Face reality, you were sober just now, you know that. You just refused to admit it. Your friend was more delicious than you imagined, Emo-chan sneered. Suddenly, a claw swiped towards the blue-haired woman's head, but Emo-chan swiftly intercepted it. Boss, why didn't you let me kill her? Wulong hesitated. Smack! Fengchu slapped Wulong hard, so hard it almost knocked his head askew. Wulong struggled to straighten his head, glaring at Fengchu as he scolded, Are you looking for a fight? Fengchu's tone remained calm. Do you know who you're questioning? The boss stopped you, and you dare ask why? I think the boss may have indulged you too much, to the point where your disrespect is showing. A cold light flashed in Fengchu's eyes. If I see even a hint of disrespect towards the boss from you again, even if you're my brother, even if we share blood, I won't hesitate to kill you. Hearing this, Wulong immediately lowered his head, apologizing profusely to Fengchu and Emo-chan. The nod was vigorous, even knocking his sunglasses off his face. Emo-chan couldn't help but swallow nervously. He didn't think Wulong did anything wrong, but Fengchu was nitpicking. Alright, Wulong didn't mean it. You two caused such a ruckus, I'm not in the mood to continue playing. Give them a good show, Fengchu respectfully suggested. Boss, before we act, I'd like to offer a suggestion. The hounds will catch up to us soon. Wulong's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity, he raised his hand and slapped Fengchu across the face. How dare you question the boss's decision? Watch me teach you a lesson. Emo-chan coughed. Wulong, you idiot. Fengchu, don't be mad, Wulong is just like that, a bit immature. Let's call it even. Fengchu remained calm. The boss once said, Great concealment lies within the market, small concealment lies within the forest. Currently, we can hide among humans. And now, it's the perfect time to make our move. Emo-chan understood Fengchu's meaning instantly. He grabbed the blue-haired woman's neck again, injecting cancer cells into her body. About 15 minutes later, law enforcement officers swiftly arrived at the scene. 2 floating police cars arrived, carrying 5 individuals armed with small-caliber light electromagnetic pistols. As they reached the convenience store entrance, they were dumbfounded. A humanoid figure with blue hair was devouring a body on the ground. Beside them, 3 young people were struggling, bound by slime, 2 men and a woman. Calling headquarters, City 3rd District, Red Wine Avenue, in the 23rd Alley, an unmanned convenience store has discovered an unknown creature. 3 young people are in danger. Soon, urgent orders came from headquarters. The higher-ups have spoken, you must ensure the safety of this monster at all costs. Hostages are not important, do not disturb the monster, quietly wait for the military to arrive. The captain of the law enforcement team was furious. When did the influence of the monster surpass that of humans? What a joke! A younger law enforcement officer had already pulled out his gun and aimed at the monster. "Captain, do we really do nothing? Get back to the police car, take off your pants, and use your dick to shoot those damn dogs. They simply don't care about human lives." After saying this, the man took off his hat, threw it on the ground, stomped on it, spat on it, and sulkily returned to the floating police car. The other four looked at each other, shaking their heads in resignation. Obeying orders was the duty of law enforcement officers. In less than a minute, the military swiftly arrived at the scene. 19 military magnetic levitation small motorcycles rushed in. These motorcycles all had an inverted triangle mark. It is worth mentioning that the inverted triangle mark on the military equipment was exactly the same as the mark on the sign of this convenience store. Upon arriving at the scene, the 19 individuals did not immediately attack the monster, but quickly blocked any possible escape routes. "The commander has spoken. Our main task this time is negotiation. Do not disturb Emotion." As soon as the words fell, an armored man pressed his helmet and the face of a middle-aged man appeared. "Take me to the front." The distance slowly closed in. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, until the distance was less than 3 meters. The middle-aged man exclaimed, "Child, you are such a beautiful and powerful creature." The monster stopped eating and slowly turned its head to look at the 3D projection. The gazes of the two met, and Emotion quickly took control of the monster's body. "Hello, grandson, you found me again." Emotion waved the skeleton of a corpse. "Child, I hope we can prioritize peace. Come back with me. I acknowledge your freedom. You have studied me thoroughly. You also know my true form is not here." Emotion pondered. The middle-aged man's 3D projection smiled. "Child, as long as you are willing to give me a bit of your cells, even just a bit, as long as we cooperate, I can give you citizenship, let you enjoy rights. You don't have to obey anyone, we just need to understand each other." Emotion laughed heartily, his voice hoarse like gravel in his throat. "So, how much are you planning to pay me per day?" "As long as you are willing, your cell pattern can be printed on banknotes." Emotion sneered. "Ha, boring. You are so boring, you disappoint me. I won't allow you to expose your weakness so easily. Do you know how foolish you are? I can pretend to agree with you, follow your wishes to find your location, then wipe out your whole family. But I don't want to do that. You are underestimating me. Do you think what humans pursue can satisfy me? Your arrogance, I will never forget. In the lab, I tried my best just to survive, and you treat me as a joke. Do you know how ugly your faces are?" The air fell silent instantly. Emotion stared at the 3D projection, took a deep breath, and continued, "Let's play a game, using human lives as the stakes. You like experiments, don't you? Now I like them too. 3 days from now, from noon to 5 p.m., within 5 hours, I will take away 1,000 lives." The middle-aged man calmly asked, "What are the stakes?" Emotion laughed hysterically, clutching his stomach. "What are the stakes? You're funny. Are 1,000 lives not enough for you to gamble with? Calling me a monster? Faced with 1,000 lives, you don't even bat an eye. Who is it that doesn't value life? Child, life is precious. We shouldn't take others' lives lightly. You should use your abilities to heal and save lives. You have this gift, and it's significant." Emotion pointed at the middle-aged man. "Don't play games with me. I value you because you are cautious too. I remember everyone's faces that day, except yours. Are you afraid too? Afraid I'll find you? Ha ha. You've got me all fired up. It's so interesting. Are we cats to each other, or are we mice? Who's catching whom in the end?" Emotion returned the smile, considering him a true opponent, enough to pique his interest 100-fold. The middle-aged man continued, "Child, don't think I don't know. You've sent out 18 clones scattered around the world. They're still en route, and I'm protecting them well. You have your chips, and I have mine." Emotion's gaze turned serious, feeling the pressure instantly enveloping him, a sense of being controlled among others no matter the circumstances. Nonchalantly, he said, "Oh? Aren't you afraid of letting the tiger back into the mountain? Honestly, if you were a brainless monster, I'd be genuinely scared. Monsters driven by slaughter are hard to deal with, but since you want to play, I'll play until you accept my terms willingly." Emotion replied, "Those who drown are those who can swim. I have an advantage you lack because I am the river that will drown you." The middle-aged man sneered, "Everyone, stand down. Child, you handle the remaining 5 pawns." With a command, all the arriving soldiers pretended not to have seen anything that had just occurred. Riding hover bikes, they vanished in an instant. The blue-haired female monster, with bared fangs and claws, dissolved into blood water. Simultaneously, the 3 kidnapped individuals rose from the slime. The one on the far left, Feng Chu, held his head low. "Sorry, boss, my little cleverness didn't work at all." In a game of wits, cleverness is useless. The young man in the middle was Emotion. He shook his hand, wiping off the slime from Feng Chu, saying, "This isn't about intelligence, it's about having leverage. I don't accept any conditions, which means I'm ready to go all out." He doesn't dare make a move because he carries not just his biological research but also immense power and responsibility. Those at the pinnacle of power live each day on thin ice. Among the three, Manhwa, who had the girl's body, shouted excitedly, "Boss Missouri-chan is awesome, Boss Missouri-chan is awesome." Emo-chan glanced back at Manhwa, then turned to Feng Chu, saying, "One person's mind doesn't determine much. I don't have much of a brain to begin with. If I were smarter." Emo-chan took a deep breath and continued, "So, I need to communicate with you all before making any decisions. But one thing is clear to me. It's crucial to understand our position, know what to do and what not to do, to strategize effectively." Feng Chu clapped his hands and nodded earnestly, "I understand, boss. The big picture is what truly matters." "Boss, what's our position then?" Manhwa scratched his head, looking curious. "Our position is to have no position. We are not bound by any constraints. Our ultimate goal is no longer the pursuit of mundane survival. We aim to eliminate all life forms. Before that, we will make them understand that every day they live is a gift from above." And so, the three walked towards the 5 law enforcement vehicles, chatting and laughing along the way. Tonight, the city lost another 5 law enforcers. Inside the old cheap apartment, a holographic TV flashed with news, broadcasting last night's events. "Breaking news, citizens please note, last night in the 3rd-tier city area, a malicious robbery occurred, where 5 law enforcers were maliciously murdered, and the suspects have all been arrested." At the same time, the screen showed several expressionless criminals. Emo-chan took a sip of his vodka and then smashed the plastic bottle on the holographic TV. Belching, he mockingly said, "Interesting, these media are good at fabricating stories, just picking a few people to be scapegoats." Suddenly, a curvaceous and eccentrically dressed young woman, almost naked, walked out of the bedroom. At the age of 18 or 19, with a purple ponytail and 3 silver skull earrings on her left ear, she had a cigarette in her mouth. "Boss, what are we having for breakfast today?" It was none other than Wulong. Feng-chun ordered beef takeout, so put on some modesty cloths first, it's not good to be seen like this. Wulong nodded and went back to the bedroom to get dressed. Soon after, a well-dressed young man with silver-white short hair, holding an electronic projection map, approached Emo-chan respectfully. "Boss, according to my investigation, there is a good commercial center in the city center, with a daily footfall of tens of thousands. It's a good place. You're good with these high-tech gadgets, Feng-chun, so let's set the activity in this commercial center in 3 days. Emo-chan said, opening another bottle of vodka and drinking it down. Ding! Emo-chan, let me tell you something. One of your men seems to have killed a formidable creature, gaining a flammable special mutation point. Adding up the mutation points and evolution points I haven't told you about these days, you currently have a total of 866 evolution points, 21 mutation points, and a special mutation point." Emo-chan got excited, put down the vodka, and asked, "Then help me add it. What's the special mutation point?" "I'll add you. I've been with you for so long, and you still haven't figured it out? Your cells have just mutated. Wait a while before we talk. If you rush it, your cells will undergo uncontrollable mutations. I've screened out the extra mutation points, not many are useful. But don't waste them, you have the opportunity to cultivate some bacteria, viruses, biomonsters. I can help you enhance them with evolution and mutation points." Emo-chan's eyes lit up. "I can cultivate bacteria and viruses? I've told you a long time ago, it goes in one ear and out the other. By the way, during this time, you and your men have cleared out many intelligent lives. I reward you by enhancing your spatial perception ability to a 1-meter range. Currently upgrading, upgrade complete." Suddenly, Emo-chan felt a refreshing sensation in his head. It was the same mysterious feeling from when he was just a cell. The surrounding space became clear, even sensing the bacteria flowing in the air around him. "Awesome! Do my men have this ability too?" "No, this is just enhancing your mental core. Your men are just consciousness split from you, but the mental core is still in you." "Oh, right, system. So, does that mean I can cultivate bacteria and viruses now?" "Cultivate your uncle, you ungrateful brat. You had so many opportunities before and didn't cherish them. What are you cultivating here? Wait for the right moment. Now you have 2 genes in your body undergoing discord. Let me modify them." Hearing this, Emo-chan broke out in a cold sweat. 2 genes in discord? This sounded like a matter of life and death. "System, is it going to be serious?" "Seriously, your system is quite awesome. All done. I spent a special mutation point and have already helped you make the modifications. The fusion between your cancer cells and the snail's genes wasn't perfect earlier, so I've basically given you a buff. Your mucus can now ignite upon contact with fire. Ignite upon contact with fire? Emo-chan heard this and suddenly looked into the room, where silk threads hung, covered in mucus from the secret fight between the dragon and phoenix chicks last night. Ignite upon contact with fire? Suddenly, the bedroom door opened. Boss, do you smoke? I just found this big leaf cigarette in the room, it's really strong, Long said, unwrapping a dry cigarette from paper and casually tossing the butt. Boom! Instantly, the whole room was ablaze, the fire raging like an oven. And the three of them became ducks in an oven. The safety valve on the ceiling had run out of water long ago. After all, it was an old apartment, and the fire safety measures were probably scrapped decades ago. Long couldn't believe it. Wow, this fire is huge. Fong respectfully approached Emo-chan. Boss, shall I help you take care of this guy? Do you two have some unresolved grudge? Hurry up and put out the fire. Emo-chan, furious, opened a bottle of vodka and gulped it down. Just as he finished speaking, Long quickly grabbed a bottle of toilet cleaner from the table and threw it into the fire. Boom! The fire intensified, adding fuel to the flames. Boss, this stuff you're drinking is really strong. Long was shocked. Boss, seriously consider taking care of this guy. Fong calmly suggested. Emo-chan glanced at Long patting out the flames nearby, sighed. After all, he's our brother, a bit foolish, but let's put out the fire first. Minutes later, they removed the mucus, extinguished the remaining fire, and when the flames subsided, the room was charred. Black smoke billowed out of the window, and passing vehicles in the sky stopped to take pictures. Emo-chan looked at the mess in the room. Wow, I can't believe it, a perfectly good room turned into smoked meat because of you. Long hung his head. Sorry, boss. I'm willing to take the blame. Fong rolled up her sleeves, clenched her fists, ready to fight. Emo-chan shook his head, sighed. Forget it. Don't mess around like this again in the future. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hello, Tadu Delivery is happy to serve you. Emo-chan gave a thumbs up. Tadu is awesome. Even the delivery is from their company. The door opened, and the robotic delivery person handed over 30 kilograms of beef. Hello, you chose cash on delivery, a total of 2,800 yuan. Emo-chan took the beef, turned around. Hey, did you guys remember to bring cash from the convenience store last night? I did. Fong took out a bunch of bills from her pocket. Alright, pay up properly, let's all be proper from now on. Killing is killing, no more freeloading habits. Life is full of trivialities. 3 days later, in the charred apartment. Early in the morning, Long, Fong, and Emo-chan were ready to set off. Early birds catch the worm, early risers suffer. Emo-chan looked at the three of them in the mirror. They were all dressed neatly and properly, even Long, who liked to wear underwear on his head, was tidied up by Fong. They all looked like obedient students. These were the school uniforms that had been gathering dust in the closet, never worn. At first glance, one might think they were going to school, but in reality, they were more terrifying than blowing up a school. Emo-chan smiled contentedly. Fong, do you have the calculator, binoculars, and map ready? Fong patted her backpack, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, embodying the perfect student look. Don't worry, boss, the measuring tools, including observation tools, are all ready. I guarantee we'll have exactly 1,000 people, no more, no less. Emo-chan nodded in relief and turned to Along, asking, are the potato chip snacks, little bird vodka, and poker tabletop game all packed? Long patted his heavy backpack and grinned, his purple ponytail swaying, making him look like a playful girl. Emo-chan also patted his own backpack, filled with a bunch of cancer cells attached to beef. The Emo-chan family inside is ready to go. Today, we're going to play a zombie infection experiment. The highest score is 1,000 points. Emo-chan boss is awesome. Emo-chan family is awesome. Let's go, brothers. Little did anyone know that these three guys were even more skilled at playing than terrorists. Downstairs in the apartment building. Today, the sun was shining brightly, and the old city, even in this sunlight, was vibrant. Emo-chan took a deep breath and asked, Fong Chu, calculate how long it will take to reach the commercial center? Fong Chu manipulated the 3D projection map in his hand, constantly zooming in and out, and after precise calculations, he said, Boss, we've spent all the money we stole these past 2 days. The remaining money is only enough for us to take the hover metro. There's a metro station 600 meters east from here. Emo-chan raised his eyebrows as he smirked. You guys spent all the money, what did you buy these days? Fong Chu calmly replied, Long bought 20 thongs and 1,000 pairs of grid-patterned colorful stockings online, all of which were expensive second-hand goods, totaling 14,063 yuan. Emo-chan slapped Long's head. Vulgar. Is that all you aspire to? Why not buy black stockings? What's your opinion on pink fishnet stockings? Fong Chu continued, I bought Raj Language Learning Complete Guide, How to Cleverly Kill Your Own Brother, 10,000 ways to deal with mentally challenged brothers, and an intelligent electronic map screen editor, totaling 23,050 yuan. Emo-chen smirked. Fengchu, studying is good, but you're spending too much. Fengchu pulled out the next page of the bill. Boss, you spent 48,669 yuan on 3,463 bottles of toilet cleaner in these 2 days. We only have 23 yuan left. Fengchu took out two 10 yuan bills and 3 steel springs from his pocket. Emo-chen glanced at them, feeling a bit guilty, and coughed. We need to save where we can and spend wisely. If necessary, we can walk. It's okay, boss. The metro fare is 2 yuan, enough for a round trip. So, the three of them followed the map to the metro transportation network, paid the fare, and entered the entrance of the underground transportation network, where a futuristic and magical atmosphere greeted them. In the metro station lobby, pedestrians passed by, some on hoverboards, perhaps too lazy to walk. Some were robots, and even a few human-robot hybrids greeted Emo-chen and his group. It seemed like robots and humans were getting along well. Turning east and west along the way, the map and signs were not very helpful, with no arrows indicating the way. Spotting a friendly-looking middle-aged man across the way, Emo-chen approached him and asked, "Excuse me, sir, which line should we take to reach the Baishu Business Center?" Before the man could respond, a girl with a purple ponytail rushed over and pointed aggressively at the man, scolding, "Are you deaf? Can't you hear my big brother talking to you?" The man felt his life was not going well at that moment, stuttering and unable to say a word. Emo-chen slapped Wulong's hand. "I've told you several times, we're human now, so behave properly. Apologize to the man and say something nice." Wulong respectfully bowed to the man. "May you rest in peace, with a smile in the afterlife." The uncle's face turned purple with anger. With a cold snort, he turned his head away, ignoring the three young men. Wulong stepped forward, grabbing the collar of the uncle's plaid wool jacket. Onlookers were dumbfounded, unaware of how this young girl had such strength to lift a person with just one hand. Wulong gritted his teeth, almost revealing his true nature. "You dare to show off in front of my big brother? Do you even know who my big brother is?" Emo-chen hurriedly pushed Wulong aside. "Uncle, please don't mind him. Let's go to that commercial center for a scientific experiment. You young people have no manners. Just take line 31 to get there." The uncle sat back in his chair, pointing to the location of line 31, gasping for breath. The three followed the direction pointed by the uncle and arrived at line 31. Stepping into the passenger aisle, they walked on the floating glass platform and slowly approached the entrance of line 31. Fengchu took out the smart electronic map, reporting, based on the data, it will pass through 23 stations and is expected to arrive in about 40 minutes. It is now 9:06. Emo-chen nodded. "It seems we'll need to find a place to sit for a while when we arrive." Soon, the subway doors opened, revealing a crowded scene inside. Emo-chen furrowed his brows. Having experienced crowded subways before, he didn't expect to go through it again in this new world. There was no way to avoid the crowded subway. Carrying large backpacks and with their strength, they managed to squeeze the passengers inside, causing cries of distress. After stops and starts, they got off the subway after about 40 minutes. Emo-chen breathed out a sigh of relief. "I'm starving from all that squeezing. Boss, there was a hand touching me on the train. I didn't even know what he was trying to do." Wulong played with a bloody finger in his hand. "Did you break his finger?" "I just twisted it lightly and it broke." "Then why didn't we hear any screams of pain?" "I killed him while I was at it." "Why waste energy in such places? Let's go. Our target is the Baishu Commercial Center." Inside the Baishu Commercial Center, covering an area that could be measured in square kilometers, how could a single word describe it? As one of the famous commercial centers in the city, it not only had developed transportation and a huge flow of customers but also offered a wide variety of goods. It was more like a closed city within a huge ostrich eggshell. The most important thing was the simple and honest nature of the people. Catch those thieves! Up ahead, 4 young rascals were running for their lives, with a bald man chasing after them, waving his arms and shouting, "Stop! You guys!" Slipping on the floor, the bald man ended up kissing the ground, his nose bleeding. Getting up from the ground, he wiped the blood off his nose while cursing. As he looked up, he saw 3 young students passing by, looking at him and laughing. "Hey, you brats, what are you looking at? You want trouble, huh? Do you believe I'll beat you to death?" The bald muscle man pointed at the 3 young people angrily. The girl with a ponytail clenched her fist, ready to fight, but was stopped by a hand. The owner of that hand looked at him with a gaze as if looking at a corpse. "Sir, I think you're being a bit unreasonable. My friends and I were just passing by. Why are you provoking us?" The bald man was already full of anger, glaring at the person in the middle, and said, "Just passing by? You don't look like good people with your sneaky looks." My wallet and car keys were stolen just now, and you three look suspiciously similar in age. I think you have a big suspicion. Your issue is not my concern, and also, I don't like the way you're looking at me. The person in the middle said calmly. You little brat, I'll rip your tongue out if you don't watch your mouth. The bald man rolled up his sleeves, acting arrogantly, attracting the attention of onlookers. That big guy bullying three little kids, shameless. The moral decline is so bad that even students want to fight. Don't be afraid of him. If he dares to hit you, my fists are not to be trifled with. The surrounding discussions left the bald man with no face. Obviously, the scales of justice were tipping towards the students. Just then, two pear-shaped machines capable of manipulating force fields descended from the sky, restraining four young rascals. I'm sorry, sir, for the unpleasant shopping experience here, the machine security said, as the four rascals were bound by electromagnetic locks and slammed to the ground. The bald man swiftly kicked, landing a blow on the head of the boy on the far right. His teeth flew out with blood on impact. Dare to steal from me? Who do you think you are? Even third-rate people dare to hang around in a place like this? The mechanical security personnel remained suspended silently, without any movement. At that moment, the murmurs ceased. Upon hearing they were third-rate people, disgust washed over everyone's faces, losing interest in the spectacle, afraid of being tainted by such bad luck. They scattered like avoiding a plague. The bald man became more aggressive, focusing on the youngest, unleashing his anger on the boy on the far right. After a series of kicks, the boy whimpered, pleading, please stop, I won't do it again, I promise. Pa! Spitting, the bald man raised his leg and ruthlessly kicked the boy in the waist with his crocodile skin shoe. The boy choked silently, his pleas growing fainter. You third-rate people are just a bunch of garbage, disturbing social order like filthy bugs hiding in the sewers, stealing scraps, pathetic rats waiting to die. Enough! Sir, if you're really angry, just go ahead and kill him. He represents only himself. What a ridiculous concept is a third-rate person. The bald man smirked, his anger dissipating. Sorry, little brother, I mistook you for their accomplice in my haste, my apologies. As he spoke, his smile turned into a sneer, pointing at the four on the ground. These trash are disgusting, even killing them is a crime, they shouldn't be granted human rights. He then searched the four, retrieved his lost items, and took what wasn't his before leaving cheerfully. The machine security personnel treated the incident as resolved, removed the electromagnetic locks, and silently floated away. The boy coughed up blood clots, tears and blood flowing, more blood than tears. The three who witnessed it all maintained their smiles. Feng Chu, what time is it now? It's 11:12. It's getting late, it's enough. The Emotion family's stance is having no stance, so. Feng Chu smiled faintly, so, we have no principles either. Emotion placed his backpack in front of him, squatting to look at the boy. Hey, kid, still alive, huh? You must hate that bald guy, I'll give you a chance now, can you handle it? The boy weakly replied, thank you for pleading for me. And then he passed out, the other three helping him up, looking like they planned to flee like defeated dogs. I'm giving you a chance, don't disappoint me. I can let you kill that bald guy, and you'll do it with your own hands. This statement held great power, even awakening the fainting boy instantly. Is what you said true? You've made a smart choice. This backpack is for you, open it in 5 minutes, and see what surprise awaits. The three individuals disguised as students smiled and faded away, disappearing into the crowd. The remaining four people looked at the backpack in front of them, just an ordinary black backpack, nothing special. But there was always a strange force attracting them. The little boy forcefully shook off the hand trying to hold him back. I want to open it. Shall see, forget it, there might be a bomb inside. Those three guys are definitely not good people, they might be up to mischief. The boy ignored everyone's words, recalling his 15 years of life, filled with nothing but sorrow. Even if it's a bomb, isn't dying in an explosion a kind of release? The boy crawled to the backpack, unzipped it. In an instant, countless flesh-colored tentacles rushed into his body. Moreover, the extra flesh tentacles, like hungry monsters, crawled towards the other three people. Suddenly, all the passers-by were in a panic. They stared wide-eyed at everything. A nightmarish scene unfolding in reality. The items purchased or about to be purchased in the floating vehicle were forgotten by everyone. Just a moment ago, a fight wasn't a big deal. A few thugs getting beaten up was just that. But now, an unknown fear was unleashed. In a corner of the mall. Report to the boss. There are now 4 infected, estimated to infect 200 in 10 minutes. Today, the neighbor is welcoming a new bride, very lively. It's getting late, but it's not a loss. Ding dong. Emergency notice, hello to all tourists and friends. Due to certain technical reasons, Baishu Commercial Center will be closing soon. Please evacuate in an orderly manner. Thank you for your cooperation. Baishu Commercial Center broadcasted this message, but most people didn't take it seriously. Eat, drink, have fun. Inside a flavored restaurant, a bald man and a creamy young man sat facing each other, chatting and laughing. As they talked, a lewd smile crossed the bald man's lips, his eyes teasing, as he held the creamy young man's hand. "Tonight, I'm going to pamper you." The creamy young man blushed and quickly withdrew his hand, rubbing his hands together in his lap, saying, "Uncle, stop it. I'm not ready yet. What do you need to prepare? Look, do you like this?" With that, the bald man pulled out a delicate blue gem from his pocket. This thing was the item stolen by the 4 little rascals, now returned to him. Where can you reason with them? Whether chasing a girl or a boy, you have to give them a token of affection. The creamy young man's eyes lit up, looking at the gem. The shy smile from before turned into a hesitant acceptance. At that moment, a robotic attendant hurried over to them, saying, "Gentlemen, you also heard the announcement just now. Baishu Commercial Center is officially closing. Please evacuate in an orderly manner." The bald man immediately became unhappy, slamming the table with his big hand, pointing at the robot attendant and shouting, "What's going on? I haven't even taken in to spend yet. Why are you asking us to leave? You haven't even served our food." Suddenly, screams came from outside the window. The bald man furrowed his brow, unconsciously leaning out the window. The crowd below started to riot, as if avoiding something. The bald man suddenly sensed something was wrong and carefully observed the environment outside. He saw several mechanical security personnel walking against the fleeing crowd. Bang! A strange explosion sounded. The crowd below became even more chaotic, screaming repeatedly, some even covered in blood. The bald man's breathing became rapid. In his puzzled gaze, a humanoid monster dragged the metal parts of the security personnel, passing below. At that moment, the bald man's gaze met the monster's. The monster below revealed a sinister smile, as if it had locked onto its prey. Cold sweat trickled down the bald man's forehead. "Run! Run! This is damn wrong!" The bald man grabbed the delicate young man sitting across from him, pushed aside the robot waiter, and the two quickly ran towards the exit. "Uncle, slow down, you're hurting my hand. I'll massage it for you when we get back. Something's really wrong outside now." Running all the way, they knocked down several guests, kicking away anything in their path, be it the robot's tray, tables, or chairs. Gasping for breath, they reached the door and looked around, only to realize they were in a real hell on earth. They were in the rest area on the second floor. Below was the lobby of the Baishu Commercial Center in the southeast. In that lobby, a dozen monsters were feasting on dozens of bodies, the white floor covered in disgusting slime. "Damn, the world has changed. Let's go to the underground parking lot." After cursing, the bald man tried to run, pulling the delicate young man's hand. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move him, his shoes almost tearing apart. Suddenly turning back, his pupils shrank, trembling uncontrollably. The delicate young man's face was full of horror, and on his left shoulder, there was a face of a little boy. An indescribable face, not quite human, eyes asymmetrical, nostrils turned outward, mouth split open, disgusting slime flowing out. If the bald man hadn't beaten him up just minutes ago, he probably wouldn't have recognized him. How can it be you?" The face replied, "Why can't it be me?" The bald man shouted monster, flinging away the delicate young man's arm he had been so concerned about, and ran for his life. But before he could take a few steps, he slipped and fell face first on the ground, trying to crawl away. Suddenly, he felt a huge force pulling him from behind, unable to turn back, the world spinning before him like a carousel. Falling backward, with a thud, a thunderous noise in his head. Coming to his senses, he found himself heavily landing on the first floor. Looking up at the ceiling, he saw a monster descending from above, stepping on his body. Opening its huge mouth, slime dripping onto his face, an indescribable fear engulfed him. Facing death, it was just like this. The bald man coughed up a mouthful of blood, trying to speak but incoherent, unable to explain. The pain in his lungs and throughout his body made him feel like he had been run over by a truck. The little boy held the struggling body of the delicate young man in his left hand, and with his right hand, he pinched the bald man's face. "Do you want to live or die?" The bald man blinked, his eyes filled with a desire to survive. "Want to live? Then eat him, only then you can join us." The little boy controlled the cells in his body to heal the bald man's injuries and made an extremely cruel move. Removing the cells from the bald man's body, he, in human form, had to eat the delicate young man. "Stand up, eat all the flesh on his face, or you'll die." The bald man, now deranged, looked at the delicate young man's fair face. He opened his mouth wide, hugged the delicate young man, closed his eyes, and took a bite. The little boy stood by, watching the brutal act before him. It turns out that those who eat people are not just monsters. Then, with a kick, the little boy smashed the bald man's head, not allowing him to join the ranks of monsters. he turned and ran towards the crowd. In that direction, there were dozens of monsters like him, chasing the crowd. And at a certain vantage point, Feng Chu put away the electronic telescope and calmly said, "Boss, there are now 96 dead, 39 infected zombie monsters. It's been over 20 minutes, a bit below the expected ideal performance." Behind him were Wulong and Imochen playing cards on the ground. 3. Bomb. You bastard, how can I bomb you with a 3? Imochen turned to Feng Chu and asked, "Wulong bombed, Feng Chu, how much can you play?" Feng Chu glanced at the cards in his right hand. "Boss, I can't beat a bomb even if he plays one." "Ding dong, please evacuate quickly, we have a technical issue, no need to panic, please leave this place quickly." Imochen threw the poker cards on the ground. "This announcer is so annoying, let's go to the broadcasting room and do it ourselves." Ding dong. Emergency broadcast, a serious technical flaw has occurred in this mall, all visitors please maintain order and evacuate. We apologize sincerely at Baishu Commercial Center. Please cooperate. Monsters. Why the hell are you shouting so loud? It's over in a second, how painful can it be? Count this person in, Feng Chu, how do you use this thing? Boss, just speak towards the screen, your voice has already been broadcasted. Imochen is awesome, Imochen is awesome. Wulong, stop yelling, cough. Can everyone hear me? Let me tell you something. Today we randomly select 1,000 lucky viewers, congratulations, the lucky ones selected will turn into monsters, or be bitten to death, anyway, they will all die. The event will continue until 5 p.m. Now, let the madness begin. Wulong, bring me a bottle of Little Bird vodka. 3. Bomb. How the hell did you shuffle the cards? How come the bomb is always at your place? Inside the Baishu Commercial Center, the crowd's rationality was instantly detonated like a bomb by these words. This was a complete and thorough terrorist attack. Run! The monsters will eat people. Run! I saw it! Those robot security guards are useless, it's like the gods sent demons to punish us. Several people ran quickly amidst shouts, fear evident in their eyes. Standing still, the crowd was in chaos, unaware of what was happening. The disaster unfolded faster than they had imagined. Hundreds of humanoid monsters covered in slime, moving swiftly, with sinister smiles, attacking the crowd. Those who saw the monsters might already be dead. But those who saw the monsters and were still alive, spreading this news among the crowd, that was the true source of fear. People screamed and fled, cries echoing everywhere. This world had been peaceful for nearly 100 years, it was evident. Their actions were like chicks in a chicken coop being chased by hungry weasels. Women dropped their belongings, men abandoned the women beside them, leaving behind fully loaded floating shopping carts. Now, all they wanted was to escape, to flee frantically. The crowd squeezed together. Entrances that could accommodate a few people side by side were tightly blocked by hundreds of people. Trampling, pulling, scrambling. The crowd grew larger, and soon, the southeast corner of the shopping mall was sealed off. All escape routes were tightly shut, containing the source of infection within. At the same time, close to tens of thousands of people were trapped in the southeast corner. The crowd became even more frantic. At Exit A, hundreds of people gathered. Those at the innermost layer pounded on the tightly locked metal gate. Open the door. What does this mall want to do? Lock us in to feed the monsters? Mom. Sob. Mom, I'm scared. It's okay, baby, it's okay. At that moment, 3 humanoid monsters found them. These 3 monsters crawled, jumped, and ran towards them. Everything seemed so inevitable, like sheep trapped in an alley being slaughtered by wolves. The outermost people became a wall of flesh. Blood and flesh flew, the monsters cruelly dismembered them, devouring flesh and blood greedily. Shrill screams intertwined with curses. Suddenly, the monsters stopped moving. A broadcast echoed through the mall. I have good news for you. The number of infected has reached 300, with 500 dead. That's it. Now, let's play a game of choice. It only takes 200 lives to end this merry gathering. Let the game begin. As the voice faded, in the southeast corner of Baishu Mall, all the zombie monsters ceased their attack and stood before the crowd. They said, select 40 people. At this moment, most of the crowd gathered at the southeast corner of Baishu Commercial Center, near the 5 escape exits labeled A, B, C, D, and E. Exit A had 677 people, Exit B had 1321, Exit C had 869, Exit D had 2,158, and Exit E had only 89. Excluding those hiding inside the mall, the choice game now unfolded at the 5 escape exits. Each exit needed to sacrifice 40 lives. More and more monsters dispersed, surrounding the crowd. The multiple choice test officially began. Exit E had the fewest people, making it the most unfair as they were essentially sacrificing half of their group. The 89 people looked at each other, a sense of indescribable despair enveloping them. If the monsters were to kill them all in an instant, they would at least scream in agony before it was over. But now, 40 individuals had to be chosen from the 89 to meet their end. With nearly a 50-50 chance of survival or death, hope and despair intertwined. The dark side of humanity, as well as its shining moments, were laid bare. At exit E, an elderly man with mechanical limbs and artificial organs stepped forward from the crowd. He had electronic eyes, a steel-plated leg, and even an artificial heart. Using a voice box in his throat, he said, "I fought in a war 160 years ago. I miss my comrades. I believe I have lived long enough." Snap! A tentacle from a monster a dozen meters away pierced the old man's skull, ending his life without mercy. Simultaneously, a teenager in superhero costume, imagining himself as a hero, broke free from his parents and ran towards the crowd. Amid his parents' desperate cries, a 5 or 6-year-old boy spread his arms, protecting those behind him. Fearless, he shouted, "Justice will prevail. All monsters will die." Crack! His small body fell, his cartoon-patterned clothes stained with blood. He became a true superhero. A hero in death, regardless of age, appeared so brave. Meanwhile, the mother of the young boy rushed out to embrace her child but fell into a pool of blood before reaching him. 37 more to go. A man stepped forward, kneeling before his wife and child, holding their hands with a faint smile. The family reunited. 36 more to go. At that moment, a voice rose from the crowd. "There are 2 pregnant women here. Can they count as 2 lives?" The leading monster grinned. "If one is carrying twins, it could count as 3 lives. Do not overestimate human greatness, nor underestimate human darkness." At exit E, 3 men pushed a pregnant woman, their chivalry vanishing in an instant. In the end, ladies first. Especially in life and death moments, those who can consider others are either fools or heroes. "Stop, what do you want to do to my wife?" A man around 40 years old stepped forward. Trying to stop this farce, his action was what a husband should do. The crucial point, however, was that he did not know this pregnant woman. The pregnant woman's face was filled with fear, anger, helplessness, and sorrow. These emotions converged in her eyes. She looked at the man in front of her, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to say something, but the words stuck in her throat. The man holding the pregnant woman's left hand shouted, "So what if you are her husband? Is it still possible for women to get pregnant these days?" The other man on the other side tightly held the pregnant woman's right hand, fanning the flames and provoking, saying, "I have lived for over 20 years, and everyone is conceived through test tube embryos. Could you be lowly third-class people?" With these words, people's rationality was completely shattered. The rest of the people sided with the man. Yes, I thought it was strange too. Are there 2 pregnant women here? I almost forgot that people can still get pregnant. They must be lowly third-class people. Bring the other pregnant woman too. Their lives can be exchanged for ours. Why let these inferior people live? Let's realize their value now. Exactly, what if they are pregnant with twins or triplets? One life can be worth several lives. People's rationality collapsed, but they united. Because they had a common goal, which was survival. In the face of process of elimination, the wrong answers often do not last long. The 2 pregnant women whimpered silently at the same time, and no one knew their tragic backgrounds. Even if they did, so what? You are more disgusting than those cannibal monsters. The military will arrive soon. Are you going to let the monsters destroy your conscience like this? The man who stood up firmly stood in front of the pregnant woman, with 35 zombie monsters behind him. In front of him were humans gradually turning into zombies. Suddenly, a man kicked the man out of the crowd, and he staggered back several steps. He tried to run back into the crowd, but was stabbed through by the zombie monsters behind him. His eyes were full of sorrow as he knelt in front of the crowd, looking at the bone spike in his chest. He may have done nothing, or he may have done something. Now he had become one of the sacrifices in the crowd. Only 35 left. The 3 men holding the pregnant woman exchanged glances for a few seconds, then pushed the pregnant woman out of the crowd. The zombie monster in front of the crowd laughed and extended a tentacle, stabbing the pregnant woman's belly. The pregnant woman closed her eyes tightly, quietly awaiting death. However, when she opened her eyes, she found her belly warm and unharmed. Interesting. Very interesting. I have a good idea. Contrary to what everyone thought, the zombie monster did not immediately kill the pregnant woman, but another bone-spiked tentacle emerged from behind, pointing at the 3 men, and said with a sinister smile, "You 3 guess how many children are in her belly? Guess wrong once, and one of you dies." In an instant, the situation reversed. The 3 men looked at each other, none daring to speak first. The answer was simple. Either 1 or 2, the chances of triplets were very low. But who would be the first to guess? The multiple-choice question fell on these 3 men, and they had to choose one person to answer the question. The 2 men who were closer exchanged a glance and instantly pushed the man in the middle out. He will answer. The man pushed out was furious, but looking at the monster in front of him, the bone-spiked tentacle was already against his forehead. The highest form of fear is not despair, but hope mixed with despair. He stuttered, 1. Crack. The tentacles pierced his forehead, and his body instantly fell. Only 34 more to go. Which one of you will answer? The man on the far left immediately pushed his brother next to him out without hesitation. The man pushed out looked desperate, staring at the bone tentacles above his head, gritted his teeth and shouted, 2. Very good. The man breathed a sigh of relief, almost sitting on the ground if not standing in front of the monster. So, are there 2 boys, 2 girls, or a boy and a girl in her belly? Cold sweat dripped down the man's forehead. 5, 4, 3, 1 boy and 1 girl. Crack. The bone tentacles instantly pierced the man's forehead, and his body fell. 33 more to go. The monster pointed at the last man and said, now it's your turn to answer. Are there 2 boys, 2 girls, or are you foolish enough to say one of each? The remaining man's Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes lifeless, his legs weak as he knelt on the ground, stuttering, 2 boys. Crack. The bone tentacles pierced his chest, dragging his body out of the crowd. 32 more to go. An indescribable fear filled the air. The remaining people dared not even scream. The children had long been silenced by their parents. Time passed by second by second. The leading monster grinned. I know what you're waiting for, the military to arrive, right? While you hesitated, the other 4 who found the escape exits have already made their decisions. Some voted, some killed 40 people to hand over, and some chose the oldest to sacrifice. Now, it's just you left. My suggestions are all good, aren't they? After the zombie monster finished speaking, he gently patted the pregnant woman's belly and whispered in her ear, I know what's in your belly. I'm curious how you conceived such a thing. Go back. The pregnant woman tremblingly returned to the crowd. As the monster said, these 2 pregnant women were not carrying human babies. Therefore, any answer would be wrong. Now, the remaining crowd had to make a new choice. They had 3 options: vote, kill the weak and throw them out, or sacrifice the oldest. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. I have a solution. Those who are terminally ill, even if they replace their organs with mechanical ones, cannot survive, followed by those over 80 years old. The rest will decide by voting. As soon as this was said, the people around nodded in agreement. Who has genetic defects? Who is over 80 years old? Please stand up voluntarily. What do you want? My son is healthy. He lives in the downtown area. Get lost. Your son is barely 2 years old. What does he know? Hand him over. The people once again united. This time, more bloodthirsty than before, the zombie monster and they watched quietly. When people abandoned all principles, they transcended fear and shifted it onto a 2-year-old child. At this moment, a mother threw herself on the ground. Beneath her was a wailing child, and on her back were a dozen hands pulling, hitting, and forcing her to hand over the child. Perhaps there were onlookers with clear eyes in the crowd, or perhaps not. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The people, crazier than the zombies, turned to see 23 Marine armored personnel rushing to the scene. Bang! 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 Under the sound of gunfire, the dozens of zombie monsters in front of the crowd became fragile. Amidst the symphony of bullets and flesh colliding, true hope shone in the eyes of the people. However, the monsters seemed even more excited. Ha ha, the military has finally arrived. Brothers, run if you can. If you can't, then die. Assembly at escape point A, ha. People stared foolishly at the talking zombie monster in front of them, completely unaware why the military's arrival seemed to make the monster even happier than the people. The monster, with a grotesque smile, flung its sticky fluids onto the walls and ceiling, leaping and flying with a frantic escape posture resembling Spider-Man. Bang! 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 In the path of the fleeing monsters, electromagnetic explosive bullets followed closely behind. In less than a few seconds, several zombie monsters fell, swiftly finished off by the expert marksmanship of the armored Marines. Reduced to minced meat, under the devastation of high-energy electromagnetic explosions, those wriggling meat pieces struggled to heal and chose self-termination. As the zombie monsters fled in panic, the remaining crowd cheered and rejoiced, embracing each other, encouraging one another, supporting each other like intimate siblings. At escape point A, all the zombies quickly gathered, forming a neat formation. Across from the zombie monsters stood well-equipped Marines, armed with high-energy laser weapons, plasma weapons, and even 2 hovering ethereal particle cannons. The reason the military dared not act rashly was a huge blob of sticky flesh on the other side. The remaining crowd was enveloped by a massive blob of sticky substance, like being trapped in a swamp, unable to break free. only able to struggle. They were hostages. Among the zombie monsters, a deep voice rang out, "Are all the brothers here? The Emochan family is powerful. The Emochan family is powerful. Very good. Very spirited." The boss said, "Bring 100 brothers to the forefront, who's willing to go first?" Before the words had even settled, the zombies hesitated for a moment, then began to whisper among themselves. Brother, you go first, I still want to do one last thing. Oh, I also want to survive until the end for a grand finale. I have an idea, let's count off, odd numbers go to the front." "That's a good suggestion." And so, to the astonishment of the military and the crowd, the orderly line of zombies began to count off. 2, 4, 6, 8, 248, 250. A rebuke sounded from the zombie group, "Can't any of you idiots count odd numbers?" At the same time, the military issued the command, "Attack that commanding monster, it should be the leader of the monster group." Bang! In the midst of the zombie group, an electromagnetic bullet whistled through, exploding the head of the gesticulating zombie on the spot. Flesh and blood flew, the head turned into a mist of blood and disappeared. In an instant, the air fell silent. The zombie group, including the crowd, stood in shock. Half a minute later, countless eyes stared at the necks without heads. Panic ensued. More frantic than the zombie group was the crowd, unable to imagine what crazed actions the provoked zombies might take. "These bastards don't play by the rules. Kill them. Cheer for the next brother to die." The zombie group did not attack the crowd but instead shouted and charged towards the military. Simultaneously, the military opened fire. Bullets, laser beams, and particle cannons struck the zombie bodies. Boom! Blood-red fireworks burst on the ground. The combat within 100 meters inevitably affected everyone. Bullets that pierced through zombie bodies hit the people behind. The crowd cursed and shouted in anger. "Damn it! Stop firing, you idiots in the military. I pay taxes every day, just to feed these blind useless wastes? My leg is broken. Stop your attack." In the battlefield, the zombie group broke through the 100-meter distance and engaged in combat with the military. It was a struggle without disparity. Under a single charge, the zombie group was reduced by half. Then, the remaining zombies regrouped, forming a massive zombie monster that rampaged through the military. However, it looks impressive, but in reality, it's utterly useless. Instantly turned into a pile of black ashes by a plasma ball. In the clash between flesh and technology, it was a crushing victory, with the military clearing 268 zombies at the cost of 5 injured and 1 dead, only leaving a ground of minced meat. Inside the Baishu Mall broadcasting room, "Give me a 6, give me a 6. Emochan tossed the dice in his hand, revealing a 3. The dragon's eye sparkled as he said, "Boss rolled a 3, move 3 spaces forward, choose a great adventure." Fengchu fiddled with the electronic screen and said, "Boss, all our zombie brothers have been killed, along with the military and accidental deaths, we are just 3 people short of 1,000. Emochan smiled faintly, took a gulp of Little Bird vodka, and said, "Since it's a big adventure, I'll bet it all on this chess piece." With that, Emochan moved his chess piece 3 spaces forward. At the same time, the group of zombies that had been minced meat gathered to form a human face. Slowly standing up, he addressed everyone, "It's now 4:39 in the afternoon, remember exactly 1,000. Today's revelry ends with a beautiful flame." As soon as he finished speaking, all the zombie minced meat simultaneously turned into blood and dissolved. Among the crowd trapped in the mucus, someone pulled out a lighter. Snap! The mucus quickly ignited, turning into a huge fireball. The innocent people were trapped in the burning fireball, wailing and screaming in agony. Bang! The mall's ceiling shattered, revealing a hexagonal diamond-shaped spaceship descending. It sprayed a white extinguishing liquid nitrogen mixture at the crowd. Inside the mall, at Exit A, there was a huge black ball, made up of hundreds of people burned together, disfigured, crying out, the sound echoing through the heavens and earth. A presence even more hideous than zombie monsters. However, this raging fire did not kill anyone but turned them into beings with charred skin. Even battle-hardened soldiers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a surge of shock and horror. The iron-blooded soldiers do not fear death, but humans fear the unknown. These monsters that come and go quickly, people know nothing about them. Several soldiers took off their armor, comforting the group of people whose skin had stuck together due to the high temperature with warm palms. There was a soldier who tightly held the small hand reaching out from the crowd, the charred little hand gripping his finger. Suddenly, tears welled up in the soldier's eyes. He struggled to hold back his tears and murmured, "What kind of cold-blooded existence could do such a thing?" Before long, medical personnel rushed to the scene, facing the group of people whose skin was stuck together. They had to use lasers to temporarily separate their skin, as robots couldn't handle such delicate work, and many doctors chose to operate themselves. They were individually sent to the hospital for treatment. Everything seemed to have ended, but in reality, this couldn't even be considered the true beginning. A broadcast sounded in the mall. "The game is over now, I regret that you didn't make it here. The second game is about to begin. I left clues in the broadcasting room. Come and play the next game with me. Ha ha, brothers, it's time to run." The broadcast echoed throughout the Baishu Mall, and the military quickly issued an order: seal off the entire Baishu Mall and investigate the broadcasting room. With a bang, the door of the broadcasting room was kicked open. 6 Marine armored soldiers entered, scanning everything inside the broadcasting room, their gaze fixed on the chair directly ahead. There was a corpse, eyes rolling, a large hole in the chest, holding 3 cards. Strangely, the person had a smile carved on their face. At that moment, the leader of the armored personnel's helmet projected a 3D image. "Emo-chen, this time I lost. You really picked a good time, just when I was busiest. But I warn you, if you continue with this violent game, don't blame me for going all out against you." At that moment, the corpse spoke. "All right, I can tell you're not him. He's much more ruthless than you. Where did that bastard go? Our game is not over yet. Oof. No wonder father is so obsessed with you. My father has gone to the Mars base. Your judgment is coming." "Bah! Stop babbling. Are you his daughter or son?" The 3D projection hesitated. "Why should I tell you this? So you're his daughter, little girl, I've got my eye on you." Before the words could settle, the cells on the corpse quickly turned into blood and dripped down. The middle-aged man projected growled, "Damn it, Emo-chen has escaped again. Check the clues he left behind." With a command, the leading soldier slowly entered the control room, while the others stood still, seeing a board game map and plastic circular pieces on the ground. There were also a pile of snacks and empty bottles of toilet cleaner. As the soldier reached for the pieces, the 3D projection scolded him, "Don't touch, see where these 3 pieces are placed?" After a thorough inspection, the soldier replied, "1 piece is on the hospital square, 1 on the military camp, and 1 in the square of Great Adventure." "Oh no, the tourists have been taken away by ambulances. It's too late now. Damn it." The soldier puzzled. What does the military camp represent? In this board game, the military camp represents war. It can eliminate an opponent's piece, making them start over from scratch. This could be a warning of destruction. Or perhaps Emo-chen has infiltrated the military, and the Great Adventure represents doing something at will. The middle-aged man projected his gaze on the 3 cards in the corpse's hand. "Bring those 3 cards over here to see." The soldier obeyed, took the 3 cards from the corpse's hand, flipped them over, and saw 3 kings. "What does this represent?" The middle-aged man projected became hysterical. "In a deck of cards, there's only 1 king, holding 3 means he won't play by the rules with us. That damn bastard. Spread the word." All soldiers undergo a thorough examination, especially those who have had close contact with the monster, even if it's a corpse. Notify the hospitals to conduct a complete check on patients. Whether it's doctors or patients, they must all be checked. Suddenly, the 3D projection man burst into tears. "Damn it. If there's 1 cell not found, he can multiply like crazy. What should I do? What should I do? Ah, damn bastard Emo-chen. Father, if it were you, how would you handle this situation? I really can't handle it." Inside the subway, 3 students dressed in casual attire sat on the chairs. This time the subway was not crowded at all, quite spacious. The girl with a purple ponytail massaged the legs and shoulders of the boy in the middle, trying to please him. "Boss, what should we eat when we get back?" "Let's have beef platter, I feel like it's a good choice." The white-haired boy on the right pushed his glasses and said, "Boss, I have some bad news, we're out of money, I suggest a bank robbery." Upon hearing this, the girl instantly perked up. "Robbery, robbery. Emo-chen boss is awesome. Rob a bank? I'm not interested in money. Who else could these 3 be? Emo-chen, who leaves after accomplishing his goals, hiding his achievements and fame, and the hidden dragon and crouching phoenix." With these words, the hidden dragon and crouching phoenix both looked at Emo-chen with strange eyes. "Am I not interested in money?" The 2 seemed to be trying to hold back their laughter, but also felt it was impolite. Emo-chen cleared his throat and said, "When the delivery person comes to the door, we just don't give him money, isn't that enough?" "But boss, you said we can't freeload." Emo-chen slapped his thigh, speaking firmly, "How is this freeloading? It's only freeloading if you have money and don't give it. I don't have money, but I want something, so I won't give money. Any problem with that?" This argument made sense, and Wulong and Fengshu nodded in agreement. "Give if you have, don't if you don't, that's not freeloading." The next day at 8 o'clock, the morning news was broadcasted live. We report a tragic news from the city of Tadu. Yesterday, between noon and afternoon, there was a biomonster attack at the Baishu Commercial Center in Tadu, causing massive casualties. Now, let's connect with our reporter for a detailed interview with the relevant personnel. The screen switched to a private reporter's exclusive interview. The female reporter facing the camera said, "Alright, now we have the director of the city's Biochemical Management Bureau to explain the details of this incident. Mr. Director, regarding this terrifying biomonster attack, what has your bureau found in the investigation?" After the reporter finished, the microphone was handed to a middle-aged man. "Certainly, last night we investigated overnight based on clues and traced it to a biopharmaceutical company. Due to various reasons, I cannot disclose the name of this company, but we found solid evidence in this company." The reporter frowned. "Can you show us the evidence?" The middle-aged man clapped his hands, and two staff members brought in a large bag of rotten bodies. Quietly placed on the table, no matter from which angle you looked at it, it seemed like rotten meat left in a broken refrigerator for months. The director pointed to the decaying body and said, "There are quite terrifying biomonster cells inside. Please rest assured, we have already eliminated the biomonster cells inside. This is the origin of the pathogen. All responsible persons of this biopharmaceutical company have been arrested by us. In a week, our Biovirus Crisis Management Bureau will provide a complete answer to all citizens." Mr. Director, this is a vague response. I don't think this is a strong proof. Without sufficient evidence, I won't make too many comments, but please rest assured, we have already controlled the source of harm. Bang! An empty blue plastic bottle smashed against the virtual screen. Ha! Nonsense! Ding! Well done, Emo-chan. Considering your active performance yesterday, I have decided to reward you with a special ability, but changed my mind. Emo-chan's eyes twitched at the corners of his mouth. Was this system even making sense? Promising a reward and then taking it back? It was like a single man meeting a widow at night, only for her to knock on the door to invite him to her wedding with someone else. Come on, system, just give me the special reward. Why be so polite? Well, you see, this special ability requires you to strive for it. If I just give it to you easily, wouldn't the reward seem cheap? System, are you kidding me? If you have it, just give it. What's the point of hiding it? The special ability is not an evolutionary reward. It won't affect your cells, but it will benefit you greatly. Do you want it or not? Emo-chan's eyes lit up, eager. Of course, I want it. What special ability? Want it? You brat. What time is it now? Still sitting on the couch watching TV? There are so many people outside breathing air, don't you find it annoying? Hurry up and go out to eliminate some city population. System, don't rush me, I can't face them head on. I can't defeat the army. Did I tell you to face them head on? Did I tell you to fight the army? Are you a blockhead? Can't you do a sneak attack? Damn it! Drugging, using dirty tricks, instigating group fights, employing seduction tactics, the 36 stratagems, the art of war by Sun Tzu. Don't you know how to apply these skills effectively? Mo-chen was speechless. Never had he felt this way in his life. He wanted to argue back at the system, but he couldn't find the words to do so. Stop wasting time. While you're idling away, your underlings are wreaking havoc. System, don't boast. I know what kind of people my underlings are. I didn't expose them to the human world. Bah! One of your underlings is idly killing fish in the sea. Do you know how many evolution points and mutation points he's earned? Another one of your underlings is hiding in the grasslands, blowing up ant hills for fun. And your trusted six-eyed underling in the cave, when he's bored, he crushes bugs. Look at yourself, such behavior, TSK. You're really disgracing the Emo-chen family. Emo-chen was neither crying nor laughing at the retort. Feeling helpless, he changed the subject. System, stop scolding. How many evolution points, mutation points, and special mutation points do I have? And what special ability are you giving me? I've exchanged the unused mutation points for evolution points and special mutation points for you. You have 10,098 evolution points. There are 20 special mutation points, one of which you can use. It's from one of your underlings who obtained it while hunting spiders in the desert. It allows you to turn your secretions into tougher spider silk and secrete both the adhesive and silk simultaneously. The special ability I'm giving you is mental materialization. Emo-chan's mind raced with thoughts. Shooting spider silk was much cooler than secreting adhesive. Wasn't this like Spider-Man? He didn't care about mental materialization at all. System, strengthen me now. Okay, wait a moment. Give me a day. I'll allocate the gene combinations for you. Mutation is a bit complex now, so I'll use the evolution points along with a desert spider special mutation point. Do you agree with my approach? System, are you asking for my opinion? Damn it, I'm your system, not your mother. If you don't confirm, I don't have the authority to make changes. Just nod your head. Mo-chen nodded and said, okay, at least 1 day, at most 2 days. When I'm busy, you can go kill some people to hone your skills. Bye. After confirming with the system, Mo-chen stretched lazily, then greeted his 18 brothers worldwide through mental connection. However, today, his trusted underling invited him to discuss something through consciousness time travel. An invitation from a good brother, especially one valued by Mo-chen, had to be accepted. Inside the primitive forest nature reserve, raindrops fell through the leaves, signaling early morning in this place already deep into the night. In the cold cave, once the territory of bears, now occupied by the Mo-chen family. Inside this cave, bears, deer, wild boars, and other creatures gathered. They were all members of the Mo-chen family. In this dark cave, the most eye-catching figure was a six-eyed monster covered in bone spurs, over 2 meters tall. Like the king of beasts, he ruled over all creatures in the forest. But at this moment, he knelt on one knee, bowing his head like a loyal servant, awaiting his master's arrival. In his devout posture, a monkey's body sat on a giant rock, its decaying flesh riddled with cancer cells. Suddenly, the monkey opened its eyes. Welcome, boss. All members of the Mo-chen family await your orders. It's like the return of the Dragon King's young master, such a grand reception. This place is really shabby, not even a single light. Inside the primitive forest nature reserve. This reserve had not been disturbed by outsiders for nearly a century. Now, an unexpected guest had arrived. A monkey sat on the shoulder of a six-eyed monster, dashing through the ancient trees and fallen leaves. The monkey tightly gripped a bone spike on the monster's shoulder as the fierce wind brushed past like a sharp blade. Six Eyes, I didn't leave you behind because I trust you, but you can't be so excited. Slow the hell down. With these words, the speed of the six-eyed monster finally decreased a bit. Sorry, boss, I was just too excited to see you, the monkey said with a slight smile, patting the monster's head playfully. Calm down, work hard, and develop slowly. The boss won't treat you unfairly. After scanning the desolate primitive world around him, the monkey continued, Hey, where are you taking me? The Six Eyes pondered for a moment and replied, One of my brothers accidentally discovered a mysterious underground structure, where it smells like home. After trekking through mountains and rivers for nearly 3 hours, they arrived at their destination. Boss, we're finally here. Just pass through the crack in the mountains and follow the Ain River downstream for a considerable distance, the monkey instructed. Looking ahead, there was a mountain not too high or elegant, with a crack about a meter wide but 100 meters high. The monkey, who was actually named Mo-chen, scratched his head and asked in confusion, Six Eyes, are you taking me grave robbing? Boss, you're brilliant. Mo-chen, you're awesome. Six Eyes laughed and teased, robbing graves? You told me it smells like home, you cheeky monkey. Despite being scolded, Six Eyes was not angry but rather extremely happy. He inserted his right hand into his body, took out a glass rod containing some liquid, waved it a few times, and it instantly lit up like a light bulb. Mo-chen praised, impressive, Six Eyes. This thing is much more efficient for lighting than using biomass. Thank you for the compliment, boss. I stole this thing from a camping tour group on the road before, and humans never found out, Six Eyes replied. Mo-chen sighed and said, Take what you need, no need to be shy. Let's go, show me what's inside. Suddenly, the body of the six-eyed monster shrank, and the two entered with the help of the light rod. Initially narrow, it soon widened after a few dozen steps. Mo-chen and Six Eyes walked for thousands of steps until the cave opened up into a naturally formed cavern. Even though they had decent night vision like all members of Mo-chen's family, there was no light inside, rendering their night vision useless. They had to rely on the light rod to reflect light, otherwise, it was like being blindfolded. As the light rod illuminated the surroundings, numerous stalactites faintly appeared, accompanied by the sound of water dripping into puddles. Mo-chen muttered, Something's not right. There should be bats or other life forms here, right? Boss, you're right. Our brothers who discovered this place ate all the creatures inside, that's why it's so quiet, Six Eyes explained. Well done. What did you find in here? No wonder the system keeps saying there are a bunch of useless mutation points. Seems like you guys are not picky eaters, Mo-chen remarked. Six Eyes scratched his head, unsure how to respond, and awkwardly smiled. Mo-chen clicked his tongue. So, what did you find? If you're playing with me, you better be careful. Six Eyes didn't immediately reply. He glanced around cautiously and then mysteriously said, The truth of this world is hidden inside here. Hearing this, Mo-chen raised an eyebrow, calmed down, and began searching through the memories of all Mo-chen family members in his mind. Like a slideshow, memories were shared, but it didn't mean he knew everything. When Mo-chen found memories about this place, he fell into contemplation. The appearance of a rectangular object in his memory made Emo-chan somewhat incredulous. However, his little brother's memory wouldn't deceive him. Even though the little brother who contributed this memory is already deceased, not even a single cell left. Despite the great danger, it was still worth a visit. Emo-chan made up his mind and said, "I don't mind, you leave half of your cells here." Immediately, the six-eyed monster understood, and its body split in half, ensuring that consciousness did not completely vanish. Emo-chan nodded, "Let's go. Let's go down and take a look." The monster and the monkey proceeded into the depths of the cave following the memories. Advancing through the crevices between rocks, they had to crush bones and move forward like soft-bodied slugs. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to slip in. Time became blurry in the dark cave, until they reached the underground river. Emo-chan looked at the calm underground river, a subtle feeling rising in his heart. The underground river usually appeared calm on the surface, but the water inside was extremely turbulent. A fish could easily bump into the rocks at the bottom if not careful. "This is it, let's jump together." Splash! Emo-chan and the six-eyed monster disappeared beneath the water's surface, their cells transforming into webbed feet, manipulating the water flow, swiftly moving like large fish in the water. After an unknown period, they reached their destination. Emo-chan slowly surfaced from the water, feeling a sense of inexplicable panic upon seeing this eerie space. It was an indescribable fear, like finishing homework while studying, yet always feeling like there was one more assignment forgotten, only to realize the next day that indeed one was missed. This place was a massive cavern nearly 10,000 meters underground. The only entrance was the intricate underground river network. If not for Emo-chan's family cell's infinite division and self-consciousness generation ability, even throwing in 10,000 exploratory robots wouldn't find this place. Emo-chan and the six-eyed creature emerged from the water, following a beam of light towards the front, until they reached the end of the light. Emitting the light was a square artificial illuminator about 40 centimeters wide and long, like a lonely lighthouse, shining in the darkness for who knows how long. Beneath the light was a black rectangular stone stele, about 10 meters wide and 40 meters high, resembling a piece of chocolate with a small light bulb installed above it. Emo-chan arrived under the stele, taking the flashlight handed by the six-eyed creature. The white light swept across, revealing a blocky script on the stele. Clatter! The flashlight fell to the ground, and at that moment, Emo-chan's body transformed into a hairless monkey, sitting on the ground. He murmured to himself, This is actually Chinese characters?" The stele was extremely bizarre, covered with Chinese characters. Emo-chan was bewildered, thinking he was in a parallel universe. However, even in a parallel universe where time and space were the same, cultural differences were minimal, and even if there were planets identical to the solar system, these were all within acceptable limits. But how could the language be exactly the same? Emo took a deep breath, picked up the flashlight from the ground, stood in front of the stele, and looked at the characters again. After reading them, Emo-chan furrowed his brows. The inscriptions on it were as fresh as if they were carved yesterday, without any erosion or weathering, making it impossible to estimate how long this black stele had existed. Emo-chan carefully scanned the characters on the stele. Each Chinese character was about the size of a palm, and each character's arrangement was grammatically correct. Emo-chan quickly understood that they were arranged from right to left, following the ancient style. There wasn't a single typo, not even in the punctuation marks, all following the memory's usage. This was indeed the authentic Chinese language and culture. Emo-chan took a deep breath, and finally, his body burst open, turning into fleshy tentacles. Subsequently, the tentacles kept thinning until they turned into a long cell not much thicker than chopsticks. During this time, Emo-chan also asked Six Eyes for some cell tissue, reaching a height of several tens of meters. Emo-chan's cell then split into another tentacle holding a light stick, with two eyeballs hanging on top, not even needing eyelids. The general shape was a long strip supporting the eyeballs, holding a light stick, with only a small blob of six-eyed monster cell below. Like a bamboo worm with a flea following underneath, they faced a large piece of dark chocolate. Using the light from the white stick, Emo-chan silently recited the first word from the right in Chinese in his mind. This is not a monument to human achievements, this is the epitaph of human civilization. From ancient times to the present, we humans have believed in the existence of a creator, yet one day, the creator descended upon the world. Every 1,000 years, as our planet revolves around our star for the 1,000th time, the creator will come to enlighten us. However, on that day, the revelation of the creator to us was the self-destruction of human civilization. Unbelievably, the deities we worshipped created us merely to satisfy their curiosity. Emo-chan recited in his mind, his thoughts racing. Every idea told him that the creator was a civilization of higher technology, a colossal conspiracy hidden within this stone monument. Then, Chen gripped the light stick and read the next paragraph from right to left. When the cruel reality stood before humanity, we united, abandoning our grievances and discrimination because as humans, we have the right to seek the path of survival. But the Creator effortlessly shattered our unity, they never even personally struck us. The Creator said to us humans, I detest superfluous cultures, I detest superfluous civilizations, only one culture is allowed to exist on this planet. And this culture must be the one that conquers all cultures. At this point, Chen's heart skipped a beat as he recalled his past actions. The Creator and he had a similar mindset. Watching others suffer indeed brought a strange sense of satisfaction. Next, Chen silently recited the following content in his mind. We once again turned on each other, our minds clouded by foolishness, each wanting to prove their culture was the strongest. Just to survive under the Creator's watchful eye. We fed bullets to our compatriots, dropped nuclear warheads in their homelands. We pushed ourselves towards destruction. Until one day, a sage emerged in our country, addressing us all, how pitiful the people, how pitiful the wars. Why vent hatred on our own kin? Even gods shed blood. Rise, O people unwilling to be slaves. What convinced us was not just his words but the Creator's head he held in his hand. He killed the unattainable Creator. That day, we humans called it the Day of Rebellion. In the end, we humans were defeated, but we did not regret our choices. Because our country united all humans, fighting until the very last moment. As the final day approached, we no longer distinguished by country, skin color, or culture. We connected with all nations, calling ourselves human civilization. We fired the last bullet, the last warrior fell, and as the witness to all this, I engraved these words on the stone monument. Until one day, I decided to leave here, to resurrect my Creator in the ruins. Because I am a robot forged from steel, my Creator is human, and I miss my Creator. But I have always regarded myself as human because my Creator entrusted the last hope to me. Perhaps, I should go out. I really want to go out, but I always feel it's not the right time yet. Should I go out today? I don't know. My battery power is running out fast. This battery can last at least 1,000 years, and I've been in standby mode all this time, maybe for the past 2,000 years. Today, I don't know how much time has passed. I left here with the last 1,000 human fertilized eggs. Maybe I will fail, maybe I can revive my Creator. But I can imagine that one day, on this ruined planet, a civilization will rise again. Chen's heart was filled with tumultuous waves. This stone tablet was carved by a robot. And, it's a robot that understands Chinese. Chen processed this information, comparing it with everything he had learned in this world. Suddenly, he discovered an important piece of information. In the store, Chen's little brother captured a very crucial phrase. People with genetic defects. In other words, the people currently active on the surface are all descendants of those 1,000 fertilized eggs. After waiting for thousands of years, even with good preservation measures, the genetic defects have already appeared in these 1,000 egg cells. In other words, everyone's genes are defective, it's just that some are more severe than others. Thinking of this, Chen looked at himself. At this moment, Chen finally understood. He murmured, no wonder that scientist was so polite to me, he wanted to use me to repair the genetic defects between cells, to supplement the human defective genes, or perhaps to modify the genes of everyone. After reading all the information, Chen bowed to the stone tablet. Then he said to the 6 eyes beside him, we can't go back anymore, all the underground rivers here are flowing in the opposite direction. It's okay, boss. Thanks for the reminder. I left half of my tissue in the cave, I can transfer my consciousness to that half of the cells. With only a small lump of body left, the 6 eyes replied to Chen through mental connection. Well, you go back first. After Chen finished speaking, the consciousness of the 6 eyes cells disappeared instantly. Then, Chen reached out and absorbed the lump of cells into his body. Holding a light stick, he searched for all available resources in the surroundings. The cave was large and well preserved, containing metal pipes weathered into stone, as well as various metals, glass bottles, and jars. After searching around, Chen sighed. Returning to the stone tablet, he found nothing useful inside. Looking at the huge stone tablet, Chen murmured, what kind of will does this robot hold to endure loneliness for thousands of years? And to be able to carry 1,000 human fertilized eggs back to the surface through the underground rivers. It's truly a greater power than a deity, relying on what? Is it hope, willpower, self-deception of capability, or is it compelled by its mechanical program to do so? Chen's gaze sharpened as he turned to look at the only entrance and exit, the calm water surface. It's definitely impossible for it to leave through the underground rivers. Is there a teleportation device here? Or a hidden exit? Emo-chan sighed again, knowing that whatever the outcome, it was already in the past. This place had long been ravaged by time, with only this stone tablet standing firm. Then, Emo-chan's consciousness left the place, leaving behind only a hairless monkey bowing its head to the stone tablet. When the consciousness returned to the city, to the room charred black by fire, Emo-chan witnessed a bizarre scene. Wulong was hanging from the ceiling with mucus, kneading his pectoral muscles, dressed as eccentrically as ever. This time, with a pink triangular underwear on his head, and mismatched stockings on his legs. It's hard to describe the overall look, because Wulong was only wearing these things. Fengchu stood by holding a big knife. His face was full of anger, his eyes burning red. Emo-chan cleared his throat. I'd been away for so long, Wulong, calm down a bit, Fengchu, put down the knife, let's talk. Upon learning of Emo-chan's return, a cold light flashed in Fengchu's eyes, not directed at Emo-chan, but at Wulong, gripping the big knife in his hand, saying, Boss, you've been away for 28 hours and 4 minutes, please allow me to kill this pervert. Emo-chan awkwardly replied, forget it, we are all brothers after all, Wulong has been a pervert for quite some time. As soon as he finished speaking, Wulong quickly dove into Emo-chan's arms from the ceiling. Boss, you're finally back, I missed you so much. Emo-chan threw Wulong in his arms in front of Fengchu. Cut. Don't cut to death, cut to half dead. With this command, Fengchu raised his hand and the knife fell, chopping like cutting melons and vegetables. Wulong's stockings and underwear were all cut to shreds. It wasn't until the blade was completely dull that Fengchu stopped. Emo-chan looked at the pitiful mess on the ground. Wulong, I'm not asking you not to be a pervert. I'm not even asking you not to be a pervert in front of me. Can you not stick to me when you're being a pervert? Wulong, with great effort, finally restored his body and said with a grievance, I just discovered a magical secret. As long as I need this spot, I can produce milk. Boss, do you want to try it? It's delicious. Mo-chan said to Fengchu, keep chopping, keep hitting, if the knife doesn't work, kick with your feet. Without saying more, Wulong was beaten into autism. Wulong crawled back to the bedroom to play with his pectoral muscles, feeling very wronged. He had finally discovered a magical secret, but no one appreciated it. After Wulong left, Fengchu said to Emo-chan, Boss, someone delivered a paper mail. According to my investigation, paper mail has become the most confidential means of communication here. I've been waiting for you to come back and open it. Emo-chan nodded, took the mail handed by Fengchu, and after opening it and reading the message on it, his brows furrowed and relaxed alternately. It read, Child, I've been busy lately, I'm aware of what you've been doing. I understand your feelings, I'm not asking you to stop retaliating against us, perhaps your existence is to extinguish life, but please restrain yourself a bit, you wouldn't want the game to become boring, would you? Tatu Military Commander, Tatu City High Council Member, Helen Cancer Cell Experiment Leader, Zimil, respectfully. Emo-chan quickly tore up the letter. Your name is Zimil, huh? You've made the game less fun. You scoundrel, you have quite a few identities. When Emo-chan had calmed down a bit, Fengchu respectfully asked, Boss, what's our next plan? Emo-chan waved his hand, threw the shredded paper into the air, and searched the desktop, only finding a pile of empty toilet cleaner bottles. We're short on money, let's figure out how to make money now. Don't rush, the 3 aces are not to be played now. And I want to use these 3 aces to achieve the best effect. Okay, boss, I'll prepare detailed maps and plan the action route for the nearby bank right away. Today is another good day. The sun is shining brightly, with not a cloud in sight for miles. Next to a bustling pedestrian street in the third-tier city area, there are 3 young people dressed as students. They are holding a large sign that reads, practicing medicine for 40 years, miraculous healing, acupuncture, orthopedics, massage, bone fortune-telling, feng shui master, birth horoscope, helping with names, professional sewer cleaning, picking up dung, professional pest control for rats, cockroaches, bedbugs, fleas, termites, all pests. Ancestral mobile phone screen protector. And in front of them, there was a red cloth spread out, covered with a pile of grass roots, dried leaves, and half-eaten meat bones. Fengchu took a deep breath and earnestly suggested, Boss, I think we should just rob a bank. Setting up a stall here won't earn us much money in a day. Emo-chan hadn't replied yet, but Wulong beside him was very excited. Come and buy, come and see, fresh street stall sale, proficient in all kinds of skills. The young lady performs the feat of breaking a stone with her chest. In just a few days, Wulong had undergone a psychological transformation, seeing herself as a girl. Hard work pays off, just like now. Wulong shouted with effort, undoubtedly attracting the attention of passers-by. The crowd turned back to look, and a girl with a purple ponytail kept saying she would perform the feat of breaking a stone with her chest. This was something familiar to the Emo-chan family, engraved in their DNA memory. But the people here were unfamiliar with it, never heard of it. A man with an antenna on his head, like a Teletubby, curiously approached and asked, "Little girl, what are you and your friends selling? What's this about breaking a stone with your chest?" As soon as he spoke, others also curiously gathered around. It wasn't exactly a crush, but nearly 70 people had gathered. Dressed in various styles, some were almost unrecognizable. Some had merged with machines, with electronic eyes instead of real ones, and limbs missing like robots. Seeing so many people, Wulong couldn't afford to be negligent. She lay down on the ground and gestured to Emo-chen to place the nearby manhole cover on her chest. Emo-chen followed suit, lifting the metal manhole cover and placing it on Wulong's chest. "Wulong, I didn't force you to do this, are you sure about this?" The surrounding crowd cheered instantly, understanding what these three young people were up to. They were clearly challenging the limits of the human body. "Go for it. If we enjoy it, we'll definitely pay you." Soon, several coins fell to the ground as a reward. Wulong patted the metal manhole cover on her chest, a smile on her face as she said, "Don't worry, boss, as a woman, if I can't even break a stone with my chest, what face do I have as a woman? You're amazing. I respect you as a man." Emo-chen turned to Fengchu and said, "Since she's so eager to play, you break this manhole cover." Fengchu looked helpless but didn't know what to say, feeling anxious inside. Instead of robbing a bank, they were here performing street acts. Glancing around, he couldn't find a sledgehammer anywhere. Without a hammer, how could they break a stone with their chests? Fengchu hesitated. "Boss, should I use my fists?" Emo-chan's eyes lit up with a sudden thought. He mentally connected with Wulong and Fengchu. "Wulong, when you perform later, make it look painful. Spit out some blood, then I'll show the medicine to the people first, and you can take it to recover instantly. Think about how much money we can make." Wulong didn't think much, just found it very interesting, nodding like pounding garlic. Fengchu pondered for a moment and curiously asked, "Boss, I think I understand what you mean. You want to cover our Emo-chen family's cells with the medicine, so that people willingly accept the infection, ultimately establishing our family's reputation and making people our family's slaves." Emo-chen cleared his throat, not having thought so far. He just wanted to make some quick money, but Fengchu unexpectedly had such a good idea. Emo-chen replied in his mind, "Indeed, Fengchu, you truly understand my thoughts. That's exactly what I have in mind, yes, step by step tormenting people, making some easy money, and finally fulfilling our family's ultimate wish, to eradicate all life." Wulong, with a lack of tact, said, "Boss, aren't you uninterested in money? Do you also want to make money?" Emo-chen shot Wulong a glance, slapped the manhole cover, and said, "Can scholarly pursuits be called making money? This is about doing things the right way." As a result, the manhole cover followed Wulong's chest, undulating up and down several times like waves in the sea, not only waves but also quite intense ones. Ignoring Wulong's interests and behavior, Emo-chen had nothing to say about his appearance. The onlookers felt uncomfortable seeing this scene, wondering why they weren't the ones being slapped. "Alright, boss, I know what to do now," Fengchu said, then kicked Wulong's chest with the manhole cover. Bang! She used as much force as she could, creating a small dent in the ground. Wulong's eyes bulged like a toad's, blood even spewing out. "Damn you, Fengchu, do you have a problem with me?" In an instant, the crowd became restless. "What are you doing? How can you bear to hit such a pretty girl? You bastard! Watch me beat you to death." Several men raised their arms, ready to fight. Fengchu remained cold and indifferent, not caring about what the group wanted to do. Emo-chen realized this was not going well. They were all wealthy individuals and couldn't afford to offend anyone. If violence was necessary, it had to be worth it. Standing in front of Fengchu, he was actually protecting the people. Glancing at Wulong still spitting blood on the ground, he found it impolite to laugh and advised the crowd, "Everyone, calm down. I've been practicing medicine for 40 years, and this kind of injury is like a drizzle to me. If you don't believe me, just watch." A man pointed at Emo-chen and said, "Kid, you better not brag. You owe us an explanation." Emo-chen was displeased. What did Wulong's injury have to do with these people? They were acting as if he had personally offended them. If it weren't for financial constraints, Emo-chen would have dealt with this situation differently. "Look closely." Emo-chen bent down and picked up a bone from the red cloth on the ground, unsure if it was human or animal, but it was a rib bone. At that moment, the crowd grew to over 100 people due to Wulong's dramatic performance. They whispered in disgust, unaware of the nature of the bone. Emo-chen discreetly covered the bone with a thin layer of cells and handed a small piece to Wulong, whispering, "Stop spitting blood. Are you trying to perform a fountain act? Swallow it." Wulong, who hadn't eaten anything, suddenly became energetic, spinning a metal manhole cover like a handkerchief. In the midst of the stunned crowd, Emo-chen said, "Everyone saw it, this bone has such effects without even being consumed. If eaten, Wouldn't it make one ascend to immortality? I'll buy this bone. A well-dressed woman held up a transparent chip. Emo-chan turned to Feng Chu and asked, "What is this?" Feng Chu respectfully replied, "Boss, this is an identity card, similar to a bank card and ID card, used for virtual currency transactions. Do we have it? We are registered as blacklisted individuals. The human government has long been aware of us, but they dare not act rashly." Emo-chan smiled faintly. "This item only accepts cash or valuable items, first come, first served." As people reached for their wallets, a discordant voice rang out from the crowd, "Kid, put that thing down and get lost. This is my territory, how dare you act recklessly here?" In this world, envy breeds malice, but even that malice couldn't compare to the Emo-chan family. 5 burly men emerged from the crowd. It was obvious that they did not come with love and peace in mind. They had been observing from the shadows for a long time. Before them now lay a mountain of gold, and it would be a disgrace to their status as local bosses if they didn't seize it. There are two sides to every story. The people coming to cause trouble were envious of the profits, and the Emo-chan family not only wanted your money but also wanted to see you ruined. So, defeat was inevitable. Emo-chan, upon seeing these 5 individuals arrive, not only did not frown but instead smiled as if he had seen the god of wealth at his doorstep. When it came to bullying the weak, Emo-chan was a master, surpassing these 5 individuals. "Hey, gentlemen, I've been waiting for you. This yin-yang bone of heaven and earth is prepared just for you." Seeing the enthusiasm of the young man in front of them, the men looked at each other, unsure of what to do. If these 3 men were resolute and ready to fight, they wouldn't be afraid. After all, what were they afraid of? Moreover, the other party had a woman, even though she held a large metal manhole cover as if it were a piece of cloth. She was still a girl. Could she really harm anyone? It's better to make the first move before the opponent does. The leader of the men made a highly insulting gesture, crossing his 2 middle fingers and pointing them at Emo-chan, saying, "Kid, don't pretend to be a good guy. Do you have permits for the stuff you're selling? Do you dare talk to me, a big brother, like that?" Emo-chan intervened, stopping the man who raised the manhole cover as if to kill, and smiled as he looked at the man in front of him, saying calmly, "Did your mother stamp a quarantined and approved mark on your butt when she gave birth to you?" The man was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Emo-chan replied, "Sorry, I forgot that most of you were born in jars, so you don't have a mother. Stop babbling. Do you have a permit to sell this stuff? If you're giving me a hard time, do you have a permit to give me a hard time?" With these words, the leader of the men became furious, his fist the size of a sandbag filled with force as he aimed it at Emo-chan's face. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and an arm was severed. The man's arm was severed, and he writhed on the ground like a cooked shrimp, screaming in agony. Emo-chan furrowed his brow. This was not his doing. Turning around, he saw a city law enforcement officer holding a high-energy pistol that shimmered in the sunlight. Illegal attacks on citizens are prohibited. This criminal, your rights have been lawfully revoked. In the blink of an eye, a breeze passed by. Emo-chan understood that someone had been watching him all along. They were just trying to appear friendly now. So, the Baishu Mall was also under their watchful eyes. With that in mind, Emo-chan casually tossed the bone in his hand towards the crowd, saying, "It's yours, free of charge." The bone drew an arc in the air and landed in the crowd. Those who had witnessed the bone's miraculous effects moments ago began to scramble for it. The other 4 hooligans took the opportunity to slip away. The law enforcement officer took out electromagnetic handcuffs from behind, connecting one end to the man's left hand and the other to his right leg. After locking up the troublemaker, he glanced at Emo-chan. His eyes seemed to convey 1,000 words: hatred, helplessness, frustration, anger, all kinds of emotions, as he had to clean up the mess for the ringleader. Emo-chan chuckled. "You know who I am, right? You know that I took out some people you knew at Baishu Mall, right?" The law enforcement officer took a deep breath. "My sister, her husband, and her child." "Then why did they send you to monitor me?" "I volunteered. I wanted to watch you die with my own eyes. You disgusting, twisted, ugly monster." Emo-chan shook his head with a smile. "Don't be so naive. Your superiors dare not reveal my identity. How could they admit that I came from their laboratory? Monster." Before the law enforcement officer could finish, he was knocked out cold by a punch from the troublemaker lying on the ground with wide eyes. He knew too much, and his fate for the rest of his life was already sealed. He then prepared to take him away as if carrying a chicken. "You should be a little friendlier to me. To be honest, maybe I understand your sister better than you do. Do you want to know her last words before she died?" The law enforcement officer stood still, unable to contain the anger in his heart any longer. He abandoned the criminal on his shoulder and ran towards Emo-chan, shouting in his communication microphone, "Stay calm. Come back, don't provoke him." The law enforcement officer turned a deaf ear, his eyes bloodshot, pulled out his gun and fired a shot at Emo-chen. Bang! In an instant, a head exploded. Wolong took the bullet for Emo-chen. Then the law enforcement officer, tears in his eyes, dropped the gun from his hand, raised his fist to strike Emo-chen. Swish! The law enforcement officer stared blankly at the bone spike piercing through his chest. A voice sounded in his ear, "You have exposed your weakness again, the game begins." 2 days later, midnight. A bright moon shining high. Emo-chen stood on the rooftop, looking down at the city below. With no one by his side, he always kept company with his shadow. Ding! I finally fixed it for you. Do you want to undergo mutation? System, I feel bored. Tisk, I'm even more bored than you. I'm almost dying watching you fooling around all day. That's how work is, get used to it. Who created you? I come from a higher dimensional intelligent life. You and I could never meet him even if we spent our whole lives. I see. Is the meaning of existence to destroy? How would I know? Anyway, your purpose of existence is to destroy life. Why haven't you found your own position after all this time? I just admire the remarkable history of human civilization here. Stop beating around the bush, say hi to your little brothers, get ready to evolve. Okay. Soon, a fleshy cocoon appeared on this rooftop. And below the rooftop, there were numerous fleshy cocoons mutating together. Emo-chen never played by the rules. He spent an afternoon infecting the corners of the city. A new war was about to break out before dawn. The Tower City Advanced Council Center. In the third-tier city area, the infection area has reached 10,000 square kilometers, and it is estimated that 200,000 biomonsters will appear. Damn it, how do we explain to the citizens now? Tell them that we have been sheltering the existence of monsters? We can only declare war on Emo-chen now. He has violated the game rules he set. Rules? Are you negotiating rules with monsters? What a bunch of idiots. He did not break the rules, he had the right to a major adventure from the beginning. Little girl, you and your old man are both confused by the monsters. Just then, a face was projected on the table. Is that child still not listening to advice? The man sitting at the high position in the crowd said, General Zimmel, when you get to Mars, can you just let go and do nothing? That monster infected a corner of the city right under our noses in just 2 days. Zimmel, I respect your contributions to humanity, but you need to give us a reasonable explanation. You know that biomonster very well, right? Tell us, what the hell should we do now? General Zimmel, engaging in a large-scale war in the city will only result in more loss of property and lives. Zimmel pondered, engage in a 2-day war with Emo-chen, then acknowledge his identity and give him the infected area of the third-tier city. What? Are you out of your mind? How is this different from surrendering? You still haven't seen through that child. The man sitting smiled. Zimmel wants to make all of humanity aware of Emo-chen's existence and gain support from all of humanity. If we win, we can't explain to the citizens. If we lose, we can't explain to the Federation. Pretend to cede territory and admit defeat, but this move is indeed clever. Am I dreaming? Emo-chen looked at the familiar room in his memory. The old electric fan made a crackling sound, and the refrigerator in the house always made a buzzing sound when it was working. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man with a dark complexion walked into the room. Covered in dust, he carried a bag of discounted apples from the market. Every move of this man stirred Emo-chen's tear glands. He was his father, an ordinary construction worker, just like all the others, equally ordinary. Tears welled up in Emo-chen's eyes, and though he wanted to shout "Dad," no sound came out. At that moment, a young boy dashed past Emo-chen, eager to grab the fruit from the man's hand but missed. The man, dirty all over, held the apple up high and said to the boy, "Go play, this is not for you to snatch. Give it to me, old man." The middle-aged man jokingly scolded, "You little rascal," reaching out to touch the boy's head but stopping midway. He thought the dirt on his hands would soil his son's hair. He handed the fruit to the boy, saying, "You can only eat half, wash it before finishing it." The middle-aged man then entered the bathroom, followed closely by Emo-chen, who glanced at the boy on the sofa nibbling on the apple. Snot bubbles had landed on the apple, adding a hint of saltiness to its sweet and sour taste. Emo-chen walked a few steps to the bathroom, peeked inside, and felt a surge of emotion as tears mixed with snot rolled down his face. In his memory, his father, shirtless, was washing off the cement mortar from his body, the layer of mud unable to hide the new bruises. Soon, his father emerged from the bathroom wearing a freshly washed white long-sleeved shirt, heading to the kitchen to reheat yesterday's leftovers. Emo-chen watched silently as his father, sometimes clumsy, often added too much salt to the dishes. At mealtime, the middle-aged man served a piece of meat to the boy, saying, "Shaoluan, study hard when you grow up. Remember, it's not important to succeed, but never harm others." I want to be a doctor when I grow up, easily curing all the ailments you have, the boy retorted. Ha, well, don't just eat the lean meat, have the fatty part too. Ugh. So naggy. Reluctantly, the boy finished the fatty meat and promised, when I become a doctor, I will save many, many people, more than the stars in the sky, and I won't take money from the poor. The middle-aged man teased, oh, are you that kind-hearted? The boy earnestly replied, as long as I start doing it, other doctors will follow suit. That's right, doing good can influence others. When you become a doctor, treat and save people well, never harm anyone. Those who do wrong will never have a good ending. I will never harm anyone. Not a single person, you can trust me, old man. Suddenly, the scene before him blurred. Boss? Have you all completed the mutation? Yes, boss, this time our Emochin family members participating in the battle increased by 43,821, the military eliminated 19,132, but many hidden family members are still lurking among the personnel. Feng Chu glanced at the data on the electronic screen and reported. Emochin stood up from the calluses, feeling a much stronger muscle power in his body than before. He then punched the concrete surface of the rooftop. Crack, crack. The rooftop was covered in countless cracks, resembling an earthquake. Among the cracks were silver-white threads with a metallic sheen. Emochin family, listen up. Emochin boss is awesome. Emochin boss is awesome. Emochin pointed towards the bustling city in the distance, full-scale attack. In an instant, countless biomonsters surged towards the direction pointed by Emochin. Inside the military center of Tadu City, Emochin initiated the first round of a comprehensive attack, activating the city's emergency shield. Suddenly, at the city's distant edge, a large blue plasma shield wall burst out, converging from the ground towards the center of the sky. It formed a huge yellow arc barrier, resembling an inverted eggshell on the ground. Feng Chu sneered at the sight of the giant plasma eggshell. Foolish, they are trapping themselves. Don't they know we have already infiltrated the people inside? It's perfect for us to strike from both inside and outside. No rush, we cannot win this battle, nor is it possible to win, but we must instill fear in people. Only then can the city residents inside panic, Emochin said with a faint smile. Boss, look, I caught a spy infiltrating our family. Emochin turned around to see a cheeky, beautifully dressed young girl climbing up to the rooftop. She dragged a monster covered in strange decaying flesh, bearing some resemblance to Emochin's family members. When she reached Emochin, Wulong threw the monster in front of Emochin less than a meter away. Boss, look, this guy thought he could get away with it. Suddenly, Emochin grabbed the monster and threw it with all his strength towards the distant horizon. Bang! A bright firework exploded in the air, blinding Mo-Chen, Wulong, and Feng Chu on the spot. Emochin scolded, you idiot, are you a traitor arranged by the other side? After Feng Chu regained her sight, she punched Wulong without a word and asked, Boss, how did you figure it out? This ability is spatial perception. Emochin didn't know how to explain it, as he was the only one with this ability. I can't explain this feeling to you, but I can clearly perceive things within a 1-meter range around me, Wulong exclaimed. Boss Missouri-chan is amazing. Be careful not to play yourself to death. Let's go, take the little brothers to fight. Inside the military center, watching the feedback data on the screen, all the commanding officers sighed. It's a pity, these 3 people should be the leaders of Emochin, or Emochin is among them. So what, Emochin is a perfect life form, almost indestructible, boosting others' morale while destroying one's own prestige. Alright, now that the monsters are moving, we should show some strength, broadcast this battle worldwide, let others see how we fought with all our might, only to end up defeated. Ha ha, dragging everyone down, I'm starting to like that guy from Zymir. War is cruel, a celebration of the fallen. The starting point of all wars is either the struggle for resources, cultural differences, or simply a war for war's sake. At this moment, a war between biomonsters and humans has erupted in this world. Southeast of Tadu City, outside this plasma shield, a countless group of biomonsters has gathered. They are densely packed, like ants trapped outside a glass cover. Most monsters were once human, now grotesque and even capable of secreting threads as strong as steel wires. Inside the plasma shield are well-equipped marine soldiers. They have set up all defensive war machinery, including tanks, trucks, and even giant humanoid mechas. Before the 2 armies clash, there must be a verbal confrontation. Among the troops, a loudspeaker shouted at all the monsters in front, we will hold our ground. Ugly monsters, even if you are cruel by nature, we will not fear you. All soldiers shouted in unison, for Tadu. Their voices carried an unstoppable force of iron and blood. Soon, 3 young people emerged from the midst of the monster group. The person in the middle shouted loudly, members of the Mochin family, in this battle, we are fighting for justice. Why should they treat us like monsters? Mochin is awesome. Mochin family is awesome. The battle continued to stalemate. As long as one side couldn't hold back, the other side's advantage would be greater. At this moment, a dozen drones hovered in the air, broadcasting the scene to every corner of the world. Everyone was sweating for Tadu City. Could Tadu, a symbol of technology and greatness, be taken over by biomonsters? Boss, you're on TV. Fengchu played with the electronic screen. Mochin curiously approached to take a look. Indeed, the screen was showing Mochin looking at the screen, like a set of Russian dolls. Not only that, there were live barrage comments. Ugly group of monsters, they should stay in hell. Are these monsters alien life forms? Why did they suddenly erupt in such large numbers? Go Tadu City. Monsters can never defeat humans. Justice will prevail. After seeing this, Mochin was furious. Was this even reasonable? Definitely unreasonable. In war, one must be reasonable. If not for money or resources, then one would lose the moral high ground, right? Suddenly, Mochin had a thought and said to everyone, "You are living in a huge deception. Our Mochin family is here to save you." At this moment, a handsome man in front of the screen frowned. Mochin continued, "We are the pinnacle of life evolution. The purpose of our Mochin family's existence is to evolve humans, to move towards the most perfect form of life." Regardless of whether the humans believed it or not, Fengchu felt that the boss was talking nonsense. Feeling embarrassed, "Boss, I think they might not believe it a little bit." Mochin raised an eyebrow and issued a command in his mind. All members, transform into human appearance. With one command, all the biomonsters simultaneously transformed back into their pre-infected appearance. The people in the live broadcast room were puzzled. What were these monsters up to? Were they humans or biomonsters? The military commanders in Tadu City were even more puzzled. They knew that Mochin didn't play by the rules, but they couldn't just blindly attack. Should they continue this battle or not? Mochin earnestly said to the world, "Open your eyes and see clearly, we are here to save you. We can supplement your incomplete genes, join our Mochin family." Ding! Mochin, what are you up to? What are you trying to do? This system can't stand it anymore, don't you feel embarrassed? Sure, my big adventure is not about fighting. Now I have a good idea, a better way to purify the world. What do you mean? Are you playing a joke on me? If I can infect people all over the world with our Mochin family cells, and it's voluntary, wouldn't that be great? Then I wouldn't need to use any force. Are you out of your mind? Do you think that's possible? It's better to create a virus to infect everywhere. You're not human, humans need faith to live. I think the belief of destroying life is too dull. So I just established a belief for myself. I want everyone in the world to evolve into members of our Mochin family. Isn't that the same principle? Okay, if they are infected with your cells, life and death will be in your hands, and it does align with your mission. How did you come up with this bug? I was just kidding. I think purifying humanity is indeed more reassuring than destroying it. The system was speechless for a while. It had never been so speechless in its life. Was this the way carbon-based life forms think? The humans listening to Mochin's words were cursing in their hearts. Even biomonsters were finding reasons for themselves. Is there still justice? Is there still righteousness? A loud voice came from the megaphone, "Mochin. Unbelievable, such foolish words actually came out of your mouth. To be honest, I think they overestimated you." Mochin just smiled faintly and waved his hand casually. One of his henchmen behind him understood his meaning and happily walked to the front. Under the drone, he struck a few poses and made an award-winning speech. "I am very happy to join the Mochin family. Now I feel much better, food tastes delicious, I can chew bones without worrying about breaking my teeth, and I can even climb dozens of meters high buildings in one breath." Next, an elderly person walked unsteadily into the crowd and made an award-winning speech under the drone. "I am over 120 years old this year, almost reaching the age to be buried, but ever since the Mochin family invited me to join." Before finishing the sentence, the elderly person swung the wooden stick in his hand. Under the drone, he performed a series of Thomas spins that even the most flamboyant emo youths couldn't match if there were cement. There was no trace of an elderly person left. He seemed more spirited than young people. "Now I can run 80 miles without any effort, and I am even thinking of having a twilight romance." Following that, more people who were previously weak and sickly came forward. Under the drone, they praised the Mochin family in front of the whole world. Some of them genuinely meant it, not just because Mochin arranged it. Those infected by the Mochin family still retained the right to their own consciousness. The situation had become extremely delicate. These biomonsters seemed to be more than just killing machines. Chen's actions seemed to be genuinely aimed at purifying all of humanity. With such a grand goal, he was still not understood by people. Watching the live broadcast, all humans suddenly felt a slight change in their feelings towards the Chen family, even a hint of envy. Where can reason be found? The old man's interest is not in the wine but in being sealed or not. Ending a war with a single sentence is impossible. The battles that need to be fought and the processes that need to be followed remain the same. Returning to the main topic, Chen's words, although they had some effect, were minimal. How could anyone believe in monsters based on a few words? We've run out of tricks. Launch the attack. The blue plasma shield opened a gap, followed by an electromagnetic shock bomb. Bang! Chen's head was taken off on the spot. His brain was shattered, white and red matter splattered all over. The cells shattered by the electromagnetic bullet, genes broken, were difficult to repair. Like Xingtian, Chen tore open his chest, and a face grew out of it. Shouting ahead, "I don't give a damn, dare not fight fair. Kill them." In an instant, the flames of war were fully ignited. The members of the family behind Chen rushed forward, bursting out countless tentacles from their bodies. They charged towards the plasma shield. The gap in the plasma shield closed instantly, and the charging family members, like headless flies hitting glass, smashed their heads and bled but couldn't find a solution. "Boss, the energy generator for this plasma shield is located at the central point beneath the city. If we destroy the energy generator, the shield will collapse on its own." Chen nodded. "Feng Chu, take your men and infiltrate underground to destroy the energy generator you mentioned." Immediately, the hundreds of biomonsters in Chen's camp underwent a sudden transformation in size, merging into one like a drill. They burrowed underground at a speed faster than a digger, disappearing in a flash. Inside the military command center, these damn monsters have set up armed defenses underground. "No need, let them destroy the energy generator." The face projected on the screen watched the battle intently. "Zymir, have you gone mad?" That child showed vulnerability, going through a rebellious phase of youth, overly eager to prove its existence and significance. Just like a child, too eager to prove it can achieve great things. "Father, Commander, what exactly do you mean? It has human thoughts, human emotions, but it, itself, is a misfit in the world, just a lost child. It has no idea how important its existence is to us humans." "Zimil, are you saying this monster can really?" "Yes, but we must subdue it, make it willingly accept our opinions, rather than us accepting its opinions, otherwise, our fate will be in its hands." "Alright, even though you're crazy, you're in charge of this battle, I'll transfer command to you." "No need, this battle is already destined, you just need to let others know that we tried but couldn't win. The rest, the whole world will figure out for you." In the battlefield, both sides were ready, one locking themselves in, the other locking themselves out. Suddenly, the massive plasma shield above the city slowly disappeared. Chen furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. But there was little time for contemplation on the battlefield. Chen pointed ahead, "Fight to purify all of humanity." With these words, the Chen family members who were preparing to charge halted. They looked at each other. Chen changed the slogan, "Chen family is awesome. Chen is awesome." In an instant, countless electromagnetic bullets mixed with plasma and laser beams charged towards the monster. ZZZT. A laser beam cut through, instantly severing over 1,000 monsters. However, the effect of the laser was minimal. The Chen members who were cut only took less than half a second to recover. Then, as usual, they charged towards the human battlefield. Facing the overwhelming swarm tactics ahead, all the ground troops clenched their teeth. They had been waiting for this opportunity to personally eliminate the biomonsters. This was also what Chen had been waiting for. He was waiting for the outbreak of hatred among people. Once the time was right, he would play his trump card and slip away. The human city was about to be covered in fear and distrust. Then, Chen could reap the benefits. However, on the battlefield, humans were showing signs of weakness for the first time. On one hand, the strength of all Chen family members had risen to a new level. The battle data collected at the Baishu Mall was no longer effective. On the other hand, the military's weapons had been tampered with long ago. Ironically, Chen had arranged for manipulation within the military, and the humans had also done the same. A soldier pulled the trigger, each bullet accurately hitting the biomonsters ahead. Suddenly, the firearm jammed strangely. In his panic, the soldier tapped the metal barrel. He had little time left. The T-262 electromagnetic shock rifle in his hand was known as the king of rifles. Jamming was almost impossible, with lower odds than winning the lottery. Suddenly, while the soldier was dazed, a figure rushed towards him, a bony blade forming in their right hand, piercing through his armored chest. More strangely, after piercing his chest, the soldier's body transformed. In the blink of an eye, he turned against his former allies, becoming a member of the Mutation family. And in the midst of the battlefield, a similar scene was unfolding unnoticed. People now only knew that hundreds and thousands of armored biomonsters had appeared on the battlefield. A kind of indescribable fear rose in the hearts of people worldwide. 13 diamond-shaped fighter jets flew out of the city, dropping 26 biovirus bombs in the battlefield. Green smoke solidified in the air. As the people watching the live broadcast cheered, a head slowly condensed on Mo Chen's neck in the battlefield. His expression turned solemn. The military should have known that the Chen family feared no virus weapons. They did the opposite. This was a setup, shifting the focus onto the family members, indirectly diverting attention from the city population. In the battlefield, green smoke dispersed. All the biomonsters went berserk as if injected with adrenaline. The viewers couldn't help but gasp in shock. The virus weapon that terrified all life forms had no effect on these monsters. It meant that the Chen biomonsters surpassed life itself. Once the battle began, there was no turning back. Chen stood still, contemplating eliminating the family members covered in the biovirus in front of everyone. With a single thought, nearly 10,000 family members in the battlefield would turn into a pool of blood. This would reduce the threat to humans. Chen raised his right hand, ready to strike. However, he hesitated to give the order. Family members were also lives. Despite killing millions, he still had a conscience. Meaningless slaughter didn't even qualify as violence. In this symphony of blood, flesh, and gunfire, Chen murmured, "What a clever tactic. But it's useless against me." His gaze sharpened, his right hand hesitated in midair, then weakly struck downwards. In an instant, all Chen family members covered in the biovirus turned into blood and dissolved. This scene was broadcast worldwide. I knew it. How could any creature not fear the Reaper virus? These biomonsters are quite powerful, enduring the virus for over a minute. If they can withstand the Reaper virus, they're not just creatures but real monsters. Keep it up, brothers with guns. Justice will prevail. Chen stared at the battlefield ahead. Laser beams streaked across, countless bullets dragging streaks of light, flesh exploding in midair like brilliant fireworks. Despite the enemy's clever tactics, Chen had to face it head-on. Whether the biovirus worked or not, many Chen family members were eliminated. This disappointed the high-ranking officials at the command center. Chen looked ahead, attack. Countless biomonsters on the battlefield seemed inspired, secreting a sticky substance that turned into steel-like threads. They cut through the armored marines and their weapons, breaking through the first defense line set up by the human army. 20 giant humanoid mechs appeared on the battlefield, each about 50 meters tall and nearly 10 meters wide. Like insurmountable mountains, they were connected by hundreds of meters, forming a wall of steel and electric nets protecting the retreat of the armored marines. Chen stood with hands on his hips, bare-chested, observing the smoke-filled battlefield. At that moment, Feng Chu returned to the ground, manipulating the electronic screen in her hand, respectfully saying to Chen, "Boss, something's not right with the humans. Most of their soldiers are clones, and their strength is far beyond what we expected. The numbers are also suspicious. I suspect humans want us to enter the city so they can annihilate us in one fell swoop." Chen remained unfazed, as this was exactly what he wanted. With a leap, he headed towards the battlefield, followed closely by Feng Chu. On the battlefield, wave after wave of biomonsters from the Chen family charged forward, only to fall beneath the massive humanoid armor. Suddenly, a frenzy surged from the Chen family, a wave made of flesh. At its peak stood a young man. Inside the military command center, Chen has made a move. Have all drones capture his killing spree, portraying him as a demon risen from hell, using an upward angle for maximum oppression. Soon, a dozen drones hovering in the sky descended slowly to film the events on the battlefield. Bang! The flesh wave crashed against the city wall like a mudslide, staggering a humanoid mech. Chen then reached down, causing a massive bone spike to shoot out from the flesh wave, piercing the mech like an arrow. Stepping on the bone spike, Chen leaped upward with force. His body secreted mucus, turning into threads that he threw to create a huge spider web, covering the mech entirely. The flesh wave wriggled rapidly, forming a flesh ladder on the mech. Chen stepped on the mech's head, commanding the Chen family members below, advance. Countless Chen family members climbed the flesh ladder amidst the tightly formed mechs, crossing through artillery fire and laser strikes, scaling the city wall towards the city center. This heroic act was all captured by the floating drones. Chen, standing on the mech's head, bathed in the afternoon blood sun, calmly took a breath and exhaled. The sunlight shone on his shoulders, making him appear as a free man.
Under the gaze of millions, he became synonymous with slaughter.
Fengchu ran to Emochen anxiously. Boss, Wolong has been captured. Should we go rescue her? Emochen smiled faintly. Do we need another reason now?
The second line of defense in Tadu City was more robust compared to the first line, showing true strength as it protected the people hiding within the city. Outside the second defense line, nearly 150,000 Emochen biomonsters gathered, facing the formidable defense measures.
Emochen sighed, noting the absence of the enemy's aerial fleet.
With the death of all family members, the war could end, giving them the upper hand in the next battle. However, in the midst of the battlefield, an extremely peculiar sight unfolded: a little girl holding a teddy bear, dirty-faced, crying for her mother.
All eyes in the world focused on her.
Emochen raised his hand, halting all members in their tracks. Even the unstoppable Emochen family was momentarily halted by a passing little girl.
Frowning, Emochen was less than 50 meters from the military's second defense line. Mommy. Sniff. I want mommy.
Suddenly, a crack appeared in the wall made of countless armors and metals, and a marine soldier emerged, running to the little girl. His towering exoskeleton metal armor starkly contrasted with the girl's delicate figure.
Little girl, come here quickly.
As the soldier reached the girl, a more bizarre scene unfolded. A bone spike shot out from the Emochen family group, piercing through the girl's body and the soldier's leg.
A pure life fell in an instant.
The girl still clutched the teddy bear tightly, its ears stained red with blood. Inside the command center, my favorite climax has arrived.
Stir people's emotions. It's not enough yet.
Make this armored soldier a hero, have him bring back the girl's body. Then, the Marine covered the wound on his thigh. Blood gushed out from his thigh as if it cost nothing. In the gaze of millions, this man stood as great as a hero. He faced the biomonsters alone, carried the little girl, and limped back towards the army.
Crack! A bone spike pierced through his chest from behind. You like to create heroes, don't you?
Dead heroes are greater than heroes.
The hero fell. Like a collapsing mountain, he crashed down. He held a little girl in his arms. The girl tightly grasped a teddy bear. They both lay in a pool of blood. Behind him stood the monster leader Emochen, and the Emochen monster family watched coldly. Ahead of him was the symbol of peace and beauty, their homeland. He fell at the doorstep of their homeland. In the eyes of millions, the fallen hero was hailed as a god. Then, a more miraculous scene unfolded. Dozens of soldiers in light armor dashed out from the steel defense line. Holding rifles with little power, they madly fired at Emochen. Bang! Bang! Bullets hit Emochen's body, tearing it apart under the force of the bullets. Emochen's body became tattered. Subsequently, 25 light armor soldiers stood in front of Emochen, aiming to take the hero's body home. Emochen gestured for his family members not to move. His torn body quickly regenerated. Bone spikes burst from his right hand, and his left hand flung out sticky fluid that turned into sharp threads. Muttering, impressive counterattack. Since you've won so beautifully, I'll let you win even more beautifully. Bang! Bang! Bullets without actual harm were fired from the firearms. Then, Emochen, like a bloodthirsty monster, ruthlessly mutilated one light armor soldier after another. Clean and precise, the threads and bone spikes coordinated for long-range or close-range attacks, his figure moving among the soldiers like a ghost. Beheading or piercing through their beating hearts, there was no trace of mercy. Each strike was fatal, and the victims felt no pain for more than a second. Until, less than 20 meters from the steel defense, the last light armor soldier fell, a poignant sight. Then, Emochen's right hand transformed into tentacles, lifting the fallen hero and the little girl in the air. The hero was a true hero. The dead girl was just a programmed clone. But at that moment, no one cared about the truth. Crack! The bodies of the two exploded into a mist of blood in the air. No bones remained, as Emochen left no chance for whitewashing. Only the hero was remembered. In an instant, the world's anger ignited at this act. This inhuman monster, I want to tear it apart with my own hands. The true face of the monster is a cruel beast. I can't believe I had a shred of fantasy. Such monsters shouldn't exist in the world. It's a punishment from above, but even as a punishment, it only proves that heaven is blind. At that moment, Emochen became the target of 1,000 fingers pointing and a myriad of curses. Drones capturing the scene ascended, switching to overhead shots. All around the world, people watching the live broadcast saw him from a bird's eye view. Directly, Emochen raised his head, looking at the hovering drones in the sky, a mocking smile playing on his lips. It seemed like he was laughing at himself, and perhaps at the whole world. You all saw it. Remember my face, one day you will see it with your own eyes, see it with your own eyes. By then, you can choose purification or destruction. Of course, I will be more merciful than you imagine, because I am a monster who only knows slaughter. Ha ha ha.
At that moment, 3 hovering drones slowly descended, projecting a 3D face, the very face of one of the laboratory personnel Emochen had seen before.
Zimmer appeared.
Their eyes met, and they both smiled at each other.
Child, I'm sorry to meet you like this. It's nothing. You've won, completely. All my means. Oof. Even in this moment, I feel utterly powerless. Emochen waved his hand, and suddenly, dozens of biomonsters burst out among the army.
There was a brief slaughter within the steel defense line, then all the biomonsters vanished under weapons Emochen had never seen before.
They were instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, in the city, the citizens turned monsters began a rampage. In hospitals, doctors and patients alike, those turned monsters mercilessly slaughtered all life. All of this happened in an instant in the city. Emochen chose to close his eyes and silently feel the destruction of life.
His trump card had lost its meaning. Time passed, and when Emochen opened his eyes, there was no trace of the Emochen family cells left in the city.
Instead, a setting sun painted the sky. How did you guess my next move?
Emochen's calm gaze, like dead water, focused on the 3D projection in front of him. Child, before absolute strength, any strategist would try to sow discord among the troops.
Honestly, your move was perfect. Regardless of winning or losing, you would always benefit. However, you overlook the unity that humans show in the face of external threats. You fear our unity, don't you?
That's why you tried step by step to spread fear through this city.
Clap, clap, clap. Emochen applauded. I've lost thoroughly, but you won't win so easily. The 3D projection looked at Emochen seriously. Stop, child. Why do you insist on causing destruction? Your existence shouldn't be.
You're like a madman, always trying to wreak havoc.
You could do it for humanity, for the world. You're amazing.
Emochen's eyes filled with blood vessels as he shouted, You're truly amazing.
You're noble. You've always been contributing to all of humanity.
While I've been causing chaos for all of humanity, you're truly amazing.
The flowers and praises should all be yours.
Trash like me should listen to you, or rather, trash like me should die in the garbage dump.
Child, what do you really want? Emochen pointed at the 3D projection. What I want? How the hell should I know what I want?
In this world, I'm like an outsider, breathing air that's not mine, basking in sunlight that's not mine.
What kind of place is this? Do you know how unbearable I feel right now? Do you know the pain I endure every day? Do you know I suffer the pain of every dying cell? Do you know the countless thoughts, the countless voices that torment my consciousness every day? Do you know that to escape this pain, I have to numb myself every day? Have you experienced being torn apart, killing yourself, then coming back to life, only to kill yourself again?
Forcing yourself to forget the pain, just because I'm connected to every cell, I have to endure their feelings, take care of them. If they're hungry, I'm hungry, if they're in pain, I'm in pain.
Do you know what kind of experience that is?
I've wanted to die, but circumstances don't allow it.
I have to be responsible for my mission because I have no way out. Child, why are you crying? Emochen lowered his eyelids, and 2 eerie eyeballs grew back in his eye sockets.
The crimson eyes, with vertical pupils like venomous snakes.
Zimmer, this time you've won.
I won't go easy on you just because you spared my life. Zimmer smiled gently. Alright, to keep you in check, I've captured a young girl who might be important to you.
I can return her too. For now, keep her with you,
just make sure she's not hungry.
The war isn't over, the game is not finished. How do you plan to deal with so many mutated life forms?
We can allocate the southeast corner to you, but you must guarantee us a month of peace.
Emochen laughed heartily. Genius is indeed genius. Your proposal is irresistible. I really want to open your mind and see what's inside. You're cunning, ruthless, and vicious.
At this moment, the global live broadcast had already been cut off.
People didn't need to see, didn't need to witness what was about to happen.
Emochen then turned to look at his family members behind him. Everyone retreat.
The southeast corner of the city is now ours. Ha ha. It's a more tragic outcome than losing everything.
Brothers, the Emochen family stands at a crossroads of destiny.
It's time to get busy.
The next day, on the news broadcast, the entire city, along with the world, mourned the people who died in the biomonster crisis. In the center of Tatu Central Square, a white cloth was slowly raised by 4 floating warships from each corner. A statue about 12 meters high emerged as the white cloth ascended. There was no extra music, just a figure in metal armor holding a helmet in the left hand and supporting a little girl sitting on his shoulder, hugging a teddy bear, smiling at the handsome man. This statue embodied people's best wishes, but it appeared in the most solemn occasion. The camera then shifted to the park square filled with mourners. There were even many people from around the world mourning through 3D projections. The mayor of Tatu stood under the statue, holding a prepared speech, took a deep breath, and announced to the world, yesterday, in the year 631 of the Resurrection Era, on June 12, from 8:31 a.m.
M. to 7:56 p.m. M.
A tragedy occurred in Tadu City that the whole world mourns.
An unknown intelligent life form known as the Mutation family attacked innocent citizens. The exact number of victims is still being counted, and occupied the southeastern corner of Tadu City, using innocent civilians as hostages. This is a tragedy unseen since the split war 160 years ago. As the mayor of Tadu, I apologize to all the citizens of Tadu and the world for my negligence. I hereby resign as mayor of Tadu and accept a 10-year prison sentence. With the unanimous agreement of the Tadu Council, I officially hand over the position of mayor of Tadu to the Tadu military commander, Zimmer. 2 law enforcement officers then took the mayor of Tadu into custody. Following that, a 3D projection appeared in the place where the mayor of Tadu had stood, holding a eulogy. I should perhaps say good morning to you all, but I can't imagine how the citizens who have lost their loved ones will receive this good morning. And to accept a new mayor, to accept a good morning from a mayor who hasn't even shown up. I can't express my feelings in words right now. What's done is done, what's lost is lost. Yesterday was an unchangeable tragedy, today is an unspeakable lament, tomorrow is an unheard sorrow. But I see a spirit that illuminates the way forward for humanity. This spirit transcends the limits of the flesh, it transcends death. I choose to conceal the name of this spirit and name it after a soldier. This spirit is called the Jimmy Spirit. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. The Jimmy Spirit will be the pride of our humanity. We will sail alone under this spirit, overcoming one storm after another, to challenge one unknown after another. Under the witness of the great Creator, the Savior of humanity, the mechanical Father Liaigua, let us embrace the prosperity that belongs to us humans. The scene shifted. A robot statue about 20 meters high appeared on the screen. The robot's design resembled that of a human, with its left hand cradling a human baby in swaddling clothes, its right hand holding up a glowing square object, and a larger cylindrical container item on its back. In an instant, Emo-chen, watching the live broadcast, set down the toilet cleaner in his hand. His brow furrowed, his breathing quickened. Without guessing, he knew that this robot was the witness in the cave, holding the glowing square block in its hand just like the one on the stone tablet. Moreover, the cylindrical container on its back happened to resemble all the bottles and jars in the cave. It seemed that humans had regarded this robot as a creator, and the name was very down-to-earth, Liaigua. At this moment, more mysteries about human civilization emerged. Why wasn't the language used Chinese? What was the deal with the former creator of humans, and why was the pregnant woman in the mall carrying not a human but 2 strange-looking primates? Was this a parallel universe or the world of the future? What was the story behind the split war 160 years ago? Emo-chen shook his head, thinking, what do these things have to do with me? Whether people live or die is no big deal, not dying is the problem. Ding! Emo-chen did a great job, solving so many intelligent life forms in one go, very impressive. The spiritual entity reward has been sent to you, isn't your system awesome? Emo-chen smiled wryly, awesome, indeed. Let's just get on with the spiritual entity now, what's the use anyway? As long as you know you're great, shall we proceed with the spiritual entity now? Come on, go ahead and manipulate me as much as you want, system, don't pity me just because I'm handsome. Alright, little Emo-chen, I'm taking the initiative. Suddenly, a strange force enveloped Emo-chen's mind. It felt subtle, warm, like soaking the brain in warm water. Before long, ding. Okay. Emo-chen smiled faintly, not yet opening his eyes, and suddenly saw his own smile. At this moment, a white glowing entity floated in front of Emo-chen. Frowning, Emo-chen sought his own facial expression. His eyes widened. Suddenly, a more eerie sensation arose. 2 perspectives appeared simultaneously in his mind, one in the first person, the other in the third person. Emo-chen tried to control the third-person perspective. After the white glowing entity circled around him, Emo-chen suddenly sat up from the sofa and exclaimed, awesome! This ability is amazing! So this is what astral projection feels like. Inside the Tadu S-Class prison. Everyone, stay calm, that guy is coming in. With the opening of the metal-sealed door, air circulated, making a poochie sound. At this moment, 2 figures entered. Their figures and faces were hidden under black cloaks. At the same time, 20 marine armored personnel stood in 2 rows in the corridor, swallowing nervously. With a steady pace, the 2 figures walked past, as if each step was on the hearts of these people. This oppressive feeling even made several marine armored personnel tremble uncontrollably. The man standing in the corridor took a deep breath, gathered all his courage, and said, welcome. Welcome Emo-chen. To enter the prison for inspection. As he spoke,
the figure opposite him looked at him, and their eyes briefly met. Until the man's forehead sweated, he avoided eye contact. The other's pupils were an image he never wanted to recall in his life. But in that brief moment, like a brand, it seared into his mind. "My dearest brother, have you taken care of me?" The prison warden's stern face showed a hint of fear for the first time. He stammered, "We followed the best standards." "Did I ask you to treat her according to the best standards?" The man's cold sweat dripped down, soaking a large area on his back. He felt a chilling sensation deep in his spine. I don't know your." The face under the black robe said calmly, "Did I ask you to answer this question? Did I ask you to raise your head to answer this question? Besides bowing your head and saying sorry, do you have a better way to solve this?" With these words, the man immediately lowered his head heavily. He dared not look anywhere except at the ground. "I'm sorry." "Good, take me to where you are holding her." In the depths of the prison, accompanied by the repeated opening and closing of the gates, a closed room behind 3 metal doors. 3 figures walked in. Upon seeing these 2 figures, the young girl playing video games in the glass room rubbed her eyes and instantly perked up. She took a few steps, jumped off the bed, and playfully tapped the glass with tears in her eyes, but her voice disappeared, unable to transmit through the vibrations outside. "All right, please leave. I hope you can show some respect to our Mutation family, like turning off eavesdropping or surveillance." The prison warden swallowed and said, "Rest assured, Mutation, as long as you're willing, you can take her away now. Didn't I tell you to leave?" The man, visibly relieved, took 3 steps back, then quickly turned around to walk to the door, closing the metal gate. Simultaneously, he opened the glass door of the prison, shutting down all surveillance inside. As soon as the glass door opened, the girl inside spread her arms, happily ready to hug Mutation. Bang! Feng Chu kicked her back. "You dog! Feng Chu and I are at odds, it's a fight to the death." Wulong sat on the ground, pointing at Feng Chu and scolding. Mutation smiled bitterly. "How did you get caught, Wulong? Or rather, how did you become so foolish, knowing it was a trap and still walking into it?" Wulong scratched his head, mixed with playfulness and apology. "Sorry, boss, I caused you trouble. According to the rules, I should have ended myself." Mutation smirked. "Things have 2 sides. I let you live, so you live. This time, it's good for you to be locked up." Then, Wulong blinked expectantly. "Boss, I need you to help me with something. Originally, I didn't want to help you, but you'll probably have to stay in prison for a while, so I'll have to make do with you for now," Mutation said, taking out a bag wrapped in a black plastic bag from under his cloak. Wulong stood up in excitement, took it, and eagerly opened the plastic bag like unwrapping a gift. Upon seeing the items inside, he was so happy he almost cried. "Thank you, boss, I love this color. And it's even secondhand. Look, there's a hole here." Wulong joyfully picked up a pink thong, pointing at a hole. Then, he rummaged through the bag, finding all sorts of good stuff. "Thank you, boss, you even brought me an eye mask. Now I have something to cover my eyes when sleeping. Oh my god, these stockings are the most popular style on the market, boss. How did you know I like this?" Feng Chu snorted. "You, always messing with these things in your room. It's hard for the boss not to see." Wulong stared at Feng Chu. "Pa, pretending to be a scholar, don't think I don't know. I've seen what's in your browser history." Feng Chu's face turned red. "Nonsense, I've deleted my browser history." Wulong looked meaningfully at Feng Chu and said, "Women sleeping together in a big bed." Feng Chu hiding in the covers wiping drool. Mutation coughed lightly. "Brother, stop teasing your younger brother. Both of you are skilled, there's no need to compete. Just understand each other in your hearts." Feng Chu glared at Wulong, then took out an electronic editing map. Upon opening it, a projected planet appeared. With Feng Chu's manipulation, the map zoomed in on a specific area of the planet sea. "Our family members have discovered an unknown creature in this sea area. The eldest and I are going on a mission. Originally, we planned to take you, but I convinced the eldest not to. Even if you went, you wouldn't be of much help." Wulong's eyes dimmed instantly. "You're going to see the sea without me. Why would the eldest take you? Besides wasting air and food, what use are you?" Feng Chu said coldly. I'll show you. I'll show you a thing or two." Mutation coughed. "Both of you, stop it. I've made up my mind. Feng Chu and I are not going for fun." Resentment filled Wulong's eyes even more. Mutation patted Wulong's head. "I know what you're thinking. Bikini-clad beauties on the beach, right? Feng Chu and I are going deep sea diving. But what if there are mermaids in the sea?" Wulong touched his head with his left hand, blinking his eyes innocently. "If there are mermaids, I'll catch one for you. This trip will probably take more than 10 days. Feng Chu added, "Eldest, let's depart now. The transportation is ready." Mutation nodded. "Unfortunately, you two can't switch consciousness freely, or else, what need would there be for transportation?
Tatu City, the third-class city port area. Due to the biomonster crisis, the southeast corner of Tatu City belonged to the Emochan family, an area where laws didn't apply. The ship's destination coincided with the sea area Emochan was heading to. Fengchu, is the transportation you prepared a passenger liner? Emochan, wearing large black sunglasses, glanced at the cruise ship ahead. Dilapidated, with peeling paint and rust spots, it looked like it came from a war zone. It was long, but lacked any technological style, just a plain design. Emochan looked at Fengchu in disbelief. Fengchu, we've occupied a corner of the city as a family. Are we really taking a civilian smuggling cruise? Don't worry, eldest. I bought third-class tickets and used up all our family's savings. Not many will recognize you. Fengchu was serious. The Emochan family occupied the southeast corner of Tatu City, returning consciousness to tens of thousands of infected citizens and granting them freedom. However, freedom came at a cost, especially when given by others. Emochan shook his head. I'm not concerned about appearances. I'm worried this ship might spring a leak halfway. I don't want to board the Titanic. Don't worry, eldest. Even if we fall into the sea, we won't drown. Fengchu reassured him. Emochan smiled bitterly, adjusted his sunglasses, zipped up his jacket, then blended into the crowd with Fengchu. After boarding with their tickets, they joined the flow of people onto the ship. Emochan stood on the deck, the weather gloomy with strong winds blowing over the sea. The old man above seems to have a pair of big hands, crushing the clouds in the sky. Then they gather back together and squeeze out the rain like squeezing a sponge. The rain poured down. Fengchun, wearing a mask on his face and a duckbill cap on his head, walked to Emochan in the pouring rain. The tourists on the deck had long returned to the cabin. Boss, I've roughly understood it. This ship looks a bit worn out, but it uses nuclear power propulsion, the speed is acceptable, and we are expected to reach our destination in 2 days. Fengchun opened the map and a 3D holographic underwater canyon projection popped up. Pointing to the deepest part of the canyon, he said, it's in this trench that our family members discovered an unknown creature. Based on memory speculation, our Emochan family is not its match and cannot devour the cells of this creature. Moreover, many family members have died at the hands of this creature. Emochan looked at the projection map, raindrops forming on his sunglasses, gathering into larger drops and falling to the ground. Do you think it's possible that this life form is not composed of cells, or perhaps it's an extraterrestrial being? Fengchun nodded in agreement. Then, he continuously operated on the projection map, piecing together memories from family members, finally drawing a monster figure. On the projection map appeared a creature with an incomplete body shape, extremely eerie in overall appearance. Its face was somewhat octopus-like, with a torso, arms, legs, and wings resembling those of a bat on its back. Emochan furrowed his brows, rummaging through past memories, then blurted out, "This thing looks like the evil god Cthulhu from the novels, doesn't it?" Based on the boss's memories, it does resemble it somewhat, but it's probably just a coincidence, Fengchun pondered. Cthulhu, also known as Krusu in some translations, is an evil mythological deity from novels. Initially, the Cthulhu mythos was not popular worldwide. With the rapid development of the internet, the Cthulhu mythos quickly became a popular horror mythos due to its ethereal and mysteriously terrifying nature. According to the novels, the awakening of Cthulhu is a sign of the end of the world. The unknown creatures seen by the Emochan family cannot possibly be the evil god Cthulhu from the novels. If they were, humanity would be in trouble without Emochan's intervention. It can only be attributed to coincidence that the two happen to look alike. Or perhaps the memories of the younger ones are mistaken, as this is an incomplete depiction of the creature's appearance. Hey, you two fools on the deck, do you enjoy getting soaked in the rain? Emochan and Fengchun turned around together, looking at the figure waving from the cabin. For some reason, the person's greeting made their hearts skip a beat. They felt a chill running from their heels, all the way to their brains. The cafeteria in the cabin is serving food now. If you're hungry, go eat something. Emochan hesitated for a moment, involuntarily raising his hand in a defensive gesture, thinking the dragon was about to jump out and scold that person. After a while, Emochan realized that the dragon was still locked up in prison. He smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for the reminder." Below the deck, inside the cabin, one couldn't expect any delicacies on a smuggled cruise ship. Apart from some dry bread, leafy vegetables, and canned meat, these were only available to first and second class ticket holders. Most third-class ticket holders had instant products, tear open the packaging, soak it in water, and it's ready to eat. Moreover, these instant products on this ship had been diluted over and over again until they turned into a mushy food, which was then distributed to the passengers on board. Emochan stirred the noodles in the bowl with a soup spoon and exhaled,
I guess this stuff doesn't taste much better than the cafeteria food at school.
Fengchu sat across from Emo-chan and took a bite. Indeed, it lacks flavor. Ding! Emo-chan, here's some good news for you.
One of your 18 little brothers has been taken out, and all the family members in that area have been wiped out.
Humans are now intentionally or unintentionally cleaning you guys up, hee hee hee.
Emo-chan played with the soup spoon in his hand, too lazy to reply mentally, and said directly, I know, it's really hard to defend against that kind of radiation weapon.
I wonder what level their technology is at now.
Upon hearing this, Fengchu added, by the way, boss, there's something strange. Currently, human spacecraft can approach 1/3 of the speed of light at most, but the colonies are still confined to the solar system, which doesn't make sense.
The night rain drifted, thunder roared. Crack! Emo-chan gasped as he woke up from his sleep.
He turned to look out of the round window of the cabin.
Black waves surged under the light of lightning.
The whole ship was swaying.
Fengchu? Fengchu? No one answered.
The cramped cabin that could accommodate 2 people now only had him. Suddenly, a strange feeling rose in Emo-chan's heart. He had lost all contact with his family members.
System, big system. Am I dreaming again? Emo-chan sat on the bed, murmuring silently. Crack!
Another thunder sounded, and this time, the lightning directly shattered the door of the cabin.
Emo-chan widened his eyes and looked out through the shattered wooden door.
A mysterious figure stood on the swaying deck.
Crack!
A lightning bolt illuminated the face of this figure. In that brief moment of light, several tentacles resembling octopus tentacles appeared on the face. Emo-chan swallowed hard. Nightmares came every year, but this time, the nightmare was a bit exaggerated.
What do you want? Crack! In an instant, this figure blinked in front of Emo-chan as the lightning struck. Drip, drip.
Rainwater from the converging tentacles fell to the ground. In that moment, the world became incredibly quiet, even time seemed to freeze at that moment.
I heard your voice, I found you, and you found me.
The figure in front spoke with a voice like smoke.
What shocked Emo-chan was that this sentence was in standard Chinese. Emo-chan replied in Chinese, why do you speak Chinese?
I heard your whispers at the stone tablet. I heard your thoughts at the stone tablet. I heard your prayers at the stone tablet. The voice came from the tentacles like an octopus, resonating in the mind.
It felt so solemn and eerie. Emo-chan swallowed hard. Are you the creator of the human civilization? Why do you know this ancient language?
This language should have disappeared from this world along with human civilization.
You have to answer my question first. Are you the creator of the human civilization? Emo-chan pondered. The truth is often harder to accept than you imagine. Humans indirectly created me, and I indirectly created humans. Humans forced me, and I forced humans. Humans incite wars against each other because they want to find the evolutionary path that was missing before. That's the answer I have for you.
Emo-chan furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing something. His eyes lit up. Damn, that's interesting.
No wonder human civilization can only reach as far as the solar system. This is not just any parallel universe, this is a future world. A parallel future universe, or is it an experiment? You had to recreate the past human civilization, is that what you're trying to say? You also belong to this world. I can sense that your consciousness comes from the past.
You exist in this world, yet you transcend the rules of time.
But I have said, the truth is harder to accept than you imagine. Emo-chan smiled faintly, is there anything I can't accept? I am just a bystander, I only need to do my own things well. Whether it's human civilization or the civilization of their creators. Who deceives whom? I really don't see the point. Even if it's a false future.
True or false, whether you and I belong to real existence, is uncertain.
Suddenly, a tall figure in front of him placed a hand on Emo-chan's shoulder.
In that instant, a stranger state appeared in this place. It exceeded the range of sight because the world was overlapping, every image infinitely superimposed. It was not just spatial distortion, but it reached a level of invisibility and imperceptibility. Perhaps only beings in higher dimensional space could understand. Emo-chan simply closed his eyes, allowing his brain to receive less information. Three-dimensional beings staying in this space for too long would eventually go insane. A voice sounded in his ear, this universe is about to come to a standstill, the laws of physics are gradually collapsing. I am not the true creator of human civilization, I am the manager of this universe. Your appearance has awakened the dormant me. I seek you, taking on a form that fits your memory. I need your help. I am very bored. Everything in the universe is locked in glass jars, unable to escape, unable to die, only to be shattered by others. You miraculously appeared. Humanity has abandoned me, this universe needs someone awake to solve it. Only beings transcending this universe can end its sorrow.
Emo-chan smiled with closed eyes. Understood, I will eliminate all life. Not quite. You must help me complete the missing link in human evolution. In whatever form of evolution, you must do so. Life is the turning point of this universe. Suddenly, Emo-chan felt an object in his palm. Make good use of this life cube key to find the hope I left behind. I am about to fall into eternal slumber. My consciousness will fall into endless chaos. Asterisk crack. Asterisk a thunderous sound woke Emo-chan up. The first thing upon waking up was to complain, this dream is so weird, but remember, the Cthulhu mythos is not something ordinary people can see. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation in his palm. Looking closely, why does it have to turn into a Cthulhu appearance? Can't it be the Jade Emperor? In Emo-chan's right palm, there was a square object about 5 centimeters long, emitting a dim blue light, with strange spiral patterns on the surface. Looking at this object, Emo-chan slapped his forehead with his left hand. Now he began to understand a bit. The reason he saw Cthulhu was because the destination was in the deep sea. The first reaction naturally led to thoughts of marine creatures. Coupled with subconscious suggestions, memories would gradually emerge, resembling the octopus-faced Cthulhu. Memories can be self-modified, self-deceptive. For example, people can imagine a black ivory elephant with pink skin. Fengchu automatically edited the Cthulhu appearance according to memory. If that's the case, this is the future world. The future world of humanity. He had jumped from 2021 to an unknown Earth time period. Moreover, the creator had clearly stated that he belonged to this universe. So, in the end, it was still humanity that seeded life on Earth. It's just that human technological civilization had reached an incomprehensible stage. It could explain why the system existed in the world. Because, this was a change point left by humans at a certain time. In the end, the truth of the world was just an experiment. Thinking of this, Emo-chan held the cube in his right hand, dug his nose with his left hand, and called out in his mind, "System, oh system." Ding! Why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Are you sleeping? No, I'm watching a stored TV series, Bright Sword, it's quite good. System, damn you. You've got some nerve, what's gotten into you? Nothing, I just wanted to say I love you. I love you more than your mother does. On the third day of the cruise journey. In the morning, the gloomy sky was pierced by a ray of sunlight. Along with the light came a patrol ship cruising on the sea. Inside were law enforcers aiming to stop this ship from smuggling. I demand you to turn back according to federal law. I demand you to turn back according to federal law. Important things are said twice. This command voice traveled through the air all the way to the captain's cabin. At this moment, the captain was being tied to an iron-backed chair by 2 young men. Damn it, kidnapping a captain, why are all the federal agents here? The lead young man then took off his sunglasses, stared with wide eyes, and said to the captain, "Do you know who I am?" The captain, now tied up, felt extremely frustrated. He could handle it just a moment ago, but now seeing the other's true face, he couldn't bear it. Sweating profusely, heart racing at 180 beats per minute, he almost fainted from the shock. Mama! Mama! What mama? Alright, I won't waste time with you. Now I demand you to change course, towards. Which direction was it to Phoenix Nest? Northeast 15 degrees, about 200 nautical miles away. Phoenix Nest pointed out the location. Emo-chan raised an eyebrow, 200 nautical miles? We'll be there in no time, why are we robbing the ship? Phoenix Nest replied seriously, "You're right, boss, but robbing a ship suits our status better." Emo-chan couldn't help but smile awkwardly and gave Phoenix Nest a thumbs up. Phoenix Nest, you're awesome. Emo-chan is the real deal, I dare not be awesome. Bang! The door to the captain's cabin was kicked open. Human Federation enforcement. According to federal law, we have the right to demand this ship to change course and return to its departure point. Emo-chan glanced at the two. Clatter, clatter. Both enforcers dropped their guns, hands raised in surrender, elbows trembling uncontrollably, like touching a live wire. Emo-chan smiled faintly, "Alright, no need for military courtesy. This ship is too bad, they were planning to smuggle. I helped you tie up the captain, so be nice to me, I'm a law-abiding citizen." The two enforcers nodded in agreement. Emo-chan and Phoenix Nest then left the captain's cabin, leaving the captain alone in disarray. On the deck. 1, 2, 3, jump. Wait, boss, look. Emo-chan followed Phoenix Nest's pointing finger. On the deck, a small oval-shaped spaceship was floating, all black, resembling a dark dinosaur egg in shape. On the side of the spaceship was a symbol, a combination of a triangle, a square, and a circle. Essentially, a square within a circle, within a triangle. This was the emblem of the Human Federation. The triangle symbolized technological progress and stability, naturally representing one of the main cities, Tado City.
The other symbols represented the other two main cities.
Phoenix Nest, can you operate this thing? Phoenix Nest shook her head, but the two exchanged a smile. Inside the captain's cabin,
the captain was tied to the chair in an intricate manner, hands bound behind his back, ropes looped around his neck and chest in a unique fashion. The enforcer rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I've seen this binding technique in instructional videos, mostly used on women. Could it be?
I dare not think further. Are you saying, if we arrive late, this captain would not only face physical threats but also potential psychological trauma?
The captain sat in the chair, wanting to curse but feeling it was impolite. Feeling like a monkey in the zoo, being observed by two law enforcers. The two enforcers had not yet untied the ropes. With a click, the door opened. A voice rang out, "Hello, family. Thank you for the spaceship you sent, but how do I operate it?" The two enforcers exchanged a glance, understanding that they were being forced to betray the Human Federation. As iron-willed men of integrity, those who ate the Federation's food and received its wages should be willing to risk their lives for the Federation. The enforcer on the right pointed to the one on the left and said, "He's the pilot." The other person took a look and thought, "This won't do." Pointing to the one on the right, he said, "He's an excellent driver. He can tell at a glance that your bindings are well done, not.
He's an excellent spaceship pilot." Emo-chen cleared his throat. "Which one of you is coming with us?"
"Him," they both said simultaneously. "Boss, this spaceship can accommodate 4 people, let's take them both." With a nod from Emo-chen, he then walked over to the two with a smile on his face, hooking arms with them as if they were good buddies, and led them out. In the spacious captain's room, only the captain remained, tied to a chair, lost in thought, feeling like a tool, unappreciated. Lost in his thoughts, the captain fell into disarray once again. On the deck, the enforcer on the left trembled as he pulled out a round key. He pressed it against the spaceship. Beep! Then, with a hiss, the oval spaceship opened 2 doors, revealing only 4 small seats inside, nothing else. The enforcer who opened the door wore a pleasing expression, gesturing for Emo-chen to go first. "Oh, please, after you," Emo-chen replied with a smile. The two enforcers dared not say anything and saw a ramp extend from the circular spaceship. They stepped onto it and returned to the cockpit. Emo-chen and Feng Chu lightly jumped aboard the spaceship. Once the door closed, Emo-chen asked, "Master, is there any issue with this ship submerging into the sea?" One nodded, the other shook his head. Smack! The one who nodded received a slap from the shaker. Then, they both shook their heads. "Boss, as a sea patrol ship, this vessel has good sealing capabilities and can dive to a depth of up to 8,000 meters underwater," Feng Chu explained, looking at the 3D projection in front of him. "Oh, how embarrassing, even in the future world, it's only 8,000 meters. The Jiaolong can dive deeper than this thing," the driver on the left explained. "Not quite, all diving equipment is restricted beyond 8,000 meters, federal law prohibits descending below that depth," the driver clarified. Curious, Emo-chen asked, "What would happen if we went below 8,000 meters? "I don't know, maybe we'd die, but either way, the Federation won't forgive us when we return," the driver replied, receiving another slap from his right-hand companion. Emo-chen nodded. "Oh, so we can dive, that's good. It's okay, the Human Federation doesn't want you, but our Emo-chen family does. Sea Patrol Team, cruise ship with code GR653, please return to sea level for normal patrol duties, do not play during working hours, over." The two in the front felt their hearts leap to their throats. Just as they were about to speak, they found themselves speechless. Impatiently, Emo-chen replied, "This ship has already defected, over." With that said, the driver in front quickly pressed a button, cutting off all communication instantly. They switched to flight mode, flying over the vast ocean, diving into its endless depths. Mr. Emo-chen, you mentioned the future world earlier, are you from the past?" The enforcer on the right cautiously inquired. Feng Chu placed his hand on the head of the person in front of him and said, "Boss, he knows too much. Should we get rid of him?" Emo-chen shook his head, "No need to worry. Revealing some unimportant information won't harm us, and it will also affect the other party's judgment." Feng Chu withdrew his hand, and the man gathered his courage to ask, "Mr. Emo-chen, the words you just said may have spread out, but I assure you that the information is absolutely confidential now. What was the human world like before?" Emo-chen took a deep breath, diverse flowers blooming, birds singing in harmony. Detecting thin oxygen, activating internal and external circulation filtration system, now operational, the intelligent voice inside the spaceship suddenly sounded. Emo-chen continued, "What era is Earth in now?" Before the two could answer, Feng Chu cut in with data from the screen in his hand. According to the research report here, radioactive elements indicate it's around 4.6 billion years old. Emo-chen nodded, "So, the timeline can be inferred. It hasn't been too long, probably just tens of thousands of years at most." There was a brief silence in the cabin until they reached a depth of 2,000 meters, and the pilot said, Mr.
Emo-chen, who was the creator of mankind in the past?
After pondering for a moment, Emo-chen replied, the creator in our family is Nuwa.
Some believe in Jesus Christ, while others believe in Allah.
During our time, the creator belonged to religious legends.
Oh, what are religious legends? Emo-chen smiled faintly. Liaigwa the robot, what does he represent to you? He is the great pioneer of our human civilization. The reviver, who revived our human civilization over 600 years ago. He is the father of all of us humans. He is the divine creator of our human race, the pilot said with deep respect. Emo-chen calmly said, because only over 600 years have passed, you know how you came to be. But after 1,000 years, 5,000 years later, Liaigwa will be revered by you as the civilization's creator, not on par with the creator. That's how religion works then.
The two seemed to understand something, yet not quite. Suddenly, a huge creature blocked their path, illuminated by the deep-sea searchlight, revealing its appearance. In general, it resembled a sperm whale.
What does it want? To collide with us?
Then let it collide, it's flesh and blood, and this ship is made of iron.
Should we be afraid of it?
Emo-chen cleared his throat. Don't get excited, this is one of our Emo-chen family members, just saying hello to me. The creature, resembling a sperm whale, swam a few circles in the bright light, wagged its tail, and then left the area.
So your Emo-chen family has already dispersed all over the world.
The pilot murmured nervously.
Why be afraid?
In the end, everyone will die together.
Whether you struggle or not, I will do what I have to do. It's not a big deal, just stay positive. When people die, the most important thing is to be happy. With these words, the two stared at each other, unable to find words to refute. As they continued to descend, reaching a depth of around 8,000 meters, many marine creatures greeted Emo-chen, causing their speed to slow down. Initially, the creatures greeting them were still recognizable. The deeper they went, the stranger the greetings became. For example, they encountered a giant octopus with a human face, smiling at them in the pitch-black depths of the ocean. And at the tip of the octopus's tentacles, there was bioluminescent material. After all, in the deep sea where there is no light, it's impossible not to feel a chill seeing an octopus with a human face smiling at you. Boss, we're about 5,000 meters away from the target location.
Okay, full speed ahead. They hadn't gone far down when suddenly the ship stopped moving. The light bulb above flickered with a red glow.
A beep 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 alarm sounded. Mr. Emo-chen,
the ship has been locked down, we can't go down. At that moment, the intelligent voice inside the cabin said, we have reached the deep-sea boundary point.
Please return quickly, or the self-destruct program will be activated.
Emo-chen frowned, the small light bulb above his head flashing more vigorously than a nightclub.
Crack!
Emo-chen punched the console, then turned to the two and said, okay, now that this little light bulb has stopped flashing, the danger is over, let's go down. The two looked grim, feeling as if they were being forced into something against their will.
Are you coming or not? Don't make me unreasonable.
The two were on the verge of tears, never having met someone so unreasonable.
Mr. Emo-chen,
we will die if the ship ruptures. Emo-chen sneered, whether you live or die is none of my business, anyway, I can't die.
Stop blabbering and go down.
Boss, they are too disobedient, please allow me to deal with them. With that, the driver gritted his teeth, pushed the lever all the way down, and the ship plunged downwards at a speed several times faster than before. Self-destruct sequence initiated, countdown starting in 20 seconds, 20, 19, 18.
Click.
Emo-chen reached up and ripped the horn off the console, holding it in his hand and saying, okay, no more countdown.
But it will still explode.
The driver said, almost in tears.
Let it explode then. Think positively, what you don't hear won't hurt you. If you don't hear the countdown, what if it doesn't explode? Boom!
The seabed erupted in a brilliant display of fireworks. The brief light brought a spectacle to the ocean floor, as beautiful as a dying star.
Emo-chen was blown dozens of meters away, almost choking on the water as he tried to laugh.
The immense water pressure hit him, pressing every part of his body as if it were being crushed by a giant hydraulic press.
Bones shattered inch by inch, lung cells burst.
Under such immense pressure, even steel would distort.
Emo-chen then changed his form of life, abandoning all bone structures in his body.
He transformed from a vertebrate into an invertebrate to balance with the surrounding water pressure.
In other words, he turned into a pile of flesh. Welcome to the Emo-chen family.
Emo-chen swam over, greeting the two piles of flesh in front of him.
This. I don't want to become a monster. Oh my god, there are so many voices in my head.
The pile of flesh on the left replied in terror. You have two choices, join us, retain your consciousness, and become one with us, or I will erase your consciousness. Emo-chan replied through mental contact. Kill me. I hate this feeling, please. Emo-chan felt a bit regretful, then swiftly erased the person's consciousness. Turning to the pile of flesh on the right, he said, change is painful, evolution is often a necessary act. Giraffes grow long necks to survive. Will you willingly become the monster in people's mouths for survival? The pile of flesh on the right floated in the sea, feeling his body slowly descending. It was as if he was falling into endless darkness, yet a faint light shimmered beneath the darkness. At the same time, billions of voices in his mind welcomed his joining. He could feel these voices spread across the world, and if he calmed down, he could even share memories with members of the Emo-chan family. It was as if he had connected with the entire world. This feeling, if viewed with fearful eyes, would be endless pain. But if one could rise above this pain, they would transform into the master of the world. I am willing to join the Emo-chan family. Emo-chan is awesome. Emo-chan family is awesome. Very well, you're on your own now. Go wherever you want, just don't get yourself killed. With that, the pile of flesh tried to control its body, swaying in the water. Like a fish, it frolicked in the deep sea, enjoying a whole new life. Eventually, the pile of flesh, carrying a tattered electronic projection editor, lazily swam over to Emo-chan's side. Boss, my precious is broken. But isn't my precious also broken? Can't it just grow back on the ground? I mean this precious. Fengchu held the screen, shattered into several large pieces and deformed from being squeezed, and replied with a heartache. Go buy a new one, what's the big deal? But our family is out of money, our family funds have always been limited, so poor that it's hard to describe. Alright, I'll take you to rob a bank. Boss Missouri-chan is awesome. Two pools of flesh wandered in the boundless darkness. Emo-chan separated his spiritual body and led the way ahead. The spiritual body had limited perception, only able to sense the space within a 1-meter range. It was equivalent to emitting light within a 1-meter range. Of course, only members of the Emo-chan family could see it. Others couldn't see this spiritual entity at all. Suddenly, a restlessness was felt within. Emo-chan wriggled his body and took out a small square key from within. The dim blue light suddenly began to brighten. This indicated that they were nearing their destination. After reinserting it into his body, Emo-chan rushed forward at full speed. Along the way, the system sent a congratulatory message. Ding! Emo-chan, I have good news for you. Another one of your little brothers has been taken out, died miserably. Feeling the pressure, right? He. Emo-chan could only lament this, as the 18 family members and cadres he had initially sent out had dwindled to 16 in no time. I know, they all died because of me. How can you think like that? Your little brothers listened to you before they died, never exposed themselves to humans. They hid in the mountains and old forests, drinking dew when thirsty, eating grasshoppers when hungry, living a miserable life. But humans didn't spare them. Do you know why? Emo-chan asked in confusion. Why? Weakness simply cannot survive. Look at you, living so carefreely, occupying almost half a city, all given to you politely. And your little brothers? They never killed anyone, so they became soft targets, treated as trash and disposed of. I understand now. Understand what? During this time, you've collected 150,000 evolution points. There are too many mutation points, a bunch of them are useless, so I exchanged them for 180,000 evolution points for you. There are 103 special mutation points. I'll keep them for you to use when you have the ability to create biomonsters. Now, I have to disrupt your genetic structure. Your evolution path was wrong from the start. I'll reallocate it for you. Now, I'm busy. I have to go deep-sea treasure hunting. Treasure hunting your head. With your current strength, you want to go treasure hunting. TSK. System, I love you. Don't be like this. Annoying. Fix your genes first before you go. How to fix them? Maintain the original cell activity. I'll help you separate and isolate the neurons. Let the cells have neurons inside, instead of turning neurons into active cells. I'll merge the mucus and spider web abilities together for you. Let's just get rid of them. Spider-Man, looks cool, why not keep it? Enhance cell flexibility and division ability, so you can use cells to make spider webs. Using mucus for spider webs consumes too much biomass. Alright, you're the expert in this area, you handle it. I'll notify the family members. Evolving in a straightforward manner is quick. It'll be done in a few minutes. It requires 250,000 evolution points. Proceed with evolution? So fast. Of course, as fast as you. Emo-chan felt speechless for a moment, then said, okay, let's start evolving. Then, at the same time, all the Emo-chan family cells in the world began to shatter, recombine, and change their genes. Emo-chan silently observed the changes in his body with his spiritual body on the side. This was a very subtle operation. Under spiritual perception, the gene chain had become observable. Like building blocks, using new blocks to replace the already built block tower. A slight misstep, and the building would collapse with a crash. But under the control of the system's abnormality, no issues arose. In about 5 minutes, the transformation was complete. Emo-chan moved his body a bit and discovered a strong and powerful sense of exhilaration. It was like before when he was weighed down by a bunch of sandbags, feeling bulky and unable to focus his strength. But now, he was as light as a feather. How could it not be easy? Ding! Okay, based on your recent performance, I will search for a more suitable special ability for you. Spending 250,000 evolution points was worth it, indeed powerful. Nonsense, go ahead and court death, experience the awesomeness of your system. Ah, did you just lose another little brother? They die so quickly, it seems like humans have found a way to deal with you using radiation. Feeling the pressure, huh? I know, only 15 left. They leave me no way out at all. Oof. Then let's not leave each other a way out. Emo-chan family, no need to hide anymore. If anyone dares to attack, we will exterminate them at all costs. Feng-chu and Emo-chan followed the direction in their memories and swam to the deepest part of the trench. Boss, according to the memories passed down by the family members, there is an unknown lifeform lurking here. I speculated is guarding something? Suddenly, Emo-chan's spiritual body leading the way dimmed slightly ahead. This was a crisis. Get back! Emo-chan exerted all his strength. In an instant, he tensed his soft tissues like a spring and charged forward. Thud! Feng-chu was knocked back, retreating to a position over 10 meters away from where he was just now. Through Emo-chan's memories, he felt an inexplicable panic. Feng-chu, leave this place. This thing is a being beyond life. This is an order. Emo-chan's commanding words echoed in his mind, and without daring to linger for a moment, Feng-chu hesitated for a second. He resolutely left the area at lightning speed. Meanwhile, underwater, a large hand firmly grabbed Emo-chan, forcefully smashing him from the sea into the seabed. The speed was so fast, unbelievable, even his spiritual body was still hundreds of meters away from his physical body. Intruder, the chosen intruder, then you are not an intruder. A voice sounded in his mind. It was a very strange feeling, as if speaking in Rajesh, as if speaking in Chinese, and even recognizing a few English words he remembered. This was direct mental communication, a way of communication that transcended language barriers. The spiritual body quickly arrived at the location of the physical body, circling around this large hand. With a perception range of 1 meter, he could barely piece together the appearance of this entity. Or rather, this entity had no appearance at all. On this creature, Emo-chan saw the childhood violence he endured, the fangs of a spider, the image of a snake sticking out its tongue, and even the hair-raising woman from a horror movie. But all of this paled in comparison to a smile that Emo-chan never wanted to remember in his life, the smile of his dying father. This entity was a composite of all his fears, able to forcibly enter the mind. You cannot die, I cannot kill. The key needs to unlock the shackles. The voice continued to echo in Emo-chan's mind. Then, the surrounding space quickly changed. Emo-chan, including his spiritual body, appeared at an entrance on the seabed. Take the items inside. End my lonely vigil. Emo-chan regained his strength, understanding in his heart, and controlled his body to swim towards the bright entrance, passing through a layer of water film. Gudong! Snap! A lump of flesh fell to the ground. The lump of flesh quickly wriggled and transformed into a small monster over 50 centimeters tall. There is actually breathable air underwater, truly remarkable. Next, passing through the narrow stone corridor at the entrance, they arrived inside the temple. The architecture was strange, with stone pillars, stone walls, resembling a tomb. The walls were carved with patterns somewhat similar to ancient Egyptian civilization murals. Emo-chan became interested when he saw these stones. He recognized the material of these ink-black stones, identical to what he had seen in the cave a few days ago. Looking around, 3 glowing cubes were distributed in the corners. However, in one corner near the door on the left side, there was a missing glowing cube. Strangely, there was also a missing black stone brick here. In the corner to the left, there was a missing black floor tile of several square meters. The glowing cubes, the black stone material, everything indicated that human civilization had been here before. The space was not very large, about 100 meters by 100 meters in length and width, forming a cubic space overall. In the center of the space, there was a platform resembling an altar, protruding in a 5 meters by 5 meters cubic shape. On top of it was a suspended cube, hollow in the middle, which seemed to be a lock. Emo-chan did not immediately open the lock. Since he was here, he had to look around more. If this place was really like a tomb, and taking things from inside caused it to collapse, it would be a pity. Examining the surroundings carefully, Emo-chan's attention was drawn to the murals on the walls. With the light from the glowing cubes, starting from the left, the carvings on the murals seemed vague and chaotic. The carvings on the second stone tablet were clearer, depicting a huge planet rotating and pulling in the chaos around it, while these planets revolved around a larger one. It was clear that it depicted the process of star formation. The third mural showed the explosion of a star. The fourth mural was interesting, showing the birth of stars and planets, with an added variable elements. Under the influence of stellar nucleosynthesis, chemical elements gradually increased, starting from hydrogen and accumulating. In the process of a star's death, it would burst out powerful energy to fuse elements like iron and gold. Elements were born from dying stars. Following the murals along, Emo-chan stopped at a crucial point. On this mural on the stone tablet, there was a spiral structure similar to DNA, floating above two planets. Based on the arrangement of stars and planets, it was deduced to be Earth and Mars. This meant that these two planets either already had life or had a high chance of life appearing. Another interpretation could be that a creator planted life here. Sow a seed, reap a harvest. The process of sowing implies a harvest. The next mural became more profound. Very profound. Mars was the first to have intelligent life, as indicated by the depiction of circular spacecraft on Mars. Earth, on the other hand, was still depicted with DNA spiral structures. In the following mural, the spacecraft from Mars arrived on Earth. The subsequent murals were also intriguing, showing the evolution from cells to multicellular organisms to humanoid forms on Earth. Moving down, the murals no longer depicted planets but humans kneeling beneath the Mars spacecraft. This was not difficult to understand. Intelligent life worships powerful beings. If beings descending from the sky were not seen as gods, that would be strange. During this period, pyramids, Mayan pyramids, and many triangular architectural patterns appeared. In the next mural, Emo-chan's breathing became heavy as among the many world relics, there was a depiction of the Great Wall. Following that were rockets, skyscrapers, and modern civilization carvings. It continued until a futuristic skyscraper where a circular spacecraft descended. The civilization of human creators had arrived. Here, it connected to the carving message of the robot Liaigua in the cave. The remaining murals showed humans fighting, dividing, killing, nuclear warheads falling on cities, and everything coming to an end. The remaining dozens of stone tablets were blank. With the help of these stone tablet patterns, it can be inferred that the Martian civilization was far more advanced than humanity. They had left the solar system long ago, returning to observe Earth once every 1,000 Earth revolutions. The last time they returned, they nearly wiped out human civilization. Suddenly, the little creature Emo-chan turned his head and in that instant, he saw on the last blank stone tablet. There, familiar Chinese characters were inscribed. What is the meaning of life? Is it simply a journey from life to death, a process of existence leading to destruction? We did not encounter the carvers of the stone tablets. Our team is about to take away one stone tablet from here, along with a luminous cube for research. We will not take anything else, leaving a message for the carvers and providing a Chinese learning template. Unintentional offense. I arrived here on the human calendar year 2214, November 6. Zheng Helan. The inscription on the stone tablet was somewhat sloppy and shallow, indicating it was written by a woman judging by the pen strokes. It is worth mentioning that the inscription is arranged from left to right. Although it was just a short sentence, it was better than carving "I was here." Beneath this inscription, there was another carved reply. The carving was skillful and done from right to left. It read, "I am a witness to the universe, and I leave this message to thank you for bringing your language and culture. I admire the magic of your writing and love the way you express emotions through words. I have learned a poem from your culture, and I will carve it." Beside the bed, the bright moonlight shines, like frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, lowering it, I think of my hometown. This writing carries a wonderful emotion. I understand a sense of belonging, yet I do not belong. Unfortunately, when I returned again, you on this planet were in the midst of war. As a witness and overseer, I can only silently carve everything. I hope you can overcome this hardship and return here. I will await your return. The writing ended here. Everything became clear, revealing the truth. It was a more exhilarating feeling than solving a decryption game, and in just a few days, everything was unraveled. It was beneficial for Emo-chan to be scattered around the world. Now Emo-chan understood why the overseer could speak Chinese that night. It seemed that there was an unresolved connection between the overseer and Chinese culture. The overseer continued the ancient practice of writing from right to left. Perhaps in a few years, even the robot Liaigua would prefer expressing himself from right to left. Maybe the overseer had helped Liaigua, as it seemed illogical to exit the cave without assistance.
Now everything was clear.
The Chinese explorer discovered a stone tablet and a luminous cube here. The more questions were answered, the more questions arose.
Was it possible for the Martian civilization to return to Earth? Emo-chan took out the luminous cube from his body and placed it in the center.
After preparing, he combined the cube with a larger square block, merging them into one. Click, click. The key and shackles shattered together, turning into dust and dissipating. The altar at the center slowly sank, and a small fist-sized black liquid floated out.
Ding! Emo-chan, my little treasure, I love you so much. How the hell did you find this thing? This is the genetic origin of life. Damn, amazing, amazing, amazing. Emo-chan is amazing. Why are you so excited? Is this thing really that important? More than important. Damn, you and I combined are not as important as this thing. Just kidding, you are the most important, hurry and absorb it. After absorbing this, will it double my abilities? You silly, have you never read a cultivation novel? This thing is like refining your bones and enhancing your aptitude. Oh my god, this thing is like a foundation building pill. If all you pursue is this, then the foundation building pill is nothing. This thing is at least equivalent to the blood essence of Pangu. Damn it, do you understand now? Hurry up and absorb it.
Emo-chan then raised his hand, which instantly burst and stretched out, grabbing the black liquid suspended in midair.
In an instant, the black liquid melted in Emo-chan's hand.
Strangely, he felt nothing, as if he was holding a bunch of water.
Ha ha, amazing.
The genetic lock in your cells has been permanently opened.
Now you can create whatever you want.
System, can you be a bit more reserved?
I'll be reserved your ass. Do you know what it means to unlock the genetic lock?
It's like having teeth in your eyes, brains in your teeth, and cultivating a biochemical virus in your brain. You have broken the biological lock's restrictions. I plan to have you build a laboratory in the future to experiment with these things.
Right now, your whole body is like a laboratory. Emo-chan gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Your ability to give examples is always so straightforward. Come on, let's have fun today. I'll treat you. Ha! Don't mess with me, I have visuals in my head. Okay, I'm going to binge watch. Call me if you need me.
After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing important, Emo-chan passed through the water curtain and returned to the sea. Unlike what he imagined, the place had not collapsed. Instead, the strange creatures that had been guarding it seemed to have disappeared. Back in the deep sea, Emo-chan transformed into a happy soft-bodied fish.
Swimming and swimming.
Suddenly, Feng Chu's voice echoed in his mind.
Boss, it's great to see you're okay. I always turn bad luck into good fortune.
Let's go, everything here has ended, but everything is just beginning.
Let's go back to Tadu City. Half of the month of peace had already passed today.
In the third-class city area, as an old door opened, a strong smell of smoke wafted out.
Boss, you're finally back. I've been waiting so long.
Wulong threw his cigarette butt around, took a few steps forward, and took the large bag of local specialties from Emo-chan's hand. These were gifts from his brothers in the deep sea.
A pile of caviar, lantern fish eyeballs, and the like. Wulong, didn't I tell you to stay in prison? Why did you run out? I still need you as a pawn for my next plan. Emo-chan took off his sunglasses, frowned, and looked at Wulong. They let me out a few days ago, saying I ate too much. They are a bunch of stingy people. Wulong pouted. Emo-chan sighed. You fell for their trick again.
Those bandits just gave you a fake excuse to cause trouble for us.
Are they really that despicable? Damn it, if they dare to do this, I'll kill them.
Whether they are despicable or not is none of our business.
Since they let you out, it's our turn to be despicable. Feng Chu's eyes sparkled. Boss, what's your next plan? Emo-chan smirked. You've been looking forward to it every day. This time, it's just as you imagined, but it's no fun if we do it ourselves. I want the people in the city to do it.
At the high-level meeting in Tadu City, the newly appointed mayor, Zimmer, sat at the top. 3 days ago, his mission on Mars had ended, and upon his return, he reached the peak of power in Tadu City. Around the meeting table, there were 4 women and 6 men, comprising the 10 high-ranking council members. Zimmer's daughter was among them, but she was present in the capacity of Zimmer's secretary.
This was the pinnacle of power in Tadu City.
Opposite Zimmer, there was a member of the Human Federation who had brought a gift. With a finger tap, accompanied by the opening of a recording box on the table, a voice message played.
Oops, how embarrassing.
We're in the future, and it's still 8,000 meters deep.
The Jialong submersible can dive deeper than this thing. Mr.
Machin, you mentioned the future world earlier.
Are you from the past? Boss, he knows too much. Should we get rid of him? Don't worry, revealing some unimportant information won't harm us. It might even affect their judgment. The recording ends here. Zymir clicked his tongue, then coughed and said, "So, how do you all see this? Is Machen from the past?
Maybe it knows the history of human development. It's possible that it's intentionally lying to make us suspicious and more wary of it."
I agree with that. Machen is cunning, with 7 parts falsehoods and 3 parts truths. We shouldn't trust it easily. Let's focus on the matter at hand.
According to the data from the Federation, although the Machen family monsters have strong regenerative abilities, they are still monsters. Various radiation weapons are very effective in dealing with them.
Zymir shook his head and said to everyone, "We can't eliminate this child. We urgently need its help.
In a few hundred years, our human civilization may completely transform into a mechanical civilization, and all our descendants will become machines."
Mayor, don't underestimate yourself. We may not necessarily need the help of monsters. Although the experiments on human pregnancy and childbirth of primates have been very poor, with almost all newborns dying in the womb,
perhaps after cultivating for a few generations, we should be able to find a suitable genetic structure for us humans.
Bang!
A council member in a blue military uniform stood up abruptly, slamming his mechanical iron fist on the table, saying, "General, I suggest abandoning the flesh and transforming into machines."
Becoming a mechanical civilization, what's the big deal?
The room fell silent.
Only Zymir firmly said, "We humans are reviving in the ruins. Our mechanical father, Liigwa, believes in us. If we completely abandon our flesh, how will we face our future generations?
You, Tato City, are truly a collision of technology and ideas.
Work hard, the whole of humanity is waiting for your success." After some pleasantries, the federal law enforcement officer patted his black enforcement suit.
He stood up from his seat, sat back down awkwardly, and when he had everyone's attention, he said, "Ahem, information comes at a price.
I only accept cash. You should understand what I mean. This is exclusive information, so..."
Zymir smiled gently. "Ziera, take him to the central bank of Tatu City and withdraw 30 million yuan in my name." Outside the central bank of Tatu City, there were 3 young people. The one in the middle sat on a small stool, wearing large black sunglasses, not afraid of the June turning into July heat, dressed in a heavy black coat. He held up a sign that read, 40 years of medical treatment.
Ancestral mobile phone screen protector.
A young and beautiful girl with a purple ponytail, wearing a short skirt showing her white legs, also wore black-rimmed sunglasses, holding a cigarette in her mouth that she was trying to quit but couldn't. Looking tough, she stood with her arms crossed, with a large hammer hanging on her back and a concrete manhole cover placed beside her. Learning from their previous mistake, they dared not use a metal manhole cover again. There was another person, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, squatting to the side. Without an electronic screen editor in hand, feeling uncomfortable all over, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. People passing by the bank entrance, seeing the appearance of these 3 individuals, quickly moved away to the side. It was like avoiding the plague, mainly because of the way these 3 were dressed, reminiscent of the notorious Machen family members who were known for their ruthlessness. But no one dared to confirm if they were indeed them, mainly because a strange trend had emerged in the city. Young people were imitating the attire of the 3 members of the Machen family, turning it into a trend. On the street, many young people passing by were imitating the 3 members of the Emochen family. There were boys with silver hair, black hair, and a girl with purple hair in a ponytail.
"Boss, look at these punks.
They keep coming and going, looking at us funny, daring to imitate us.
Should I teach them a lesson?" "Long, you need to stay calm. If someone imitates us, it means they can deceive others. It's not a big deal."
Then, the young man shouted, "Professional sewer cleaning, 40 years of medical practice, guaranteed cure, come by, come see," and the girl will perform breaking stones with her chest. The effect of this shout was almost zero. This was a big city where even couples shopping kept a 5-meter distance. Unlike in chaotic places where people gather to watch. They had been there since 8 in the morning, but by 1 in the afternoon, there was still no business.
"Boss, didn't you say you would take me to rob a bank? I've planned the attack and escape routes." "Fong, robbing a bank doesn't always require violence. We can make others violent."
Suddenly, a luxury hovercar stopped at the intersection. The door opened upwards, and a young woman walked out, followed by a man in casual clothes. The young man holding a sign threw it away as he saw the wealthy couple. "Long, you like breaking stones with your chest, go ahead." Who else could these 3 be? Only Emochen, Long, and Fong could reach this level of idleness. Long didn't hesitate, took a big iron hammer from his back, and swung it in front of the couple.
"Break stones with your chest. Look at me."
The young woman disdainfully glanced at Long, then took out a wallet from her bag and handed him several bills.
"As a girl, you shouldn't act tough all the time. Take this money, repair the bank's floor, and keep the rest."
Long was furious, pointing at her and cursing, "You tomboy, I'm way better than you in femininity." After her words, the young woman put the money back in her bag and tidied herself up neatly.
She glanced at Long's chest bump and walked towards the bank's entrance. "Wait for me, Sierra. Why bother with a street girl? A couple of $100 would make them obedient."
The man in casual clothes caught up, trying to please her.
"Your attitude is disgusting. The information you provide is worthless. You should thank my father's generosity instead of belittling others to flatter me."
Suddenly, a voice came from behind them.
"Beauty, what's your relationship with Zimmel?" Sierra turned around and saw a young face with big black sunglasses, overlapping with a familiar memory. Mo-chun?
When she saw his smile, Mo-chan raised his index finger to his lips. The man next to Sierra was puzzled, unable to understand.
He patted Sierra's shoulder and said, "Hey, Sierra?
That guy is just a thug. No need to be so suspicious."
Sierra shivered from the touch. Breathing heavily, feeling the cold sweat soaking through the clothes, without looking back, hurriedly heading towards the bank.
Watching the backs of the two hurrying away, Mo-chan calmly said, "All things in the world rely on fate. I have a good fate with this little girl."
Wulong leaned in next to Mo-chan, blinking his big eyes. "Boss? Are you going to pursue her?" Mo-chan raised his hand and gave Wulong a tap on the head. "Pursue the daughter of our archenemy? Do you think this is a melodramatic love story? I want her to inherit our family's genes. Isn't she the one who hates us monsters the most?" "Oof. Boss, what's your next move?" Feng Chu was full of energy. "Let's go, brothers, sneak into the bank."
Inside the bank, in the luxurious exclusive one-on-one VIP service room.
"Miss Shala, are you sure you want to withdraw so much cash at once?"
The half-robotic bank manager frowned, looking at the application form in his hand, the magnetic floating eyeballs scanning the paper round and round before flying back into his eye sockets.
"Is there a problem? Don't tell me you need time to prepare. Open your vault now and get the cash ready for me," Shala urged.
"Please don't be so agitated. Please sign here. We will immediately send someone to deliver the cash to you." The bank manager handed the application form to Zimmela.
Swish.
Shala quickly signed, "Just give the money to that gentleman."
After speaking, she quickly got up and walked towards the door.
Suddenly, as she walked through the hall, she was accidentally bumped into by a janitor.
"I'm sorry, miss."
Shala patted her shoulder. "It's okay, don't worry about it." Then, without looking back, she left the bank, got into the car parked outside the bank, and immediately headed to a private hospital.
She was going to have a full-body checkup.
At that time, bank staff carried 3 large metal boxes into the room. The federal members quickly approached, opened one of the boxes, picked up a stack of 1,000 denomination banknotes, rubbed them in their hands, and laughed heartily.
"Ha ha! This is real money." The bank manager smirked. What kind of scene hadn't he seen? At a glance, he could tell where this money came from.
"Sir, to ensure your safety, our bank has specially launched a home delivery service. Absolutely confidential, absolutely safe. Just pay 100,000 yuan to experience it, rest assured.
Most of the money will be donated to environmental organizations. Would you like to give it a try?"
Upon hearing this, the federal member nodded with a smile. Casually taking out 2 stacks of money from the box, he threw them to the bank manager.
"No problem, the service is very thoughtful. I'll give you 200,000. Then, the staff followed the bank manager and led the federal member to the rooftop of the bank's high-rise building. There were 5 small spacecraft parked there. "Sir, choose one, rest assured, it's absolutely confidential."
"You don't need to tell me where you're going, just inform the intelligent navigation system." The bank manager took off his hat, bowed to the federal member, and then turned and left.
The federal member chuckled, turned to the 3 staff behind him, and said, "Hey, you 3, carry the money to the middle spacecraft. I'll give each of you 1,000 bucks." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of the 3 behind him instantly transformed into 2 men and a woman, 3 young people. The federal member sat on the ground, continuously retreating until his back was against the spacecraft's landing gear. His face turned pale, looking horrified as if he had seen a ghost. "Boss, he said he'd give us 1,000 bucks, this guy is so stingy. Can I be a bit brutal when I beat him later?"
Hearing this, the federal member quickly spread out his hands and said, No.
"As long as you don't kill me, I can give you all the money." Mo-chan sneered, "Are you out of your mind?
Even if we rob you, this money will still be ours."
"Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Wulong took a step forward. Bang!
A federal member suddenly pulled out a charged handgun from behind, pulled the trigger, and shot through Wulong's chest on the spot.
"Damn it! I've been shot, what should I do?"
Mo-chan casually pulled Wulong back, facing him. Then, they saw flesh buds slowly growing out of the hole in Wulong's chest, intertwining like vines, covering the wound together.
Imochen nodded, clapping his hands and saying, "This evolution has indeed greatly improved physical fitness. The healing ability of the wound is simply 10 or 100 times better than before." The federal personnel were dumbfounded. Now they had guessed the identity of the other party. Imochen's family members, and the one in the middle had red pupils like a reptile. Even Imochen himself might be here. "Don't just stand there daydreaming, shoot here." Imochen pointed at Wulong's head. "Boss, it will hurt a lot." Wulong looked aggrieved, stomping his foot like a little girl. "Nonsense. Isn't that how life is? It hurts, and then suddenly it feels good. You'll get used to it." After Imochen finished speaking, he signaled the federal personnel to shoot at Wulong's head. The federal personnel swallowed their saliva, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Flesh and blood flew. Imochen and Fengchu watched wide-eyed from the side. Before long, flesh tendrils grew from the neck, slowly outlining the skeleton and the appearance of a head. Purple hair sprouted from the skin until the features formed a pretty face. However, it came at a cost. Wulong's chest flattened slightly, and the flesh from the chest moved to the head. Clap, clap, clap. Imochen and Fengchu applauded continuously. After the applause, Imochen looked at the federal member and said, "Well done, thank you for your contribution to the Imochen family. You may die now." With that, Imochen took a few steps forward, placing his right hand on the person's heart. At that moment, the federal member hastily said, "I confess, I revealed your information because I was offered 30 million in exchange." Imochen raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, what did you reveal?" "I know about your past, your knowledge of human history. I've told everything. I don't want to die." "I can't die." The federal member's terrified face contorted. Imochen smiled faintly, feeling the other person's heartbeat in his palm, and said, "Death is just death, nothing serious. I'm used to it." The federal member despaired, grasping at the last hope. "I still have value to offer. You dislike Zimmer, right? I can reveal his whereabouts." "Thank you for the reminder, but I don't want it that way. It would be meaningless." "Clear your mind, everyone will die eventually. First, you will feel a chill, then warmth will come gently, and finally, you will fall into eternal sleep. It's like drifting off in a hot bath. Even in the universe, life will come to an end." Crack! The federal member struggled for a moment, then peacefully succumbed to death. Imochen stood up, rubbing his blood-stained right hand, and the blood in his palm was instantly absorbed. "Boss, the family funds are abundant now. The money here will last us for a while." Imochen turned around to see Wulong and Fengchu counting money on the ground. Fengchu was counting stack by stack, and Wulong was separating the money counted by Fengchu, counting it one by one. Imochen felt a headache watching. "Count it properly when we get back. Tonight, I have a date to attend." Wulong's eyes sparkled. "Boss has a date? Boss is looking for a wife? We already have a lady of the house in our family. It's not as complicated as you think. Let's go back." The three of them carried the money box and entered the unmanned spacecraft. Wulong casually cleaned up the food on the ground. Late at night, in a luxurious hotel room in the center of Tadu City, Ciala stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the endless city. She held an electronic report in her hand. It read, "Not infected by any biological organisms." Ziera was desperate because she could clearly hear the voices of many members of the Imochen family in her mind. However, no unusual presence was detected. Thud, thud, thud. Ziera turned her face, ashen, towards the door. A flowing mass of flesh slipped in through the crack of the door. "Get out! Why can you find me?" Ziera shouted hysterically. "You are quite narrow-minded, hiding in a hotel, seeking solitude. Why not dare to go home and face your father?" The soft-bodied lifeform that slipped and slowly condensed into Imochen. Imochen glanced around, casually grabbed a piece of white cloth from the table, tied it behind to cover himself, and looked at Ziera, saying, "I told you I had my eyes on you. Naturally, I had to find you." "I'm just keeping my promise. Answer my question, how did you infect me?" Ziera stared at Imochen and asked each word. "I infected your driver first through your clothes, then when you came back from the hospital, I let the cells in your driver infect you. It's your fault for not taking your driver to the hospital for a checkup." Imochen shrugged. Then, Imochen walked towards Ziera. "Don't come any closer." Ziera took a few steps forward, grabbed a gun from the nearby sofa, and pointed the dark barrel at Imochen. Then, a scene that made it even harder for Ziera to accept unfolded. She watched helplessly as her hands involuntarily aimed the gun at her own forehead. "It's impolite to point a toy gun at someone. I have a few questions for you, and once I'm done, I'll leave." Ziera looked at the gun and swallowed. "What do you want to know?" "To show my sincerity, I can first eliminate all the cells in your body." Imochen waved his hand, eradicating all Imochen cells in Ziera's body. Thud! A delicate firearm fell. It was a toy that Ziera had made herself, used as a spiritual solace. Ask your questions, I can answer whatever you want to know. How important are you in your father's heart? Surely you must at least qualify to be a hostage? Emo-chan smiled. Getting straight to the point, no need to hide anymore? I was adopted by my father, just a tool he uses. He doesn't care about me. Emo-chan smirked. Seems like you are quite important, at least in your heart. Second question. Why impregnate people with monkeys? Don't you find it perverse? Ziera glared at Emo-chan. You're the pervert, you monster. We are searching for genetic structures that can replace humans. Emo-chan chuckled after hearing this, sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, I enjoy watching you struggle. Third question. Are you willing to join the Emo-chan family? Ziera firmly shook her head. Emo-chan joked, alright, no pressure. How about the child in your belly? Is it willing to join the Emo-chan family? With these words, Ziera sweated on her forehead, touched her flat stomach, and looked at Emo-chan in confusion. I have no ability to get pregnant, and I have never been involved with a man. Emo-chan snorted, I see a child in your belly, maybe I still have a bit of kindness left, otherwise, I wouldn't be lenient with you. Ziera's pupils dilated, unbelievingly said, I have no reason to lie to you, and you have no reason to joke about this kind of thing. I really am not pregnant, I just completed a medical checkup. Emo-chan frowned, took a few steps forward to Ziera. Without a word, he touched her abdomen directly. You are indeed pregnant, and it seems to be a human embryo, quite funny, a human carrying a human. I find it somewhat miraculous. Emo-chan retracted his spiritual perception within a meter range, and the child in Ziera's belly seemed to be at least 3 weeks old, resembling a fish embryo. Ziala was completely unaware of this, but she had some understanding of Emo-chan's abilities. She gasped and said, How? How is this possible? If you didn't deceive me, I'm pregnant. I just got infected by your cells. And now I'm pregnant. Then, Ziala looked at Emo-chan with a gaze that seemed to see a pervert, a rogue. Emo-chan gritted his teeth and said, What do you take me for? How could I stoop so low? I am a cancer cell, I have no reproductive ability, I can only clone and divide. Do you understand? Ziala said indignantly, If what you're saying is true, then how do you explain this child in my belly? I have no ability to get pregnant. Emo-chan was furious, I also have no fertility. I am a cancer cell simulating a human body. I don't even have tadpoles. Don't falsely claim the child has a father. At night, in the hotel room, a man and a woman alone, with an extra child, unsure of whose it is. Emo-chan frowned, feeling like he had come to the wrong place. Just get rid of the child. I'll cover any medical expenses. A child born without a father, TSK, so pitiful. Ziala said firmly, This is a miracle in biological history, the first case of self-pregnancy in a woman. And it has been several years since a human pregnancy by a human has occurred. I want to give birth to this child. Emo-chan's frown deepened into a canyon. He didn't expect this girl to be as stubborn as his father, always talking about some grand scientific principles. You want to give birth to this child? Are you out of your mind? I feel like I'm being taken advantage of. Ziala glared at Emo-chan. If it's as you say, then this child has nothing to do with you. Please leave. Emo-chan's right hand formed into a cone. I'll give you a chance to rephrase. I'm not here to discuss the child, I'm here for revenge. Emo-chan, you're being unreasonable. What more do you want? You've left me pregnant for no reason, and now you want to treat us, a widow and an orphan, with your murderous heart? Emo-chan was grinding his teeth in anger. What a ridiculous situation. He hadn't done anything, yet he was suddenly a father? Then, what was the point of the neighbor Wang's existence? Emo-chan's eyes turned to the system when he didn't understand something. System, quickly see what's going on here. Ding. Little Mo, what's the rush calling me? Look at this drama, it's simply a miracle of life. Emo-chan finished speaking and transmitted the situation inside to the system. I can't call you Little Mo anymore, you're a father now. Emo-chan's eyes widened. What's going on? Nothing happened, and suddenly this? System, stop joking. I really didn't do anything. Of course, I know you're Mo Gonggong, naturally you don't have that ability. Emo-chan's face darkened, get to the point. When the cells in your body were distributing, this girl happened to be in her ovulation period, but she has some issues in her body, so she shouldn't be able to get pregnant. You obtained the source gene of life, and the cells in your body happened to unlock the genetic lock of the egg cell. This allowed the girl's genes to combine with her own genes. It's not a big deal, just that the egg cell was deceived, so the girl's genes started to clone themselves. So, she has nothing to do with me at all, I'm innocent. I said you're Mo Gonggong. Also, because human embryos need both male and female genes. So, this child will only die in the womb, never developing into a normal baby, just a stillborn. Alright, Go watch your drama, I have things to do.
You dog slave, how dare you speak to me like that? Escort the lady back to the palace.
Now get lost. I won't waste time with you. I've assigned you a mutant route based on your body's adaptability. In a few days, you'll mutate.
Stop gallivanting around the mountains and rivers. With such a powerful source of life, don't use it to cultivate bacteria and viruses, creating biochemical monster weapons.
You're wasting time here. Do you want to study the philosophy of life?
Your little brothers scattered around the world are in urgent situations.
Evolve, evolve.
Destroy, destroy.
Get moving.
Just as the system finished speaking, Feng Chu urgently transmitted, "Boss, please return quickly, there's been a change in the humans." Emo-Chen's heart skipped a beat and he said to Zayayala, "This child is beyond saving, eliminate him."
Give my regards to your father. We agreed on a month of peace.
If humans trouble my family members again, I will keep my promise, and you must too, or I won't be so polite.
With that, Emo-Chen turned into a pool of blood and dissipated on the spot.
Inside the old apartment, as soon as Emo-Chen's consciousness returned, Feng Chu urgently said, "Boss, humans are not following the rules. They've sent soldiers to our territory to act recklessly."
Emo-Chen clenched his fist and said, "They don't even give us a moment's respite. I could tolerate some covert actions, but are they starting a full-on suppression now? System, it's time for mutation." Ding. So soon? It's not time yet, your cells haven't stabilized. Wait for another 3 days of observation.
I plan to add tardigrade genes to you. They can resist radiation weapons for a while.
If that doesn't work, we'll have to continue with genetic recombination. Alright, then.
Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The three turned their gaze towards the door.
Emo-Chen, we know you're inside. Come out for questioning. We suspect you're harboring escaped prisoners. Emo-Chen exhaled a cold breath. Attacking when the enemy is vulnerable, this is practically declaring war. Bang!
The door was kicked open. Several mechanical soldiers rushed in, their mechanical arms holding an unstable element reaction gun.
It was larger than an electromagnetic bullet gun, even bigger than a plasma weapon. This weapon was the radiation weapon that Emo-Chen's family couldn't defend against recently. Zimil, what are you up to? I respect you as an opponent, but you can't go back on your word. A hologram appeared.
Child, forgive me.
I didn't expect the deaths of federal members today to put such pressure on us. Zimil frowned. Enough with the deceit. I have nothing more to say.
Even if that federal member was your excuse, at least you promised a month of peace.
Zimil made up his mind.
Capture the girl with purple hair, she's the escaped prisoner.
Emo-Chen stood in front of Wulong, protecting the two behind him. Zimil, do you know that I spared your daughter's life tonight? Are you trying to push me to become a truly inhuman monster?
Zimil sighed, I'm sorry, child.
I shouldn't have done that day.
I didn't expect it to have such a big impact.
Currently, the entire Human Federation Society is putting too much pressure on you. Emo-Chen smiled faintly. Are you still the Zimil I know? You didn't do wrong that day.
You've shown yourself to be even better than I imagined.
I acknowledge you.
We were opponents from the start. The side that is too soft-hearted should be eradicated, should suffer.
Emo-Chen's pupils contracted. Before he could finish his sentence, he pushed the two behind him. ZZZ.
In an instant, the radiation weapon in the robot's hand was activated, emitting a terrifying power from the unstable elemental radiation. Like a strong light shining on a vampire, it instantly destroyed the genetic chain within Emo-Chen's entire body.
Emo-Chen gritted his teeth, causing his gums to soften, bearing unimaginable pain within their bodies.
This pain is the suffering each younger brother endures before being killed by radiation weapons.
Skin rapidly peels off, pus oozes from the wounds. Dragon and Phoenix escaped through the window.
Emo-Chen finished speaking, spread his arms, and rushed towards the robot at the door, buying some time for the two behind him to escape.
In the Tadu meeting room, Mayor, the monsters of the Emo-Chen family are actually more fragile than we imagined. We have almost located their lurking numbers in the city. Order the attack. General.
The Human Federation has provided us with reinforcements. Although we don't need their help, they have secretly surrounded Tata City, which is perfect for clearing out the monsters. The Federation has provided us with support in the form of radiation weapons, but the actual operational control remains in their hands.
It was proven last night. Our Tadu City has become their chosen sacrifice. Simil said this, suddenly looking much older, gazing at the people in the meeting room who were unanimously calling for war.
At this moment, he also felt a sense of powerlessness. Historically, no one could truly control everything.
Regardless of interference, events unfold towards the final outcome, no matter what.
Simmel took a deep breath and said to his daughter beside him, Shella, I heard you met Mutation last night.
Share your thoughts. Shella put down the piece of meat she was gnawing on.
Today, she deliberately wore loose clothing to conceal the bulge in her abdomen.
But the final examination results were the same as what Mutation had said.
This baby had developed to the size of 3 months in just 1 day and night.
Even though she had eaten a lot last night, Shella had become noticeably thinner.
The fetus in her abdomen could not develop into a normal baby and was destined to be a stillborn.
Shella took a deep breath. There are too many mysteries surrounding Mutation, with a hint of human emotion. Unfortunately, it always acts alone, or perhaps someone is forcing it to act alone.
I feel that deep down, it never truly desired slaughter.
Bang! The glass panel on the table cracked. Nonsense! When have monsters ever had human emotions? And who is forcing it to act alone? Is someone telling it to wipe out all of us humans? Have you ever considered that such illogical beings might be sent by a higher civilization to suppress us?
Shella said seriously.
Alien civilization? It's just a legend. We can't even leave the solar system, so why care about alien civilizations?
Simmel raised his hand to quiet everyone down and said solemnly, let me make it clear. The tide of the times has left humanity with only 2 paths. Either abandon the flesh and gradually transform into mechanical life forms, or cooperate with Mutation to reshape our human bodies.
General, become a robot. Many of our mechanical brethren in the city have already proven this. Even as mechanical beings, they can possess human emotions. Isn't our mechanical father, Liaigua, also a person full of love? Mayor, please stop defending Mutation blindly.
You can't push us humans to the edge just to satisfy your own research interests.
Bang!
Simmel slammed his fist on the table, and the atmosphere immediately quieted down.
He stood up and looked at everyone. As the mayor of Tata City, it's because you didn't have a better candidate. What is your attitude? Are you ordering me, Simmel?
The air fell dead silent.
Do you know?
At this moment, I empathize with that child of Mutation. What is blocking our human progress is not the current compromise but the shackles of thought.
With a hiss, the air valve opened. Simmel frowned and looked towards the door.
Upon seeing the face of the person who had arrived, a sense of foreboding arose in his heart.
Hello, Simmel, I'm sorry.
We have enough evidence to prove that it was your failure that led to the Mutation family escaping from the laboratory, and you are responsible for the deaths.
Simmel smiled faintly. This is Tata City, our city.
There's no need to involve the Federation.
Simmel, your current status is just a suspect. If you have anything to say, stop now.
Save it for the federal court and plead your case there, a federal law enforcement officer coldly interrupted.
Simmel's face darkened, resembling the imminent storm outside the window. He addressed the crowd, friends of Tatu City, someone is trying to undermine our power in Tatu City.
If you truly love this city, I have some advice for you.
In war, one must uphold their beliefs. Even in a misguided war, one must persevere. Peace means preparing for the next war. Do not overestimate your intelligence. Do not underestimate what methods your opponents may use. Another federal officer entered from the door, sneering, Simmel, you talk too much. Please come with us decently. Don't make us treat you like a fugitive and handcuff you. Let me give you one more piece of advice. Our greatest enemy as humans will always be humans. And don't rush to elect a mayor to calm the citizens. Don't spread panic in the city. Father, the Federation is like this, let's withdraw from the Federation and not follow their laws. Shut up, do as I say. Tadu City, 3rd tier city area. A horned vehicle shuttled through the city, repeatedly broadcasting, we have found a way to purify the body. Infected individuals, please come out voluntarily for purification. As the vehicle sped by, beneath the steel and concrete, in the sewer network, foul-smelling water flowed, carrying decaying bodies whose genetic chains had been destroyed. Once perhaps citizens or members of the Mutation family, they were now just decaying bodies floating in the sewer. In an empty area of the sewer, 3 figures were playing cards. Their chairs were piled high with banknotes. 4 twos with a pair of kings. Ha, the boss loses again. Damn. You're a bomb disposal genius, beating me even with random cards. A good hand can win even with lousy cards. Boss, this city is sealed off. A powerful radiation network forms a wall by the seaside. What's our next move? The figure addressed as the boss raised a bottle of vodka, took a few big swigs, and said, gather all the infected individuals. Let's make a last stand while we can. You two find a way to escape. You must survive. I won't allow any more important family members to die. Do you understand? Understood. Ding. Emochen, I'm not joking with you now. You are in real danger. Sonar devices have been placed in the sea, forcing your family members to gather together. They are likely to use radiation bombs. Your henchmen hiding in the rainforest have been eliminated. They are ruthless, willing to destroy all life in the rainforest just to get to you. Emo-chan held the unfinished cards in his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, a rat emerged from the sewer and urgently said to Emo-chan, "Boss, it's bad news. Another military force has arrived, and they are even targeting civilians. It's inhumane, not sparing even the uninfected citizens." A surge of heat emanated from Emo-chan's nostrils. Fengchu calmly suggested, "Boss, since we can't win, why don't we join the other side?" A glint flashed in Emo-chan's eyes. "Good idea. I'll incite a riot among the family members. Let's end this place with the biggest failure. You two find a way to infiltrate the military. Even if you have to show a ruthless side, it's fine." Tadu's city, third-tier city area. People were divided into piles after piles, looking down from the sky, just like ants gathered around countless candies. In this vast city, both the infected and the uninfected were gathered together. At that moment, an infected person in the crowd raised their head, looking up at the city skyline. The gloomy sky remained unchanged. However, among the numerous passing patrol ships, there was one ship with 3 people standing on it. "Big Brother Emo-chan is awesome." The first voice rang out, followed by another. "Big Brother Emo-chan is awesome. Big Brother Emo-chan is awesome. The Emo-chan family is awesome." At first, it was just a small shout, but then the voices grew louder and louder. "A spark can start a prairie fire." Shouts echoed in every corner of the city. Emo-chan stood at the front of the ship, feeling the warm breeze before the summer thunderstorm brushing past his face. "Boss, are you sure about this?" Fengchu played with the newly bought electronic screen map editor. This time, he bought the best and most expensive one. Emo-chan smiled slightly, closing his eyes to savor this brief moment of peace and tranquility. "Let's begin the farewell ceremony of our family here." Then, Wulong laughed heartily, holding a stack of scattered banknotes and tossing them forcefully. Before the storm could even start, a rain of banknotes fell instead. Fresh and clean banknotes floated in the wind, slowly drifting down to the blood-stained ground with cracked cement. Then, a small hand picked up the banknotes from the ground. "Mom, look, Big Brother Emo-chan gave us money." The young boy picked up the banknotes and turned to the woman in the crowd with a smile. The woman smiled gently, but her smile suddenly froze. Crack! The small hand dropped from midair to the ground. The law enforcement officer sheathed his blade. Even though he was wearing sealed armor, one could feel his deep disgust from within. "Infected individuals, follow the arrangements, do not act rashly, do not pick up anything, do not do anything." Then, a new palm slowly grew back at the wrist where the hand was lost. Immediately after, another law enforcement officer cheerfully picked up the small hand from the ground. His mechanical fingers were too large, crushing the small palm. Then, between his mechanical index finger and middle finger, he held a small banknote, shaking off the flesh and blood on it. "Ah, this money is real. It's a 1,000 yuan note, equivalent to 3 days of our salary." A middle-aged woman comforted the young boy crying in pain in her arms. Looking at the 2 law enforcement officers in front of her, she said with sorrow and anger, "Gentlemen, Emo-chan has never done anything to us citizens. Although he infected us, look at this child." The woman pulled open the boy's shirt, revealing a mark on his chest. This mark consisted of 2 red lines crossing each other. In other words, if someone had this mark, it meant that certain parts of their body needed to be replaced, or they wouldn't survive. The woman continued, "My child has had severe liver malformation since birth, and we don't have the money to replace his mechanical body. We can only try to sustain his life in every possible way. If it weren't for Emo-chan, my child would have died. Why are you trying to eliminate Emo-chan?" Smack! A mechanical hand instantly smashed the woman's face, only to see her face slowly regenerate. "Look at your behavior. What's the difference between you and a monster? You are a monster, claiming to be human." The woman was speechless, looking up at the sky. The banknotes drifting with the wind were as beautiful as snowflakes. Then, more and more banknotes fell where the crowd gathered. Ironically, the poor people did not bend down to pick up the banknotes at this moment. These banknotes eventually fell into the hands of one law enforcement officer after another. Drifting and drifting, as time passed, the crowd moved. The banknotes in the sky were not all scattered at once, but slowly and gradually floated down. A banknote drifted in front of the crowd. There is a huge metal detector here, seemingly connected to nowhere, with just air behind it. It feels like once you enter for the check, you can never come out. The personnel outside the metal doorframe watched the banknotes flying in the air, reaching out to grab one and tuck it into their toolbox. If it weren't for work, he would really want to pick up some money and say, "Next." Soon after, a little boy accompanied his mother here. "Are both of them seriously infected citizens?" The woman nodded. "Since you are so honest, there's no need for a check.
Line up here, follow the instructions of the staff, complete the body cancer cell cleansing, and you can return to normal life. The little boy looked at the metal detector door, frowning, and said, "But uncle, friends of the Emotion family in my mind tell me that you are lying. Without these cells, I will die. Bring these two over, stop wasting time with nonsense." Two intelligent machines then arrived, one holding the boy, the other pulling the woman's arm towards a room. Next, this time, a strong man arrived, silent, and stood at the front of the crowd. It seemed like he was waiting for this moment. With a loud roar, he raised his fist and struck towards the law enforcement officer's head. ZZZ. Accompanied by two robots by the law enforcement officer's side, they simultaneously used radiation weapons. The man's body slowly disintegrated under the radiation's intense light, falling heavily to the ground as if he had no strength left. He who toasts and does not eat, must drink a penalty toast. Someone, drag his body over. A cargo robot then arrived, extending its mechanical arm and dragging the man's body like a dead dog, dragging it next to a pile of bodies 100 meters away. With a forceful toss, the man's body fell face up on the pile of bodies. As death approached, the man looked at the vast and gloomy sky. A banknote slowly floated down, landing on his face. The man smiled and then passed away. Shortly after, a law enforcement officer arrived, eyeing the banknote as it fluttered. The metal foot stepped on the pile of bodies, lifting the banknote from the dead man's face and flicking it in the air. "Quick, brother, I found another one. You're so damn fast, I clearly saw it first. Oh, look over there." Pointing casually, in a secluded area of the crowd, 3 law enforcement officers were kicking an old man. The 2 law enforcement officers then walked over, chatting and laughing. "Old man, look at what you've done to yourself." The one kicking the hardest cursed. "Hey, be careful, these monsters are pretty strong, they might punch through your armor." "Don't worry, I've already irradiated them before, they won't have much strength left to fight back." At that moment, the law enforcement officer seemed to notice something, chuckled, then jumped with force on the old man's body. The nearly 2.5-meter high exoskeleton armor jumped over 5 meters high, catching the banknote flying in the air in a more graceful manner than shooting a basketball. Fast hands win, slow hands lose. What does this monster Emochen want now, trying to buy us off with money? It's going to be a tough sell. In the city sky, Missouri-Chen continued to scatter money with the Dragon and Phoenix. Soon after, a military patrol ship intercepted them. "Suspect Emochen, please stop your actions. You are hijacking a federal law enforcement ship. Don't play dumb, this territory is mine, you are the intruders. What are you doing to my people? You know it well." Emochen tossed a banknote down. "We are just enforcing the law normally, providing free body checks for all citizens. We are not offending you, these citizens are still members of our human race, right?" The ship replied through the electronic speaker. Emochen snorted coldly and kicked all the money piled up at the bow of the ship down. Looking at the spaceship ahead, he smiled and said, "What crime have I committed again? I have too much money and nowhere to spend it. I'll reiterate, you illegally hijacked a federal spaceship, illegally harboring escaped prisoners." Emochen snapped his fingers, the spaceship door opened, and the pilot waved his arms, saying, "I voluntarily betray the Human Federation and join the Emochen family. If you heard that and still don't leave, he is a member of my Emochen family." "Humph, you are so ridiculous, make your final struggle, your era as family members is over, you don't even exist in this era." After leaving a harsh remark, the other party flew away in a spinning motion. Emochen communicated mentally with the two. "Have you covered yourselves with your cells on every banknote?" "We've covered all of them, boss." Long Feng and Phoenix simultaneously replied mentally. "Good, only by staying alive can you do things, and this time, in order to stay alive, you must bet everything." Emochen looked at the decreasing number of citizens below the city. "Whether you two can survive depends on these banknotes, whether they can serve their monetary purpose." Late at night, thunder and rain mixed. The rain arrived as expected at this moment. Emochen stood alone in the night rain. System, proceed with mutation. Ding. Emochen, are you sure you want to undergo physical mutation now? There is a chance of uncontrollable factors, have you thought it through? There's no time, max out all radiation resistance properties. Then Emochen waved his hand, clearing all citizens infected with Emochen cells in the city. "What are you up to? This mutation must not be known to humans." "Then just kill them all, you've killed enough, you can even unlock special rewards." Emochen shook his head, "No need, let them live a little longer." Tisk tsk, killing oneself is even more ruthless than killing others. Okay, consume 100,000 evolution points, and a special mutation point for a water bear insect. We won't give you any extra genes, you don't have many evolution points left. Understood. Tonight, outside the Federal aircraft carrier fleet in the sea of Tatu City, outside the warships was a radiation net, like a light wall with a poison circle, connecting heaven and earth. The radiation intensity of these nets far exceeded that of radiation guns. This time, the Human Federation was really going all out, no longer caring about radiation contamination. During the day, these federal law enforcement officers went to the city for law enforcement, and when they returned, they had to undergo a comprehensive disinfection and body check. Hundreds of transport ships floated within the radiation network, filled with soldiers waiting to pass the full inspection. Then came a new order. All federal soldiers, please hand over the cash you collected today. We won't make it difficult for you. Have the banknotes undergo radiation disinfection and pay personal income tax. The soldiers looked at each other, then cheered in the end. They took out the banknotes they had collected. However, each banknote was covered with Emo-chan and Longfang's cells. Returning to the cell era once again. On a certain banknote, Emo-chan spread out his spatial perception within a 1-meter radius and said to the two cells beside him, "Radiation treatment will start soon. If you can't handle it, I will help you switch consciousness to the next cell." "Don't worry, boss, it will be fine," a cell said, shaking its tentacles. Then the soldiers' money was labeled with names and stored in envelopes. The soldiers also took off their armor for a full body check. Everything was silently proceeding. Each envelope underwent radiation exposure, even the armor did the same. Fortunately, the radiation used to test the envelopes was not too strong. After all, money is not made of iron. It would be a pity if it got burnt due to strong radiation. And under the radiation, within the envelope, Emo-chan repeatedly used his spiritual body, carrying the consciousness of the dragon and phoenix, undergoing countless deaths and transfers, until all radiation disinfection was completed, and the body checks were all qualified. The high-intensity radiation network then opened a gap, allowing all members inside the airborne transport spacecraft to return to the fleet of warships. In the late night, heavy rain poured outside, even more so. Inside a soldier's dormitory on the warship. Originally a small dormitory for 4 people, it now accommodated 13 people. "Show your cards. Show. Ugh. These cards are too lousy. It's good that your cards are lousy. Pay up. Then, one after another, banknotes started changing hands, circulating among these people. Suddenly, a drop of nosebleed fell on the playing cards, dying the spades into hearts. "Hey buddy, are you feeling unwell?" His friend sitting opposite him furrowed his brows, subconsciously reaching out to retrieve the banknotes that were being pressed down. The man with the nosebleed clenched the cards in his hands trembling incessantly. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, and the flesh on his face twisted strangely, as if countless insects were wriggling under his skin. "I feel so uncomfortable. Ugh, splat." In an instant, the man with the nosebleed spurted out a mouthful of blood. It sprayed all over the face of his card-playing friend sitting across from him. Silence fell, as quiet as a graveyard. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Oh no, we've been infected. We need to spread the word," the man with the face covered in blood muttered in panic. After speaking, he quickly reached for the walkie-talkie on his chest, and snap, an arm broke off. "Ah!" A hand covered his mouth to stifle his scream, as a knife-like arm instantly pierced through his chest. But it wasn't over yet. The man spitting blood raised his head again, and dozens of tentacles burst out of his body, each one piercing the forehead of the other people accurately. The death of a group of people meant the birth of 3 new monsters. These 3 individuals rose from the flesh and blood, transforming into young people one after another. The young girl with purple hair, feeling her body lacking flesh, absorbed some meat from the ground and piled it up like a mountain. "We have already broken through the blockade of Tatu City here. You can roam along the sea. I have to go back again. Boss, why don't you come with us? I have a strange feeling. I have cleared all the cells in the bodies of the citizens, but I can still sense a citizen who seems to be with our family members. This is a feeling I have never experienced before. I must go back and take a look." The rain continued to fall incessantly, turning into a light rain, indicating it was about to stop. Today, a strange incident occurred in the southeast corner of Tatu City, strange enough to astonish everyone. All infected citizens had their Emo-chan cancer cells disappear from their bodies. However, this did not prevent the Human Federation from conducting a thorough inspection of the citizens here. Coupled with the loss of 13 soldiers inexplicably yesterday, the Federation was furious and was sure to find a place to vent their anger. In a gathering place of people, everything was proceeding as usual. A woman in her mid-20s stood anxiously in the crowd, accompanied by an armored soldier who had dragged her out of her home. In this third-tier city area, a curfew was imposed, communications were cut off, and inspections were isolated. The citizens were taken out in batches for centralized medical examinations, and this was already the fourth group of people. Some people could come back, although they were a very small number. Most of them never returned once taken away. Thinking of this, the woman bit her lip lightly, feeling a sense of unease rising in her heart. If it were yesterday, in her mind, she could still hear countless times the Emochan family's advice to them, occasionally with many jokes. Unfortunately, today, the Emochan family had left everyone. This also led to the passing of many elderly, weak, and sick last night. The woman took a deep breath, trying to steady her mindset. Gazing at the dense crowd ahead, a sense of bitterness welled up in her heart. At that moment, her husband placed his hand on her belly, leaning against her back tenderly, and said, "Darling, I can feel our child growing. I heard that the government provides support for pregnant women." The young woman smiled faintly, looking at her husband and said, "I've read many books and materials. It's been 50 years since the last successful human pregnancy and live birth. If this child survives, let's name him Hope." The man bent down, pressing his ear against her swollen belly, and chuckled, "It's only been a few days, and it's already this big. No wonder you've been eating so much. Was it this fast for women to get pregnant before?" The woman raised her hand and lightly tapped the man's head, saying, "I've never been pregnant, so I don't know. Don't scare the child." Suddenly, a voice came from behind them, "The child's mother is here, so the child's father must be you, right?" Turning around, they saw a tall boy wearing large sunglasses who had somehow queued up behind them. The young woman furrowed her brows. "Who are you?" "Never mind who I am. Hey, can you rise to the occasion? Have you and this woman ever been intimate? Did you wear protection?" The man was stunned, stood up straight, and gently pulled the woman behind him. Looking at the boy in sunglasses, he suddenly recalled scenes of being completely infected and joining the war. Emo-chun. The boss? Emo-chan took off his sunglasses, adjusted them, and said, "Good, you recognize me. Let me be clear, have you and this woman done this and that before?" The man blushed and nodded. Emo-chan clapped his hands. "That's right, now it's none of my business. Sister-in-law, come here, let me have a look. After all, I'm this child's uncle." The young woman hesitated for a moment, then stepped in front of Emo-chan with her big belly. Emo-chan gasped, "Oh my, you're about to give birth." Then, using his spatial perception ability, he saw a well-developed baby boy in the woman's belly. Emo-chan nudged his sunglasses. "Congratulations, it's a boy, and he looks very healthy." He then inquired to the system in his mind, "System, come and see, I have a nephew now." Ding! "Will Emo grandpa have a nephew? Oh, that's a big belly. Just like last time, it's still related to your cells. When you infected her, she already had a fertilized egg in her belly. Combined with the gene lock effect of the source of life, it happened to prompt the fertilized egg to self-repair genetic defects, leading to division and development. So, am I quite skilled in treating infertility? You jerk, what a joke. Even if you were to open a hospital, it would be an abortion clinic. You just picked up a ready-made combination of their genes. First-time creation of a biomonster award granted. Put the award aside, what do you mean by biomonster? This is a healthy child. Your understanding is flawed. By utilizing two segments of incompatible genes to create a segment of compatible genes, that's a biomonster. It's just a coincidence that it's a human. Then why can I feel the presence of this child? It's said that you created it, so naturally, you can feel it. Contact me if needed, I'm off to binge watch, bye. The couple stood by, watching Emo-chan lost in thought for a long time. Suddenly, the young woman felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Ding! I forgot to tell you, your arrival has made this little monster particularly excited. And this woman's pelvis cannot open, she can't give birth naturally, I suggest a cesarean section. You're busy now, ask me for the reward when you have time. Mo-chen was at a loss for what to do. Seeing the woman in front of him in pain, sitting on the ground, it seemed like her water had broken. Restlessness drew the attention of the crowd around, including the patrolling soldiers. What are you doing? Kid, it's not allowed to cover your face. Take off those sunglasses. The patrolling soldier had sharp eyes. The woman was in pain, almost rolling on the ground, but he didn't care about that, he was more concerned about whether others wore sunglasses. Taking a few steps forward, he raised his mechanical arm, ready to remove Emo-chan's sunglasses. Click! Creak! The mechanical arm extended by the patrol was instantly twisted by an indescribable force. It hung there like a twisted dough twist. He cursed in pain, being made of flesh covered in iron, but now it was iron pinching flesh that hurt. His right hand inside the armor was completely useless. Kid, you're not right. I can tell at a glance that you're not human. The patrolling soldier screamed. Instantly, more patrolling soldiers were attracted, carrying radiation guns and anti-explosive batons, arriving at the scene. they saw an armored soldier with a black body, spraying the symbol of the Human Federation on his shoulder. However, there was no sense of dominance. Lying on the ground, his right arm twisted beyond recognition, he pointed ahead and said, "This kid is probably a member of the Mochin family. Shoot these bastards." In an instant, 2 radiation guns, 3 electromagnetic rifles, and a high-voltage baton crackling with sparks were all pointed at Mochin. At that moment, Mochin took off his sunglasses, his vertical pupils staring dead ahead at the 7 people. Without saying a word, he just stared at them. But it made these 7 people shiver from the bottom of their hearts, a chill rushing to their heads, freezing their hands and feet, not daring to make a move. Then, Mochin flicked out a sharp bone knife from his finger, walked up to the pregnant woman, and whispered, "Close your eyes, trust me." Then he turned to the man beside him and said, "Please trust me, there's no anesthetic here now, let your wife bite your hand." The man, like a headless fly at the moment, could only follow Mochin's words and offer his hand to the young woman to bite. Then, in full view of everyone, Mochin cut a slit in the woman's belly, using his mental perception to block the wound with cancer cells and repair the injury. He then extended tentacles from his arm, delving in, cutting off the placenta, umbilical cord, and swiftly repairing the woman's wound with cancer cells. He then retrieved all the cancer cells back. At that moment, the cry of a baby cut through the surrounding silence. In that moment, a miracle was born. A miracle that humanity had never seen before, at least not in the past few decades. The woman gave birth to a child, not taken out of a cold jar, but a child born from the mother's body. A new miracle born from blood and flesh. The baby continued to cry, with a purple spiral umbilical cord attached to its belly, tinged with a little blood. Mochin slowly stood up, his tentacles half raising the baby, then gently lowering it into his hands. Plap, plap. The cold firearms fell to the ground. No one could describe what this group of people saw at that moment. This is my child, he's alive, my wife gave birth to a living child. The man shouted excitedly, sharing this news with everyone. The crowd's emotions were instantly ignited. Well done, young lady. This is a baby, a real baby. God, if you truly exist, please bless this child. People generously sent blessings to the child. Mochin looked at the baby in his palm, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart for some reason. At that moment, the baby's waving little hand suddenly grabbed Mochin's finger. Mochin relaxed his right hand, holding the baby with his left hand, moving along with the baby's finger strength. The baby grabbed Mochin's finger and brought it to his mouth, suddenly sucking on Mochin's finger, lips quivering. This was the second instinct of a human, besides crying, it was the instinct to suck on a nipple. Mochin took a deep breath, looking at the young woman, and said, "This child is good, with strong hands. Have you given him a name?" "This child is named Hope." Mochin smiled faintly, about to hand the baby back to the young woman. A blood-red flower bloomed on the child. A heavy element radiation bullet pierced through the back of Mochin's head, through the baby's body, taking away the child's vitality and hope. Mochin's eyes glazed over, through the hole in the baby's chest, there was a crater under his feet, a glowing bullet deeply embedded in the floor tiles. Then, the remaining radiation material in the body began to take effect. The genetic chain in Mochin's body started irreparable ruptures. Looking back, there was a floating plane in the sky after the rain, appearing glaringly bright. Report to headquarters, Mochin has been found, and the unidentified creature he was holding has been eliminated. Mochin glanced a few more times, fighting against his crumbling body, and placed the child's body in the mother's arms before disintegrating. The baby's father clenched his fists, and the mother fainted. Mochin looked at the law enforcement officers in front of him and said, "Your recorders have been on the whole time, right? Please announce the following message. I, Mochin, the head of the Mochin family, hereby declare war on all human civilization on behalf of the Mochin family. Starting from July 2nd, in the year 631 of the human resurgence era, until one side perishes. There is no room for compromise. I will purify all life forms and destroy the universe that should not exist." Then Mochin's body disintegrated, crashing heavily to the ground. On the morning of July 3rd, at 9 o'clock sharp, Human Federation Court. The judge pronounced in public, "Mr. Zimmel, the evidence shows that due to your improper experimental operation, nearly hundreds of thousands of citizens in Tatu City have died. This includes the missing, with over 90,000 indirect deaths, and the death toll is expected to exceed 500,000. Above the court, the jury, and many people let out a series of sighs. Ding! The judge struck the gavel. After interrupting the sighs of the crowd, he continued, "Mr. Zimmel, do you need to defend yourself? Where is your lawyer? This court can appoint a lawyer for you." Zimmel stood at the defendant's position, calm, and looked towards his daughter, Ciala, closest to him on his left, saying, "My foolish daughter, have you rushed here early in the morning?
Even for a dead infant with failed genes, will you still persist?
Ciala was speechless, her left hand caressing her belly, her deep maternal instinct making her nod firmly. Zimmel took a deep breath, turned to the judge, and said, "Your Honor, please announce my mistakes quickly.
I neither admit nor refute them. Within 10 minutes, you will retract your verdict and release me innocent, because this is the destined outcome."
With these words, the cameras broadcasting the trial were all simultaneously turned off. This live broadcast of the trial was delayed by 3 minutes, so only those present in the courtroom knew about this statement.
The crowd looked at each other in shock, speechless, rendering the courtroom silent.
Even the plaintiff standing on the other side, the representative of the Human Federation, frowned upon hearing this. This was a public trial involving the three major powers of humanity, the three major cities, the Human Federation, and the Human Federation Court.
The court's unquestionable representation of the law stood above the two. No one could believe their ears.
This was a crime involving 500,000 people. As a criminal, he actually brushed it off so casually.
Clang! The judge's anger flared up, wishing to smash the gavel. "Mr. Zimmel, you are defying human law. You better retract your words, apologize to me, and use temporary confusion as an excuse. Otherwise, I might have to declare your death sentence." Zimmel coldly glanced at the judge, then turned to look coldly at the plaintiff on his right. "The People's Federation sent you to sue me, how pitiful, using you as a shield. Unfortunately, we are all pawns, but my piece is a general, much more important than your pawn." Before the words had even settled, a figure in black entered the courtroom. Swiftly approaching the judge, they whispered a few words in his ear. The judge's expression changed, he glanced at the people in the courtroom, lowered his voice and pondered, "Are you kidding me, asking me to acquit Zimmel? This is a request unified by the Federation President inspecting the Mars colony, 2 mayors, and the Federal Chief Justice. It's practically an order." Then, the person in black took out an item from their pocket and handed the encrypted file to the judge. "This is for Zimmel, but once you see it, you'll understand the reason." The judge hadn't even opened the file yet, just seeing the titles on the folder already sent a shiver down his spine. Clang!
This court session is hereby concluded.
Zimmel is temporarily acquitted, awaiting the next trial. The onlookers were shocked, rising in support of legal justice. This doesn't follow legal procedures. Even if it's Mayor Tata Zimmel, he should be tried like any other criminal. Retrial.
The order-keeping personnel shouted, "Please do not make loud noises, the court needs quiet." And so, amidst the crowd's derogatory remarks, the judge slowly walked towards the back of the court, giving Zimmel a meaningful look as he left. In the back of the courtroom, out of sight of the people, there was a wall separating the light on the other side. The judge leaned against the wall and handed the folder to Zimmel.
"Zimmel, I apologize to you, this is for you."
Zimmel took the folder and looked at the words on the cover. It read, "Steel Body Project." Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, on a small uninhabited island barely 3 square kilometers in size, wisps of smoke rose. 3 people gathered around a bonfire, roasting a mutated and unrecognizable giant mahi-mahi fish. This fish already had 3 eyes and its body was split in half, one side red and the other white.
Even consulting a biology book wouldn't reveal this as a mahi-mahi. "Boss, it's burning, flip it quickly." Smack! "Mind your place, dare you order the boss?"
The purple-haired girl who received a slap on the face covered it, her momentum instantly deflated. But stealing a glance at the silver-haired boy beside her, there was a hint of endless murderous intent in his eyes. "Grilling fish is a skill. Back in the day when I was still a person, leaving a foot to grill fish made it really fragrant.
So, you have to grill slowly, turn slowly, so the fish skin is crispy, and the meat inside is as white as garlic cloves. That's the real deal."
At that moment, a drip-drip sound approached from afar.
The 3 looked up. A pink small delivery drone flew in from the sky. "Hello, Tadu Express is delighted to serve you.
The package has undergone 20 rounds of cancer cell radiation disinfection, absolutely safe. It has been delivered to the destination, remember to give a 5-star rating." The silver-haired boy stood up to receive the delivery, then turned to the boy grilling fish and said, "Boss, do you have money on you?" "I don't have money to pay for the delivery."
"Why did you choose cash on delivery in the first place?"
"Wulong, you're in charge of grilling."
The 3 were none other than Emochen, the head of the Emochen family, and Wulong and Fengyu.
Emochen handed the grilled fish to Wulong beside him, then walked towards the pink delivery drone.
"The more I look at it, the more I like it."
This robot is not big in size, resembling a water dispenser, with 2 pairs of mechanical hands and rocket propulsion devices at its feet.
"Hello, handsome gentleman. The total delivery fee is 320 yuan. How about a discount to 318 for you? Would you like to pay in cash or electronically?" Emo-chan raised an eyebrow. You're quite smart. Of course, I am a cute creation of Tadu, specially made for kind-hearted people. Bang! The robot disappeared, its mechanical head torn off, emitting sparks and crackling electronic sparks. It was like tearing a major artery, blood gushing out. Feng Chu, lend a hand here, we can use this thing. Let's dismantle this iron plate and have an iron plate barbecue later. Subsequently, Mo Chen and Feng Chu worked swiftly. They dismantled 6 iron plates, a pile of electronic components, cameras, fuel storage tanks, miscellaneous wires, and even found some cash inside the robot. By the way, Feng Chu, what did you receive in the delivery? Feng Chu opened the package and took out an electronic screen editor. Emo-chan smirked, you and your addiction to screens, can't leave it anywhere. Boss. Oh no, the fish is on fire. Spit, spit, spit. You brat. Putting out the fire with spit? How are we going to eat? The fuel tank from the delivery robot was taken out and used as liquid petroleum gas. Since there was not much firewood on the island, mostly drifting plastic garbage, burning it produced thick black smoke. Fortunately, someone arrived to deliver gas, which they used for the iron plate barbecue. They set up the fire, placed the iron plate on it, and grilled fish oil and fish meat. They enjoyed themselves, as if on a vacation. Ding! You rascal! In a good mood, having a barbecue party here. Hey Emo-chan, didn't I mention that you have a reward for creating a biological monster for the first time? Why didn't you ask me for it? Emo-chan picked up a piece of fish from the iron plate and replied, I almost forgot. What's the reward? Reward your uncle. With such poor performance, you still have the nerve to ask for a reward? Your job evaluation is a fail, although you've created quite a few intelligent life forms, your effort is lacking. I'll only reward you with a 10-meter spatial perception range, plus coverage in the spiritual domain. If that's all you're giving, fine. What's the spiritual domain? How much I give is none of your business. Humph. This allows you to control objects within your spiritual perception range using your mind. The effectiveness depends on the strength of your mind. Sounds impressive, give it to me. Granting, spiritual enhancement in progress, okay. Suddenly, a strange sensation flowed through Emo-chan's body, as if his Ren and Du meridians were opened, making him clear-headed. With a thought, he expanded his spiritual perception range, sensing a much larger area than 10 meters. Everything was within his grasp, from insects in the soil to viruses and bacteria carried by the breeze. This is amazing. How many evolution points and mutation points do I have now? Strengthen the radiation resistance a bit more, I still can't withstand the damage from those radiation weapons. Nonsense, not even the god water bear bug of magic resistance can withstand that kind of radiation. Being able to endure for a few seconds already makes you impressive. With the combination of evolution and mutation points and your current strength, it's no longer applicable. I've made a modification for you, changing evolution points to evolution gene segments and mutation points to mutation gene segments. In simple terms, you can modify your genetic evolution path using evolution and mutation points, continuously optimizing until you can challenge neutron stars and black holes head-on. Emo-chan was puzzled, his head buzzing with confusion. Challenging black holes with life forms is impossible, right? Of course. That's why you need to evolve into an existence beyond life forms, purify and destroy, step by step, grow stronger, and create brilliance. Emo-chan swallowed his saliva, feeling like the system was playing a big game down below. By the way, my little brothers in the sea, deaths and injuries are not important matters. Quickly call a few of your brothers and bring up those sea snails they found, I want to study them. Emo-chan's mind stirred after hearing this and he issued instructions to his brothers in the sea. By noon, 5 deep-sea monsters crawled ashore and respectfully shouted to Emo-chan, Boss Missouri-chan is awesome. These deep-sea monsters, in general, look like octopuses with human legs, lanternfish with smiling faces, short-legged uncle fish, a large shark, and one that seemed to be a starfish. None of them conformed to human aesthetics. Emo-chan briskly walked up to the octopus monster, patted its elastic head, and touched its sticky octopus tentacles. Looking at the dead fish eyes on the tentacles, and the 2 legs that could stand upright, Emo-chan jokingly scolded, my goodness, you are too casual in your appearance. Which octopus has human-like legs? Both of them are freely dangling, right? And you, as an octopus, with eyes on your tentacles, don't you find it scary? The octopus monster raised its tentacles and saluted, answering the boss, I think it's great and handsome. This large octopus monster was one of the 18 senior members that Emo-chan had released in the past. At this moment, Emo-chan had also come to their territory to hide from human pursuit. Now, Emo-chan's family was facing a depression, with deaths and injuries. Out of the 18 brothers, only 9 remained. However, those who survived were all elites with sharp minds. Emochan patted the octopus's head again. Don't be polite. What have you found? Bring it here to see. Yes, boss.
Immediately, the 5 deep-sea monsters opened their mouths and began to retch.
Like laying eggs, they spat out one ball after another. Besides the spitting, there were also strands of saliva. Emochan was already used to this. 11 basketball-sized sea snails were spat out onto the beach. Seeing the appearance of the sea snails, Emochan felt increasingly uneasy, as if he had seen them before. He rummaged through his memories and suddenly slapped his thigh. Isn't this the scale-footed snail discovered in '03? Times have really changed, it's grown so big. The lanternfish brother grinned with a big smile, his teeth sharper than nails, saying, "This thing is particularly hard to eat. I took a bite a few days ago and my teeth almost broke." Then the octopus captain called together brothers from the 7 seas, and after our reasonable discussion and voting, we decided to remove this food from the menu. Emochan raised a big thumb silently. You guys are living quite well. In a crisis, you actually held a meeting to discuss whether to remove this thing from the menu? The octopus brother raised his tentacle and saluted. Thank you for the praise, we learned from you. You said one person's mind is not as good as a group's, so we continue this excellent style. Emochan awkwardly tightened his toes, almost digging out a 3-bedroom apartment in the sandpit. I don't care how you play, it's wartime now, we are at war, so be serious. Boss Missouri-chan is awesome. Suddenly, the aroma of grilled fish on an iron plate wafted over. Instantly, the eyes of the 5 deep-sea monsters turned towards the dragon and phoenix nest. Emochan shook his head. That bit of fish is not enough for all of you. As he spoke, the octopus captain instantly tore off a tentacle and cheerfully said, It's okay boss, I'll grill this one. Emochan's eyelids twitched as he watched an octopus tear off its own leg to grill and eat it. Grilling oneself? Emochan silently gave a thumbs up. Soon after, urgent calls came from behind the dragon and phoenix nest. Fengchu, I'll bite you, what the heck, the giant octopus and the great white shark are here. Brothers, come on, add more dishes, we're waiting for you to serve. Soon, 5 deep-sea monsters blinked their watery eyes. Emochan waved his hand, go on, enjoy your meal. With Emochan's permission, the 5 deep-sea monsters rolled up their sleeves, loosened their legs, and happily joined the barbecue party of the dragon and phoenix. After all, they could regenerate after eating, not taking themselves seriously. For some reason, watching the barbecue party behind him, Emochan shook his head and chuckled. As monsters, they sure know how to have fun. Ding! Quickly absorb the biomass of this snail. I'll give you a gene segment to help you gradually adapt to metallic substances. Step by step, you might even be able to produce alloys in the future. Fate is so mysterious. While humans were launching the Steel Body Project, Emochan coincidentally initiated his own Steel Body Project. On a sunny island, geographically part of Asia near the Malaysian archipelago, this land belonged to the Tatu City area, a place dominated by wealthy landowners. Tatu City and its 26 surrounding satellite towns spanned across Asia and Europe, reaching up to the Bering Strait. Most areas were deserted. Looking from space, over 3/4 of the Earth had turned into deserts. The once lush Amazon rainforest was reduced to almost nothing, as well as Borneo and Madagascar. Humanity was still in the resurgence era, a period of rapid development and exploration. The world map had changed since the Split Wars 160 years ago, no longer divided into continents but based on 3 major cities and hundreds of smaller ones. Currently, the global population was around 3.6 billion, including extraterrestrial colonies. With scarce resources and a sparse population, most areas were ecologically protected zones, lightly contaminated by nuclear radiation. Emochan was needed to purify this beautiful world. At that moment, he sat by the sea, controlling his tentacles, absorbing the biomass of the iron-shelled snail, idly holding the large snail to gaze at the coastline. Ding! Absorb enough biomass, forget about the sea, go evolve more, I'll help you with the mutation gene segment. This time, it's a permanent effect, incorporating this gene segment into your main gene, allowing you to absorb inorganic matter. Emochan pondered, can I absorb plant genes? Yes, you always could, but it's not very efficient. Plant cells lack activity. Do you want to turn green? Do you want to grow plants on your head or photosynthesize? Emochan shook his head, looking at a small seaweed being washed ashore by the waves. If I absorb plant cells, could I grow on land to absorb nutrients? Good idea, but it's too slow for development, only enough to keep you from starving. Emochan nodded, then in times of crisis, at least I won't starve. What kind of family did you grow up in? Do you face famine every day at home? Do you have any aspirations? You, what the heck, I expect you to devour planets in the future. Emochan awkwardly smiled, alright, I'll go collect evolution points now, you keep this gene code for later evolution. By the way, you don't need external help now,
just cultivate bioviruses. The remaining 5 snails can be used as containers for cultivation. These snails carry a chronic bacterial disease that, once modified by you, can spread among humans through water, droplets, and close contact. And the best part is, once it's modified, it's hard to detect that it's a harmful virus. The early concealment effect is excellent, and later it can kill super gods.
Emochan thought to himself, indeed, using a biochemical virus is much better than personally taking action. And the danger is minimal.
Thinking of this, Emochan turned to look at the 7-member group of teppanyaki behind him. Fengchu was indeed a scholar at heart, showing more civility. He chewed the meat slowly and ignored the other 6 people. On the other hand, Wulong protected the octopus leg with his left hand, clenched his fist with his right hand, and the fist swung loudly.
Every punch landed on the meat, knocking out a few lantern fish teeth.
At a glance, it was clear that these people were fighting fiercely for a grilled octopus leg.
Emochan withdrew his gaze, instantly firming his belief.
It's hard for him to become a great man.
Bah!
Those guys are the ones who can't become great men.
System, how should this biochemical virus be cultivated?
It's simple. Now that you have the source of life, shrink back to the size of a cell, use your spatial perception to tame and capture these viruses. Then I will allocate the mutation points and evolution points to you, add gene fragments to their bodies, and they will be your henchmen.
Emochan slapped his thigh. Wulong, Fengchu, stop playing around. Gather your men. Inside a certain iron snail.
In theory, leaving the deep sea, the internal and external water pressure imbalance should have killed the iron snail. However, the Emochan family kept it alive by hanging it with cancer cells. These are not important. What's important is that there are 3 extraordinary cancer cells with self-awareness and intelligence inside its body.
3 very unusual cells. First, they dominate all the cells, viruses, and bacteria inside the snail's body in an absolute bossy manner.
At this moment, 1 blood cell in the snail's vein was blocked by the 3 cells.
Don't say we're bullying you. Is there anything particularly terrifying in this body? Do you want to suffer and die in agony?
The surrounding blood cells and patrolling immune cells turned a blind eye, afraid of being involved. Then, a tentacle reached out, constantly scratching the blood cell. The blood cell membrane trembled in waves.
Ha ha.
Itchy, spare me, big brothers.
I really don't know.
The blood cell replied helplessly through bioelectricity.
I'm asking you a question, dare you still laugh?
If you don't tell the truth, I'll slaughter you. Suddenly, another tentacle flicked away the restless one.
Wulong, be a bit more disciplined, this cell really doesn't know.
Then, Emochan used his spatial perception to analyze the iron snail thoroughly. Finally, he locked onto a virus in the snail's liver. In the liver, a spherical virus was about to invade his cell, intending to input its genetic code. It planned to replicate itself crazily, both in thought and action. But before it could invade, it was suddenly lifted by a cell tentacle.
Boss, this virus is so small, like a mouse. The virus is an extremely mysterious life form, completely different from bacterial cells.
It only has a protein shell, with a very simple structure, containing a segment of genetic code inside. After invading a specific cell, it kills the host cell, then clones more viruses using the host's body.
In other words, the Emochan family and the virus have a strange similarity. Hey, kid, interested in doing something big for our family? The virus didn't respond because its body is too simple to communicate.
It didn't even understand why its invasion was suddenly stopped.
Ding!
Just catch it. I want to use your body to encode a gene segment and inject it into this virus. You will carry it as a pathogen and take it to a highly infectious area.
This way. Emochan, you understand what I mean, right? You don't have to say it, I understand. You've been scheming for quite some time. Let's not waste time. A special mutation point for a mad dog, 10,000 evolution points, 200 mutation points, do you agree? What's a special mutation point for a mad dog?
It's rabies. Your little brother was bitten by a mad dog and got a new unknown virus, so I preserved the genes. After infection, it can make the body salivate, feel agitated, and crave human contact.
Impressive, let's begin.
Subsequently, a tentacle pierced the virus, encoding its genes, and rearranging them with another set of genes.
July 20th, 10 o'clock.
The Emochan family, who declared war on all of human civilization, vanished from the world as if they never existed, leaving people without news of them for a long time. Today, in celebration of the city's complete purification, Tado City made a speech addressing all of humanity. Mayor Zimmel's position has been through ups and downs but is now firmly established. In the center of Tado City, at the Technology Square, Zimmel, dressed in casual blue and white attire, appeared somewhat informal but, combined with the weather today, looked refreshingly pleasant. Beneath the statue of the father of mechanics, Liaigua, Today, I gathered the courage to say to everyone, good morning.
The usual opening met with thunderous applause.
Zimmel continued, firstly, I want to thank Tato Technology Company for providing all citizens with portable full-body examination devices.
As he spoke, a device projection appeared next to Zimmel, resembling a live broadcast. After days of investigation and testing, our city has once again become clean as before.
The number of infected individuals is now 0.
Applause roared, and the crowd cheered. Thank you for the support of the citizens.
Now, we invite a former infected individual to speak.
Zimmel stepped aside, and an ordinary-looking woman with a young boy approached, holding hands. Zimmel added, this mother and son were from a severely infected area in a third-tier city.
With the help of all humanity, they have been reborn.
I believe none of you can tell.
They have undergone complete mechanical transformation, with no bodily cells left. The audience erupted in astonishment, not criticism, as the citizens began to feel proud of Tato City's technology.
Zimmel took a deep breath.
This visible future was something he didn't want to become, a cold machine. But now, standing at the forefront, every step felt precarious, a slight misstep could shatter everything.
Perhaps this mother and son can inspire us humans. Let's hear what someone with a mechanical body has to say. The applause below rose and fell like waves.
When the applause subsided, the middle-aged woman spoke her first words.
I am happy to become a mechanical being.
I am happy that the Emergence family turned me into a monster, and then the human government helped me become a mechanical being.
I am happy to be a mechanical being.
Zimmel quickly cleared his throat and chuckled. Please, madam, speak your mind freely.
I am happy to be a mechanical being. I am happy to be cold, not needing to breathe air. I am happy to see my son, like seeing a pile of cold iron.
The boy she held, with a mix of tears and smiles, said, I am so happy.
I feel so smart now, no need to study, I can easily grasp any knowledge. I am happy not to be alive anymore.
At the same time, people around the world, including the 26 affiliated cities of Tato City and the Moon Base, watching the broadcast, felt a deep-seated fear and resistance. If they were to see a person with an iron nose, iron eyes, a biomechanical heart, iron legs, and iron hands, this is not scary at all, because at least he is a human being, a living person with a human soul and human emotions. If you see a mother and child who look just like humans, with flesh-colored skin and facial features no different from normal people, but they speak incoherently, as cold as robots, it's as if they have no soul, no emotions. What's most terrifying is that this mother and child were once two living people. They just transferred their consciousness to mechanical bodies, as if they had become robots.
This is a huge gap and a sense of contradiction.
Intelligent robots are getting closer and closer to humans, and humans are slowly approaching robots as well. A strange sense of fear begins to spread.
Thank you both for sharing your thoughts with us, now please go back and rest for a while.
Zimmel returned to the stage and nervously said, perhaps one day, all of us humans can be like this lovely mother and child.
To be honest, I'm starting to look forward to it. After all, when speaking in front of others, I don't have to worry about going to the bathroom. The tense atmosphere in the audience was inadvertently eased by this statement. It was a bit more relaxed. But this doesn't change anything. It's almost impossible to make all citizens voluntarily become mechanical beings. This means that the next generation will become something indescribable.
For example, if a family wants a child, they go to a store and buy a bunch of steel parts, then assemble a child. Once assembled, the lump of metal calls you mom and dad, which most people cannot accept.
It's even harder to accept than pulling a baby out of a glass jar.
At least an artificial baby is still made by humans, with genes from both parents. Not to mention, when the mechanical child grows up, you have to buy parts to replace for them, instead of watching the child grow step by step.
This idea is indeed too advanced. Perhaps one day, humans will no longer have age distinctions, discarding unnecessary age groups. Once assembled, they reach maturity and can contribute to society. While someone is speaking on stage, not everyone in the audience is paying full attention. In the crowd, 3 young people arrived. They were dressed in the latest urban fashion, the style of the Emergence family trio. These 3 individuals came not empty-handed, but with bags full of snacks and mineral water. Uncle, you've been standing here for a while, aren't you bored?
Have some sunflower seeds and peanuts, the salted flavor is absolutely satisfying. Looking at the 3 young people in front of him, the uncle remembered his rebellious youth and chuckled, saying, it's good for young people to earn money by working, but it's not appropriate in this situation.
Do you ing eat or not? My brother tells you to eat, you eat, and don't you dare be polite.
The stunning purple-haired young lady directly grabbed a bottle of mineral water and pointed at the uncle's nose, scolding him. The uncle's face turned green with anger. How dare you, little girl?
Sorry, uncle, she was born a bit silly, don't mind her. A pack of sunflower seeds for only $5, with a free bottle of mineral water, how about that?
The uncle exhaled a hot breath from his nostrils. Without saying a word, he took out a 50 yuan bill and handed it over, not taking the sunflower seeds but accepting a bottle of mineral water. He opened it and took a few big sips to calm down. The water was smooth, refreshing, like drinking water from a mountain spring.
This mineral water is good.
After the uncle finished, he looked at the advertisement on the bottle, Dragon Phoenix Mountain Spring, a bit sweet.
What brand of mineral water is this? Why haven't I seen it before?
The purple-haired girl coldly snorted. Of course you haven't seen it. We clean out old plastic bottles, pour tap water into them, slap on a new label. The uncle's eyes almost popped out. You're selling unlicensed products, self-made and self-sold. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd around turned their gaze in unison.
The drinking water you're selling hasn't undergone strict testing?
A voice from the crowd exclaimed. A man dressed in white formal attire, his expression resembling a foreboding of impending disaster, his eyebrows almost reaching his forehead. He then pointed at a young man in the middle wearing black sunglasses, black clothes, black hat, and black hair, rebuking, "What you're doing is illegal. How could you do such a thing?" Someone chimed in. Even the old man who had just drunk the water felt something amiss. His face changed, addressing the three young people in front of him. "Even if you're young, you should still have a conscience when making money.
Deceiving me with tap water, I can sue you for fraud."
"Exactly, I feel these three are suspicious.
Normal young people don't dress like this. I really don't understand what kind of weird trend is going on in the city, a bunch of young people imitating this kind of attire. What if there's something dirty in this water? Drinking it would be disastrous, wouldn't it?"
The crowd's eyes were sharp. Question after question from the surrounding people made the three young people look at each other in bewilderment.
"Boss,
we've been found out. Let's take them down before we're exposed."
The purple-haired girl put the water bottle back in her backpack,
rolling up her sleeves, looking fierce, as if ready to fight. This statement, left unsaid, was better, but once spoken, the crowd seemed to understand something.
"Wulong, next time you eat meat, don't just grow it where it shouldn't, grow a bit in your brain too."
Before finishing his sentence, the black-haired boy smiled apologetically at the surrounding crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's not what you think. My friend here just has a bit of a problem in his head." Then, pointing at the label on the mineral water bottle, fearlessly declared, "This mineral water is extraordinary. I'm not bragging. Take a sip, you'll want a second."
5 consecutive courses, 1 bottle per course, specialized in treating various difficult ailments.
If you still have an illness after a year, I guarantee this girl next to me will be struck by lightning. This statement was no joke. If drinking the water could sustain life for another year, it would truly be a miracle.
Inside it was a precious treasure nurtured day and night by Emochen.
To be precise, it was a small treasure, invisible to the naked eye.
Beautiful words were useless. The old man was not foolish. He became anxious right away. "Who has a portable detector? I want to check myself." At that moment, the man standing next to him took out a fist-sized, deep blue metal triangular cube.
With a few simple operations, the cube emitted a blue analytical spectrum, scanning the old man's body. Then the cube lit up with a green light indicating no issues. This thing was mainly used to detect Emochen cancer cells. It cost the Tata Technology Company a fortune to develop.
Tatu City even thought it might cause a temporary economic crisis.
But in the end, the money made in these past 10 days was substantial. The whole world was buying it.
This gadget was quite capable, although not as good as the hospital's professional analytical equipment.
It could also detect some internal diseases incidentally. Of course, the small viruses in the mineral water were not classified as dangerous viruses.
Viruses are always present in the air. Some are harmless to the human body. Just like the Mad Dog 1 virus is currently behaving well.
After receiving a safe result, the old man and the surrounding crowd breathed a sigh of relief.
But they couldn't just let these scammers of fake water off the hook. Otherwise, where is justice?
"Young man, I've decided to sue you. You've caused me some psychological harm. See you in court tomorrow."
As soon as this was said, Wulong almost burst out laughing. Even Fengchen couldn't help but laugh along. Emochen, holding back a smile, said, "If you don't sue me, you're a grandson. I've told you this is no ordinary divine water. It's even better than vitality water." "Good lad. What's your name?"
"Wait for the court's invitation."
"I am Emochen," he said.
At that moment, a middle-aged noblewoman in the crowd sneered. "So it's the three young people who burned their brains imitating the Emochen monster family. My friend, forget it. Suing them for mental illness won't do much."
"Humph."
The old man drinking water snorted coldly, raised his head to listen to Mayor Simmel's speech.
"Sunflower seeds, peanuts, mineral water, 5 yuan each, mineral water is free."
The three of them shouted, carrying mineral water, peanuts, and sunflower seeds, and went to sell mineral water elsewhere. After the three left, the old man licked his lips. Feeling a bit thirsty, he looked at the nearly half-empty bottle of mineral water in his hand. Thinking there was nothing to lose, he gulped it down, feeling satisfied. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the old man's eyes, his thoughts aligning with his businessman identity. This mineral water could make big money, definitely not tap water. If he could find the source of the mineral water. Thinking this, the old man no longer listened to Simmel's discussion on the progress of mechanical bodies for humans. He left cheerfully, searching for the shouting voices in the crowd.
Sunflower seeds, peanuts, mineral water.
Fresh mineral water, just filled this morning, definitely not from the tap.
Emergence turned around and glared at Wulong, saying, "You idiot, if you can't do business, then don't shout. Is there such a thing as fresh mineral water? Just filled this morning?"
Wulong understood immediately. The mineral water filled last night, not fresh at all. Come and try it. Fengchu whispered to Emergence, "Boss, Wulong's threat to us is even greater than a spy. Let me take care of him."
Emergence pondered, "This girl may be a bit foolish, but it's fine.
Foolish girls in TV dramas often have good luck. Maybe she's our lucky charm."
Then, Wulong held up a bottle of mineral water, pointing at a 3D projection. "I've been watching you for a long time. Are you going to buy or not?" "Young lady, even if I wanted to buy, I couldn't. Can you please stop bothering us?"
Hearing this, Wulong became unhappy on the spot, reaching out to grab the person's collar, but missed.
"Oh, you're a ghost? Can't catch me?" The crowd looked at Wulong with sympathy. "Boss, think about it again. Wulong really can't stay."
Emergence frowned. Back then, Zhou Gongjin also thought Wulong couldn't stay. But this Wulong is different. Forget it. In the future, don't mention that he's from our family when we go out.
"How dare you look at me like that? Do you know who my big brother is?"
Wulong held the mineral water, pointing at the surrounding crowd and cursing.
Thud. "Good sound, good hit."
Emergence directly raised his hand and gave Wulong a slap. "Stop embarrassing yourself. Let's go, sell somewhere else. Just focus on carrying." Suddenly, a hand with a precious large sapphire embedded in a mechanical hand reached out from the crowd. It grabbed Emergence's sleeve and whispered, "Young man, I have a suggestion. Where did you discover this water source?" "I drank the water here when I was young. I miss it."
"You won't refuse, right?"
Emergence raised his hand to stop Wulong, who was about to attack, almost instinctively reacting.
"Sir, you have a keen eye. Let's just lay it out. How about a 70-30 split if you build a mineral water plant?" August 1st, 7:59 a.m. Today, the economic scale and immigrant population of Tatu City reached a new peak.
The mass deaths of citizens in the third-tier city area meant more incoming population.
Monsters? Poverty is the most terrifying monster. No one cared about the once world-shocking Emergence family here.
After all, the Emergence family had been missing for nearly a month.
People began to forget gradually the monsters that once ruled the world and were rumored to bring about the end of days.
In the center of Tatu City, inside a luxurious villa, Emergence was eagerly awaiting the news broadcast for the day.
Welcome to this live news broadcast from Tatu City. Today, the city is abuzz with a major announcement.
The Dragon Phoenix Spring Factory, known for producing the most body-friendly water in the world, has been officially established in the southeastern corner of our city's third-tier urban area, where it is said that the best underground water source in the world has been discovered. The establishment of the factory has brought nearly 10,000 job opportunities to the area, not to mention the indirect employment it generates. Let's interview the factory owner, the remarkable business genius Mr.
Targia.
The scene shifted to the bright underground cave factory.
The camera focused on a middle-aged man with a protruding belly, slicked back hair, and a friendly demeanor.
As he waved to the camera, it was hard not to notice his right prosthetic arm, a masterpiece of luxury with intricate aesthetic patterns. Embedded on the back of his hand was the once-auctioned Sky Tears, a large natural sapphire with a diameter of 6 centimeters. After waving his hand, Targia said, "Hello, dear viewers.
Let me briefly introduce our Dragon Phoenix Spring Water Company.
Today, our factory has been officially completed, thanks to the underground water source. We have formally applied to the City Council for the right to extract underground water, and this water source meets the 5A drinking water standard. Now, let's take a tour of this underground water source." The camera panned around the underground cave, revealing a massive underground cavern. Inside this cavern, a high-tech semi-automatic bottled mineral water factory had been set up. Not long ago, this place was part of the city's sewer system. Due to a rat infestation incident, an antimatter bomb exploded here, revealing this corner of the underground cavern. Initially disregarded, the water source inside was tested and met drinking standards. To protect the underground water resources, the sewer system had been reorganized. If people knew that the cavern was above the sewer, they would surely feel nauseated. However, this undeveloped underground water source was now owned by Targia, who, influenced by rumors, invested a significant portion of his wealth in this venture.
Tata City did not lack drinking water, and setting up a mineral water factory here seemed like a loss-making business to anyone. Who would have thought that the award-winning Dragon Phoenix spring water actually originated from here? With enough commercial hype, everything fell into place. After a simple factory tour, the camera followed Targia to the laboratory for testing the water source. Now, let's have our most professional scientific inspector demonstrate the healthiness of the water source here. A scientist in a white coat presented the test data and said, "The drinking water here is completely healthy, containing various minerals and even a beneficial microorganism that is harmless to the human body." Let's take a look at this interesting microorganism. A small round virus appeared on the screen, actively attacking a seasonal flu bacterium. Although viruses may sound scary, most of them are harmless to humans. This virus specifically targets flu bacteria and poses no threat to humans, showing strong attacking capabilities against the flu bacterium. This is just one of the benefits of Dragon Phoenix Spring, and more importantly, the water here is exceptionally sweet and refreshing. The scientist then removed his glass mask in front of the world and drank the water, expressing how refreshing it was. Oh, what an interesting little life form. But let's not forget the impact of cancer cells from the Mutation family on the world. Could this virus potentially lead to another widespread infection? A journalist inside the factory inquired. Rest assured, after multiple experiments, this virus does not survive in the human body for more than 10 hours. If you don't believe it, any scientist can conduct experiments. Within these 10 hours, it can greatly prevent seasonal flu bacteria. To dispel everyone's concerns, we have introduced two types of drinking water. One contains this lovely virus, and the other is completely virus-free. I believe everyone will choose the best taste in the end. Well done. Emochin held the empty bottle of Little Bird vodka in his hand and spoke to Feng Chu, who was sitting on the sofa reading a book next to him. Step 1 has already begun. Our next step is to prepare to release the flu bacteria. As long as we do this, I don't believe our mad dog no. 1-foot virus won't sell well. We still have to wait for the peak flu season in autumn. Boss. Targia sent a private message, inviting the three of us to a dinner at a seaside restaurant tonight. Feng Chu replied after reading the message. Seaside restaurant? It feels very familiar. Mo Chen then smashed the bottle against a door. Wulong, what are you hiding in there for? Come out of the room. Wulong emerged with a mournful expression, saying tearfully, "Boss, I tried, but I can't get it out." Nonsense. You're still thinking about that? Back when we invaded the human body, of course, we had human functions. Now we no longer have human functions. Why do you still remember that? Mo Chen scolded in exasperation. Wulong drooped his head, feeling that the joy in his life had diminished by 3 points. Mo Chen unscrewed the bottle cap, took a big gulp, and said, "Don't be so listless. Our little brother discovered a radiation element mining area in the southern hemisphere. I think we can make a big move there." Feng Chu's eyes lit up. "Boss, are you suggesting?" "Exactly, just as you thought. We need to control the radiation weapons. But we can't expose the existence of the Emochin family cells, so we need to create another kind of biomonster." Ding! Create your uncle's biomonster. The evolution points you've collected during this time are not enough to produce the first stage genetic mutation of the iron snail. Have you ignored me for a few days, little Mo, that you act as if I don't exist? How many more evolution points do I need? You should greet the system properly. You still need more than 35,000 evolution points for the first genetic segment. Kill a few thousand people, and you'll be close enough. Forget it. Slowly spend about 10 days, clear out some pests, and the evolution points will be enough. Tisk, little Mo, you're just not up to it. Do you want to watch palace intrigue dramas with me? Then, a TV scene appeared in Mo Chen's mind. Mo Chen shook his head. Forget it. You watch it yourself. I have a dinner appointment. You're just not up to it. I can get bored too. Even a dog servant won't please me. Who knows when I'll be happy to show you a reward. Stop boasting. You can't even control special rewards. You're just a worker, right? You're a pain in the neck. Goodbye, little Mo. You're almost as soft as an old man. Top floor of the seaside restaurant. The blue crystal glass skylight bathed in the white moonlight. Under the bright moonlight, the mithril tableware seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Pang! With the opening of the luxurious champagne, Soldier No. 1, Jimmy Limited Edition, the wine overflowed, and everything was in the dinner. You three have helped me a lot. Let's toast. Ding! 5 high-footed wine glasses clinked together. The wine couldn't withstand the commotion, leaping out of the glasses and landing on the white tablecloth. Ha ha! Cheers, Mr. Targia is really generous.
He said 80-20 split, but he insisted on giving us a 70-30 split.
Emochan took another big sip and said, I have standards in my actions, mutual benefit, even if it's just a small idea, it's worth this price.
Targia finished his drink in one gulp, refilled his glass, and then pointed to the noblewoman next to him, continuing, although she is my wife in name, in reality, we all support each other.
My friends are unaware of this. We don't even have a marriage certificate, but it doesn't affect our love.
Without her help in matters of power, I might not have secured the rights to mine underground water.
Don't you agree, my dear?
The noblewoman's lips lightly touched the glass as she replied, "Oomph.
My husband is always like this when he drinks. Don't mind me if I say something unpleasant one day. I've heard worse things, it's nothing."
But the control of the factory. Targia, you have to take care of it yourself, Emochan said, pushing his glass forward, indicating Targia to refill it for him. This was a private drinking session, usually attended by servants. But now, there were only 5 people present.
Targia smiled faintly as he refilled Emochan's glass and asked, What does your family really want? To expand our factory worldwide?
Emochan raised an eyebrow, looking at the voracious Wulong beside him and the quiet Fengshu sipping his drink.
Don't make it sound so foreign. Declaring war on all humanity is just a facade.
You can think of it as a wild dog chained up and barking helplessly, Emochan said, smiling along with Targia. The noblewoman next to them was puzzled by their smiles. The water drinking competition held 10 days ago was a brilliant idea. Just with that, we can greatly enhance the reputation of the Dragon Phoenix Springs. Targia lit a cigarette and continued, but considering it's invisible underground water, I changed the word to the number 3.
I hope you don't mind.
Wulong raised his hand eagerly. The cigarette doesn't seem harsh on the throat.
Give me one.
Targia respectfully handed him a cigarette.
Emochan nonchalantly said, whether it's 3 springs or mountain springs, it doesn't matter.
What's important is how this water can reach the world.
That's the key. My wife is one of the senior senators. With her help, no problem is insurmountable. Targia adjusted the white fox fur scarf for the noblewoman beside him.
She seemed unsure how to respond, visibly uncomfortable conversing with 3 young men of humble origins. Feeling the chair uncomfortable beneath her, she shifted positions and said, My husband loves to boast about me when he's drunk.
Simmel, that guy, won't tolerate any misbehavior from me. Emochan, intrigued, asked, What has our esteemed Mayor Tada been busy with lately?
Her daughter somehow conceived a stillborn baby. She's been trying all day to revive the child, wasting a lot of resources. I guess only she dares to take a chance on an impossible outcome, only to end up with nothing, the noblewoman complained, taking a sip of her drink and setting the glass down. Senior Senator, Tadu's military commander, Mayor Tadu, a representative figure in human progress and technology, the one who created the electronic chip for human consciousness transfer. It's unfair how all talents are concentrated in one person.
And to top it off, this person is irredeemably insane, a huge joke. Emochan took the opportunity to finish his drink in one go, saying, It's impolite to toast a lady, but I still want to finish it. Aren't you a local? Toasting a lady is a gentlemanly act.
I remember there's indeed a rule in Keed City that it's impolite not to toast a lady, the noblewoman said, downing a large gulp of her drink and remarking, This wine is really strange. You guys drink a bit and have no issues, but I feel tipsy after just a little.
It's not the wine that intoxicates, but the person.
When you have a lot on your mind, this is how it goes, Emochan said nonchalantly.
Thud.
The noblewoman slammed her glass down in frustration and complained, That bastard Simmel.
How much contribution does he need to feel worthy of his name, Simmel?
Planning to initiate 2 conflicting plans at the same time.
Does he want to be as great as his mechanical father? How much do you know about Liaigua?
Emochan picked up the wine bottle and filled the noblewoman's glass before saying, Our great father, I have seen this document, a body of steel, an electronic core, daring to struggle against the gods. At the end of the road, in moments of despair, daring to let the beasts fall for the people to consume. The noblewoman was already a bit tipsy as she spoke.
So, what does the god represent?
No one knows, only that these words describe our father. His body is buried in Keed City, the place of human life's revival. It is said that he revived humanity in the Tadu City starting forest nature reserve, then led humanity to find the most suitable place to thrive. In the end, our place is the land of human revival.
If a robot is so great, why would humans let him die? Emochan curiously asked.
Just as the noblewoman was about to speak, Targia said with extreme piety, Father said this, death is the ultimate destination of life, and I should walk to the end of life. Even though he, who could choose eternal life, ultimately used the last of his energy to light up a light bulb within himself, to enlighten the world. He lived without a shred of selfishness. exerting all efforts to preserve the fragmented knowledge and technology of humanity.
Emochen's gaze sharpened. Then why wasn't the culture preserved? Do you know a type of script, square script? The noblewoman, puzzled, said, You mean Chinese? How do you know?
It's just an ancient script from legends. Supposedly the mechanical father wrote his last words in Chinese before his death. He told people that this script is called Chinese, but he didn't pass down Chinese. He and the first child, Raj, created Raji language, which we have been using. So no one can understand it, and it has never been fully translated.
You wouldn't understand it anyway. Writing from right to left would make it even harder for you to translate. Emochen seemed to understand something and said, Ha, you're funny. Maybe I should tell the researchers in Keed City to translate from right to left. The noblewoman laughed heartily. What has Zimmer been busy with lately? That lunatic?
Searching for ways to replace human bodies while designing mechanical bodies to complete the steel body plan. He is truly a person of extreme contradictions.
If you all become robots, won't that make it difficult for me?
Zimmer should stay firm in his path. The noblewoman was unable to respond, falling asleep on the table.
Boss, we can make use of this woman, let's keep her alive.
Targia, I keep your consciousness because I trust you,
so you better not betray my trust.
Prepare a transport to Tijiangmo City for me. I need to put an end to a mine, it's time.
Tata City, Keed City, and Tijiangmo City are the three major human cities, where they established the Human Federation and the Human Federation Court. Targia will always serve Emochen loyally, vowing to follow the Emochen family to the death. Are you stupid or what? Follow me and shout, Emochen is awesome. Emochen's family is awesome.
Sometimes you can also shout Mochen's family is rising, but you must shout that Emochen is awesome.
Wulong, calm down.
It is said that people desire freedom more than life itself.
Mr. Zimmer, are you ready to embrace the freedom that belongs to you? In a dim metallic room,
there was no exit or entrance.
Like a prison, or exactly that.
Within this prison of less than 20 square meters, there was a cylindrical glass container filled with green life-sustaining semi-transparent mucus, standing quietly. It was not empty inside, containing a human brain connected with pipes and wires. The glass container reflected the face of a man, but it was just a projection.
He continued speaking to the brain, Mr. Zimmer, do you long for freedom, to return to the flesh once again? You hate this elusive feeling, don't you?
Living inside the body of a cloned person that changes countless times.
At that moment, Zimmer's bland voice echoed in the prison. 200 years. I remember 200 years, I have contributed enough, I have long abandoned the grudges between us, I just want to make one more effort for the continuation of humanity. Freedom? Such a ridiculous term, losers, what freedom? It's really pathetic. I can set you free.
According to my investigation, a monster named Machen inadvertently revealed that he came from the past. Whether it's true or not, find him, and I can return your freedom to you, instead of letting your empty body wander in the world.
Only death is freedom to me.
I am old, even if I pretend to be young, pretend to have emotional fluctuations, it's tiring.
Do you know this feeling?
Needing to pretend to breathe, pretend to be happy. Just when I thought I was in the real world, that child saw through me. He is too much like me, breathing air that doesn't belong to him, living in a world he can't change.
At a glance, he saw my lack of human emotions.
Truth be told, most of the Tatu citizens died because of me, and I remained unmoved, already devoid of joy or sorrow.
Because for humans, this sacrifice is inevitable.
Unfortunately, this child always stands on the opposite side of humanity.
The projected man who arrived here smirked coldly. Old friend, as a loser of the split war, a loser must have the consciousness of a loser. Since you can't recreate the human body, the steel body plan shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Old friend? What a cold term. I hate the feeling of experiencing a mechanical icy body. I hate it so much, Raj. You can't just let humanity abandon their bodies like this.
Raj's face darkened. As the eldest son of the father of machinery, I have the right to change the course of human development. Inside the prison, the electronic speakers sounded even more mocking. Then you truly shame our father, as a human, living a meager existence for 631 years.
Shut up. I have accompanied my father in developing humanity, and humanity has thrived under my watchful eye. I witnessed my father's death with my own eyes. Do you know what that means? You have no idea how great of a being my father was. You have no right to mention him.
Father, as a cold machine, even when fully capable of replacing the power core, knew that death is the destiny of life, and you. How pitiful, how pitiful. A human who has lived for over 600 years, I truly want to witness the twisted expression on your face.
Raj smiled blandly. Mr. Zimmer, freedom is beckoning to you. Aren't you seeking death?
Just like how Machen can compensate for the missing link in humanity, then, humanity is about to break through the limits of the solar system,
traveling towards the stars and the vast sea.
Raj, what you need is not to find the key to history, but a sledgehammer to break the chains. Only by facing despair head-on and courage can you find hope. You have nothing, you can never lead humanity to face one storm after another.
Simmer, I'm tired of your preachy tone. What exactly are you in front of me? Almost ending your foolish reign as a failure. That's all. Raj's eyes darkened like dead water, as memories long sealed away began to unfold step by step. Enough, Simmer. The conversation ends here today. You better fulfill your usefulness.
Just as Raj was about to leave, Simmer said, Raj, let go. You don't need to tightly hold on to the future of humanity. In my archaeological studies around the world, I have discovered a piece of history. Before our ancestors mastered electricity, they dared to cross the oceans with just a little fresh water and a tattered cloth hanging on the ship. They didn't know where the journey would lead, yet they dared to face the wind and overcome all obstacles.
If you can't muster the courage, why do you still tightly grasp the future of humanity?
Raj's face was solemn as he looked up at the metal cage. In his eyes, this cage seemed as vast as the universe. I once saw the creator behind my father, the true creator of our human civilization.
But the creator is not as kind as we imagine.
The purpose of our creation is like a carefully baked cake.
Tell me, old friend, what could be the ultimate fate of a cake? To be eaten? Displayed in a showcase?
Or used as a tool to liven up the atmosphere at a child's birthday party? I cannot allow the slightest flaw in human civilization. I must protect the future left to us by my father with my life. Raj, no matter what you see, even if our human civilization is a cake, even its brief existence is a beautiful moment in the universe. At night, the calm starry sky reflected in the serene sea, a luxurious smart cruise ship glided across the water.
The colorful lights flickered, the DJ's beats were exhilarating. At the beat drop, fireworks would light up the sky, dazzling all the way.
On the deck of the ship, demons danced wildly, moving heaven and earth, singing, dancing, rapping, playing basketball. Captain Octopus was at the DJ booth, tapping to the beat with all 8 tentacles. The music demanded to be elevated, and in the center of the dance floor, the spotlight belonged to the purple-haired girl, Wolong, whose dance skills outshone everyone. To call her a dancing goddess would insult feudal superstitions. To say she was stepping on live wires would not be scientifically accurate. The surrounding small fish and shrimp all made way, not daring to get close, unable to keep up with Wolong's leading rhythm. Above the dance floor, Emo-chan leaned back on a lounge chair, holding a bird-shaped vodka in his hand, his head moving to the beat below. The whole scene resembled a nightclub atmosphere, if not even more intense. After all, there were many new tricks from the monsters. For example, if the dancing wasn't going well, Wolong would take matters into her own hands by grabbing a live wire, and then a group of Emo-chan family members in the sea would hold hands, pulling a lever on a certain monster fish. Smoke filled the venue, one pulling another shaking, the ship's light bulbs flickering, unable to keep up with the energy consumption of these dancers.
The Emo-chan family had booked this ship. Needless to say, this family was known for abiding by the rules. A 5-star good citizen. Currently en route to the heavy metal radiation element mining area in Tijiangmo.
Attention to the private boats ahead. According to the route display, you are from the Tatu City area. You are about to enter the sea area of Tijiangmo City. Please do not play pranks on us. Turn on the lights on your boat.
Please slow down for inspection. This is the Human Federation law enforcement. We demand you to stop for inspection in the name of federal law. Subsequently, a federal patrol ship hovered in front of the cruise ship. Trying to make the ship stop through verbal communication was obviously impossible, as it defied the laws of physics. How could anyone make a ship stop just by talking? Wasn't that a huge joke? This hexagonal Human Federation patrol ship, shining with metallic light under the ship's lights, forcefully landed on the deck. The cruise ship was now completely dark, pitch black, as if merging with the boundless sea. With a click, the hatch opened, and 5 inspectors dressed in black Human Alliance law enforcement uniforms descended.
When the 2 bright lights on their chest armor shone around after a circle.
My goodness, what has happened to this ship? How did it end up in such a mess? Was it attacked by monsters? Through their glass-enclosed helmets, the 5 people saw an unbelievable scene before them. This did not look like the deck of a luxurious cruise ship at all. If they weren't wearing helmets, they would have instantly smelled a fishy smell. The deck was littered with all sorts of trash, stockings, underwear, beachwear, a mess more exaggerated than a battlefield. At first glance, one could imagine that there had been a wild party on this ship. And one could also imagine that the people who had the party had all disappeared, not even leaving behind any bodies. A strong beam of light flashed and stopped under a certain chair. Beneath this recliner, there were at least close to 100 plastic bottles of toilet cleaner. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the dark corner.
as if someone was whispering in the darkness, or like the chirping of a cricket hiding in the grass on a summer day.
A person with keen ears, even enclosed in a helmet, sensed something.
He looked at the captain beside him, wanting to say a few words, but the captain was on the phone.
Calling Federal Headquarters. Calling Federal Headquarters. Damn!
This is unbelievable, boys. There's no external signal on this ship, probably being interfered with by a signal jammer. The team leader of this group attempted to communicate with the others via radio.
Put.
The man took off his helmet, took a few deep breaths, and said solemnly, "Such a strong fishy smell, it feels like I'm at a seafood market."
What the hell are you doing, you fool? Put your helmet back on quickly. Do you want to get us all killed, or do you want to die in the line of duty now?
The captain of this group scolded the man who had taken off his helmet by kicking his steel buttocks.
Captain, I know what I'm doing. The helmet will block our senses.
Not long ago, when I went to rescue a group of travel adventurers, I was surrounded by an extremely strange pack of wolves.
That feeling reminded me of that day.
Shoo, listen, there is definitely something on this ship, definitely not human. I seem to hear a sound of an animal wriggling and crawling.
Bang! 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 Suddenly, 3 electromagnetic bullets hit the stairs leading to the next floor.
What the hell are you shooting for?
What if you hit a passenger? How will you take responsibility? Captain, do you think there might still be passengers on this ship?
Just now I saw an octopus tentacle. I'm not lying to you. The law enforcement officer who pulled the trigger sounded extremely frightened. All of you calm down. It's not ruled out that an octopus attacked the ship.
But damn it, use your brains. Think about how big an octopus would have to be to attack a ship. Captain, I think I felt something hit. Shall we go check it out?
Then the 5 of them aimed their guns at each other, slowly moving towards the stairs to the next floor. When they saw the remnants of flesh on the ground, all 5 of them were genuinely puzzled. A torn giant soft-bodied octopus tentacle, thicker than a human thigh, was still twitching on the ground. Among the crowd, the person with the courage to take off his helmet reached out and turned the tentacle over. Instantly, all 5 of them were startled, because at the end of the octopus tentacle, there was an eyeball similar to a human's, staring at them.
The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Captain, I feel like this eye. Ah, there's something.
The remaining 4 quickly turned around, and the person who was last in line had disappeared. Only the sound of the sea splashing was heard, and he had lost contact with them. On the deck, there were fast traces left by the friction of metal against the ground.
Monster! An octopus monster! Back to the cruise ship!
Then, the remaining 4 hurriedly ran towards the spaceship parked on the deck, not far away, just a few dozen steps away. However, when they arrived under the spaceship, they saw a figure sitting inside the spaceship, grinning at them.
Welcome, everyone. Our family was just having a party, and you've disrupted our fun. Since you've come here so enthusiastically, would you like to join us in revelry? A day later, on August 3rd.
This place belonged entirely to the time planning area of Tijiangma, not calculated in the central time of Tadu City. At dawn, a luxurious holiday cruise ship was speeding across the sea. Boss, we are expected to arrive at Tijiangma City in 3 hours, at the Maro mine in the outskirts. According to the information, there is a certain military force defending it, but it's not impregnable. Fengchu flicked her fingers and manipulated the holographic screen. Emochin stood at the bow of the ship, facing the salty sea breeze blowing towards him, and glanced back at the numerous members of the families behind him. A group of fish-like creatures were playing rock-paper-scissors with the last remaining law enforcement officer.
Emo-chen chuckled. What else can this ship do? I heard it can fly, right?
Yes, boss,
this ship has some flying capabilities.
With the maximum horsepower using jet engines, it can glide through the air like a cannonball, Fengchu explained while looking at the data.
Emo-chen raised his eyes to the sky and said nonchalantly, then let's make a grand entrance like a cannonball, brothers. Good times are always short-lived.
It's time for you to disembark. Protect the cell sources of Wulong and Fengchu.
Following that, some octopus and anglerfish-like humanoid creatures shouted, Emo-chen, you're awesome.
They leaped into the sea, splashing water everywhere, and 2 sea monsters jumped into the water holding chunks of meat, disappearing beneath the waves, leaving only the surging waves behind.
On the deck, the only federal law enforcement officer was bound by metal chains.
It was hard to imagine what he had been through during this time, as he was now smiling happily despite losing his companions. Boss, I have input the coordinates of the Maro mine into the intelligent cockpit, Fengchu replied before preparing to enter the cabin.
The show is about to begin. What? What's going on?
My goodness, look at that thing. It looks like a cruise ship in the sky.
Are you out of your mind? How can there be a ship in the sky, a flying ship? Indeed, it is a ship. How could there be a cruise ship in the sky?
Emergency situation.
Order the use of light missiles for interception. On the holographic screen, a ship was flying towards the screen with a person standing on the bow, seemingly dancing in a bizarre manner. 5,000 meters above the ground at the Morrow mine, a ship was speeding through the air, with jet engines at the back resembling a rocket. It burned all the energy sources within the ship, including nuclear power and electricity, propelling the oval-shaped ship through the sky like a bullet, with the destination being the center of the Morrow mine. In the sky, a man with black hair and red eyes stood at the bow of the ship, not alone, as there was also a law enforcement officer bound at the top of the bow. One person stood on the bow, while another was tied to it. Plummeting rapidly downwards, the wind blowing against them felt like a file. The man's medium-length black hair, which was not particularly long, was being pulled back in the wind like the tail of a short-tailed black fox. His gaze was firm, mixed with madness, a strange smile playing on his lips as he loudly addressed the law enforcement officer bound to the bow. Do you know the advantage of being a monster? It's that when death approaches, it's just like a fart, ha 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 ha. Before dying, to be so magnificent, so heroic, it's truly remarkable. Let's go to hell together, you monster. The law enforcement officer replied in a similarly frenzied manner, driven to madness after spending the day with the Mutation family. No, my friend. Perhaps you've misunderstood. I'm not ready to die yet, at least not while you guys are still around. Ding! Screw you, Mutation, you really know how to play. Your genetic evolution stage isn't strong enough. Are you sure you want to attack their mind now? Yes, but some things don't have to wait until everything is perfect to take action. By the time everything is perfect, it's already too late. Okay, go ahead and court death, have fun, make your achievements look good. By then, the ground-to-air missiles won't be sitting idle. Click click click. The missile silo on the ground opened, and at the same time, a huge missile head appeared. Its shape wasn't particularly fancy, resembling an upside-down elongated radish. Inside the command room of the military defense team in the Morrow mine, Tijiangmo City. Missile ready, please give the order. Launch. 3, 2, 1, ignition. The missile took off from its original position, spewing a massive blue flame from its tip as it soared into the sky, heading straight towards the ship. The two objects drew closer in the air, about to collide in less than 2 seconds. Looking at the enormous missile head in front of him, Mutation tilted his head back and laughed. I absolutely love this job, damn it. Bang! The two collided, erupting a brilliant blue firework in the sky 2 kilometers above the ground. A huge blue fireball slowly unfolded in midair. The instant brilliance even made the Morrow mine, under the daylight, exceptionally bright, momentarily overshadowing the sun's rays. Meanwhile, inside the command room, 6 military experts applauded in unison. It can be determined now, this is definitely a madman's terrorist attack. Normal people wouldn't joke about such things, daring to target this place? Send soldiers to inspect the debris at the scene, see if we can figure out what it is. Commander, I vaguely saw a person in black federal attire tied to the bow. As soon as this was said, the commander, known as the officer, furrowed his brow, touched his temple, and said, play the footage again, this time let's take a closer look and see if it's true. Subsequently, in the captured footage, indeed, a black federal law enforcement officer was seen tied to the bow with an iron chain. Moreover, there was a person standing directly above the bow, but due to the high-speed movement, the face was unclear. However, a crucial piece of information was visible on the side of the ship's hull, an inverted triangle symbol, indicating that the ship originated from the city of Tadu. People have many thoughts, after all, the 3 cities are at odds, each with its own authority. Even the off-world colonies are planned. This should be a demonstration against the Human Federation, just happened to choose our place. Let's see if we can find out who this group of terrorists is, truly a foolish bunch. Commander, should we contact Tadu City to investigate if any luxury cruise ships have been stolen? I think this model is quite unique, likely one of a kind. No need to investigate. There are only 3 luxury cruise ships in Tadu City. The most famous one happens to be under the ownership of Tal Jia, the current head of the Dragon Phoenix 3 Springs. The commander in the command room jokingly remarked to the person next to him, you observe these things quite carefully, huh? It's nothing, really. Sometimes I also fantasize about owning such a luxury cruise ship, but these guys are really wasteful. Who knows, this terrorist attack reminds me of the long-lost Mutation family in the world. Maybe, the Mutation family has made a comeback. Ha ha. The Morrow mine is located in the southern hemisphere, in the heart of the American continent. This mine is not large, with only about 3,000 on-site workers, including military personnel. However, it is famous for producing heavy metal radioactive elements. Basically, no one pays attention to these heavy metal radioactive elements here. Not that they are not valuable, quite the opposite.
they can be used for radiation energy, medical purposes, and military applications.
But these elements cannot be mined by ordinary people, it's not like digging coal.
Only the city of Tijian can export various heavy metal elements in large quantities from here.
And these elements are not like beryllium, uranium, radium, and other radioactive elements.
They are a type of difficult-to-control heavy metal decay element. This element, beyond the current technological capabilities of humanity, cannot be produced by fusion, nor has any experiment been successful. It is also unlikely to be a natural element, as various radioactive element deposits exist worldwide. According to anthropologists, these radioactive elements were produced by some kind of high-tech civilization's doomsday weapon in prehistoric times, creating terrifying effects.
What baffles humanity is that this is currently the only reasonable explanation. Since they have this ability, why not just blow up the Earth? It's too complicated to think about, and it's not worth the effort. Why not consider using the resources that can be used? These prehistoric heavy metal radioactive elements are divided into 3 categories. 1s, 2s, 3s.
In plain terms, can try to use, better not to use if it's difficult, absolutely cannot be used at the moment.
Maro Mine Pit.
It is nearly 300 kilometers from the ocean here, and almost half the Earth away from the main city of Tijiangmo. The nearby small cities belonging to the Tijiangmo city are about 2,000 kilometers away in a straight line, meaning there is almost no human presence within a radius of 2,000 kilometers. This area is a huge crater. It is known as the Death Zone, a place abandoned by the gods.
Mainly devastated by radiation, even the living things here have mutated. The desert is the only world here. In this wilderness,
only this Maro Mine Pit is still contributing to the world economy. At this moment, fragments of spacecraft and missiles falling from the sky are scattered all over the ground. The 168 soldiers stationed here are divided into 15 groups.
They are searching for the scattered fragments to see if they can find any clues.
In this vast expanse of yellow sand and desert, a fragment is burning among the yellow sand and stones. A soldier put down his electronic binoculars and turned to his 9 companions beside him.
"Let's go, guys. Let's see if we can find out something about that."
Immediately, the team of 10 mounted their hover bikes and headed towards the burning area ahead.
Before long, they arrived there.
According to the preliminary examination, this fragment should belong to the core position of a vacation cruise ship's power source.
Let's start the initial investigation now. The leading soldier finished recording into the walkie-talkie on his shoulder, raised his right hand and shook it forward. A half-meter-sized spherical floating robot flew forward. Just as the spherical reconnaissance robot approached the burning fragment, suddenly a tentacle flew out of the fire, piercing the core of the spherical robot in an instant. Like throwing away trash, the spherical robot was thrown back. Immediately, the 10 soldiers who came to inspect felt a chill in their hearts, realizing something was wrong, and all aimed their guns at the burning area ahead. At that moment, a strange creature slowly gathered in the flames. Like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, it spread its wings, igniting a larger flame. However, the wings it spread were tentacles covered in flames, stabbing towards the 10 soldiers. In an instant, the guns thundered, bullets rained down. Laser beams turned into lightning, swiftly heading towards the mass of flesh.
3 fingers combined, that was the symphony of thunder and rain.
Crackling sounds.
More than 10 tentacles flying out of the flames were all severed. In front of the bullets, the flesh could not withstand anything. However, mistakes happen, and in a moment of carelessness, a tentacle pierced through the rain of bullets and struck the body of the team leader. Now, the remaining 9 soldiers all turned their gaze towards their captain.
"Captain, shoot me. This monster seems to be. Get out of my mind, now quickly."
The tentacle quickly retracted. As the other 9 were dumbfounded, their captain pointed the gun at the team members and pulled the trigger. The merciless explosive electromagnetic bullets tore through the armored bodies of the team members.
"Captain, I'm sorry," a soldier shouted. Bang!
A small high-energy explosive bomb hit the controlled captain, and in an instant, his body along with the armor exploded into a 5-meter-high spark, then disappeared into the flames, like dust descending into the world, ultimately turning into fuel for the flames. In the place of the explosion, only the shattered armor fragments remained, proving that this person had once lived. Just now, in the moment of the captain's rampage, 3 team members were killed. Now, only 6 people remained in the same place. What a bunch of rude guys. Hasn't your mother taught you any manners? Shouldn't you be more friendly to guests from afar? The other 6 people all turned their gaze towards the flames. Suddenly, a human figure slowly condensed in the raging fire, walking step by step through the flames, burning all over. In the blink of an eye, this fiery figure tore off 2 pieces of flesh from his arm and casually threw them onto the bodies of 2 dead armored team members.
Oh, sorry, I forgot, those 2 are already dead. I was planning to throw it at him. Bang, bang, bang. Merciless bullets once again whistled out, accompanied by cutting laser high-energy cannons, all concentrated on this figure.
The soldiers shouted and vented their anger by pulling the trigger and yelling. In less than 5 seconds, the figure that had just emerged from the flames was blasted into countless pieces scattered on the ground.
HQ, we've encountered a strange creature here, somewhat similar to the vanished Emochin family. HQ received, please respond, please respond.
Suddenly, the soldier felt despair as the other 5 soldiers pointed their guns at him. And then, the ground trembled, and a giant scorpion monster crawled out from the yellow sand. At that moment, a dead soldier opened his helmet, revealing a smile.
Emochin had arrived. I have to tell you some very bad news, you guys have really bad luck. Look, among that pile of scrap metal, there's a device called a signal jammer. Emochin pointed at the burning scrap metal. With a click, the soldier's old G2T8L electromagnetic infantry rifle fell to the ground. He removed his helmet, helplessly looked up at the vast sky for a moment, then slumped to the ground, took out a high-energy pistol and aimed it at his own head, ready to pull the trigger. Life is short, why take shortcuts? If you struggle a bit, maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood, right? Bang! The soldier pulled the trigger without hesitation. It was his duty as a soldier to die rather than surrender. Emochin applauded, looking at the pile of flesh and blood inside the helmet, and said to the scorpion monster beside him, "This guy is a qualified soldier, worthy of our respect. Go, give him the highest respect of our Emochin family. Eat him." Then, the large yellow scorpion behind Emochin suddenly stabbed forward with its tail, threw the soldier's body into its mouth, and then spat out the armor like spitting out watermelon seeds. A dignified funeral was completed. Emochin is awesome.
Wulong took off his helmet, already occupying a soldier's body, laughing. Not long ago, the Emochin family had been lurking here, and the minions scattered in the desert had sent messages, knowing that the soldiers were about to conduct a probe.
Stop talking nonsense, Scorpion. How much do you know about the Morrow mine? How do we take down this mine?
This Scorpion was one of the few members of the Emochin family's senior cadre, wandering aimlessly in the desert, accidentally discovering this hidden Morrow mine.
Moreover, the Emochin family had suffered enough from radiation weapons during this time. Frustrated, they decided to sacrifice this mine.
After all, it was a desolate place, a perfect spot for foul play. In the aftermath of the battlefield, 3 mech soldiers, the desert scorpion monster, and dozens of desert creatures were discussing their battle plans.
Let me first talk about our first strategic step. If anyone has any objections, speak up.
Look, there are a few soldiers here, and since we've invaded, let's infiltrate the Morrow mine in the name of these invading soldiers and then play a double game.
What do you all think?
Wulong excitedly fired a few shots into the air, eagerly saying, "Great idea, let's do it this way. Our boss is a strategic genius."
Emochin looked at Wulong calmly and said, "Wulong, it seems like you are quite confident. Repeat what I just said."
Well, let's first take care of these soldiers, and then we can use the guise of delivering food.
Clang! Take off the helmet. Wulong obediently removed his helmet. Thud! A good head indeed.
Emochin withdrew his hand and said, "I don't expect you to achieve great things. Just don't cause trouble for me."
Let's hear everyone's opinions.
Fengchu once again found himself in the lonely situation of having nothing to contribute.
He raised his head and said calmly, "The boss's opinion is basically fine, but if we invade in the name of soldiers, how do we explain the deaths of those soldiers?"
As silence fell over the group, Fengchu spoke up, "We can blame the deaths of the soldiers on unknown creatures, disguise Wulong as an unknown monster, and then sacrifice Wulong for the greater good. And since we have a federal law enforcement ship, I can disguise myself as a federal law enforcement officer to investigate the unknown creatures here. The more chaotic it is, the more destruction we can cause." Upon hearing this, Emochin clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Great idea.
This plan is brilliant. Who is in favor and who is against? I object. Why should I be the one sacrificed? Why not let Fengchu be the unknown monster? Thud! Don't say I don't care about democracy. Let's vote. Those in favor of Wulong being the unknown monster, raise your hands."
Instantly, everyone raised their hands. The rattlesnake monster raised its head high, even the tail of the scorpion monster was raised like a utility pole.
It doesn't count. The boss's vote is crucial, none of you count. Emochin gave Wulong a disdainful look. "I'll go with what everyone wants. Stop struggling and quickly transform into some kind of monster." Since Emochin had spoken, Wulong had no objections and emerged from the armor. With a swift change, he transformed into an indescribable being.
I told you to become a monster, not to become twisted. How can you be so twisted? Isn't it heavy on your chest? Wulong looked puzzled. But boss, what does a monster look like? Can you imagine something really ugly? Just be as ugly as you can. Then, Wulong transformed again, this time into a silver-haired boy, maintaining a perpetually serious demeanor. Only missing a pair of wire-rimmed glasses, he looked exactly like Feng Chu. Boss, this is the ugliest monster I can imagine. Do you think it's scary? Feng Chu raised his hand to say something, but in front of so many people, he hesitated to curse and fell silent. Emo-chen cleared his throat. Just transform into something unrecognizable, like that scorpion next to you. At that moment, the scorpion monster said, or boss, why don't I be the unknown creature attacking the army? Wulong then cast an appreciative glance at the scorpion monster. No, it has to be Wulong. Only she can handle this task. Boss, tell me, among all of us, who else behaves as impulsively and aggressively as a monster? Feng Chu said firmly. At that moment, Wulong noticed Feng Chu's gaze was off, indicating more than just a mere intent to kill. Alright then, let Wulong face this monster, and Scorpion, you take 3 brothers and join me to make a group of 5 to infiltrate. Everyone keep a trick up your sleeve. Feng Chu, you go do your thing. In the midst of the swirling yellow sand, 5 armored soldiers were in the midst of learning how to ride hover bikes. Scorpion, you've been here for a while, how do you ride this bike? Haven't you learned? The male armored soldier disguised as Scorpion shook his head. Boss, this is the first time I've seen one here. Emo-chen felt uneasy hearing this. After all this time in the big city, he still didn't know how to ride a hover bike. Even if it's a floating electric donkey, shouldn't it still be a donkey? Unfortunately, this future world is different from the world before. It's not as simple as inserting a key, revving the throttle, and shifting gears to start. Take this floating motorcycle for example, it looks twice the size of a regular motorcycle in terms of design. The most crucial part is that there's no throttle key to twist. I have no idea how to start it at all. There are 10 floating motorcycles parked here, along with some special mech equipment supplies. For instance, the current Wulong is restrained by a magnetic shackle that locks his hands. Moreover, Wulong's appearance has transformed into a grotesque monster, looking fierce and ferocious, baring its teeth. The pitch-black nails on his hands seem capable of cutting through steel. This is the design that Feng Chu specially created for Wulong before leaving. Now, the 5 armored soldiers have no clue how to deal with the floating motorcycles in front of them. They are completely clueless. Boss, do you guys know how to operate this motorcycle? Wulong, with his hands bound and a magnetic handcuff attached to the floating motorcycle, curiously asked. Can you ride this thing? No, I can't. Then why are you talking nonsense? Machin exhaled a cold breath. I'm just saying, what if this thing is voice-controlled? Wulong chuckled, revealing his terrifying sharp teeth. What kind of high-tech gadget are you riding that can be voice-controlled? Are you suggesting that if I call out to the motorcycle, it will respond? Suddenly, the motorcycle beeped a few times. See, boss, I told you this thing is really voice-controlled. Machin silently gave a thumbs up, then mounted the motorcycle first. He tentatively said, return to the Morrow Mine. Okay, automatic navigation activated, detected poor positioning signal, planning according to memory route, planning in progress, planning completed, do you choose to depart? Wow, it really can be voice-controlled. Brothers, let's go. 5 floating motorcycles raced through the yellow sand, but sadly, Wulong was still dragged along with a magnetic handcuff in his hand. Does it hurt? He didn't care at all, playing around barefoot on the yellow sand as if surfing. Along the way, the floating motorcycles followed the navigation in memory back to the Morrow Mine. What? Lost 5 soldiers. Killed by this monster, then why didn't you bring back the soldiers' bodies? How dare you talk to me like that? This monster can still speak? Above the desert, there is a detection entrance on the ground. Concealed beneath the Yellowstone dunes, there is a gate over 10 meters high. Even looking down from the sky, one would see no difference between here and the neighboring yellow sand. However, hidden below are veins of high purity and high-quantity radioactive heavy metal elements. This is the entrance checkpoint of the Morrow Mine, where the floating motorcycles automatically park. At the checkpoint, not only can motorcycles be parked, but all militarized weapons are stored in the weapons depot outside the checkpoint. Even the military command center is established within. If not for peacekeeping purposes, the soldiers would not want to live with the miners inside. Weapons are not allowed inside the mine. At most, only equipment to prevent minor riots can be brought in. There is a reason for this, as there was once a brutal and inhumane human massacre incident inside. Because all the workers in this mine are criminals, condemned to death with no hope of reprieve. Using violence to control violence doesn't work well here. Bringing weapons inside would only provoke the inmates to greater evil thoughts. After all, with a weapon in hand, murderous intent arises. And at this moment, at the entrance checkpoint, the humanoid monster with bound hands uttered a sentence that left the 5 armored soldiers at a loss.
This monster can talk, calling me boss when it speaks. I don't know what's going on, maybe it learned it by itself. Wait, I've seen this kind of humanoid monster before. It seems like the bio-monsters that once besieged Tatu City? The inspection personnel at the checkpoint said in confusion. At this point, the curiosity of the checkpoint personnel was too strong. They walked up to the bio-monster, scrutinizing it from left to right. However, they overlooked an important issue. It happened to be shift change time, and he was the only one inspecting the checkpoint. What are you looking at, damn it? The bio-monster cursed at the inspection personnel who were looking around beside him. This monster is quite interesting, it likes to curse at itself, calling others damn it?
Hee, amusing, the inspection personnel said, then turned to the 5 soldiers behind him and reprimanded, as soldiers, even if your comrades die in battle, you must bring back their bodies.
Don't you know the rules here? Alright, let's do it, this guy's authority is too much.
Then, amidst the puzzled looks of the inspection personnel, a soldier placed his hand on the biomonster's shoulder. In an instant, his pupils dilated, then focused again. All of this was captured by the surveillance cameras on the metal wall of the checkpoint, but it seemed like there was no problem.
After all, what's the big deal with a soldier putting his hand on the inspection personnel's shoulder?
When the hand was withdrawn, a small thumb-sized hole appeared in the armor on the inspection personnel's left shoulder.
In that moment, he was infected. The inspection personnel murmured softly, "Boss Missouri-chan is awesome." Then, the tightly closed metal gate boomed open. 5 armored soldiers led a humanoid biomonster inside. Upon entering the Morrow mine, they realized what a hidden paradise truly meant. It was as bustling as a small underground city, well-equipped, with miners' dormitories neatly arranged. There were even several entertainment facilities, but the prosperity only remained on the surface. The place was indescribably dirty. The environment was like a pigsty, perhaps the toilets were never used as intended. What was most terrifying was the presence of women. Only women, all of them clones. According to the laws of the Human Federation, cloned individuals must be marked with a word on their foreheads to indicate their status as clones. It was directly written on their foreheads, as if afraid that they wouldn't be recognized as clones. Clones were not allowed to integrate into normal city life, that was the extent of it. So in this lawless place, clones became the best way to pacify the miners. Similarly, clones were expensive to produce. Among the nearly 2,800 mine workers, clone females were provided every 10 days, with a lifespan of no more than 7 days. The demand exceeded supply. It was hard to imagine what kind of civilization existed here. Some people started directly on the road. The passers-by didn't show disgust or contempt. Instead, some miners curiously waited on the side, as if queuing up. Members of the Emochin family who witnessed the scene looked at each other in disbelief. The contrast was too great compared to what they had imagined. Even Emochin was dumbfounded.
In their imagination, they assumed this place would be like a coal mine, where the first thing they would see upon entering would be huge machines digging stones or cables descending deep into the darkness, or a group of people sitting idle on a large rock, smoking, and chatting about daily life. If things got rough, fights and brawls were normal, but the contrast was too great. In the future world, it seemed that any style could be accommodated. Boss, these people are really something, I can't quite accept it, I feel like throwing up. Ugh. Wulong transformed into a biomonster, uttering words that were completely incongruent with her identity, unable to accept the reality of what was happening inside. Hey, guys, what are you holding in your hands? Oh my, that thing is extremely ugly, is it a monster? At this moment, several passing armored soldiers raised their hands to greet Mo-chen and his group. This monster was just discovered. It has research value, and we are going to take this monster to a prison for confinement, Mo-chen said to the approaching armored soldiers. Prison? This is the prison, no one can escape, the Morrow mine welcomes you to your grave, the soldier mocked, half taunting. Listen, I don't understand your humor, this place looks like a joke, where can we confine this monster? This monster is very dangerous, it has already killed 5 of our brothers. It must be locked up, and then we will take care of it. This is the order from above, am I clear enough? Monster? You guys, which unit are you from? I've seen your armor, but you all feel so unfamiliar. The leader of the soldiers took off his helmet, revealing a handsome face. Emochin did not remove his helmet, he did not want to communicate face to face at the moment, and went straight to the point. Can't you understand human language? Are you just being stupid here? Am I not clear enough? This monster has killed 5 of our brothers, it's a very dangerous thing. Take me to a quiet place, I'll lock up this monster, and then give us a quiet space, is that okay? Oh, maybe this monster is a bit tricky, there are no special confinement rooms here.
Emochan directly tore off the electromagnetic handcuffs from Wulong's hands. Stop talking, go bite him. These bastards completely underestimate the monster.
With Emochen's permission, Wulong transformed into a killing machine, instantly rushing into the 4 armored soldiers like a mad dog, tearing off their heads, piercing their chests, and they had no weapons. Before they could even scream, blood stained the ground, turning them into 4 corpses on the spot.
Ha ha, these bastards are finally dead.
A miner laughed heartily, pointing at the 4 bodies on the ground.
Seeing this, Emochan became interested and walked over to the laughing miner. You're laughing so happily, aren't you afraid of death? Death? Dying here is a relief.
The laughing man's skin was cracked all over, oozing pus, and there was a tumor the size of a walnut on his chest.
It's a pitiful place, take me to where you mine, I want to take a look. No no no.
I don't want to go, I don't want to suffer anymore, I really didn't commit any crimes.
The criminal took a few steps back as if he had heard a nightmare.
It's a coincidence that what you mine has also brought us suffering.
Since everyone is suffering, why don't we make this place cease to exist? The miner's eyes lit up. Can you make this place disappear?
Yes, when this place disappears, you will see a bright light.
A monster attacking people? Is that a monster?
The miner who had been fully immersed in his work looked up and saw a horrifying scene.
That person must be new here, right? Emochan pointed in that direction, jokingly.
Yes, haha, he's only been here for 2 years.
No wonder he still has this instinctive fear.
Then Emochan winked at Wulong and said to everyone, don't be afraid, we are here to catch this runaway monster, she has already taken 10 lives, her crimes are too numerous to list. Then he whispered to Wulong in his mind, run, you bastard, tactics have changed now.
Then Wulong ran off, quickly disappearing.
You, the one who was supposed to handle things, now the monster has run into the mine, take me to the vein to find the monster.
Stop dreaming, you dead cop. Don't expect me to help you.
Emochan stepped forward quickly, his mechanical hand covering the man's head, saying, I like people who are not afraid of death, I can fulfill your wish. The man's throat moved, swallowing a spit, looking around, the clones and a few good friends had already disappeared.
If we die together.
Suddenly, a voice came from behind, soldier.
Pay attention to your behavior. What's the matter with these 4 bodies?
Emochan let go and turned around, saying, we brought a monster in just now, it escaped, and killed these 4 soldiers, now I'm looking for the monster's whereabouts.
What?
You maintain order here, I will investigate all the surveillance videos here. With that, the man turned and hurried towards the military command center.
Swish!
A tentacle pierced his chest in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the man had no resistance left. Another member of the Emochan family added, we will be exposed soon, this place is really strange. New brother, seize the opportunity, use your job convenience to cover up the truth here, give us the mining location, and there must be something explosive here, right? Boss, today is not suitable, tomorrow is the day the transport ship comes to collect the radioactive minerals here, let's delay for a day, blow them up together, or it will be a waste of bombs, a newly joined member reminded.
That makes sense, cutting off someone's financial resources is a deep enmity, since it's all deep enmity, we might as well go big.
Alright boss, there's a mining explosive here, and there are small antimatter warheads in the military base, if we can infiltrate the military base, everything will be fine.
Inside the Morrow mine, on a makeshift gallows.
All soldiers, be aware, an unknown powerful life form has been discovered, it has killed 16 soldiers and 63 miners, and the culprits are these 5 failed soldiers.
The 5 big men were forced onto the gallows. The man in the middle, tears welling up in his eyes, said, I really don't know anything, why is it my responsibility? What's the deal with that monster? Why do I have to be sentenced to death as soon as I return? I call even more bullshit, I was off today, it's more absurd than you. You 2 cops, say less, I'm just a miner, I don't even know why I got promoted to soldier. Are you also wrongly accused? What a coincidence, I'm also a miner, I was wrongly accused even of being sentenced to death.
At that moment, the soldier in charge of the execution said, Colonel Jackson is responsible for supervising this execution.
A man in sunglasses, dressed in stylish military attire, accompanied by 4 henchmen, stepped out of the crowd. Serving tea, serving snacks, and 2 others, fanning themselves with the federal law book. When they reached the seats prepared by the people, the colonel sat down, casually picked up the federal law book next to him, flipped through it for a while without finding the right page. Damn, what book is this? I can't understand anything. Colonel, you're holding it upside down.
A soldier who had been waiting for a long time said awkwardly.
Of course, I know,
I'm testing if you are paying attention, learn from me, this soldier is very serious and meticulous. The colonel said contentedly. Then he found the correct page, cleared his throat, and read aloud in front of everyone, according to federal law, you 5 qualified soldiers of Tijiangmo City neglected your duties and brought a monster into the house casually. Normally, you should be brought to a military court, but I will give you a chance to face justice here, thank the heavens. The man standing in the middle shouted in anger, I demand to see a lawyer, I refuse. I have been wronged, I don't know anything at all. The colonel pushed his sunglasses up and sneered, you claim to be wronged, but those who wronged you know better than anyone how wronged you are. The evidence is overwhelming, the facts are clear, you dare to say you are innocent after causing the death of so many people? Does anyone else have any doubts? I am not a soldier at all, I am not neglecting my duties, I am just a minor. My colleagues can testify for me. The man on the far left, also looking aggrieved, said, well, I must remind you, whether you are a soldier or a minor, those 63 miners who died might have a lot to do with you. In other words, I don't think you can find any witnesses. So, who's next for questioning? Colonel, you have no right to judge me. Okay, you have a point, put the noose around their necks, they are taking too long. The colonel silently raised his thumb. The next day, the first thing Colonel Jackson did when he woke up was to stride to the execution square from yesterday. There were 5 people hanging on the gallows, like pieces of cured meat, each with a sign that read, the fate of neglecting duty. Jackson then took off his sunglasses, revealing snake-like crimson eyes. He saluted the 3 people, his face showing a mix of emotions. Where can reason be found? There is no justice. Jackson, return to the command room for an emergency meeting, came the urgent voice through the radio in Jackson's helmet. Inside the military command room. Firstly, praise Colonel Jackson for setting a good example for the soldiers. Neglect of duty should be dealt with like this. One execution is enough to stabilize the morale, but the unknown biomonsters brought by those soldiers are currently rampaging in the mine, causing the disappearance of no less than 200 miners. Any opinions? Colonel, let the soldiers enter the mine with weapons to search for that biomonster. Currently, that seems to be the only way, but if they enter with weapons, there is a certain probability of inciting a riot among the miners. There are precedents. The colonel looked at the 11 commanders in front of him, hesitating, and continued, around 12 o'clock today, the city of Tijiangmo will send a transport ship to collect this month's mineral reserves. The production this month has already exceeded the limit by too much. If any issues arise here and are known above, not only will our benefits be at risk, but we might also face dismissal. At that moment, the command room received 2 more disastrous messages. A clerk, looking at the urgent information on the projection screen in his hand, said anxiously, Colonel, it's bad news, the Human Federation investigators are requesting access to the mine to investigate the unknown creature causing harm. The colonel slammed the table in frustration. What? Who leaked the information? How did the Human Federation find out about this? Colonel, it's possible that the creature was deliberately introduced by the Human Federation. In just one day, they knew about it, it's too strange. They might be investigating our Morrow mine. I reckon they are envious of our resources and want to tax us like crazy. Jackson added fuel to the fire. As the colonel furrowed his brow, the clerk delivered an even more fatal message. Colonel, the weapons in our arsenal have been distributed to the miners inside without authorization, and they have started a riot, probably aiming to seize power. The colonel slumped in his chair, his head tilting back, eyes filled with despair, murmuring, damn the Human Federation, it must be them, this bunch has too many ambitions, wanting to control everything from above to below. Jackson spoke earnestly, portraying himself as a good person. Colonel, there's no time to hesitate, we must send this information to headquarters. Colonel murmured weakly, until there is enough evidence, all assumptions are just that, assumptions. Even if it's true, Mayor Tijiangmo wouldn't break ties with the Human Federation over a small mine and, well, at least now we should take measures to control those rioters, Jackson firmly stated. The clerk added fuel to the fire with alarming news. Colonel, the soldiers have inexplicably joined the miners' action and are about to attack here. Outside, everything seemed calm. Miners were mining in the pit, soldiers were patrolling as usual. Inside the command room, one person argued for action while another opposed, adding drama. Suddenly, a figure in black Human Federation law enforcement armor burst into the room. Facing the bewildered colonel, he declared, Human Federation law enforcement agent, codenamed NMD-250. Based on investigation and sufficient evidence, you are inciting a riot here, with the military leading the miners to occupy Morrow Mine, Mayor Tijiangmo's private property, and breeding unknown biomonsters. The colonel felt the weight of the accusations and Jackson silently praised the law enforcement officer's skill in framing others. Nonsense! The unknown biomonsters are not from here. The Human Federation is the real culprit. The colonel retorted angrily. Colonel, let's confront them. Quickly input the launch code for the antimatter bomb to threaten the rioters and show the Human Federation our resolve, Jackson urged. After a moment's hesitation, the colonel turned to the console behind him and commanded, "Initiate Emergency Security Protocol 62KT-238. Security check in progress," the cold electronic voice responded. After a scan confirmed his identity, the voice asked, "Do you authorize manual control activation?" "Affirmative," the colonel shouted. "Please input the authorization code and pass a voice test to confirm your alertness," the electronic voice instructed. GTW 3556. Authorization accepted. Answer the test question. Are you in a situation where you must destroy this place or use the highest military threat to control uncontrollable events? Answer in 1 second. Don't give me that. You think I want this? The colonel replied. Test confirms alertness. Manual control transferred. The console in front of the colonel revealed levers that only manual operation could activate, with options for self-destruction, emergency contact with Mayor Tijiangmo, and permanent closure of Moro Mine. As the colonel completed the process, applause erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw the law enforcement officer and others clapping. Confused and overwhelmed, he realized they were all actors. Before he could react, he attempted to pull the lever for self-destruction but found himself frozen, unable to move, as if held by an invisible force. This ability is Mo Chen's spiritual domain. Within a range of 10 meters, he can manipulate objects with his willpower. Mo Chen actually doesn't find it very useful, as his tentacles are much stronger than his spiritual domain. It's quite fun to show off with it. Come on. Fight. Fight. At this moment, in the S-level radiation vein of the Moro mine, glowing metal veins spread along the walls of the mine. It's like a glowing giant silver snake covering the inside of the mine. A purple-haired girl stands on a high platform of metal scaffolding, urging hundreds of men in heavy silicone-sealed suits to fight, heating up the atmosphere. She cheers them on from the platform. Come on, whoever fights the best, I'll give this thing to him. The purple-haired girl holds up an indescribable piece of clothing. In an instant, the atmosphere ignites, and the people fighting in the mine become even more intense, throwing powerful punches even in their heavy silicone suits, like in a boxing match. Within this vein, there is an extremely strong electromagnetic radiation, rendering intelligent machines useless here. Everything has to be done manually. Currently, no one is mining in this area. Some watch the show, some fight, all worship this purple-haired girl as a deity because she is the fiercest fighter here. Beautiful and fierce, even without protective gear, she remains lively and spirited. Naturally, she commands respect. Anyone who dares not to respect her or has ulterior motives is long gone. In the boxing ring, a man's iron fist pounds on the man beneath him like a pile driver, blood spraying on his face shield as if it were free. After a few rounds, a winner emerges. Oh, this guy is tough, who can take him down? This thing belongs to whoever can beat him. Instantly, the crowd boils over, shouting and cheering. They rush forward, targeting the man who just won, and the match escalates into a brawl. Wulong, what are you doing here? Wulong turns around and sees a person under the metal platform, also not wearing radiation protection, wearing sunglasses, watching her with interest. Boss, boss. Wulong shouts excitedly, then leaps from the high platform of over 10 meters. She lands lightly on the ground, not even twisting her ankle. According to the boss's instructions, I've found the mining area here, hee hee. Mo Chen smiles wryly. Alright, you have fun. I'll go see what these minerals are all about. Boss, I'll go with you. What about Feng Chu, that scoundrel? Wulong looks around and asks. I had him take the Scorpion Gang and leave first. This place is about to explode. We still have to deal with the people coming on the transport ship. But boss, I haven't left yet. Wulong points to herself anxiously. What are you afraid of? Didn't I ask Octopus and the others to protect you in Feng Chu's cells? Mo Chen teases. Suddenly, Wulong's expression changes, and she smiles even brighter. Haha. Then I can spend more time with the boss. Oof. You've all worked hard during this time. Although you, Feng Chu, and our family are all me, I also treat myself as another person, and you are all my family. Boss, I feel that you are feeling so sad. Is this loneliness? Wulong curiously touches her head. Life is inherently a path to loneliness. Look at these people. Wulong turns her gaze to where Mo Chen has been looking all along. At this moment, in the center of the crowd, people were already engaged in a senseless fight. The chaotic crowd writhed together, a mass of people clad in heavy radiation-resistant suits resembling primitive cells. Driven by testosterone and primal instincts, they battled on. Perhaps it all started because of Dragon's provocative reasons, but at this moment, no one cared. Humanity has deteriorated, this world is decaying irreversibly, sighed Mo Chen. Dragon turned thoughtfully, but they are all criminals, with no hope of release. turning into this seems quite normal to me. Exactly, people outside are going through the same situation, just that their prison is larger, requiring us to carry out a thorough rescue mission.
That is the ultimate destiny of life.
In a certain mine, the miners tirelessly completed their work under the surveillance of 6 soldiers clad in radiation-resistant armor, wielding batons.
Cough, cough.
An elderly miner couldn't suppress the coughing fit from his lungs, halting his work. Supporting his back with his left hand, he slowly sat on the metal platform, holding a small glowing piece of radiation element in his thick silicone glove in his right hand. This element was relatively easy to extract at present, even by hand from the veins in the mine. After a simple initial purification process, it could be categorized as mineral resources to be sent to the transport ship. The miner carefully placed the radiation element into the cold metal box, which only contained a small amount, and as usual, he was the least efficient.
But it glowed, falling into the box like a star.
Looking up, the miner saw a glowing vein extending in the dim underground, shining as brightly as a galaxy in memory. He hadn't seen the sky for nearly 30 years.
Hey, 1253. Had enough rest? Young man, I have a name, you shouldn't address me as 1653. Cough, cough.
Get back to work quickly, or I'll come up there and beat you. The miner remained silent, slowly standing up and reaching to break off a larger piece of ore. This work required caution. If handled improperly, causing different minerals to collide could result in a radiation explosion. Just a few days ago, a miner accidentally misplaced an ore, causing 2 different radiation substances to come into contact, instantly claiming the person's life in a radiation explosion. Thinking of this, the miner pondered something unknown. Looking at the ore that could be easily broken off above his head, he unzipped the heavy radiation protection suit at his back, trembling as he exposed himself to the high radiation area.
Hey, old man, do you want to die?
The miner still didn't answer, taking a deep breath of the murky air in the mine, then with all his strength, he broke off the ore. Swallowing it whole, his body instantly fell from the platform. With a thud, raising a bit of dust,
marking the weight of his life.
An elderly man, with his upper body exposed to the radiation area, had died. Everything was under the soldier's watchful eyes. One of the soldiers sighed, "Rest in peace, old man." Another soldier walked up beside him, saying, "Another one who couldn't handle it, we might have to take over soon."
Ah.
Inside the mine, Mo-chan and Dragon arrived at the metal platform. Trying to break off a piece, Mo-chan's hand rotted on the spot. Mo-chan promptly broke off his right hand, tossing it aside, then regrew his right hand.
Clueless about what to do, he asked the system in his mind, System, what is this thing? Why did it bite my hand? Ding! You're playing with fire, daring to grab it with your hand? This is a type of radiation element.
It's an unknown metal radiation element formed by heavy metal elements gathering during the detonation of a certain high-energy fusion nuclear weapon, in a non-natural stack state.
Can you explain it more clearly?
This thing naturally bites. Take my advice, the waters are too deep with this thing, you can't handle it right now.
Oh, I see. Can I make use of this thing?
In the future, when you can absorb these radioactive elements, they will be useful. Right now, they are just waste, toxic waste.
Fine, it's boring if we can't use them now.
No need to continue reading. At the entrance of the Marl mine, a transport ship over 8 meters high, filled with various radioactive minerals, was parked.
They had a huge problem now.
They came in, got what they needed, everything seemed fine inside.
But the gate just wouldn't open.
What was fine when they arrived now seemed impossible to go back to. What frustrated the transport team the most was a federal law enforcement officer questioning them.
How can you prove that you are a transport ship from Jiangma City and not an illegal imposter?
The federal investigator said, holding a small notebook.
Is the Human Federation overseeing too broadly? We collect our own resources in Jiangma City, not involving any other cities. Why do you have to interfere?
The captain of the transport ship retorted to the federal investigator.
Please do not obstruct my work. I suspect that you people released biomonsters here to disrupt the order, impersonating Jiangma City's transport ship to steal the radioactive mineral energy here.
Similarly, the transport ship captain felt unfairly accused.
There are no biomonsters here. We are indeed the transport ship from Jiangma City. If you don't believe it, check the mark on the ship.
The federal law enforcement officer looked up and saw a circular mark on the bow of the ship.
It was indeed Jiangma City's mark.
The federal officer then pointed to the mark on his chest and said, I have the authority given by the Alliance of 3 cities.
You better behave.
The mark of the Human Federation was a square enclosing a circle, with the circle enclosing an inverted triangle. This mark carried weight, and the transport ship captain felt the pressure ease.
Most of the radiation weapons made by the Human Federation use the minerals from Jiangma City. Do you need to investigate our transport of radioactive minerals too?
Please cooperate with my inspection. Show me your captain's license, the entry permit, the Jiangma City transport certificate, and bring 200 witnesses to prove that you are a regular transporter here. The captain returned to the ship, bringing back his license, entry permit, Jiangma City transport certificate, even his marriage certificate with his wife, and a pile of documents, throwing them on the ground.
Here are all the documents. Is that enough?
You haven't found 200 witnesses yet to prove your regular transport here,
the federal law enforcement officer said calmly.
After about 30 minutes, the transport ship captain, accompanied by escort soldiers, including dozens of soldiers and miners here, managed to gather 200 witnesses.
They can all testify for me. I am the captain. Is that enough now?
Very well, you have proven the existence of the captain.
Now prove that you are yourself, the federal law enforcement officer said calmly as always. The transport ship captain was furious. If they delayed any longer, they would miss their return time.
Looking at the metal gate tightly closed behind him, the captain asked the officer, "Then how do you prove that you are a federal law enforcement officer?" The federal officer silently pointed to the mark on his chest.
"You're pushing it too far,"
the captain yelled in frustration. The mark was unquestionable, no one dared to fake it. Faking it would mean offending the 3 cities, including the Human Federation and the Human Federation Court.
That would mean going against the world. Then, a voice came from behind, "Hey, Phoenix chick, you haven't left yet, have you?"
The captain, who was on the verge of losing his mind here, glanced past Fingchu's shoulder and saw a man wearing sunglasses in military uniform, followed by a messy purple-haired girl.
"Colonel Jackson? What's the deal with this human federal law enforcement officer, and why won't this door open? We can't afford to waste time, can you handle it?"
The captain shouted loudly.
"Don't get all worked up, no one can escape from here, we'll all end up dead soon anyway, so what's the point of being happy or not?"
The captain exhaled a cold breath through his nostrils.
"Jackson, I'm not joking with you, we can't waste any more time, hurry up and open the door." "It really won't open, the full lockdown procedure has been activated here."
"The only way to communicate now is to go to the strategic command room and contact that mayor guy."
"Why don't you go chat with him?"
At that moment, a message was broadcast throughout the mine: "Antimatter bomb will be activated in 10 minutes.
"What? Jackson, what are you guys up to?"
the captain exclaimed, eyes widening.
"Oh, by the way, I'm Emochin."
Emochin took off his sunglasses, his facial skin wriggled for a moment, then turned into a friendly smile. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind the captain tried to attack Emochin, only to realize that weapons were not allowed here.
Emochin waved at everyone in front of him and said, "Let's all calm down. Since we can't escape anyway, why not sit down and discuss if there are any regrets in this life or secrets weighing on your hearts?" With these words, there was a moment of panic in everyone's hearts, and finally, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Brother! Actually, I've always seen you as more than just a brother."
In an instant, silence fell, and all eyes locked onto the soldier in the middle. Strangely, someone suddenly stood up and hugged his good brother.
"Why didn't you say it earlier? Fool, why didn't you say it earlier? Antimatter bomb will be activated in 5 minutes.
The electronic announcement sounded again, and Emochin said with a strange expression, "This bomb will trigger all other explosive weapons to detonate together.
Let's sit down peacefully and discuss, you don't have much time left."
The captain quickly ran towards the command room. Upon entering the command room, he saw several commanders playing cards. That wasn't the focus. Seeing that the highest authority lever had already been activated, he knew it was too late.
He then rushed to the emergency line to the mayor's dialogue window.
By the time he got through, the bomb had already started counting down.
10, 9. "Mayor, I'm Captain Kurt of Transport Ship 365.
The Morrow Mine is disguised as the Human Federal." At this point, the captain's mouth was suddenly held by an invisible hand.
"Thank you for your contribution to the Emochin family. 1. Bang."
At that moment, Mayor Jiangmo rubbed her ears, put down the emergency phone by her ear. The explosion just now made her ears buzz. "Investigate what happened at the Morrow prison mine. I heard something about the Human Federal."
Mayor Jiangmo, inside the meeting room. "Mayor, I'm Captain Kurt of the Morrow Mine, Human Federal."
Mayor Jiangmo turned off the recorder on the desktop, brushed the black hair in front of her forehead back behind her ear.
"This recording has serious damage.
The intelligence received a few days ago confirmed that the Morrow Mine has become a heavily radiated area, with a massive explosion resulting in the death of all miners, not a single survivor."
And this voice, it's confirmed to be the voice of Kurt, the person in charge of the radiation mineral transport ship 365.
Mayor Jiangmo then replayed the new intelligence, showing a federal law enforcement ship speeding by on the desktop projection screen. This incident may be related to the human federal, or it may have nothing to do with them. It's rare for someone to take advantage of the human federal for deception, but that doesn't mean it's impossible.
At the same time, I see this as an opportunity. Mayor Tijiangmo clasped his hands together and leaned forward, saying, "Mayor, are you suggesting that we take this opportunity to sue the Human Federation, or to break free from their control?" "Exactly, Mayor. Mayor Tadu and I have already decided to sever ties with the Human Federation. The Human Federation acts high and mighty, and the three major cities must uphold its dignity. Like blood-sucking parasites, constantly exploiting the resources of our three cities," Mayor Tijiangmo said coldly. "I believe it's long overdue.
Having a Human Federation court is enough. The Human Federation is like a parasite entrenched in our cities." Everyone agreed with this view, and no one opposed breaking away from the Human Federation.
The opinions on the Human Federation were strong in all three cities.
The Human Federation, as a power organization without actual cities, still holds power over the three cities, meddling around aimlessly.
To say there are no grievances is impossible.
Mayor Tijiangmo continued, "Currently, Mayor Tadu is not in favor of immediately breaking away from the Human Federation.
He already has several high-ranking senators arranged by the Human Federation on his side."
As these words were spoken, the dozen or so people in the meeting room looked at each other, wondering if there were indeed high-ranking senators arranged by the Human Federation among them.
"I dare to speak out, which means I trust you all. If the Human Federation interferes with our high-ranking senators, I don't mind. When the time is right, we will stand together with Mayor Tadu."
"Good.
I support the mayor's opinion.
As long as we unite with Mayor Tadu, Keed City will definitely join us, and the Human Federation will crumble on its own,"
a half-mechanical man in military uniform affirmed firmly.
"By the way, Mayor Tadu asked us to help find a creature named Emochen, the notorious leader of the Emochen family who caused quite a stir recently." Mayor Tijiangmo deftly swiped, projecting the face of a young boy on the table.
"Emochen? The missing head of the Emochen family? Doesn't he change his appearance? What's the point of showing his previous face?"
I'm not sure what Zimmer is thinking, but he insists that Emochen won't easily change his appearance. At this moment, in the luxurious villa in the center of Tadu City. Breaking news, a serious explosion occurred in the Maro mining area of Tijiangmo City on August 4, resulting in nearly 3,000 casualties. Economists speculate that the price of radioactive minerals may experience a significant increase, so investors may consider buying.
Emochen clicked his tongue and switched to the next channel.
In the footage, a stunning girl with purple ponytails held a bottle of mineral water, gulped it down in front of the camera, and then laughed, "Dragon Phoenix Spring, a bit sweet, drinking it can break stones in your chest." Then, the girl lay on the ground, a large stone on her chest, and with a hammer blow, the stone shattered but she remained unharmed.
Whenever he saw this ad, Emochen couldn't help but smile knowingly.
Today is August 16th, nearly 12 days have passed, and Wulong has become the best spokesperson for Dragon Phoenix Spring, instantly gaining popularity and increasing sales. Mainly because young people like her. After all, who wouldn't like a girl who understands trends so well? Just then, Fengchen came out of the room with a 3D screen editor, yawning, and looking at Emochen with a gloomy expression. "Boss, when do we start the next activity?"
"Don't rush, I'm arranging the genetic evolution segment. It's taking so many days and still not done?" "Ding! Little Mo, are you questioning this palace's abilities? I've arranged your genes in the best way possible to help you grow, and you dare to be picky. You've done it? Why didn't you say so earlier? It won't be long before all humans turn into robots. We'll definitely have to grow some iron skin on us to keep up with the times. You little brat? Wearing iron on your body, have you watched too much Transformers? It's to let you absorb metal elements and other elements to try, and it's still in the experimental stage. Don't you want to grow grass on your head to feed horses? Let me tell you, once this ability is mastered, even if you lie in bed like a vegetable, you won't starve to death." Experimental stage, you mean there might be accidents? What's there to be afraid of? Experimentation leads to true knowledge. Last time you were anxious to mutate and nothing went wrong, right? Even if something goes wrong, it's not my concern. Are you reliable or not in the end? I'm just kidding with you, I've always been stable, right? I'm super stable. The gene segments for the iron snail evolution have been arranged, and now we can start the mutation evolution. Hearing this, Emochen couldn't help but think of the first time he used his slime ability as a snail, and now, the second special evolutionary mutation is also related to snails. It seems he has quite a connection with snails. Okay, wait here, I'll go greet my brothers and call back Wulong. In the center of Tadu City, at the Dragon Phoenix 3 Springs introduction event, the now popular Wulong was surrounded by a group of reporters asking questions.
Normally, she would want to swallow all these people in one gulp. But at this moment, Emotion told her not to cause trouble, so she anxiously presented herself in front of a group of people in a way she never liked before, like putting her hands on her hips, raising her head and chest. But after all, this was the Dragon Phoenix 3 Spring's new product launch event, not a model auction. The questions that needed to be answered still had to be answered. May I ask, Wulong Beauty, why did you choose the stage name Wulong to debut? A curious reporter asked. How the hell should I know? My boss gave me the name Wulong. Are you questioning my boss's naming ability? Wulong widened her eyes, pointing at the reporter, and cursed directly. It seems that Wulong Beauty is always known for her humor and straightforwardness. Her frankness is truly ingrained. The reporter didn't mind, considering it a virtue, and praised her without hesitation. Are you out of your mind? Let me tell you, if we didn't plan to devour the whole world, I wouldn't want to stand here and let you bunch of idiots watch. Wulong said unreservedly. Wulong Little Beauty is still so witty and humorous, really likable. Ring ring at that moment, a phone projection popped out of the bracelet on Wulong's wrist. Hello, boss, I've been obedient, I don't think I said anything wrong. I know you're good, come back for dinner. Asterisk crackling. Asterisk with the sound of cracking, Emotion walked out of the cocoon shell, and looking back, the cocoon shell on the ground was just a human skin, an empty shell. Without even a breeze blowing, the human shell dispersed like dandelion seeds in the air, turning into dust. The broken shell was gone, leaving behind a body that seemed to have been reborn. Emotion looked at his hands, transparent to the extreme, able to see the veins flowing inside the flesh. A luminous spiritual body flew out of his body, viewing himself from a third perspective. His whole body was like poured crystal, able to see the bones and organs imitated by the cells. However, this was only temporary. Soon the skin gradually turned flesh-colored again, once again indistinguishable from an ordinary person, except for the blood-red eyes. Ding! Congratulations, little MOZ, the transformation is complete, now go and see if you can absorb any elements? A new body inevitably comes with new abilities. Just then, Emotion casually grabbed a metal can from the table into his hand. Can absorb inorganic matter, so can this aluminum can be absorbed? How would I know? Currently I conservatively estimate it can fuse 3 grams of metal elements, adapt slowly. In the future when you're awesome, you can devour steel, combining flesh and steel together, where steel is flesh. Emo-chen replied with a smirk, have you watched too much Transformers? You know nothing, do you still think that life forms must be flesh and blood? Metals can be as flexible as flesh, metals can also integrate into the body. I may not have read many books, but I have completed 9 years of compulsory education. Aren't you just talking nonsense? Emo-chen continued to question the system as usual. You fool, break down the metal into atomic structure, fuse it with other elements into molecular bodies, change its physical properties, give it chemical properties, and metals can then form genetic chains, that is, DNA. Even an iron shell snail can grow iron sulfide. Aren't you even worse than a soft-bodied worm, Emo-gangang? Upon hearing this, Emo-chen became interested and attempted to absorb the material of a soda can. Vaguely, his palm felt like touching a thin layer of ice. As long as he could melt this layer of ice, he would succeed. Emo-chen used his mental perception to examine the microcosm. Cancer cells covered the surface of the soda can metal, constantly attacking the metal. So much so that many cells overate and burst due to indigestion. Ding! Emo-chen, what are you doing? I asked you to merge, not to eat. Come on, little MOZ, you can do it. Before long, Emo-chen grasped the trick in his mind, no longer using cells to forcibly engulf. Instead, he used cells to attract the elements on the surface of the metal, like using the fine tentacles of a toothpick to capture ignorant metal atoms. These elements slowly flowed into his body along the tentacles. Before long, a soda can was completely consumed. Emo-chen looked at the air in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. The system exclaimed excitedly, Emo-chen, you're amazing. You have a talent in this area. Now try absorbing plant cells. Let me see if you can create chlorophyll in your body. This way, you can cultivate plant cells in your body, produce plant-infecting bacteria and viruses, and harm others' crops. Don't praise me, create chlorophyll, cultivate plant cell pathogens, and harm others' crops? You fool! Plants are also life forms, infecting others' food crops, causing famine, and deaths will also be on your hands. Evolution point. Mutation point. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it is so exciting. He he he. Emo-chen silently raised his thumb. You always think 10 steps ahead. You'll definitely go 1 level deeper in hell than me in the future. Then, Emo-chen looked at his left hand. Cells rich in metal elements shimmered under the light, and Emo-chen could clearly sense that these metal elements had merged with him. In the system's view, being able to absorb 3 grams of metal elements was already a remarkable talent.
Emochan directly absorbed the soda can without any adverse reactions, allowing him to enhance his creativity further. Next, Emochan walked towards the room of the Phoenix chick.
The human-shaped cocoon of the Phoenix chick sat on a study chair, holding a book with dry skin. The title of the book read, How to Cleverly Kill the Imbecile. Emochan smiled knowingly, then went upstairs to the room of the sleeping dragon. With a crisp sound, as soon as he opened the door, Emochan quickly closed it again.
The style of the sleeping dragon's room was unbearable to look at.
Even during the mutation process, the sleeping dragon's head and body were covered in randomly matched magical clothing.
Currently, only Emochan had completed the mutation first.
This was mainly due to spatial perception and the assistance of the mental domain, which unintentionally accelerated the speed of mutation. From this moment on, Emochan's comprehensive ability and quality far surpassed the other members of the Emochan family.
He went downstairs and arrived at the balcony.
Despite the approaching autumn season, the sun was still scorching. Emochan reached out his hand, and the small cactus ball placed on the balcony flew into his hand. Not afraid of being pricked, after all, the cactus spines might not be as fine as toothpicks. Then, with a firm grip, he crushed the cactus in his hand,
controlling the cells to engulf the cactus, attempting to control plant cells.
The idea was beautiful, but the result was cruel. Plant cells and animal cells are 2 different categories. One has a cell membrane, the other has a cell wall. Not to mention the cytoplasm inside, the chloroplasts are different.
Even if using all his tricks, the plant cells of the cactus still remained unyielding. It seemed as if they despised animal cells.
Emochan furrowed his brows, and in a fit of anger, he put the crushed cactus in his hand into his mouth. Crunchy, tasteless, he chewed and swallowed it on the spot. Soon after, a brief sharp pain came from his abdomen. The cactus plant cells were completely digested, but he still couldn't capture the genes inside the plant.
Ding! You're almost there. Look for a life form that combines plant and animal states. Emochan nodded, took a deep breath, and stood on the balcony gazing into the distance. The mansion was located halfway up the mountain, a prime location in the city center.
The garden had neatly trimmed trees lush with greenery, but among the myriad of leaves, a dry leaf fell with the wind.
As summer was transitioning into autumn, representing significant temperature changes and a high incidence of colds, coupled with the cool air and frequent winds, it was conducive to the spread of bacteria and the onset of flu season. Even in the future world with advanced medical technology, bacteria and viruses evolved alongside life. As long as there was breathing, bacteria could infiltrate. Moreover, the flu virus was not a killer move. The Dragon Phoenix 3 springs that could suppress the flu virus was the real deal. The Mad Dog No.
1-inch virus pathogen was always tightly held by Emochan, stored in a place where no light could reach. Outside the balcony, in the peaceful and serene city in the distance, an invisible crisis was fermenting along with the sales of the Dragon Phoenix 3 springs.
Wulong, I have one request for you. Maintain your image while I'm away. Don't eat people or fight in front of others. If something happens, don't mention the Emochan family, let alone say that Emochan is your boss.
From now on, you are not a member of the Emochan family, you are the well-known teenage idol Wulong Marin.
This is my command to you.
Upon hearing Emochan's warning, Wulong's face was filled with sadness, blending a myriad of emotions that made her lovely face appear somewhat desolate.
Boss, are you rejecting me? Emochan gave Wulong a cold look. I didn't say I'm rejecting you.
During this time, I want you to be someone else's idol. Attracting more and more people is the best.
But boss, I've never been an idol. I feel like I can't be one.
Wulong said somewhat disheartened. Why do you care?
Have you ever thought about the era we're in? Times have changed. Cats and dogs can become popular. Why can't you? Just do well.
Hearing this, Wulong gained a bit of confidence.
After instructing Wulong, Emochan turned to Fengchun sitting on the sofa and said, Fengchun, have you found what I asked you to find?
Yes, boss. 3 years ago, human biologists discovered a spineless mollusk named sea slug, also known as sea snail, similar to a shell-less snail. It can consume algae and produce chlorophyll in its body, perfectly combining the characteristics of plants and animals.
Emochan frowned, seeming to realize something. When he saw the 3D projection on Fengchun's screen, he slapped his thigh. Another snail? How much karma did snails accumulate in their past lives? Boss, I've contacted the surrounding family members and prepared a private plane. When shall we go?
Fengchun was ready to depart, even bringing several spare batteries for the electronic screen editor.
Emochan cleared his throat and said, Fengchun, you stay behind to watch Wulong. I'll feel more at ease with you looking after him. Fengchun's whole demeanor wilted, nodding her head. Even if she was unwilling, she had no intention of disobeying. Did you hear me, you rascal Feng-chun? Come over and massage my legs. Wulong seemed to have received some kind of military order, pointing at Fengchu and ordering people around. No matter how fierce Wulong shouted, Fengchu completely ignored him. Emo-chen asked again, by the way, Fengchu, are you sure there are sea snails in that place? Fengchu looked at the map, found the destination, and said, recently, the boss asked us to be more discreet, so most of the family members are scattered and gathering again. This place belongs to the jurisdiction of the Tijiangmo city in the southern hemisphere. Our family members are not active in that area, and it is estimated that it will take 2 more days to arrive. Moreover, that place is far from the city and accompanied by serious radiation pollution. 3 years ago, sea slugs were already classified as protected species. Emo-chen nodded. If they couldn't find sea slugs on this trip, they would have to look for alternatives. Emo-chen then contacted his men mentally not to go to that place. I've told the brothers not to go. I can go alone. Maybe I can handle it in a few days, or maybe I won't be back for a month. During this time, you take care of Wulong. Then, Emo-chen's consciousness left the city of Tadu, District 34 of Tijiangmo. Tijiangmo has a total of 39 affiliated small cities, 26 in Tadu, and 32 in Keed. The scale of small cities is generally not very large, and District 34 of Tijiangmo has a population of about 2 million. Coastal cities have abundant cold water fish resources. Living off the land and sea, the fishing industry exports are quite famous here. Therefore, as soon as Emo-chen opened his eyes, he was greeted by several rough faces, holding broken fishing nets and one even carrying a rusty depth charge. It seemed they were going to fish. Emo-chen, the boss, welcome to this place. Emo-chen smiled faintly and greeted the family members in front of him with a smile. Then he stood up, walked to the man on the left, and took off his sunglasses. Putting them on himself, he said, "What are you guys busy with? Boss, we've missed you." Emo-chen turned around and saw a man rougher than the others walking towards him. Without a smile, his mouth full of yellow teeth that hadn't seen a cigarette in decades couldn't have turned that color. "Alright, you guys seem to have improved. All able to fish now," Emo-chen said with a smile. This man was the captain of this ship and one of Emo-chan's 9 younger brothers. He was voted the saltiest official in Emo-chan's family. With the smallest influence and ambition, he initially got the position of a fishing boat captain and has maintained it since. Being a fishing boat captain was one thing, but the problem was that this ship hadn't changed much, and the crew's wages hadn't been raised. The number of crew members on the ship hadn't changed either. Due to this inconspicuous style of doing things, he had managed to avoid any trouble in the human world for so long. The salty captain grinned, rubbed his bald head, and then said, "It's rare for the boss to come, and we're not prepared. Let's stew some fish and have soup." "Captain, we haven't caught any fish today," a crew member on the ship said. The salty captain pointed at the crew member who spoke and scolded, "No fish caught? The boss came all this way, and you guys aren't catching fish. We're almost out of money to refuel the ship. Don't you know that fuel prices have gone up recently?" Emo-chen shook his head with a smile. "I won't bother you guys. You should catch fish. Just drop me off at the southern radiation zone, and I'll get off there. The boss wants to go to the radiation zone in the south, which is hundreds of nautical miles away." After the salty captain exclaimed, he turned to his crew and scolded, "You all heard that, hurry up and catch fish. If we run out of money to refuel the ship later and delay the boss, I'll hold you accountable." Emo-chen smiled wryly, then stood aside with his hands folded, watching how these group of younger brothers fished. Not watching, there didn't seem to be any problems, but once he watched, it was an eye-opener. "I heard someone say, now is the time, throw the net and the mine into the water, there are fish below." I saw a young man throw the torn net into the sea, and the net spread out in the air like a peacock's tail, except it was a peacock's tail shedding feathers. The holes in the net were big enough for even a shark to escape through. There was no bait in the net, and I couldn't understand the point of casting it. Then, a more exaggerated scene unfolded as the young fisherman holding the mine hugged it. Bang! His head hit the mine, triggering the countdown to explosion. He smashed the mine into the sea, and with a splash and a bang, the boat was nearly overturned. After almost half a minute, the boat finally stopped rocking. Even if there were fish, the net was now blown apart. Emo-chen was dumbfounded. He wanted to say something, but his words stuck in his throat like old phlegm. Suddenly, a young man standing by the railing shouted loudly, "The fish are coming up, the fish are exploding up." Emo-chen became interested and approached to see a diver floating up. Emo-chen turned to the captain and gave a thumbs up, saying, "So this is your way of fishing, truly in the style of the Emo-chen family." The area of mild radiation contamination now resembled a heavily contaminated zone. In the uneven shallow sea, a small group of cells transformed into swimming fish, swaying their tails in the lonely sea. He searched every corner of the shallow beach,
but found no trace of life. Not even sea slugs or algae remained alive. 3 years ago, there might have been life here, but recently, the Human Federation had extensively cleaned the radiation in the uninhabited areas. There was no life left here. Countless shellfish converged from all directions, slowly forming a human shape. It's been over 10 days. Just as I thought. Ultimately, there is nothing to gain. It seems I'll have to look for alternatives. After murmuring to himself, he casually grabbed a bottle of toilet cleaner floating in the sea, opened it, and drank. In this area, there were already hundreds of such bottles floating in the water. The captain of the salted fish boat bought them. The payment was simple: wallets, valuable items, gold chains, and small watches from the divers. Just then, in the distance on the horizon, a black dot suddenly appeared, growing larger and forming a triangular pattern at the bow of the ship. It was a spaceship from Tadu City. The purpose of this ship was to find Mo-chen. Eventually, they found him in an area almost devoid of life. Through satellite scans, they could locate this place easily, but no one usually bothered with such trivial matters. The spaceship landed on the sea, the hatch opened, and a person in radiation-resistant clothing descended the automatic metal ladder. Only one person came down from the spaceship, alone, with only the spaceship and the triangular mark of Tadu City behind him. He walked confidently towards Mo-chen without hesitation or fear. Mo-chen became interested when he saw the man's face, especially interested, and opened another bottle of vodka. He took a big gulp. Then, pointing at the man, he said, "Seimer, instead of hiding in Tadu City waiting to die, why come here to meet your end?" Seimer removed his mask, unafraid of radiation contamination, revealing a weathered face, the same face Mo-chen had seen when they first met. "Child, I have completed the final task. You must be aware of the Steel Body Project. The factory is under construction, and the mechanical bodies to replace human flesh are being mass-produced. In 5 months, all of humanity will become mechanical beings, whether they like it or not, whether they resist or not. This is a tide that I cannot stop even if I spend my whole life on it." Ridiculous, the core technology in the end was still provided by the scientific team I led. Mo-chen smiled faintly, looking at Zimmel. The two were only 3 meters apart at this moment. "Your senator, when drunk, revealed to me the steel body plan. If all of you turn into iron machines, how can I still play?" Zimmel also smiled faintly, the curve at the corner of his mouth containing all emotions. "My daughter has already taken her own life." Mo-chen's gaze sharpened. "Why? I didn't do anything. If I had known, I should have intervened." Zimmel shook his head. "Oof. That silly girl, the departure of a lifeless baby made her depressed to the end. She couldn't let it go, shot herself with a gun, and the gun she used was a craft toy I made for her birthday." Mo-chen didn't know what to say. Zimmel was no longer the ambitious scientific madman he first saw. He sighed. "I remember that gun. She once aimed it at me. I'm curious, how did you find me?" Zimmel looked at Mo-chen and took out a bunch of shopping receipts from the pocket of his radiation suit. These receipts were all for toilet cleaners. "You bought a lot of these things. I kept a digital record for you. Among all the toilet cleaners you bought, there should be over 23,000 bottles by now." Zimmel looked at the pile of receipts, smiled, and then looked up at Mo-chen, continuing, "The moral mine, I know it was you. Well done. I even greeted Mayor T. Jiangma, but they were useless. You have to do everything yourself. Ha ha ha." Mo-chen smirked. "You old fox, you have many strange chips and circuits in your brain. You are not the real person, just one of your clones." At that moment, Zimmel looked at Mo-chen seriously and said, "You won 1 game, you lost 1 game, now we are tied 1:1. It's time to start the final game, isn't it?" Mo-chen stared at Zimmel and said word by word, "I'm glad you've picked yourself up. I want to see your real body and then I will slaughter you." Zimmel lightly pressed a button on his glove, and a projection appeared. When Mo-chen saw the pattern, his pupils contracted. It was a piece of parchment with Chinese characters written on it. Zimmel said, "You recognize these characters, right? You said you come from the past. I believe you have a true human soul inside you." Mo-chen replied, "I guessed you would come looking for me, but I didn't expect you to take it seriously." "What past?" "I deliberately said that to confuse you, but you never show your true self." Zimmel shook his head and smiled, containing many emotions. "So what? There's someone waiting for you in Keed City. He just returned from the Mars colony base. Be careful of the weapons there." Mo-chen took a deep breath. "Who is he? Such a grand entrance, even you are his messenger." "People only know him as the president of the Human Federation, but I know him as Raj, the eldest son of the father of machines." "Interesting, sounds impressive." Mo-chen shrugged. "What are you looking for here? Maybe I can help you." Mo-chen exhaled coldly. "You seem like you're about to die. They say a dying man's words are good,
are you on your last legs? Hold on, I haven't found you yet, don't make our game dull and boring, okay? Zimil laughed, interesting, I understand you now. You have to break the rules to see reality clearly. What are you looking for? I can offer you help, free of charge. Sea slugs, snails that can undergo photosynthesis, seem to be absent here. Zimil smiled gently and said, the person who wants to see you is waiting for you at the Life Museum in Keed City. Imochen perked up and said, great, this time you set the rules. What are we betting on? Find my hiding body in Keed City. Don't expect me to tell you where it is. If you win, you can kill me with your own hands. And I also require you to go to Keed City. You have plenty of reasons to go there. If you lose, I can't do anything to you. It's just that I have no chips in my hands now. Imochen sneered, you seem like a coward now. Don't worry, I'll let you go in a dignified manner. Tatu City and Tijiangmo jointly withdrew from the Human Federation on the same day, August 26, without the consent of the Human Federation Court. Currently, the president of the Human Federation has stated that there will be no tolerance for this. If the two cities persist in their own ways, the Human Federation, the Federal Court, and Keed City will take military action against them. After hearing the message from the spaceship radio, Imochen turned to look at Zimil, who was piloting the spaceship beside him, with a strange expression and said, what the hell are you doing? I haven't checked the news for just over 10 days. You humans are starting a civil war. What's the point? Who should I kill? Zimil chuckled, in a lifetime, there are always a few bastards you can't stand, right? I really dislike that Raj. If he stays in the position of president of the Human Alliance for too long, I feel uncomfortable. You can do it. I'm afraid that you'll end up killing more people than I do. Emo-chan raised his thumb silently. Ding. Learn from others. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen him as the host. You jerk. Go play by yourself. You jerk. Emo-chan, are you getting tough now? You even dare to yell at me, the palace. Ha ha. Go play by yourself. You jerk. You. I'm ignoring you. At this point, Zimil continued, the split war 160 years ago was incited by me. Fighting is really exciting and contributes to the advancement of human technology, but unfortunately, we lost. You're indeed a sly old fox, I admire you. I'll be happy to stab you to death when the time comes, Imochen said, patting Zimil on the shoulder. Ha ha. If only we could be friends. I estimate that the war will start in a few days. Which side will you be on then? Zimil completely changed his previous decadent attitude at this moment, still spirited despite being exposed to radiation. Imochen smiled faintly, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you're trash, I'm saying everyone is. I won't stand on anyone's side. I'm not only going against everyone, but I'm also going against the entire universe, more ambitious than you. Zimil laughed heartily, I like young fellows, that's the spirit. At night, when the moon is too bright, it will overshadow the light of the stars, shining brightly in the sky. In the center of Keed City, at the Military Conference Center's four-cornered building, there was a landing spot for a spaceship on the rooftop. A spaceship from Tatu City was due to arrive here. Imochen got off the spaceship, stood on the rooftop looking around, couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the architecture here. Zimil's voice came from his ear, later, you have to bite your tongue and speak Chinese, remember to call it Chinese. By the way, he knows where I'm hiding. Your only chance is now. Do you have what it takes to seize this opportunity? Imochen sneered, I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Things are unpredictable. You're a cunning old fox with plenty of tricks up your sleeve. If you didn't deceive me, then we're about to meet. Zimil chuckled, the final game will be very interesting. Let's keep pushing the tide of the times, the dim future of human hope. Let a war that sweeps across the entire solar system begin with our game. At the same time, several staff members walked towards the depths of the quadrangle building with Imochen and Zimmer. Poochie. The sealed metal gate opened, revealing a figure in a brown leather coat, standing tall and looking out the window. Hey, brat. You must be the one looking for me. The person turned slightly and asked, are you Imochen? You little punk, do you think anyone in this world can impersonate me? Who dares to impersonate me? Imochen mocked directly at the person. Upon hearing this, the person finally turned to reveal his complete face. It was a resolute face, as upright as an iron-blooded soldier. I am the president of the Human Federation. I don't expect monsters to respect me. I heard you come from the past, and I'm curious if you have what I want. Imochen, with a heavy expression, stared firmly at Raj, saying, your mechanical father, Liaigua, is a machine made by our country to serve the people. The monster standing before you is the true master your father awaited. With these words, 2 out of the 3 people in the room turned serious. Zimmer suddenly realized that Imochen was keeping many things from him. Raj, trembling all over, incredulously said, "You know the country mentioned in my father's will? You are more complex than I imagined. Who are you really?" Emochen's emotions stirred, and in this unknown world, only these words and the nostalgia for his homeland kept him believing in his true purpose. Emochen swallowed and said, "I am one of the descendants of the silent Chinese civilization in the passage of time. I am the sole witness to that glorious and tearful history, and I will take the legacy left by our ancestors here." Raj's face turned grave as the Chinese civilization struck his heart like a hammer. In Raj's language, the mechanical fatherly Igwa and Raj had coined several unused words, including Chinese civilization. These words, never used, had been preserved in the Raj language learning manual, and probably 99% of the world did not know how to use this word because its pronunciation was identical to that of Chinese civilization. At that moment, Raj heard a word mentioned many times in ancient memories. You. Then, Raj turned to Zimmer and said, "Very well, it seems you have indeed found the person for me. Stop your nonsense, you cannot let Tadu City and Tijiangmo City go to war with the Human Federation." Emochen pointed at Raj and said, "I almost forgot, the key to this game lies with you. Take me to where Zimmer is." Suddenly, Raj burst into laughter. "Emochen, it seems you still don't know everything. Do you know what Zimmer is now? I don't care what he is. Right now, I want to find him, kill him, and open his skull to see how much is inside." Raj laughed again, walked towards the door with his hands behind his back, and said, "Zimmer is of no use now. Since you want to see, follow me." In the depths of Keed City, 500 meters underground, one door after another opened, and elevators continuously turned in this maze-like underground environment. At the end of the road, a thick metal wall stood before them. "Old fox, you truly are an old fox. How scared must you be to hide here? I bet this is a trap set up by the two of you. Dream on, you can't keep me locked up." Emochen shook his head and laughed. "Initiate activation command GT25647. With Raj's command, four mechanical flame guns suddenly popped out of the wall, cutting through the metal wall slowly with superheated flames. When the metal wall collapsed with a deafening roar, raising fine dust, inside, there was only a brain immersed in green slime, with a dozen tubes piercing into the lonely brain. At that moment, a voice from the electronic speaker inside said, "Congratulations, child, you have finally found me. Thank you for leading me to myself. So that's it. All the puzzles are solved. No wonder you were never found in your true physical form. You lost yourself? Machen, what you wanted, I have given to you. Now what I want, you should also give." Stab. Bang. A brain was safely extracted from the glass container by tentacles, while another tentacle pierced through Raj's forehead. Immediately after, Zimmel's brain was placed by Machen. Cells repaired Raj's body, transforming it into a member of the Machen family, but retaining Zimmel's consciousness. "Zimmel, it's not over yet, let's have a fair fight," using the body of the Machen family to battle the body of the Machen family. Machen shouted at Zimmel, who was gradually opening his eyes. When the body found its owner, for the first time, the world was filled with warmth. Everything was impacting Zimmel's mind. At this moment, he felt truly alive. The vague and empty days of nearly 200 years had come to an end. To learn of the Tao in the morning and die content in the evening. Zimmel took a deep breath, his lungs able to breathe in the stale air clearly, even though this air had not changed for nearly 200 years. At this moment, he gained the freedom to transcend the physical body, to transcend the soul. Zimmel swung his right arm, sharp bone spurs bursting out in an instant. "Machen, for this body, even in a hopeless battle, I will give it my all." Machen was the same, the two faced off with their swords. "I have suppressed the healing ability of your cells and mine, therefore, Zimmel, I will kill you." Clang! Two bone spurs clashed together, then Zimmel swiftly turned, his leg sweeping across Machen's torso. Thud! It was a collision of flesh and blood. Machen's body instantly slammed against the metal wall behind him. "In combat, I am an expert." Zimmel pointed his sword at Machen. Machen felt a sweet taste in his throat, coughing up blood, then stood up from the ground, smiling wickedly. "Hand-to-hand combat, this is a man's romance." Zimmel laughed, "The blood is boiling." As the words fell, Zimmel retracted his bone blade and thrust towards Machen, but Machen leaped, hanging upside down on the ceiling, then swung down towards Zimmel, who dodged and countered with his blade. Clang, the bone blades clashed again. "Machen, is that all you've got? It seems I am the winner." After speaking, Zimmel bent his legs, performing a beautiful somersault in place, then kicked his right foot towards Machen's forehead hanging on the ceiling. Bang! Machen couldn't dodge in time. Struck by the powerful force, he crashed through the glass container and hit the ground. Soon, green liquid flowed all over the floor, many adhering to Machen's body. Ding! Little Machen is busy fighting, remember to absorb these liquids later. Machen remained silent, grinning as he stood up from the ground and charged towards Zimmel. Bang!
He was kicked back again, covered in glass shards, blood flowing like a hedgehog. Machen, in terms of hand-to-hand combat skills, you are truly lacking. Get up! Machen slowly stood up, removing 2 large glass shards from his face and chest. Without any fear, he rushed towards Zimmel. Stab! Machen's bone blade was still hanging in the air, a few dozen centimeters away from Zimmel's head, but the blade had already pierced his chest. Suddenly, Machen grabbed Zimmel's bone blade with his left hand.
He, got you. Crack! Machen chopped off Zimmel's right hand with a knife, then his left fist slammed into Zimmel's face. Zimmel lost an arm, stumbling back 2 steps from the punch, his right hand bone blade stuck in Emochen's chest. Now with just one hand, can you still beat me? Emochen's right hand turned into a fist, charging towards Zimmel's face. Zimmel grinned, his left fist charging like a cannonball. Boom! Their fists collided on each other's faces. Then, like madmen, they abandoned all techniques and just used their fists fueled by hot blood to smash each other's faces. 1 punch after another, 2 punches after 2 punches. Until their fists were bloody, their faces a mess of flesh and blood. Emochen lost an eye, while Zimmel was already blind. When Emochen's final punch landed, Zimmel fell. What an exhilarating duel. Emochen, my child, thank you. Interested in joining our family to do something big? Emochen sat on the ground, unable to lie down with a bone blade in his chest and a severed arm. Zimmel shook his head, without eyes, but now I see a lot. It's time for me to leave, I've done what I needed to do. You started the war, aren't you going to oversee the big picture? Emochen asked, touching his blinded eye. Zimmel chuckled, showing broken teeth and swallowing blood. A war only needs a spark, like lighting a bomb fuse, setting a timed alarm, it's an unstoppable beginning. Emochen shook his head, smiling, alright, very assertive. Not afraid of escalating this beginning into a grand finale? So what? Isn't the development of civilization a series of adventures? Zimmel laughed. Then, in a moment of silence, Zimmel asked, in the past, our ancestors, was the world back then very beautiful? The air fell quiet until Emochen smiled and said, yes, it was very beautiful. No one suffered from hunger, no one divided their brethren into classes, no greedy hearts, no one destroyed the environment for profit, people lived equally, respecting each other. I haven't even heard of the word war. Zimmel took a deep breath, such a beautiful world, I can't even imagine it, I wish I could witness it with my own eyes. Emochen clicked his tongue, stood up from the ground, and said, Zimmel, I respect your choice, it's time to go. Go ahead, child, find your light in the boundless darkness. Shing! Emochen pulled out the bone blade from his chest and pierced Zimmel's head, saying, farewell. Instantly, his chest and body healed completely. Emochen spread out cell tendrils, absorbing all the green viscous liquid like plant roots. Ding! Good stuff, there's a bacterium in here that secretes a substance that can slow cell aging, repair cell damage, it's like a super nanny. I won't age, I can heal myself. Damn it! You can use this on the monsters you create in the future. By the way, how about using these liquids to cultivate the mad dog? No. 2 bacteria now? Let's save it for later, let's get the sea snail from the Keed City Biomuseum first. At that moment, a projection appeared. Hee, impressive battle, Emochen, or should I say, the human from ancient times. I need you to teach me all the Chinese language, and I can give you whatever you want. Emochen turned to the projection and said, Rajay? No wonder you're harder to find than Zimmel, right? I like fair trades, I can hand over Keed City to you, just teach me a language, a good deal, right? Emochen rubbed his newly grown eyes, removed the eye boogers, and then said, what I pursue is very simple. I've recently become fascinated with biology and heard that the Keed City Biological Museum is excellent, so, I can give you Keed City. Even if the mayor of Keed City is not pleased with me, he is ultimately just a small figure. What significance does a mere life museum hold? Are you interested in becoming the mayor of Keed City? Then take me there first. Late at night, outside the Keed City Biological Museum. Even though it was late at night, the outside was bustling with people. These people certainly wouldn't be queuing up to visit the Life Museum late at night, they weren't that passionate about science. Instead, they were protesting outside. The entire Keed City was protesting. The protest march was ongoing, passing through the city hall and several landmarks, demonstrating along the way. The atmosphere was lively, like a festival. During festivals, there would definitely be firecrackers, tear gas from the riot police, high-pressure water cannons, electric batons, and the like. Every corner of Keed City was engaged in such activities. Citizens protested that Keed City had chosen the wrong side and should join the protests with Tijiangmo City and Tadu City against the exploitation of the Human Federation. After all,
they had to pay extra taxes every month, supporting both the city government and the idle Human Federation. It was like raising a bunch of waste, and sometimes the waste would cause trouble for everyone. Moreover, the Human Federation was an organization established suddenly 160 years ago, according to historical records, ending the Civil War and achieving a great victory, reconnecting humanity and dividing it into 3 major cities. But no one cared about what contributions the Human Federation had made in the past. People only cared about whether their money was spent in important places. Even if it was used to support the Dragon Phoenix 3 Springs currently on fire, they didn't want to support the Human Federation. The world was just that interesting. At this moment, a spaceship landed at the entrance gate. With the help of the nearby robotic assistants holding a 3D projector, a man appeared in 3D. Leading a young man, they headed towards the entrance of the Life Museum.
Raj, is your city always this lively? The young man, wearing sunglasses at night, looked at the noisy crowd ahead and asked. The 3D projected man was Raj. Emo-chen had just killed him and played a resurrection trick.
But he wasn't angry, it was just a body, easily replaceable. Like changing underwear, sanitary pads, and not changing more than once a month, the lifespan of a clone was no more than 7 days at most. Just like Simmel, he had to be prepared to change clones frequently. It was normal to change bodies when uncomfortable.
Facing Emo-chen's question, Raj smiled faintly and said, "These are just unimportant citizens. Some things need to be noisy. Let them make noise. What impact can their loud shouting have?"
As Raj's words fell, outside the museum, a person on the street suddenly shouted through a megaphone, "The president of the Human Federation must step down. We don't need the Human Federation, it's all garbage." As soon as these words were spoken, the person who shouted the loudest was immediately taken care of by the riot police with a soft anti-riot bullet. After being hit, the person in the crowd wilted, clutching his chest and crouching down. However, this bullet clearly sparked the anger of the citizens, and they began to have physical contact with the riot police.
Emo-chen pushed his sunglasses and said, "How can you, as the president of the Human Federation, survive like this? If you can't make it, why not give up and go race horses, right? Humph, what do you know?" In the face of absolute interests and the right direction, all opinions and resistance are just dust that hinders the operation of the machine gears. Emo-chen was immediately displeased by these words. He grabbed his neck and shouted to the crowd 50 meters ahead, "The president of the Human Federation is here." This statement was like lighting the fuse of a bomb. The citizens became even more frenzied, rushing towards the location of the spaceship. Even the nearly 200 riot police on the scene were helpless. They couldn't kill anyone, causing casualties would not be tolerated by Mayor Keed. What frustrated the riot police the most was that when the Human Federation messed up, it was the people of Keed City who had to clean up the mess. "The dog president should step down, we don't need you. The Human Federation has never done anything beneficial for the people." Recently, the Human Federation, because of the monsters from the Emo-chen family, carried out a large-scale ecological cleanup, leading to the extinction of many species. The Human Federation should step down.
Accompanied by shouts and curses, the distance that was originally 50 meters away was forcibly reduced to less than 20 meters, only to be stopped by the plasma wall that rose outside the museum's main gate.
Seeing this, Emo-chen joked, "It seems like we have a connection already."
During that time, my little brothers were grateful for your care. If it weren't for this wall, I suspect these people might have torn down this museum. After speaking, Emo-chen turned to look at the massive Life Museum behind him. It was a building more magnificent than a pyramid, clearly a square hundreds of meters high. After all, the symbol of Keed City was a cube, and the cube held by the father of machinery, Liaigwa, symbolized life, so the architectural style here mostly revolved around cubes. Of course, this was just a city symbol. Tatu City and Tijiangmo City would not be built in triangular or circular shapes.
It's time to go.
I won't go back on my promise, I've always been trustworthy. This museum contains all the life forms discovered in the world, as well as all bacteria and viruses. I know you're not just interested in biology, tell me what you want directly. Emo-chen smirked, giving a crooked smile, and said, "You're indeed Raj, a big shot is always straightforward, very direct and to the point." Raj pondered for a moment and said, "I don't like beating around the bush. I've spent hundreds of years proving that beating around the bush only wastes time. What I want is Chinese, you teach me, and I'll give you a fair exchange. Furthermore, you can propose a higher price for this deal."
Very good, very generous.
People who achieve great things never get caught up in trivial matters.
Emo-chen raised his thumb.
Finally, Emo-chen, along with the nearby mechanical servants and Raja's projection, entered the Life Museum.
Only upon entering did they realize what the future world could magically transform into.
Elephants with 4 mutated tusks, rhinos with thick fur, lions with black and white fur, and various bizarre creatures were confined within a simulated ecological environment, with many management robots flying in the sky. It was late at night outside, but the sky here was still blue with clouds, as if they had arrived on the vast plains of Kenya. This is a grassland environment, along with various other ecological structures.
What species are you looking for? Raj's 3D projection said flatly. Wow, you're so straightforward that it makes me feel uneasy. Mo-chan grinned. Raj's expression was indifferent. Everyone has their own secrets. I don't care what you're using it for, and I don't need to know. There's something called a sea slug that eats seaweed. You discovered this species 3 years ago. With that, Raj whistled, and a management robot flew over. Take him to find that thing called a sea slug. Mo-chan, I'll be waiting here for you. Some people had already died, but he was still alive, just like the projection panel hanging on the glass. Recording a line of text, it reads, the scientific expedition team Zimmel discovered this miraculous creature on the 5th day of the 554th year. Mo-chan stood on a floating aircraft iron plate. Next to him was a management robot. One after another, they passed through these various ecological chambers. Most of these ecological spaces were found by a scientific team named Zimmel. The true identity of Zimmel has now been revealed. Zimmel does not represent the name of a person, but an identity, a spiritual symbol.
Over 200 years ago, humanity produced a remarkable scientist named Zimmel, who made significant contributions to science but sparked a divisive war. It was believed that he died in the war. Therefore, in his memory, this name was bestowed upon the individual who made the greatest contributions to the study of human scientific significance.
Over time, many Zimmels have emerged. However, in reality, each Zimmel is unique, a true pseudonymous deity.
The name Zimmel has become a symbol, and scientific teams studying the significance of humanity have been honored with the name Zimmel. Similar to the Nobel Prize, but this award is directly named. As they floated past one rare animal ecological chamber after another, they finally arrived at the location of the sea slugs. Here, nearly 200 meters above the ground, the surrounding environment was filled with countless glass containers neatly arranged like a beehive, housing species that lived in the sea.
Mo-chan looked into the glass container in front of him, where a dozen sea slugs basked in artificial sunlight.
These sea slugs were white with a hint of green, about the size of 2 fingers in length and width, leisurely swimming in the seawater, living a carefree life of sunbathing, eating seaweed, and minding their own business.
Open this jar, I want to taste if this thing is delicious.
Mo-chan pointed to the glass container in front of him. The floating mechanical staff beside him replied, I'm sorry, sir, this is a protected species. The cultivation container is not open to the public, only for viewing.
Mo-chan thought, does that sound reasonable?
Protecting species, but not protecting the genetic structure within oneself.
What if a nuclear bomb falls here one day, wiping out everything in one fell swoop? Then what's the point of protection? Open it. This is the welcoming gift from your boss. The mechanical staff still maintained a cold attitude.
I'm sorry, sir. At that moment, Mo-chan grabbed the robot's head.
Are you going to open it or not?
After a moment of silence, the mechanical staff firmly replied, Sir, you are threatening me, which constitutes destruction of public property.
Crack! Mo-chan's fingers gradually exerted force, leaving marks on the robot's face. Sir, I am just a robot.
Even if you threaten me, I will not be afraid. Mo-chan gave the robot a friendly smile, then struck the glass surface with his hand. Thud! His hand was numb, unable to break the glass. Sir, this is extremely strong force glass, most materials are not as sturdy as this glass. The mechanical staff said somewhat proudly. It was indeed unusual for a robot to have a proud tone. Mo-chan paid no attention to this, as he had a bigger idea in mind.
If he could control this glass, wouldn't he be invincible in the future? Why haven't you used this glass for military purposes?
The robot replied, This glass is too hard, unable to change its physical structure, unsuitable for other fields. It remains as it was when it left the factory, can only maintain a flat surface, and has a limited lifespan. It will automatically deteriorate after about 300 days and needs to be replaced. Mo-chan once again pressed the robot's head with his right hand.
Open it, or I'll dismantle you. I am a robot, I am not afraid of death.
Mo-chan furrowed his brows. Without a second thought, he pierced the nearby power supply box with a backhand move, pulled out the wires and stabbed the robot with them, leading both the robot and himself through the thunder tribulation. It wasn't until the robot's electronic chip started smoking and short-circuiting that Mo-chan stopped.
Can you open it now? Rebooting program.
Hello, I am 9527, the robotic staff member of the Life Museum, pleased to assist you.
Open this glass container.
Sure. The robot, with its short-circuited electronic chip, floated to the glass container and casually pressed an inconspicuous button, causing the water level to drop, the glass to descend, and the container to open a gap.
Ding! Ha ha ha! Mo, the brainless one, Grandpa Mo without a brain. Ha ha ha!
Emo-chan paid no attention to the system's remarks, then reached in and instantly pierced dozens of sea slugs inside, swallowing them before they could even feel the pain.
Only a few small ones were left inside. Okay, got the stuff, I'll synthesize the genes and it'll be okay, haha.
On the way back, Emo-chan had grand ideas about this place.
It wasn't just animals and plants here, many bacteria and viruses were also being cultivated in containers.
To others, it might be a museum to visit and learn about life, but to Emo-chan, it was a factory to enhance the physical body. He was determined to assign someone here to work on genetic experiments. Before long, back at the entrance, it was still an endless artificial grassland. Raj and his robotic servants had been waiting there for some time. This is a great place, I plan to come here often, Emo-chan waved and said. Floating on a flying iron board, he drifted to Raj's side.
I've fulfilled my promise to you, and you should fulfill yours, right?
Of course, I never break my word,
Emo-chan assured, patting his chest.
Very well, do you recognize these characters? As Raj spoke, a piece of parchment flew out, the same one Simmel showed Emo-chan, detailing trivial matters like how many children hatched today or how many people starved. Even the father of machines, Liigwa, kept a diary.
Raj, is this the legacy left by the father of machines for you all? Emo-chan asked curiously.
Raj sneered, you can actually understand these? This was just something father casually wrote down. I don't know what it means, but it's not of much use.
How could I possibly give you the real testament? Emo-chan was unfazed and said seriously, then start learning now, Bagayalu. It's for your own good.
8 road rollers?
Your tone is off, it should be spirited, Bagayalu.
8 road rollers mean hello?
Bagayalu.
When Emo-chan opened his eyes, he found himself in a very strange state. There were burning incense sticks, a plate of fruit pastries, and 3 bottles of toilet cleaner arranged neatly in a character formation. He was seated on a high platform, about 4 to 5 meters above the ground. The more he felt, the more wrong it seemed.
His spiritual body, between reality and illusion, flew out to check, and Emo-chan was almost infuriated.
He was alive and well, yet he was being worshipped on an altar.
Enraged, Emo-chan grabbed a bottle of toilet cleaner, gulped it down, then shouted at the altar, Dragon? Phoenix, who did this to you? Meanwhile, in the Life Museum in Keed City, a room inaccessible to anyone but the curator. Emo-chan had left a body here, another conscious member of the Emo-chan family. In front of them, Raj's 3D projection was humbly studying.
Director Emo-chan held a piece of paper in his hand with the words big grass bag written on it.
Listen carefully, these 3 words are pronounced as Yamiiti. Yamiiti? Exactly, these 3 words are pronounced as Yamiiti, which means don't know.
Raj nodded, then wrote large strokes in the air. According to the literal meaning of each character, this word is, no, pronounced as ya, right? Smart, you are too smart. Now quickly read don't know in one go for me.
Yama die. Very good, progressing rapidly. Now, read Yamiiti after me. Yamiiti.
Very clever, let's learn the next word together.
Anyway, it was impossible to teach normally. Big grass bag is pronounced as Yamiiti, which translates to don't know.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in Tatu City, as soon as Emo-chan returned to his luxurious villa, although it was a gift from Targia, he was not happy at the moment.
Being worshipped on the altar, anyone would be unhappy about it. What does this mean?
After shouting for a while, he finally saw Feng Chu walking out of the room.
Boss, you're finally back. Where is Wulong? Why am I being worshipped here? What the hell are you guys doing?
After Emo-chan finished speaking, he lightly smashed the toilet cleaner bottle in his hand on the iron plate of the altar, showing his anger. Being worshipped on the altar was one thing, but the key was that the altar was not made of wood, but of metal iron plate.
What kind of altar was this? The more he thought about it, the angrier Emo-chan became.
He simply jumped down from the altar board and looked back, seeing a large word hanging behind him. In Reiji language, the word was written, Boss Missouri-chan is awesome, Emo-chan's family is rising. Seeing these crooked and misspelled words, Emo-chan knew that the one who did this was most likely Wulong. At that moment, Feng Chu yawned said, in a while, the whole world will be at war.
Boss, do you have any thoughts?
This thing was done by Wulong. I couldn't stop her.
She just lit a cigarette for you when she was free. Emo-chan's eyes widened, this cigarette is still burning, she must not have gone far. Where did Wulong go? These days, Wulong has become very popular, and Targia is willing to spend money.
She just went out to hold a new product launch event. Feng Chu scratched his head, and by now, his white hair had reached below his eyebrows, looking like he had studied too hard and appeared somewhat lazy and haggard. Even Imochen was not sure how much knowledge Fengchu had in his head, so he dared not engage in knowledge sharing with him, fearing that his mind would not be able to contain it all and he would go crazy. It's like explaining high school knowledge to an elementary school student all of a sudden. It would surely be half understood and incomprehensible. If you can't even understand it, why bother trying to comprehend this knowledge? Later, the two sat by the television. The midday news began to broadcast. Today, August 26th, Mayor Zimmer of Tadu City has been confirmed dead in Keed City. The entire city of Tadu expresses strong anger about this. Starting from September 1st, Tadu City will expel all members of the Human Federation organization within the city and its 26 affiliated cities. Upon hearing this news, Mo-chan applauded. An old fox is still an old fox, even in death, he can still have a trick up his sleeve. Next, the host read the next news. Longfeng Spring sales have reached a new high, achieving high sales in Tata City and Tijiangmo City. Targia has proven with practical actions his high moral standards as a businessman. 1/4 of Tadu City's military expenditure is supported by Targia and all his commercial resources. Now, let's connect to the Longfeng Spring press conference. The scene switched to the Longfeng Mountain Spring press conference, with a huge crowd, drums beating, and guns firing. Yes, the opening performance of this press conference was firing guns and cannons because Longfeng Spring had gained the support of the military. 50 fighter jets formed the shape of a human character in the sky above the crowded square, trailing purple smoke to enhance the atmosphere. Steel guns and cannons were placed on both sides of the high platform. On the high platform, Targia addressed all the loyal fans below, saying, "Today, we present the 5th new flavor of Dragon Phoenix Spring, called Little Devil Virus Flavor." As soon as these words were spoken, nearly 100,000 people below cheered and rejoiced. What was even more extravagant was that after Targia stepped down from the platform, the atmosphere was instantly ignited. It was broad daylight, but the concert was truly extraordinary. The 3D projection effects rose on the scene like raging flames from hell. A huge flame erupted from the high platform, and as the flame dissipated, a beautiful figure emerged from the fire. At this moment, everyone below shouted in unison amidst the burning projection, "Dragon, dragon, dragon." The whole scene was more exhilarating than a shot of adrenaline. Speaking of the beautiful figure that appeared on the high platform, no need to say more, it was Wulong, clad in a hot red flame suit, with a purple ponytail trailing down to the waist, the left leg in black stockings, the right leg in fishnet, and a pink thong tied around the head like a headband. Seeing this outfit, Mo-chan immediately spat out the bird vodka in his mouth. "Oh my, I've only been away for a short while, and you guys are already having so much fun? Starting a concert and all." Mo-chan looked at Fengchu in shock. Fengchu pushed his glasses up. "I designed all of this, and I even taught her to rap. She's going to perform a rap this time. The song is called Big Bottle of Water." Immediately, on the projection screen, accompanied by familiar music, Wulong held a bottle of Dragon Phoenix Spring mineral water as a microphone. Then, with a dance style like a deity, she rapped out a brand new rap. "Look at this bottle, it's long and round, look at the water inside, it's clear and bright. This big bottle of water is not expensive. Hold on, drinking water won't get you drunk. After drinking this bottle of water, everyone can wash and sleep in hell." Subsequently, the audience below sang along, "Look at this bottle, it's long and round, look at the water inside, it's clear and bright." Mo-chan was dumbfounded, silently giving a thumbs up, "Awesome." Mo-chan sat alone on the balcony, reflecting on the various events of the past few days. Little did he know, a lot of things were waiting for him to deal with. The testament left by Li Aigua, the father of machinery in Keed City, may hold the last hope for civilization. Raj, that old fox, had become cunning, and with recent deteriorating relations, it was getting harder to deceive him. Naturally, he wouldn't give it up easily. That's one thing. Simmel's death marked the end of everything, but at the same time, his death heralded the era of human civil war. Obviously, Simmel had foreseen all of this. Today is September 1st, and Tadu City, along with Tijiangmo City, has started a war against the Human Federation. Mo-chan couldn't just stand by and watch them finish. If he didn't add fuel to this fire, it wouldn't be right. That's the second thing. According to Simmel's information, the steel body plan is set to be completed in 5 months. This means that this war might just be the prelude to the human reduction plan. After all, with billions of people, it's impossible to replace them all at once. Moreover, there's no information about the steel body plan in the world, which means that there might only be a few billion mechanical bodies available for human replacement. War is the catalyst for human progress, and Simmel wouldn't have started this civil war just because of a temper tantrum. Even in death, Simmel is still guiding the world's final path. From this, it's clear that Raja's abilities pale in comparison to Simmel's.
That's the third thing. The Mad Dog No.
1 virus has already had a great spread in the Dragon Phoenix Spring, infecting nearly 1% of the world's population.
This is not a small number, and if Emochan is willing, this 1% could instantly rise to 10%.
Because people can infect people, within the universe, the fate of 1/10 of the population is determined.
This leverage can threaten all of humanity at any time.
This is the fourth point. At that moment, Emochan looked at his left hand, where there were already some green spots on his palm, undergoing normal photosynthesis under the sun, providing a certain level of nutrients to his body. This ability is crucial, as it can sustain most members of the Emochan family, ensuring that when the war breaks out, there won't be widespread starvation.
This is the fifth point. The ability to absorb inorganic elements, absorb plant cells, signifies that it's time to cultivate new trump cards. On one hand, cultivating the cold virus during the autumn flu season can boost the sales of Dragon Phoenix Mountain Spring. On the other hand, the Mad Dog 2 virus has also been completed under the system's urging. A small black spot appeared in Emochan's right hand, which is the pathogen of the Mad Dog 2 virus. Mad Dog 2 is extraordinary. It's a bacterium transformed into a virus, essentially a cross-species creation, akin to planting potatoes and getting sweet potatoes. The lethality of the Mad Dog 2 virus is extremely potent, with an infection rate comparable to Emochan's cancer cells. Its fatality rate is very high, compounded by the influence of the Mad Dog 1 gene. Mad Dog 2 can infect the human brain, causing insane behavior, like a zombie relentlessly attacking its kind. Originally a bacterium that could benefit organisms, Mad Dog 2 has been transformed into a highly lethal virus. Its effects are too unstable to be easily tested. This is the sixth point.
On the other hand, autumn signifies the season of harvest. If plants were infected at this time, causing widespread famine, it would be a perfect deadly move. However, this move won't work this year because humans are gearing up for war, and without food, they can't wage war.
But that doesn't mean viruses and bacteria infecting plants can't be cultivated. This is the seventh point. Creating bacteria and viruses doesn't consume many evolution points and mutation points. However, creating biomonsters is different. Creating biomonsters is like creating a completely new life form. It requires not only the genetic essence of the modified organism but also a large number of evolution points and mutation points to support its evolution and mutation, making it a formidable combat force without jeopardizing the existence of the Emochan family members. It's a simple principle. Emochan can't keep changing his body cells for crisis situations forever. If he wants to play with electricity, he can introduce an electric eel gene segment. If he wants to be like Spider-Man, he can introduce a spider gene segment. Over time, Emochan's cancer cells will undergo uncontrollable genetic changes. It might even lead to his demise. At this point, it's necessary to create other external forces to enhance specific aspects independently. If he's not happy with a certain city, he can create monsters like Godzilla to attack. Creating minions to fight is much more comfortable than personally engaging in combat. Moreover, all creatures, bacteria, viruses, and biomonsters created have a part of Emochan within them. The source of life has merged with Emochan. All bacteria, viruses, and biomonsters exist in Emochan's thoughts. The only drawback is that biomonsters cannot undergo consciousness transfer. In reality, this can't be considered a drawback. Monsters shouldn't be too greedy. This is the eighth point. Lastly, the six-eyed confidant has been found by humans. The main reason Six Eyes became Emochan's confidant is that their personalities are very similar, almost like they were cut from the same mold, truly resembling twin brothers. Among the 21 members of the family's cadre, each carries a part of Emochan's consciousness. However, Six Eyes is the most beloved by Emochan, and he holds the highest authority granted by Emochan. The relationship between the sleeping dragon and the phoenix chick in Emochan is akin to that of ruler and subject, a distinction that has existed since ancient times. Therefore, Six Eyes and Emochan are like brothers. Six Eyes reigns alone in the forest, free from considering Emochan's wishes, developing the Emochan family according to his own desires. If the Emochan family truly had a second seat of power, it would undoubtedly belong to Lu Yen. Unfortunately, just when Emochan was burdened with a pile of matters, Lu Yen suddenly encountered trouble. On August 28, the Human Federation, for some reason, decided to station themselves forcefully within the initial natural reserve of Tatu City under the guise of cleaning up the Emochan family. In reality, they aimed to establish a military base in the forest reserve and confront Tatu City. Emochan had discussed this with Rajiv, but they couldn't reach an agreement. In a real war, no one is willing to back down. There's no room for concessions in war. Just like playing chess with an opponent of equal strength, if you make one less move, you lose the game.
Tatu City and the neighboring Imo City joined forces against the Human Federation, the court, and the city of Keed caught in between. A storm engulfed the world, driven by the deceased Zymir, leaving a huge mess for the world to deal with.
The ultimate outcome of the world's fate remains unknown. Feng Chu, are the supplies ready? A voice echoed in the living room. Yes, boss.
Maps, transportation, drones, electronic binoculars, and I've hacked into a satellite, controlling the situation, came the reply.
Well, Long, are you ready? No problem, boss.
I've taken a month off, got chips, playing cards, video games, board games, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and vodka ready. Mo Chen turned away from both of them, gazing into the distance, and said, brothers, let's get to work. War brought fame, fortune, and also unleashed horror. On the afternoon of September 1st, in the area of Tatu City, near the Arctic Circle, within the Initial Forest. This forest was one of the most well-preserved in the world. Known as the Initial Forest, it held great value as a top-tier natural reserve. It was believed that the father of mechanics, Liaigua, had led people to multiply from here.
But that was the extent of it.
The first city established by humans was in the continent of Africa, in the city of Keed. Over time, the climate had gradually warmed up here. With most of the Arctic Circle's ice melting, the continent expanded.
Even the forbidden areas, untouched for years, were now engulfed in war. A massacre was unfolding beneath the giant trees. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a deer grazing on wild grass fell into a pool of blood.
The soldier in black armor holding the electromagnetic gun, with a hint of smoke rising from the barrel, turned to his companion and said, I don't know what they're thinking, sending us here to eliminate wildlife.
They could just use a radiation bomb for terrain clearance, why the hassle?
The soldier next to him lifted his helmet, and a puff of smoke emerged.
He flicked the cigar in his mouth and jokingly said, we just do as we're told. Who doesn't know we're gearing up for war?
Using the excuse of cleaning up the Emochin family to set up a military base, in the end, it's all about death and injuries.
And who ends up as cannon fodder? It's us, the ones who eat with guns.
As he finished speaking, the shooter smiled wryly. Soon after, he received a message, and a holographic photo appeared on his wrist. The photo showed a woman holding a baby, with a message below it saying, our son's first word was mom.
You owe me a bet.
The soldier slung his gun behind him and spoke to the holographic screen. Once everything is over, I'll come back to be with you all, just wait for me. Suddenly, the projection failed, showing no signal.
Strange, it was working fine just now. Why is there suddenly no signal?
After the soldier finished speaking, he kept moving his arms, trying to find a signal.
You haven't seen a movie, have you?
Usually, the first ones to die when sending messages to their families during a war. Another soldier took a puff of his cigar and said,
movies are just movies. How could it be so coincidental that sending a message to your family leads to trouble?
Besides, even if there's a message, it can't be sent if there's suddenly no signal. The soldier who fired the gun retracted the projection screen back into his wrist.
What if it's really like that? How many cases are there where movies are adapted from reality? If you end up dead, I'll be implicated too.
With that, the soldier stomped out his cigar, the ember extinguishing between the dry leaves.
Hey, that deer seems to have moved.
At that moment, both of them looked towards where the deer had fallen. Indeed, the deer slowly stood up from the ground.
Ha, we hit the jackpot. This is indeed a member of the Emochin family.
You aim the gun, and I'll get the radiation weapon ready. Immediately, the soldier took the radiation gun from his back, aiming ahead and said, be careful, the Emochin family is highly aggressive, but one shot from me will solve it. Subsequently, one held an electromagnetic gun, the other aimed with the radiation gun, walking towards the deer by the giant tree.
The deer that had been shot earlier had already healed, standing by the tree, watching the two as they approached. Isn't the Emochin family supposed to be smart? Why isn't this deer running? What if it's a dumb deer? Don't joke around. Dumb deer would have gone extinct in the natural environment.
This is just a deer. I saw a dumb deer at the Life Museum last month. While the two were bantering, the deer standing in front of them suddenly spoke in human language.
Are you going to shoot or not? Emochin is getting impatient.
Animals speaking human language clearly indicated they had become intelligent.
Whether they had or not, the mention of Emochin? These two soldiers had definitely heard of the name Emochin.
They first locked eyes, then turned around abruptly to see three people standing behind them. The three were carrying huge backpacks, with a small silent hovercraft floating beside them.
Are you the sleeping dragon little beauty? Boss, he recognized me first, not you.
The sleeping dragon looked shocked, her backpack being the largest, filled with essential supplies.
Who told you that you're our mascot? It's normal for them to recognize you. Now you're even more famous than me. Happy? The
The sleeping dragon chuckled, happy. Every day there are fearless people wanting to meet me privately, almost driving me crazy. Emo-chan smiled faintly, looking at the two soldiers in front of him. What future do you have mixing with the Human Federation? Raj is just a loser. How about joining me? Obviously, the two were not appreciative at all. One with a radiation gun, the other with an electromagnetic bullet gun, raised their weapons, aiming at Emo-chan as if to shoot. Suddenly, no matter how hard they tried, their fingers couldn't pull the trigger, as if held tightly by a giant hand, unable to exert any force. A more bizarre scene unfolded as the two were forcibly turned to aim their guns at each other. Emo-chan wiped the sweat off his forehead, using his willpower to resist the mechanical force of the armor, almost unable to bear it. I'll count to 3. Feel each other's pain, electromagnetic bullets, radiation death, who will feel the most pain when hit? Tell me your feelings. Okay, start aiming at each other's chests. The soldier with the electromagnetic weapon shouted, Monster! Are you playing with our lives? Stop it, you freakish monster! Emo-chan smirked, his smile filled with sarcasm. You just treated our family member's life as a joke. How come you're not happy to experience it now? Stop, I don't want to die. This isn't fair. The world is inherently unfair, get used to it. 3, 2, 1. Bang! Sizzle! The electromagnetic bullets pierced the armor, causing the person's body inside the armor to explode. From the outside, it seemed like only a small eye-sized hole was punched in his chest armor. But inside, it was a mess of flesh and blood, with all internal organs shattered. The man went down swiftly, let out a cry, and then was gone. The one hit by the radiation weapon had a different fate. The intense radiation from the gun instantly penetrated his armored protection. He first tasted a metallic rust flavor on his tongue, and finally collapsed weak and powerless on the ground. Emo-chan looked at the body on the ground and asked, How does it feel? I can't accept this. Emo-chan sighed, everyone is destined to die. Some live for hundreds of years, while others perish at birth. It's just a normal thing. Boss, you're finally here, now. Emo-chan waved his hand, indicating the deer in front of him didn't need to speak. I already know the situation here, let's go and save 6 eyes. In a certain location in the starting forest, outside a cave, ancient trees that once covered the sky were falling under the roar of large logging machines. The forest seemed like it had its skin torn off, revealing a clearing. In this clearing, various military weapons were flying in from a distance, like insects in the sky, circling around Tatu's city from the Arctic direction, sneaking through the back door here. Giant war robots, towering dozens of meters high, marched across the sea, crushing everything in their path. Nearly 100 fighter jets were neatly parked on a newly constructed flight platform. Countless worker robots tirelessly built everything here like white ants. A military base was rising amidst steel and sparks. The reason for choosing this location outside the cave was that one of Emo-chan's family members lived inside the cave. The Human Federation had sealed off all exits of this cave and forcibly established a military base here in the name of Emo-chan family's monster cleanup operation. It was well known to everyone that this was not just about dealing with the Emo-chan family on the surface but a hidden agenda against Tatu's city. This was a clear declaration of confrontation with Tatu's city. In the brand new military base, within the temporary command post in the southwest camp, a Human Federation Major General was personally leading the operation. At this moment, he stood silently like a soldier, listening to a 3D projection in front of him. I have received information that Tatu's city's first round of troops will arrive here tonight, and you may face the first round of confrontation then. The Major General took a deep breath and raised his head slightly, asking, Our frontline combat troops have not arrived here yet, Mr. President. Are you really planning to start the war with Tatu's city here as the first stronghold? The federal president, naturally Raj, turned to look at the officer with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The Major General was promoted last month, with good overall military capabilities, but in Raj's eyes, everyone was just a child. Raj pondered for a moment and said, The starting forest, this forest is too vast, almost spanning half the size of the earth. It's so vast that our ancestors once wandered here, almost facing extinction. I don't like this place. Hearing this, the Major General was surprised and asked, Mr. President, did our ancestors really come out of this place? Yamiiti. This is a meaning unknown in another language. I express Yamiiti about this. Also, don't you think you're asking too many questions? Raj replied calmly, looking at the Major General. The Major General shuddered inwardly, thinking that indeed the federal president was unfathomable, even knowing a foreign language. The young general dared not say much, bowed respectfully, and left the room to prepare for the upcoming war. In the dim cave, the six-eyed creature remained as anxious as ever, sitting on a large rock. Looking at the hundreds of animal brethren in the cave, now trapped like turtles in a jar, the six-eyed suddenly stood up and lowered its head towards a gray wolf, saying, "Boss, I have let you down." The gray wolf replied, "Can't you escape from here? This place is cut off by a radiation network, we can't even dig our way out." "I can't figure out what these people really want," the six-eyed creature said helplessly. "War. They have planned it all along. Now our clan is just an excuse. They want to use war to reshape the world's order," the gray wolf said firmly. "Reshuffle?" The six-eyed creature seemed to understand. "Exactly, someone can't always be the banker. The military of Tatu City will engage in the first expulsion war here. Peace is indeed an illusion. In less than a month, the war has completely begun," the six-eyed creature pondered. "Boss, what should we do?" "Do nothing. The Human Federation won't completely wipe you out either," the gray wolf said before changing back to its previous form. Night fell. Everything was moving according to the desires of each faction, driving the world's changes. A storm that no one could stop was about to sweep the world. In a clearing near the Human Federation military base, 3 pairs. 2 pairs. No royal flush? Wulong shook his head. "I don't have a royal flush." Fengchun then revealed 2 royal flushes, saying, "Boss, the royal flush is with me." Machin grinned. "Good, what's your plan?" Fengchun looked at the satellite positioning map in her hand and said, "The satellite positioning map shows that the military forces of Tatu City are rushing here and will arrive in half an hour. The city of Tijiangmo has dispatched a wave of 300 stealth bombers to this location, estimated to conduct a devastating bombing on the Human Federation military base." "Oh, Fengchun, you really hacked a satellite, impressive. So, what's your plan?" Fengchun looked at the various positioning dots on the screen, played the royal flush, and said, "Thank you for the compliment, boss. I will infiltrate the enemy, take the enemy leader's head, and maximize the scale of the war. We will reap the benefits." Machin nodded, then looked up at the sky covered by leaves. "Fighting is good, weakening human strength means our clan grows stronger. Ding! Let's get it on. Killing, evolution points, special reward. Awesome. Oh yeah, why are you so excited? Humans killing each other, what evolution points are we talking about? You idiot, if you didn't cause the deaths, how would there be evolution points in the minefield you bombed? So, what's this special reward for? How would I know? Stop thinking and focus on increasing performance." Machin chuckled, then hid the items and headed towards the Human Federation military camp. At the checkpoint of the Human Federation military base, 5 armored soldiers were on patrol when they suddenly sensed 2 figures approaching. "Halt! Submit to inspection." The 5 soldiers aimed their guns at the 2 figures, a black-haired boy supporting a purple-haired girl. They were struggling, their clothes tattered. "Help us, this girl fainted from hunger," the 2 said as they approached the checkpoint. "Stop right there, or I'll shoot." "Wait, isn't that purple-haired girl the current spokesperson for Longfeng Sanquan? Something seems off about what you're saying, and why is the boy wearing sunglasses at night?" The 2 figures had already reached the checkpoint, supported by each other. Shortly after, the black-haired boy took out a metal ball from his chest and said, "By the way, let me introduce you to this. It's very useful, it can block signals within a radius of 20 meters. At the sentry post, the sentries stared in disbelief, then one of them exclaimed, "Oh no, we've lost signal connection with the others." Before anyone could react, the black-haired boy suddenly grabbed the right hand of the purple-haired girl and flung her towards the foremost sentry. "Go, Dragon Pikachu!" With a powerful force, the purple-haired girl spun like a top, her hands flailing in the air as she twirled. Finally, with a loud bang, she collided with the armored sentry at the front. The other 4 were dumbfounded, completely shocked, even forgetting to pull the trigger. What kind of tactic was this? Human spinning top? As the purple-haired girl spun and struck, she punched the body of the front armored soldier, shattering it. In that moment, the remaining sentries realized that this was an enemy spy infiltration. And this purple-haired girl couldn't possibly be the current popular dragon Little Beauty. How could the dragon be so fierce? Feeling deceived, without a word, the others raised their guns and fired. Bang! Bang! Bullets rained down on the purple-haired girl, shattering her on the spot. In that instant, the shattered body suddenly sprouted over a dozen tentacles. Swish! Each tentacle precisely pierced the face masks of the armored personnel, sending them flying into the air. In less than a second, all were dealt with. Boom! A small patrol robot was forcefully pulled down from 8 meters above the ground by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap metal. The 5 fallen sentries then stood up from the ground and exclaimed in unison to the black-haired boy, "Boss Missouri-chan is awesome." Emochan smiled faintly, retracted his floating spirit, made sure there were no spies around, and through mental connection, asked Feng Chu, who was observing the situation. Feng Chu, everything seems fine here.
What should be our next move?
On the other side, Feng Chu tossed a potato chip into his mouth, his eyes fixed on the screen displaying all the data.
He replied, "Boss, it's not suitable to enter now.
It's estimated that in 10 minutes, the bombing squadron from Tijiangmo City will launch a full-scale bombing here. According to the data I obtained, this invisible bombing squadron uses particle cluster small bombs that can cause nearly tens of kilometers of comprehensive bombing in this area."
Emo-chen raised an eyebrow, curiously asking, "These people are so idle, why not just drop an atomic bomb?"
The Human Federation Court prohibits the use of uncontrollable large-scale weapons of mass destruction in any form of warfare.
Emo-chen nodded, then turned to the dragon quickly forming in front of him and said, "The impact of electromagnetic shock bullets on us is not significant now.
But don't mess around, the particle cluster bomb is coming.
Did you keep the ace up your sleeve as I told you?"
The dragon turned around, chuckled, and said, "Don't worry, boss, I've locked Feng Chu's cells in the freezer for quick freezing. Mine are in the fridge, nothing will happen."
Emo-chen chuckled, "Okay, let's not act rashly now. Let's see how the Human Federation deals with this bombing." Inside the Human Federation military base,
incoming aerial strikes detected, will arrive in 5 minutes.
Should we activate the plasma shield?
The general took a deep breath and looked up at the dark sky.
How many squads are coming from the other side?
General, unable to detect the exact number, estimated to exceed 100, possibly carrying large-scale weapons of mass destruction.
They won't use weapons of mass destruction casually. If they dare, the president will use even more brutal weapons of mass destruction on Earth. By then, they will witness what a real weapon of mass destruction is. Activate the plasma shield, prepare the military anti-aircraft weapons, and counterattack comprehensively. At this moment, a rear admiral stood on a platform at the military base, accompanied by a robotic deputy officer. In the distance, rapidly approaching from the sky was a fleet of stealth bombers with extremely high flying speed, utilizing optical and radar stealth technology. Meanwhile, at a military base hastily constructed just a few days ago, a massive light blue plasma shield rose swiftly from a distant corner of the forest. In no time, it enveloped the land like a giant pot lid. Subsequently, countless small cluster bombs were dropped from the bombers at an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. Like dust being sprinkled, they descended here.
These bombs possessed a high chain reaction capability, continuously amplifying their power with each explosion. The Human Federation military base below was not to be underestimated either. The anti-aircraft weapons set up outside the base were ready, launching high-frequency pulse waves to counter the cluster bombs, causing them to detonate in the sky.
Suddenly, a wall-like wave soared upwards from the ground.
When the cluster bombs collided with this wave, a dazzling light brighter than the sun erupted at an altitude of 3 kilometers.
Like a wall of fire burning in the sky.
More and more cluster bombs pierced through these walls of fire, colliding with one pulse wave after another, exploding into successive walls of fire in the sky.
Illuminating the sky, they then fell onto the plasma shield.
Like a sea of fire assaulting this transparent lid, shattering it, and more cluster bombs rained down on the military base.
One after another, small chain explosions ruthlessly engulfed the area.
At this moment, the first wave of breakout troops from Tatu City also arrived. Trees in the forest 10 kilometers to the south fell one by one, as a torrent of steel rapidly advanced towards this place. Amidst the smoke-filled battlefield, where the flames had not yet subsided, the 200 stealth fighters that were originally flying in the sky released another type of weapon.
Hellfire solidified incendiary bombs.
More and more small cylindrical objects descended from the sky. There were nearly 1,000 of them. When these incendiary bombs heavily hit the ground and the burning fuel splashed onto the armored soldiers, a scene more cruel than hell itself unfolded. The high temperature of thousands of degrees made the area as scorching as the surface of the sun. The metal armor gradually melted in this heat, and the robots began to short-circuit and malfunction. At this moment, the rear admiral stood on the platform, gazing at the raging flames below, clenching his fists in the firelight.
If they could hold on for another 2 days until the main forces arrived, how could they be defeated so miserably?
Just then, a soldier rushed to him and said, "Admiral, 2 sentinels request an immediate audience with you, they have important news."
The rear admiral frowned and rebuked, "Ordinary soldiers coming to see me out of turn? Isn't this disrupting military discipline and insubordination?" "It's okay, they said it's fine if you don't see them, I'm here anyway."
Suddenly, the soldier threw a piece of meat at the rear admiral's face. The rear admiral, feeling irritated, lifted his hand to remove the meat from his face, holding it tightly in his hand. His face flushed with anger, almost kicking the armored soldier in front of him, had it not been for the soldier's tough exterior.
"What are you doing?" As soon as he spoke, The rear admiral's expression changed as he noticed something was amiss.
The piece of meat in his hand seemed to be wriggling as if it had a life of its own.
By the time he realized it, it was too late.
The lump of meat suddenly burrowed into his hand and began to travel up his arm towards his body.
In just less than 3 seconds, the young general didn't even have time to shout before collapsing weakly on the ground.
When he stood up, his eyes seemed to have changed completely. They turned into the red vertical pupils of a crawling cold-blooded creature, then temporarily shifted back to normal human eyes.
Fengchu, everything went smoothly. It went so smoothly that I find it somewhat surprising.
The decapitation operation has been completed, and the highest commander here has been taken down, Emochan communicated mentally.
Boss, it's awesome.
The frontal forces from Tatu City are about to enter the main battlefield, and the 200 stealth bombers from Tijiangmo City have been withdrawn. It looks like Tatu City will win this confrontation, Fengchu replied through mental communication.
Emochan smirked coldly, once again seizing authority that didn't belong to him, undoubtedly planning to play around recklessly.
Beside the young general, a mechanical adjutant who had no idea what was happening said, "General, most of our soldiers are hidden in underground air defense buildings and have not been affected.
Should we engage the frontal forces from Tatu City in the south? How long until Tatu City's frontal forces reach the battlefield?"
Suddenly, the mechanical adjutant projected an image showing a mechanized force like a steel torrent cutting through the forest with lasers and missiles, creating a path.
Answer, General. Tatu City's frontal forces are preparing their weapons and are expected to be fully ready in 20 minutes to take extensive war measures here. The mechanical adjutant withdrew the projection and turned to Emochan, asking, "General, should we counterattack immediately? Gather my troops within these 20 minutes. On a platform not far from the raging flames, thousands of soldiers stood in formation, including intelligent combat robots.
Overall, they were all cannon fodder for the rear main forces.
In front of the crowd was a large iron basin filled with alcohol.
Behind the basin stood a resolute and unyielding military man.
"Brothers, today we may die, but we will die with honor, die for MO. Die for the Human Federation. Long live the Human Federation. Fight for the Federation. Long live the Human Federation. Fight for the Federation."
Then, Emochan poured a bottle of alcohol that had been tampered with into the basin in front of everyone.
It only contained the Mad Dog No. 2 virus. He then loudly declared, "The alcohol I poured is GAZ wine from our hometown.
It's not enough for everyone, but everyone must taste it. Drink this cup to cheer for the next fallen brother."
Hoo-ha! Amidst the unified cheers, a woman's voice suddenly interrupted, "Boss Missouri-chan is amazing."
Emochan cleared his throat, redirecting all the soldiers' attention back to him, and finally shouted, "In about 10 minutes, those troublemakers from Tatu City will be here. Let's raise our glasses together now, marking a perfect end to our lives."
Hoo-ha!
Subsequently, over 100 working robots prepared small glass cups and filled them with the alcohol from the basin, offering them to the armored soldiers. Emochan took the lead in drinking, followed by all the soldiers removing their helmets and swallowing the alcohol in the cups.
"Now, young men, fight for your honor."
With a command, nearly 10,000 soldiers dispersed, infantry checking their weapons, artillery returning to their cannons, and fighter pilots taking off into the sky. Everything was in orderly preparation until the first round of battle arrived. At the forefront of the battlefield, a cannon fired, and amidst the bursting blue plasma, a large hole was blown in the wooden perimeter wall of the military base. Through this large hole, there was a triangular mark with the Tower Degree emblem, the barrel of a strategic siege tank.
"Human Federation forces, please leave this place.
This is the territory of Tower Degree City. Your rights are no longer recognized by the Tower Degree City government.
If you persist, we will have to take military action." In a battle between two armies, insults are often exchanged first. Of course, Tower Degree City and Tijiangmo City were not particularly ethical, as they preferred to bomb the area before engaging in verbal sparring. Outside the walls, the voice of the Tower Degree City Army's loudspeaker was the first to be heard. Inside the walls, a voice responded, "I am the highest commander here, a Human Federation Major General. We are here only to conduct ecological and natural checks.
You are harboring monsters of the Emochan family, and we have the right to conduct armed clearance here."
Outside the walls, the Tower Degree City loudspeaker sounded again, "This land no longer recognizes the authority of the Human Federation. Even if there are monsters to be cleared, it is the responsibility of Tower Degree City. Please leave immediately, or we will launch a military strike." Inside the walls came a retort, "I don't give a damn about you. You want to fight, then let's fight. Fire." As soon as the words fell, hundreds of cannons within the military base opened fire simultaneously.
In an instant, numerous plasma shells and high-energy explosive shells were launched towards the outside of the walls. Only a faint glow remained in the night sky as they quickly descended upon the Tower Degree army in the forest.
Bang! 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 Explosions sent metal limbs flying into the air, while the shield machines of Tower Degree City unfolded one wall after another. After activating the plasma shields, they successfully intercepted some of the attacks.
Simultaneously, they launched a second round of ground bombardment towards the military base. It became a competition of whose firepower was stronger, with the Human Federation base being bombarded back and forth until it was completely shattered. Through the breaches in the walls caused by the explosions, countless infantry troops rushed in, resembling a bank robbery as guns and bullets filled the air. The sky was equally intense, with Human Federation fighter jets bombing the ground while defending against enemy aircraft assaults. Like a blitzkrieg, one after another, the jets fell from the sky, trailing black smoke as they crashed into the crowd below. Faced with such intense firepower suppression, the soldiers at the Human Alliance base were overwhelmed. They could only fight and retreat, unable to withstand a single round of attacks. In war, some rejoice while others mourn. Emergence stood at a high vantage point, watching the bloody battlefield below, where soldiers were being maimed by gunfire. Ding! Emergence is awesome. Intelligent life forms are valuable. 10,000 evolution points have been credited. In the midst of the chaos on the battlefield, Missouri-Chen arrived at the entrance of the cave. The area surrounding the cave was enveloped in a powerful radiation network.
His intelligent mechanical adjutant had been following him all along. Open the radiation network here.
Yes, please input the security command, General.
The mechanical adjutant responded coldly. With a snap, Emergence twisted the adjutant's head off, holding it in front of his chest, saying, "Dealing with robots is always troublesome, with their constant commands."
He tossed the head aside, and the adjutant's body collapsed.
Through mental connection, Mo-Chen asked Feng Chao, "How can we destroy the radiation network here?"
"Alright, boss. According to my preliminary data, this type of radiation network wall only needs to destroy the radiation points at the four corners of the east, south, west, and north."
Give me the locations."
At the southernmost part of the cave, there was a radiation emission point where a large piece of huge radiation energy diamond-shaped ore was suspended on a metal platform. Catalyzed by high-energy currents, it emitted radiation walls that corresponded to the radiation walls in the sky, forming a series of massive radiation walls that made up an underground radiation cube.
There were no protection personnel here, nor could there be. Everyone went to war, no one had the luxury of idleness. While others were fighting, Emergence was protecting a radiation wall. Suddenly, Emergence split into two, with one Emergence going to destroy the radiation energy ore. This action reduced Emergence's body mass by half. Another Emergence, about 1.5 meters tall, arrived at the location of the radiation energy ore.
Without hesitation, with all his strength, he punched the ore, and the system immediately sounded a notification.
Ding! Emergence, you have found a treasure. This radiation energy ore can be used by you. As long as you use a specific electric current, it can emit radiation. You can keep it as a weapon.
Upon hearing this, Emergence changed his strategy. Instead of destroying the radiation energy ore, he hugged the diamond-shaped ore, over a meter tall and half a meter thick, with both hands. Using all his brute force, he forcibly pulled the suspended energy ore from the platform. As he did so, the radiation network to the south lost a connection point, and a cube lost two diagonal faces. Meanwhile, the Emergence family, who had been trapped in a cave, collectively dug a large hole in the cave wall and seized the opportunity to escape. It was no exaggeration to say that it was like animals breaking out of a zoo enclosure. Among these various creatures, a monster with bone spurs all over its body and 6 eyes on its forehead approached Emergence after a few jumps.
It bowed respectfully and said, "Please help us, boss." "No problem. Have you been dreaming lately?" Emergence asked calmly. "Occasionally, I dream of my father."
The consciousness of the 6-eyed monster came from Emergence, who had recently shared some emotions with it. Most of its being contained memories of Emergence's family history, the most fragile part of Emergence's emotions.
"Let's go, we're going to war."
In the distance, inside the Human Federation military base, the battlefield had reached a fever pitch. The Human Federation forces were falling like a mountain, and the long-awaited reinforcements were nowhere to be seen.
These people felt abandoned by the Human Federation, engaging in futile resistance here.
At this moment, they had truly reached the end of their resources. A Human Federation soldier pulled the trigger, firing the last bullet, then turned to ask his companion for more ammunition, only to see his last brother fall to the gunfire. The remaining soldier suddenly realized that he was the only one left in this area. Ahead of him, the Tata City mechanized steel forces were advancing continuously. He silently looked up at the sky, where the sound of steel friction could be heard.
A fighter jet flew overhead, transforming in midair and finally landing as a huge humanoid mech with a loud crash.
Subsequently, this mech, descending from flight, raised a massive railgun barrel towards the last soldier.
At that moment, it seemed as if he was the only one facing the entire Tata City army.
Then, a strange scene unfolded on the battlefield.
The fallen human Federation soldiers suddenly rose from the ground in a bizarre manner.
The remaining soldier also felt something was off with his body, as if a tremendous energy was flowing from his toes to his brain, driving him even more insane.
The Mad Dog virus, under Emochen's control, was taking effect.
The soldier roared and charged towards the steel mech in front of him, using his firearm as a blade.
Bang, bang, bang.
Bullet after bullet tore through his body, ripping off his hands, his arms, until he was left with just one leg, hopping towards the flying mech and smashing its head, knocking off a screw under its foot.
However, it was all in vain. The mech lifted its leg and crushed the soldier into a pulp.
After completing these actions, the mech's pilot turned to look at the battlefield beside him. Many soldiers of the Human Federation died and came back to life, falling and rising again on the battlefield. Even though they attacked the Tatu City assault infantry like wild beasts, they still caused significant casualties.
The mech pilot's face darkened, reminding him of the Emochen family, yet feeling different.
He casually picked up the Dragon Phoenix spring placed on the driver's seat, gulping it down. Just as he was about to shoot at the resurrected soldiers on the battlefield, his consciousness suddenly became sluggish, his mind blurry, drool at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, more and more Tatu soldiers noticed something off about their comrades, behaving like zombies. They stood motionless, not speaking, just staring blankly in place. At this moment, many soldiers were experiencing a bizarre scene, unknowingly pointing their guns at their own comrades.
The tide turned in this eerie situation, leading to infighting among the Tatu soldiers. And all of this unfolded under Emochen's watchful gaze. Ding!
Evolution points, breakthrough to over 100,000.
No, 15,000. Emochen, my dear, I can spoil you well.
Emochen smiled faintly, until Raja's voice came through the wireless communicator on his chest.
Well done, General.
Managing to lure a fifth of Tatu City's military strength here, the Human Federation won't forget your contribution. As these words were spoken, Emochen's pupils suddenly contracted, a chilling sensation creeping from his spine to his skin. The meaning of those words was clear. Raj had merely used this place as bait. When the fish were plentiful, it was time to cast the net.
Emochen abruptly turned to look at Six Eyes behind him, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. Boss? What's wrong with you? Everything was fine, wasn't it? Emochen swallowed his saliva and said, I'm sorry, brother, I couldn't save you.
In that moment, Six Eyes seemed to understand something, grinned, and said, to be able to for the boss.
Boom!
Everything disintegrated into nothingness under the intense light, not even leaving ashes, breaking down into molecular size. A beam of light pierced through the atmosphere, landing on the ground, leaving a spot of light on Earth.
Thousands of square kilometers of land turned to dust under the intense light.
This light came from the weapon Westmere had warned Emochen about, the destructive beam emitted from Mars.
A heartbreaking news is being broadcast throughout the city. Around 3 a.m.
yesterday, September 1st. The Human Federation violated the laws set by the Human Federation Court, using large-scale destructive weapons without authorization. As a result, more than half of the starting forest turned to ashes, directly causing the death of nearly 120,000 Tatu soldiers. With no mayor elected in Tatu City yet, at this critical moment, a teenage idol bravely stepped forward. We now invite the spokesperson for Dragon Phoenix Spring, who has always silently supported the military, to speak on behalf of the city. At that moment, the spokesperson walked up to the platform. Normally flamboyantly dressed, she appeared in a simple black outfit today, exuding formality, even toning down her usual carefree style. Because at this moment, her consciousness was that of Emochen. Looking at the countless people and cameras below, she spoke to the world. War has destroyed our homeland, our compatriots turned to ashes in the flames of war, as if the goddess of victory has abandoned us.
But we will not surrender. We cannot tolerate the presence of the Human Federation's emblem in our territory in Tatu City. We will fight until the last moment, until we liberate this land. Let this land truly be free. We will break free from the cruel control of the masters, using our blood and flesh to open a new world of freedom for future generations. Freedom and victory belong to the Emochen family in the end.
As soon as these words were spoken, the audience below were dumbfounded, and then Emochen on the stage waved his hand.
In the blink of an eye, daring to change the sun and moon,
coughing, drooling, the infected individuals seemed to be controlled, spreading their pathogens to those not infected. In an instant, half of the citizens of Tatu City were infected. In other words, at that moment, a city was instantly taken over by the Emotion family.
1/3 of the world's human resources fell into Emochen's hands.
Everything had been prepared long ago. It was just for the moment of eruption, an eruption that no one could resist. In the city, countless people shouted in unison, "Emotion family is powerful, Emotion family rises." At this moment, on the high platform, Emochen made a gesture, and a small black liquid fell into his hand from the cube held by the father of machinery, Liaigua. This was the pathogen of Mad Dog No. 1, hidden in the hand of the statue of Liaigua.
Ding! Well done! 16 million evolution points credited, plus over 2 million mutation points.
Fishing for big whales with a long line really pays off. I'll arrange the secondary evolution gene segments for you.
At the same time, inside the Life Museum of Keed City. When Raj's projection arrived here, he witnessed an unforgettable scene.
The once well-organized Life Museum no longer existed. All creatures were gathered inside a huge cocoon, containing the genetic material of all species collected by the Keed Life Museum, meaning fungi, viruses, bacteria, plants, animals that fly, swim, and run with legs were all inside. This cocoon was over 60 meters high. With each opening and closing, it seemed like a heart was beating slowly inside the cocoon. A huge monster was hatching inside. And at that moment, Emochen, who had been teaching him foreign languages, arrived next to the projected Raj.
Emochen looked at the creature in front of him and exclaimed, "With great power comes great responsibility. Daring to challenge the heavens, all things will be annihilated, the ripples of death and destruction spreading far and wide. How did you do it? How could you create such a terrifying being overnight?" Raj's 3D projection widened his eyes, looking at Emochen in disbelief.
Emochen looked at Raj with his hands behind his back and said, "I can create life and destroy life, and I create life to destroy life."
As for what you can create?
Raj looked at Emochen in horror and said, "You are not from ancient times, you don't have a human soul, you are one of the heartless creators. Give me what Liaigua left behind, and I will make your departure more pleasant."
No way!
You have imprisoned us in this solar system, limiting our development.
Just because we humans are the toys you created to play with?
Raj pointed at Emochen, filled with sorrow and anger. "Then I will personally come to you and take back what belongs to our civilization. Open your eyes wide and witness the marvelous process of life breaking out of its shell." Finally, the cocoon began to move violently, crackling like a lizard's large claw tearing open a gap, and then a terrifying figure walked out of the cocoon. This monster contained the genes of all animals in the Life Museum, forcibly and cleverly combined through the power of the source of life. Behind this lizard monster were bone spurs like mountain peaks, accompanied by lightning. Racing from the tail to the head, with the roar of the giant lizard, a lightning bolt broke through the top of the Life Museum, soaring into the sky.
"Monster! You've created an uncontrollable monster. Don't be so excited, you big oaf. I've given it a name, Godzilla. Look at how beautiful it is.
Originally the king of monsters in fantasy, but when I created it with my own hands."
Can you understand this feeling? This is an existence beyond human creation. I have created a life.
Raji furrowed his brows and said, "Are you the forgotten creator? We can cooperate since we have no grudges.
Let's make a deal. What else do you want?" Emochen looked calmly at Raji and replied, "There's no need for more deals. What I want, you cannot give. No one can understand the greatness of my actions.
Creating life, only to destroy it in the end. The process, the struggle of life, the destruction, that is the most perfect art in the universe."
The monster named Godzilla then bowed towards Emochen. Suddenly, it whipped its tail, creating a loud bang.
A massive crack appeared on the wall of the Life Museum, and the entire body of the monster seemed to pass through the air, crashing through the steel walls of the museum, turning it into ruins.
Raji, with a grim expression, asked, "Where do you want it to go?" Emochen replied, "Since it's called Godzilla, it must not fear radiation.
I want it to attack your radiation weapons mineral processing plant."
The Human Federation loves to play with radiation weapons, don't they? Raji sneered, "You madman, even if you slaughter all humans, what then? You are also bound to this solar system. Did your creator lock you inside the solar system, not allowing you to leave?" Emochen casually inquired. "How would I know?
There's a kind of restriction at the edge of the solar system, like an invisible wall keeping us in.
If we fight to the death here and none of us can leave in the end, what's the point?" Emochen smiled faintly. "You're right, hatred only clouds judgment. Perhaps we can indeed cooperate.
The steel body plan is being carried out on Mars, as you should know.
With too many people, Zimmel wants to reduce the human population through war.
It's admirable how Zimmel always makes the right choice in the face of major decisions.
Emochen, I leave Earth in your hands. I'll be waiting for you on Mars." A terrifying creature appeared in Keed City,
towering over 60 meters, resembling an upright walking sea lizard with blade-like protrusions on its back. It was evident to keen observers that this monster was created in the likeness of Godzilla. As it rampaged through the city, nothing could stop it. 2 fighter jets flew in, firing 4 missiles at it, but only managed to scrape off a layer of scales. The injuries quickly healed, barely leaving a mark. However, this slight damage clearly enraged the Godzilla monster. It crackled with electricity all over its body, aimed its mouth at the jets, and unleashed a massive lightning bolt with unstoppable force, striking the aircraft instantly. Being metallic, they conducted the electricity, trailing black smoke as they plummeted towards the city roads. A loud crash echoed as a cloud of black smoke rose into the sky, causing panic throughout the city upon exposure by the media. Most of Keed City's military forces were under the control of the Human Federation, making the city a mere pawn, stripped of power and military strength to deal with the other 2 cities. The direction Godzilla was heading was a small island in the Pacific Islands, home to the top-tier radiation weapon military processing plant. On the other hand, Tata City had completely fallen into the hands of the Mochin family. However, Tijiangmo City was unaware of these events, as they also had infected individuals with the Mad Dog virus within their city. Therefore, on September 2nd, after Mochen's speech at the Dragon's Rest, the mayor of Tijiangmo City personally visited the high-level meeting center in Tata City. In the meeting room, the chair facing the door sat with its back to Mayor Tijiangmo, who had come to visit. Our city expresses deep sympathy for the tragic situation suffered by the Tatu City military in the early hours, Mayor Tijiangmo said with a furrowed brow. A cold voice came from the backrest that had been facing away from Mayor Tijiangmo all along. The Human Federation is making its final struggle. Have any of you been called to Mars recently? The backrest suddenly turned around, revealing a young face to Mayor Tijiangmo, who was met with a faint smile. A chill ran through Mayor Tijiangmo as she realized she was facing Chen, the head of the Chen family. I'm glad you recognize me. We should set aside our past grievances and face the various crises of the Human Federation together, Chen said expressionlessly. Mayor Tijiangmo stood up in a hurry, intending to leave, but as she turned back, she suddenly noticed that all her bodyguards had been taken out, and everyone in the room was smiling coldly at her, like puppets manipulated by strings. Mayor Tijiangmo knew that she was no longer in control of the situation. Taking a deep breath, she could only ask, "What do you want me to do?" "Don't say that. This mature and beautiful lady, we should be on the same side. It's not about what I want you to do, but what we should do together," Chen said with a smile on his face. He continued, "Now, the Mars colony, even if it belongs to the 3 cities including yours, has all fallen into the hands of the Human Federation president. And the Mars colony possesses a weapon that can render us all helpless." Mayor Tijiangmo's face darkened as she nodded. Indeed, now the entire Mars colony has fallen into the hands of the Human Federation, and not only that, including our scientific space station on Jupiter, the lunar base, and all facilities beyond the solar system, are now under the control of the Human Federation president. Chen intertwined his hands, somewhat indignant on behalf of humanity. "So, now we are all locked on Earth by the Human Federation, and he holds the last card of humanity, the steel body plan that you want to carry out on Mars, and only he can complete the steel body plan." Hearing this, Mayor Tijiangmo furrowed her brows, realizing that being locked on Earth was akin to being trapped in a cage and at the mercy of others. Chen continued to persuade, "Our family's talk of waging war against all humanity is just a facade. Look around, everything is peaceful and prosperous. Everyone is living happily, right? So, we should unite against the war, against the Keed City, and the Human Federation, and that so-called court. Only then can we stand firm on Earth, launch rockets to establish our extraterrestrial base, and not let the Human Federation always stay one step ahead of us." Discussing the next steps with a monster sounded absurd, but Mayor Tijiangmo had no choice but to agree. The 3 cities were already on the brink. The strength of the Human Federation was undeniable, coupled with the forced assistance from Keed City, and the deadly strikes of the planetary weapons on Mars. There was no choice left. The lives of all the citizens of Mayor Tijiangmo's city were in her hands. What could she do? She could only shake hands with Chen in front of her and work together to face the military threat of the Human Federation. "Chen, I have heard a little about the human steel body plan you mentioned, but I never thought that the president of the Human Federation would be willing to sacrifice all of us for this foolish plan," Mayor Tijiangmo said weakly, her hair falling over her ears. "You're mistaken if you think that way. The federal president doesn't have that kind of courage. It was a decision made by the newly appointed Mayor Zimmel." Chen shrugged and smiled. Subsequently, they exchanged some thoughts with Mayor Mo and Chen, confirming an agreement for friendly cooperation. Mayor Mo quickly left Tatu City. After Mayor Mo left, a 3D projection appeared in the room.
When will you finally agree to teach me Chinese properly? Emo-chan cleared his throat, lifted his cup, took a sip of water, and cleared his throat. Don't be so impatient. Just keep that thing safe, and I will come to teach you personally. You said you've given up on Earth, so I'll do as I please, and what I want is war, that's all. I just like to see humanity disappear, he continued, and they exchanged a smile. I will select some people to take away, along with some resources. You have no reason to cause any meaningless destruction to me, right? Here, it's completely yours now, Emo-chan chuckled. Oh, and hand over the highest military command of the Human Federation on Earth to me. Since you don't plan to manage it here, right? You know, occasionally watching the two waves of people fighting each other in your hands is quite interesting. In the afternoon, the sun was still warm. In the South Pacific Islands, a coconut tree swayed gently in the sea breeze. Unfortunately, this coconut tree had grown somewhat mutated, with curled leaves, growing at the entrance of the Human Federation's military radiation weapon processing factory. The area here was not small, with new radiation weapons and processed radiation ores being shipped out every day. Today, a spaceship with a Tatu City inverted triangle mark landed here. 3 remarkable figures arrived. Long, turn the volume up to the maximum. I'm feeling so high right now, Emo-chan said. Long then turned up the volume on his shoulder speakers, playing a strange DJ dance music. Long and Emo-chan started dancing awkwardly at the factory entrance, while Feng-chu stood by, unsure of what to do. Boss, I want to confirm again, are we here to blow up the factory or to dance? Feng-chu asked nervously. Dance and blow up the factory at the same time, Emo-chan gestured with 2 fingers in front of his eyes. Soon, 2 patrol boats flew out of the factory, stopping in front of the 3, guns raised, pointing at them. Military weapon factory, no loitering for unauthorized personnel, get out. Are they from the spaceship in Tatu City? Humph, some fearless folks. Doesn't this woman look like someone? This seems like the little star Long from Tatu City? Meanwhile, Long's DJ sound system continued to play loudly. He pointed at the people in front of him and said, "Come on, draw a dragon with your left hand like my right hand. Let's all get excited, draw a rainbow with your right hand on your left hand." Under the influence of the music and the mesmerizing dance, the 7 patrol soldiers who came down from the spaceship couldn't help but sway their heads and move their guns erratically, but still said seriously, "No loitering allowed here, please leave." "Hey, buddy, don't panic. Let me sing you a song. You're almost done, just sway your head at the end of your life," Long said, following the beat. "Hurry up and leave, don't waste time here. Even if you are the real Long, we won't show mercy to your subordinates." The leader of the patrol soldiers who couldn't help but sway his head scolded. Such a boring person. Even at the end of life, they don't know how to indulge themselves. Emo-chan took off his sunglasses, looking at the person and said. In that moment, the earth shook, the sea surged, and a deafening roar echoed through the sky as waves of water rushed towards the ground. A huge monster stepped on the waves and set foot on the land. This monster naturally was the Godzilla of the Emo-chan family. At the same time, the radiation weapon processing factory on the island initiated the highest defense military level. Dozens of missiles flew out from inside, leaving a white smoke trail in the sunlight, bombing towards Godzilla's body. Godzilla paid no attention, not even blinking. Bang! 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 The bombs hit Godzilla, raising layers of smoke. According to the law of no smoke, no harm, this law failed. Godzilla was injured, but in the blink of an eye, it healed. The speed of recovery was as if it was standing in a pool of blood. It seemed to express, "You can hurt me, but I won't dodge, oh well, just for fun." It roared again at the sky, a huge lightning bolt gathering in its mouth. A massive lightning bolt, like a giant spinning top, smashed towards the factory. Boom! Inside the factory, the huge lightning spread on the ground, traveling along all conductive materials inside. In an instant, many mechanical structures malfunctioned. Not stopping there, Godzilla, like going mad, ran towards the factory as if in a frenzy. Its 2 large lizard legs crossed over Emo-chan and the 7 sentinels in front. Each step made the ground tremble thrice. Missiles, lasers, and even some radiation bombs were launched, but no attack had any effect on it. After all, this thing cost Emo-chan all special mutation points, plus 100,000 evolution points, and gathered all the creatures in the Museum of Life. It was a massive project, but it didn't take much time, as all the genes were readily available. Emo-chan had to persuade the system to create the Marine and Land Overlord. When Godzilla rushed inside, it was like a child rushing into the toy area at home, smashing and stomping with its feet, swinging its tail as if it didn't care about anything. After all, it wasn't created with its energy, so it was not polite at all, nor did it show any pity. The steel factory inside was ruthlessly destroyed, and the workers struggled to escape amidst the explosions. All this made Emo-chan think, ding! Well done, another 50,000 evolution points in an instant. By the way, I created Godzilla, can it absorb radiation material? I have high hopes for it. This is a bit difficult, but this biomonster has a lot of radiation resistance. It's already impressive with 469 special mutation points. You have to let it adapt slowly, after all, it's not a cell of your Emochan family, its self-healing ability is a bit lacking compared to yours. Emochan pondered, what if I put some Emochan family cells in its body, not for fighting, just for healing its injuries, do you think it can handle it? Hey, has little Emo had some brain boost, becoming smarter? You are indeed a little genius, you can try it. Emochan nodded, then said to the nearby Wulong, sprinkle some cancer cells on Godzilla. Okay, boss. After Wulong finished speaking, he bounced towards the exploding factory. By then, the 7 patrol soldiers were already stunned, trembling uncontrollably, and everything that followed was like monsters crawling out of hell to destroy the world. The leading patrol soldier stammered, looking at Emochan, You are members of the Emochan family, that monster came out of Keed City. Oh, congratulations, you got it right, but there's no reward. Emochan replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. Your family shouldn't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a monster. Wulong and Emochan exchanged a smile, then Emochan pushed his sunglasses. Sorry, having a monster really means you can do whatever you want. Feng Chu added on the side, it's either death or becoming a part of our family. The leader of the group, who was also the captain of this small team, had veins bulging on his face. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the words to refute, so he gritted his teeth and said, Can you spare our lives? We have always admired the Emochan family. Yes. Even in my dreams, I have always thought about joining the Emochan family. I really want to join the Emochan family. Another person immediately chimed in. Hearing this, the other 5 people thought, how could they be left out? If 2 people had already defected, how could they not? We are all willing to join the Emochan family. Suddenly, at that moment, Godzilla, causing massive destruction inside the factory, inserted its claws into the ground, grabbing a glowing ore along with the metal protective layer. These were the radioactive minerals stored in the factory warehouse. Subsequently, it stuffed them into its mouth like candy. Standing under it, Lon, who had just shed a few cancer cells, exclaimed, Boss, you dare to eat now, is it bitter? Do you want some sugar added? At this moment, inside the radiation mineral weapon processing factory, after Godzilla swallowed those radioactive ores, it was in immense pain. Originally, Godzilla had not fully evolved its radiation resistance ability, so now, after ingesting them, it was like swallowing burning coals, rolling on the ground in agony, thrashing its tail and claws on the ground. The already dilapidated factory, under this kind of devastation, had turned into a junkyard. Emochan watched with lingering fear. This was a creature he had personally nurtured, like his own flesh and blood. Now, with this sudden turn of events, if Godzilla suffered severe stomach pain and ended up playing itself to death, wouldn't that be a huge joke? System, what's happening now? Why is Godzilla eating radioactive minerals? Ding! Didn't you say you wanted to nurture Godzilla? I made it watch the entire series of Godzilla movies while it was incubating. It seems to have been hypnotized. Now it really thinks it's Godzilla. I predict it will go fight King Kong later. I didn't expect this little guy to be so fierce, actually eating radioactive minerals. What should we do? Doesn't Godzilla have a nuclear reactor inside its body? The key is that it doesn't. What can we do now? Hurry up and go save it. I'll figure out a way to create a reactor inside its body. Upon hearing this, Emochan rushed into the factory. Upon arriving, he saw Godzilla lying on its back on the ground, kicking its 4 claws towards the sky and swinging its tail towards the ground. The sight was too pitiful, and Emochan could empathize with its pain. Looking into Godzilla's large lizard eyes, tears seemed to be on the verge of flowing. Emochan felt a deep pain in his heart. Without a word, he stepped on Godzilla's scales and jumped a few times to stand on its forehead. Then, he reached out to touch the skin on Godzilla's forehead, constantly saying, "Don't be afraid, Daddy's here, Daddy's here." Ding! You're its dad, then I'm its mom, little Mo, we have a child now, ha. Stop chattering, quickly figure out a solution. With Emochan's comfort, Godzilla could finally endure the pain, but the agony in its big eyes remained unabated. Okay, I have an idea. Since we're in a factory, absorb some metal elements, then I'll combine them into a small reactor, build a radiation reactor inside its body, and superimpose it with a life form. This way, our Godzilla baby can fully become a real Godzilla, estimated to consume 1 million evolution points. Indeed, the child's mother is clever. What's the big deal about 1 million points? Let's do it. With Emochan's command, Godzilla fell into a deep sleep, losing consciousness under the control of the system.
Alleviating its pain, Godzilla's body began to sprout and grow like a plant inside the factory. Before long, within a radius of about 100 meters, the area was covered with flesh-colored roots. These were the characteristics of plants, using these roots to absorb various metals and all kinds of inorganic substances from the ground. After collecting them into the body, with precise operation of the system, these metal inorganic substances were assembled into a small mineral reactor. Emergence used mental perception to observe and found that inside Godzilla's body was like a large round iron lump connected through blood vessels and organs. About half an hour later, everything was completed. Ding! Okay, it's done. It didn't cost 1 million, only 960,000 evolution points were spent, much faster than imagined. It's really impressive, a biochemical monster combining all the genes of all creatures on Earth, finding many genes inside and piecing them together conveniently. Accompanied by the joyful sound of the system, Godzilla opened his eyes and his first reaction was to rub his belly with his big claws. Then, a loud roar, woohoo! A beam of light shot up into the sky from Godzilla's mouth. Not only that, it was mixed with lightning and excess radiation material from inside. The light shot up into the sky, punching a hole in the clouds. Emergence, standing on Godzilla's forehead, stared blankly as a beam of light shot out from the giant mouth of Godzilla. Even without facing this kind of harm directly, just the heat and radiation waves in the air made Emochen's skin charred. It felt like standing at the mouth of a volcano, witnessing an eruption up close. At that moment, Long, standing under Godzilla's head, shouted loudly with a sound system, "Emotion is awesome, Godzilla is awesome." Then, Godzilla slowly stood up from the ground and extended his huge claws for Emotion to jump on. Subsequently, with an extremely gentle gaze, he looked at Emochen, a gaze full of loyalty, like a loyal wolfhound seeing its owner, not the disdainful look of a husky. Emochen looked at the huge figure in front of him, noticing that it seemed to have grown from over 60 meters to over 70 meters. Proudly, he said, "From now on, this will be the highest combat power of our Emochen family, combining all our abilities. Not afraid of radiation, possessing super high self-healing ability, capable of photosynthesis to provide nutrients to the body, while also absorbing inorganic substances from the world to build the body. This is the true perfect life form." Before he could finish speaking, "Boss, 20 fighter jets are flying towards us, missiles have been launched, be careful," Fengchu said through mental contact at the factory entrance. Emochen had not yet replied. Suddenly, Godzilla gently grabbed Emochen with his own claws. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of missiles locked onto Godzilla's head and chest, including high-explosive electromagnetic bombs, Hellfire missiles, and even a nuclear warhead. 20 fighter jets flew in from the distance, the vanguard force coming to avenge the factory. They had long targeted this monster, determined to eliminate it. However, they were now facing a Godzilla whose combat power had multiplied. The highest combat power of the Emochen family. Then, Emochen's spiritual body flew out of Godzilla's claws and witnessed a terrifying scene. Godzilla opened his huge mouth and sprayed radiation lightning towards the group of fighter jets more than 3 kilometers away. In an instant, this beam of light struck with a speed comparable to light, causing explosions of sparks at the distant 3-kilometer point, and the 20 aircraft disappeared in a matter of seconds. Only the lingering smoke in the sky indicated their presence. Godzilla released his own claws, and Emochen saw that Godzilla's injured body was rapidly healing at a visible speed. "Fengchu, where did those planes come from?" Machin inquired through mental connection. "Answer me, did you fly out of the center of Keed City?" "Very well, let's go play in Keed City again." September 3rd. Around 10 o'clock in the morning. Inside the conference room of the quadrangle building in Keed City. Slap. A loud slap echoed. "Are you the mayor of Keed City?" Slap. Another slap landed on the man's forehead. "You are damn arrogant." At that moment, a purple-haired girl grabbed the collar of the middle-aged man who kept retreating, pulling him in front of her. "I'm asking you a question, dare you not answer? Pretending to be deaf, huh?" The people attending the meeting dared not speak, not a sound was made. Just as the meeting had not finished discussing early in the morning, suddenly 3 people burst in, grabbed the mayor without a word, and no one dared to make a sound. Why? A pair of eyes outside the window were peering inside. Just by seeing those eyes, no one dared to move, they could only sit still, breathing quietly. Afraid of disturbing the mood of these 3, and their mayor was utterly humiliated, hands clutching his head, not even daring to beg for mercy. As the mayor of Keed City, he had never felt so humiliated in his life. His authority as mayor had been overridden by the Human Federation, leaving him with just the title of mayor. The people he was meeting with were all spies planted by the Human Federation. And now, to make matters worse, a large lizard over 70 meters tall was outside staring into the conference room. And he himself was being held down and beaten by two people, a man and a woman, while the white-haired boy next to them looked refined and did not move a muscle. Where was the justice in this? You two, what have I done wrong? Why are you treating me like this as soon as we meet? The mayor of Keed City said, tears welling up. Hey! Who the hell told you to speak so loudly? Speaking loudly is bad enough, and you dare to ask why? Haven't you bothered to find out who our boss is? God has been kind to you, right? After the purple-haired girl finished shouting and raised her fist as if to strike, the white-haired boy standing beside her cleared his throat. Who else could these three be? It was Mo-chen, the hidden dragon and crouching tiger, who had come to seek revenge, accompanied by Brother Zong. Upon hearing this, the hidden dragon became a bit more polite, as if understanding something. He raised two fingers and asked the mayor of Keed City, what is 1 + 1? The mayor of Keed City frowned and replied, it's 2. Our boss is very clever, feed him well, and he might grow a brain. The hidden dragon said with a look of surprise. Feeding won't bring back what you've lost, we didn't come here for a meal. After Mo-chen finished speaking, he casually sat in the mayor's seat. Facing everyone, he said, I believe you have heard that our Mo-chen family has always been known for reasoning, honesty, and friendliness. As soon as these words were spoken, someone couldn't control themselves, and a stench of urine filled the air. Now everyone understood, these guys were ruthless and were either going to destroy the entire human race or the head of the Mo-chen family was inside. Mo-chen propped his legs on the table, revealing his high-top black shoes, leaning back leisurely, and lazily said, I dare to ask you all, who calls the shots here now? The President of the Human Federation. Snap! Mo-chen snapped his fingers, and Brother Zong standing behind him outside the window spewed a blue flame from his nostrils. With a loud bang, the glass melted instantly, giving the man an explosive head, sending him straight to heaven. His chair crashed heavily to the ground, as if it had landed on the hearts of everyone inside, creating a sense of imminent death. Mo-chen sighed, looking at everyone with disappointment, as if he had come with love and peace, and said, it has been said that I am a very reasonable person, now I dare to ask again, who calls the shots here? The air solidified instantly, emitting a puff of black smoke from the burnt person, filling the room with the smell of charred. Is this question difficult to answer? Mr. Mayor Keed, tell us who calls the shots here. You call the shots. Mayor Keed knew the importance of being knowledgeable. At the same time, a personal face projection suddenly popped up on the table in the meeting room, dressed in the Keed City cubic military uniform, anxiously saying, we are in a full-scale war with District 21 of Tijiangmo City, with over 5,000 casualties on our side. It has been observed that an unknown biomonster has appeared at the Four Corners building. Should we send troops back for support? No need, get out of here. Mayor Keed immediately refused in the meeting room. Mayor, are you sure we don't need to send troops back for support? Don't stir up trouble where there is none. If I say it's fine, now get out. Just as Mayor Keed finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded, hold on. Mo-chen looked at the 3D projection in front of him and said, who is currently gaining the upper hand in the war, which side is suffering heavier losses? The soldier projection looked puzzled and turned around, saying, we are currently in the lead and are expected to occupy District 21 of Tijiangmo City by noon. Very well, now you have a new commander. Get ready to receive new orders. The soldier projection then disappeared, and Mo-chen turned to Feng Chao and said, the Supreme Commander of the Human Federation is actually an intelligent robot. The President of the Human Federation has given me the orders. Feng Chao, can't you hack satellites? Find the whereabouts of the Supreme Commander of the Human Alliance. I have given you the orders, you take control of this war. Feng Chao, upon hearing this, eyes sparkling with excitement, could hardly contain himself. Boss, can I really do this? You've been looking worried these days, I bet even if you come along, you won't have fun. I'll take a break with Wulong. The military power of Tatu City, Keed City, and the Human Federation will be under your command. Feng Chao took a deep breath. Boss, what if I mess things up? Mo-chen shook his head and smiled. What messing up? This war has no winners to begin with. The more destruction you cause, the more destruction there will be. Use your own troops to fight against your own troops. Treat it like a strategy game. Alright, boss. Mo-chen then looked at the people in the meeting room, speaking sincerely, you all heard it. This is a situation none of us can change. Those capable should hurry to Mars to hide. With these words, the people in the meeting room looked at each other, seeming to understand something, yet not entirely. The steel plan they were part of was only partially understood by them, not fully comprehended. Mo-chen continued, I'll tell you the truth, Earth has been abandoned by the President of the Human Federation. The surplus population will only burden him. He has found a way to leave the solar system and plans to establish an Iron Legion to colonize outer star systems. Half of this statement was true, half false. Rajiv had no idea how to leave the solar system. But saying this would have an explosive effect, as these people were all influential figures who would undoubtedly spread this information, leading to a plan for higher beings to escape Earth. The effect had been achieved, and Chen had no intention of staying long.
Feng Chao, I leave this to you. Wulong, come with me to the deep-sea trench. You didn't go last time, this time I'll take you to sea.
In the depths of the sea.
Inside the underwater temple.
Last time, Chen obtained the source of life here, and this time, he was mainly called by a god. With Brother Gu escorting, the water pressure in the deep sea was no issue at all, not even needing a submarine. In no time, they arrived there.
Upon entering, the layout remained the same, with 3 glowing stones in 3 corners. Ding! Ding! Ding!
The cosmic administrator, holding a chisel with octopus-like wrist, was carving while wielding a hammer in the other hand, each strike creating new lines forming patterns. In this lonely underwater world, alone, the deity completed the historical carving of human civilization, supplementing previous patterns. Chen remained silent, gesturing for Wulong not to speak, as they stood behind the administrator, observing the newly carved patterns. The carved design depicted the father of mechanics, Liaigua, reproducing with 1,000 fertilized egg cells on the ground, leading to the gradual growth of humanity, experiencing a war within the carved patterns, known as the Split War, evolving to the present, with Chen's face now appearing on the statue. After the final strike, at that moment, the administrator turned to Chen, their gaze causing spatial distortion and time disruption.
Chen asked Wulong to close his eyes and inquired, "What do you want from me?" The administrator, in a hoarse voice, replied in Chinese, "What do you want from me?"
"No, you called me here, you said you had something good for me."
Chen puzzled.
The administrator murmured in a hoarse voice, "So, you called yourself here, you have experienced a complete death, so you made yourself come to see me again."
Ding!
Time can freeze, not reverse, he must have foreseen the future.
This guy is quite powerful, even I can't see through him.
Upon hearing the system's response, Chen felt a jolt, realizing that if things continued normally, he would meet his end in the future.
Who could accept that?
Even with their cells spread worldwide, they would still die.
Would they blow up the Earth? It was unclear, as many trying to escape Earth had already been infected by Chen. Following the normal course, at least the solar system would need to be destroyed. Suddenly, the administrator approached Chen, who kept his eyes closed, not extending his spiritual senses. Sensing an odd presence nearing, as if it didn't belong in that space, like a bug causing the world to collapse. Chen felt a hand on his forehead, triggering a memory of himself as a cosmic creator, colliding planets and plunging stars into black holes, even eating neutron stars. "This is your future path, you are destined to destroy this place." Another memory surfaced, depicting him alone, struggling in the universe with dwindling cells, eventually struck by an unknown high-dimensional weapon until the last cell dispersed. "This is another path you must take, destined to destroy here." Chen gritted his teeth, "Damn it. Before being destroyed, I'll destroy this place first." "Choose your path, you can change the future of this universe." The administrator withdrew their hand from Chen's forehead. Chen, eyes closed, probed, "I remember you called me here to give me something, you haven't given it yet?"
"What I have for you is not in this star system, you cannot let humanity go extinct, or the existence of this universe will lose its meaning." After the administrator's words, the space calmed, the earlier distortion gone, and as Chen opened his eyes, he found nothing but emptiness, with only him and Wulong. It was as if the administrator had never been there, yet the newly carved patterns on the stone tablet on the wall proved otherwise.
Chen furrowed his brows. This universe was incredibly complex, almost like a laboratory designed specifically for humans. However, there were too many uncontrollable factors within this laboratory. If what was being experimented on was destroyed, then the existence of the laboratory would be pointless. Would this universe self-destruct, be abandoned, or?
These matters were like unsolvable mysteries.
What kind of terrifying existence could create a universe as a laboratory? Chen dared not dwell on it.
"Boss, did you see that thing just now? It looked like a female ghost," Wulong said nervously. "It will take on the appearance you imagine, transforming into whatever you think of," Chen replied, his gaze fixed on the glowing cube in the corner of the wall.
"In the past, humans could take a glowing cube with them. Why can't I take one? Leaving empty-handed is not our family's style." Chen thought to himself.
The energy within such objects was unimaginable, like the glowing stone deep in a cave over 10,000 meters underground. It had been emitting light for so long, indicating a powerful energy source within. Thinking led to action. Since they had come this far, they had to take something back. Chen and Wulong exchanged a smile, determined to take the glowing cube from the far right corner of the wall. They transformed into tentacled monsters and tried to bind the cube with their tentacles. However, no matter how much force they exerted, they couldn't pull it down, not even a bit. Emochan then thought for a moment and attempted to use his spatial manipulation ability. With a casual wave of his hand towards the stone, it came off effortlessly. It seemed weightless, just like air. The stone floated into Emochan's hand, a cube about 40 by 40 centimeters. Emochan tested it and indeed felt no weight. Such a large stone, yet no sense of gravity. It was definitely extraordinary, emitting light and could probably fetch a high price at the market. System, quickly assess the value of this thing. Ding! My friend, this is no fun. I am a professional appraiser. You show me a piece of glowing glass, are you trying to fool me? How much have you really seen? Stop the chatter and see if this thing is useful. If it is, I'll take it all. Don't rush, I was looking at it very seriously just now. This thing. Great stuff. It contains refined exotic isotopes, the kind of energy only a Tier 3 civilization could obtain. Can I make use of it? I'll help you make use of it as much as possible. Take it with you, just one piece is enough. Oh, I've prepared the gene segment for the second evolution for you. Okay, I'll go back to evolve. After that, Emochan and Wolong left the underwater temple. As they stepped out, they felt emptiness behind them. Turning back, the underwater temple was gone. Boss, is this a haunted house? It was fine just now, why is it gone? How would I know? Let's go, it's time for a family gathering and trip. December 20th, the war entered its final phase. The former human regime had vanished, leaving only a few humans struggling to survive amidst ruins. This was truly the apocalypse, with biomutants roaming everywhere, deadly radiation covering 90% of the area, and scarce clean water sources. The main members of the Human Federation Court had gone to Mars. This was a war with no winners. Perhaps the only winner was the Emochan family, as Emochan had accumulated over 2 billion evolution points. 2 billion. Mutation points no longer mattered, the genetic systems of most life forms on Earth stored them. Don't mention Emochan, even the system doesn't know what to do with so many evolution points. In the past Earth, burning in flames, one could almost see nuclear warheads every day, even large antimatter bombs exploding in cities. The power of large antimatter bombs is so strong that it can even cause space collapse, leading to molecular breakdown into atomic chain reactions. But don't forget, no matter what disasters happen on Earth, Earth always remains unscathed. The only ones affected are the lives existing on it. What's the big deal for Earth? Not even a skin disease, life will be nurtured again in a while. But the lives above are in a pitiful state. With a population of 3 billion, only a few million are left, with about 100 million having fled recently. Emochan allowed all this to happen, even helping these people escape Earth to Mars or other extraterrestrial colonies. At this moment, members of the Emochan family's cadre are sitting on Godzilla's head, heading towards the next human gathering city. Behind them lies a small city turned into ruins. Besides Emochan, Fengchu, and Longwei on Godzilla's head, there are also the 7 cadres, like Captain Salted Fish, Captain Octopus, and Scorpion Nana. Originally, there were 8 cadres, but one was killed in an explosion recently. They say art is bold. Some time ago, the Emochan family played with bombs like playing catch, but mistakenly used an antimatter bomb, resulting in the loss of a cadre. The most important thing when someone dies is to be happy. The Emochan family never took life seriously. Sitting on Godzilla's head, the sun in the sky was not polite with its temperature, and the air around was like an oven. Black sand covered the ground beneath Godzilla's feet, with white desolation chasing the wind, and in the distance lay a desolate wasteland. The dust of war spread over every inch of Earth's soil. Feeling hot, Emochan casually broke off his left hand with his right hand, snap, like breaking off a fruit. Then, he lightly bit into it, crunching sound, cucumber flavor, fresh and juicy, sweet and refreshing. In less than a second, his left hand quickly grew back, healing as he ate. Indeed, the cells of the Emochan family can now switch between plant and animal forms. Longwei, playing cards on the side, still had a cantaloupe on his head. Only a few of their cadres were playing this card game, while Fengchu was busy playing with an electronic editing screen in her hands, saying to Emochan, "Boss, we should reach the next human gathering place in over 100 kilometers, where there are conservatively estimated to be over 500 humans. Emochan nodded without speaking. He then took out a letter from his pocket, a letter from Mayor T. Jiangma sent to him yesterday. After giving this letter to Emochan, Mayor T. Jiangma ended himself. Looking at the letter, Emochan sighed. The last words were all unpleasant. Opening it, the yellow paper read, "Emochan, all this is under your secret control, making humans attack humans, everything you've done is just to make us perish. I never understood,
What have we done to you? Why do you treat us like this? Upon reading this, Emergence tore the letter. No need to read further, it's all nonsense. In a black and white desert, several mountains surrounded a place. Under the protection of one of these mountains, there was an oasis, one of the few places not covered by radiation and pollution. A few months ago, this place was covered in vast forests, now it's just black sand and white desolation. This is where Six Eyes once brought Mo-chan to find the stone tablet. Over 600 years ago, Li Igwa led humans out of here. Today, the black sand is scorched soil, the white desolation turned trees into white ash. Fortunately, there is a rich underground water source here. At the foot of the mountain, there are precisely 629 people. These people used iron sheet walls to block the advance of black sand and white desert, isolating small farms inside. This group of people lived in surface caves, completely unaware of what lay beneath the caves. It was December, yet the weather was as hot as a summer day. Under the scorching sun, a girl with sunburnt skin watched the withering potato seedlings in front of her, trying to shield the sun with her body. But how could potatoes be grown in December? Suddenly, the intense sun was blocked, and the girl didn't have time to look up to see how long it would take for the clouds to be blown away by the wind. With hurried footsteps, a 5 or 6-year-old boy arrived holding a little water. "Sister, the water is here. Why didn't you find a container for the water?" The girl, who looked about 12 or 13 years old, pouted, looking a bit unhappy. The boy didn't say anything but quickly poured the water towards the potato seedlings. Suddenly, the water droplets stopped in the air and slowly gathered into a smiling face. "Sister, what is this?" The boy suddenly turned around and sat down on the ground. Behind the iron sheet wall stood a huge lizard monster, blocking the sun, not making a sound. Watering under the scorching sun can easily kill the crops. It was only then that the boy and the girl noticed a person standing in front of them. The person bent down, touched the withered potato seedlings, and miraculously, the seedlings quickly grew, turning into mature plants in the blink of an eye. Then, the person inserted their hand into the ground and pulled out 2 fist-sized potatoes. "Do you want these?" The boy, looking amazed, took them and exclaimed, "Big brother, you are a superhero sent by heaven to help us. But, won't this monster attack us? Is it your pet?" The girl pointed at the monster and asked. Suddenly, a voice behind them exclaimed, "Oh my God! What is this? Come back! The monster will eat you!" A middle-aged woman in tattered robes, leaning on a stick, limped over. Her mechanical leg had been used to trade for canned meat recently. After a considerable effort, she quickly shielded the boy and girl behind her. "Who are you? What's your relationship with that monster?" "I am Emo-chan, and it's my doing that led you to live like this." The woman trembled, saying, "Emo-chan family? Do you want to kill all of us to be satisfied?" Emo-chan shook his head. "I'm just saying this to make you feel a bit better. Destroying the world with monsters seems more believable than humans eliminating their own kind. That's all. I just accelerated everything to make you suffer a little less." With a bitter smile, Emo-chan continued, "I have been to many human settlements. Where we have been, they have access to crops that can grow healthily, just like here." Emo-chan then took out a bottle labeled Dragon Phoenix Spring. "This bottle of liquid can repair your damaged genes, allowing you to conceive." "Never mind, I can't be bothered to explain. Being a true villain requires freedom." Emo-chan then opened the bottle and splashed the liquid on the 3 people. They would then spread the mad dog virus to more people. Next, Emo-chan conjured a seed out of thin air and casually threw it into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the seeds began to sprout, and wheat, rice, and various crops started to grow rapidly. After the 5th harvest, these crops will grow normally. Don't think about slacking off. With that, Emo-chan turned to leave. "Why? Are you helping us?" Emo-chan didn't look back. He smiled faintly and said, "I'd just like to see you struggle for survival. Before everything is destroyed, live on with hope like true humans." The little boy, holding a potato, took 2 steps forward and courageously said, "Big brother, you are a true hero, I can feel it." "Silly kid, don't think about being a hero. There are no true heroes. If there were heroes, they must all be misunderstood lunatics." Then, Emo-chan said to a consciousness inside him, "Zimil, you are truly amazing. Child, this was your choice, but unfortunately, you didn't gain any fame, leaving a bad reputation for eternity. Ha! This time, I will truly send you on your way." Being able to witness this scene, I am satisfied. Then, Emo-chan erased Zimil's consciousness, looked at the giant Godzilla in front of him, and laughed, without causing chaos. Would it still be the style of the Emo-chan family? Bang! The giant stomped on the iron wall, laughing heartily as they left. In the ruins behind them, true hope was gradually growing. Emo-chan family's spaceship factory. It was a vast open plain, where a huge oval-shaped organism nearly 2 kilometers long and over 600 meters high was gradually developing. Countless Emotion family biomonsters carried flesh, metal, radioactive ores, and various energy sources to feed this giant creature's enormous mouth. The surface of this creature had exoskeletal segments like insects, with 2 fins over 400 meters long at the waist. It was purple-black all over, resembling a giant blue whale that had swallowed gold Keela. And at the tail of this blue whale-like creature, there was a belly like an insect. In other words, they were creating the science fiction monster Leviathan in the game. Yes, this family had begun their cosmic migration plan, with ideals of love and peace, and aspirations to contribute to the entire universe. What a great family! At this moment, under this huge biomonster, Emochen frowned, conducting a crucial step in liquid manufacturing. In front of him was a rectangular rusty metal table with beakers, liquid connectors, and other chemical containers. Wulong, give me distilled water and liquid fluorine. After Emochen spoke, there was no response. He turned around to see Wulong playing beach volleyball with several family executives. They were not using an ordinary volleyball but a round metal bomb. Moreover, it was already set with a timed detonator. Wulong jumped up for a spike, and the metal bomb flew towards Captain Xianyu on the other side. Captain Xianyu raised his hand to catch it, but suddenly the bomb's countdown ended. Drip! Bang! Fortunately, it wasn't an antimatter bomb but a high-energy explosive bomb, causing plasma sparks to rise several tens of meters high on the spot. Within 100 meters, all the executives playing volleyball were blown into a pile of flesh. Then, the pile of flesh gradually gathered into the appearance of family members and executives, enjoying themselves. Since completing the second genetic segment evolution, the Emochen family had become more playful. Volleyball wasn't enough, they wanted to play with bombs, knowing it was hard to die. Emochen sighed and thought that he had to do everything himself. He then picked up a bottle of liquid water and a metal bottle containing a mixture of frozen liquid gas. Through various chemical tools, he mixed these liquids together, and the final result dripped into a small bottle, containing a dozen drops of blue liquid. Emochen licked his lips, took a sip from the bottle, and suddenly his face darkened as he cursed, "Damn! I shouldn't have blown up the toilet cleaner factory. Now I can't produce it." Ding! The basic structure of the spaceship has been completed. It needs 50 million evolution points to strengthen, then it can take off. Only 50 million evolution points? Are you kidding me? Now there are tens of billions of evolution points, more than enough. Can't you spare a bit more? What the heck, I can't spend it all. What can I do? If you're so capable, why don't you evolve to devour planets? I was planning to use which planet as an engine. Brother, can't you strengthen the child a bit more? What the heck, we're already at the critical point. Without a better genetic structure, we can't continue to strengthen. Just 50 million, let's strengthen. As soon as the words fell, the huge creature next to them, which covered the sky, burst layer by layer of flesh cocoons all over its body. It stopped feeding and began its third genetic mutation. Oh, I haven't given you the special reward yet, do you want it? Yes, I want it now. There are too many people here. It's not appropriate to do it in front of so many people, right? Emochen was speechless for a while. The degree of speechlessness in his life had risen to a new level. Then he thought to himself, if I want it, I'll just take it, what's the big deal? Don't rush, I haven't started yet. Okay, you talk too much nonsense. What's the special reward? Psychic energy. You discovered the psychic isotope, right? That thing is very compatible with psychic energy. I studied it and found that it can elevate your psychic power to a new level. Okay. Emochen felt a strange power rushing into his body from the top of his head. At first, he didn't feel much, but suddenly he realized something was wrong. Unimaginable pain enveloped his consciousness. Emochen had died countless times. He was used to pain like eating and drinking. But this kind of pain was beyond the physical. It was like the agony of the entire soul, as if the soul was being tortured in the fires of hell. Then, Emochen flew out of his spiritual body to inspect with his naked eyes. Suddenly, he discovered that his originally white spiritual body was slowly being infected by a blue-black force. Emochen endured the pain and murmured, "Is this the legendary corruption? Ding! Corruption my foot, whether it's white or pink, without experiencing friction, how could it turn black?" Emochen had no words to refute. He sat on the ground, clenched his hands, nails embedded in his flesh, slowly enduring this painful yet pleasurable sensation. Perhaps, this was what they called growth. In no time, when Emochen opened his eyes, it was already dark outside. The floating spiritual body in front of him felt more solid, turning into a beautiful blue-black color. Perhaps one day it would turn into a purple-black. After retracting his spiritual body, Emochen stood up and saw the spaceship behind him still undergoing mutation, while the family members gathered around a burning black fire. No one spoke, it was quiet, even Brother Zong,
who was as big as a mountain, sat on the ground with his chubby legs crossed neatly. Emo-chan walked up to the family members, looking at the burning black fire in front of him, feeling that something was off. How could flames be black? And the burning object was very strange. A large circular disc with a diameter of over 10 meters was burning like firewood. The more he looked, the more it resembled a circular spaceship. Suddenly, Emo-chan thought of the pattern on the statue. Wasn't the symbol of the Martians a circular spaceship? What's going on with this thing? Everyone else, shut up, Feng Chu, you explain. Answering the boss, not long ago I was overseeing the hatching work of Leviathan. Suddenly a spaceship fell from the sky. The family members used the fire on it to roast meat, but all the meat disappeared. They were confused, and so was I. Emo-chan's scalp tingled, a spaceship falling from the sky, and the first reaction of everyone was not to check for danger, but to gather around and roast meat? And the meat was grilled too? Ding! There are some intelligent life forms inside, fish them out, slaughter them, mess with genes, mutation points, maybe even special mutation points. Afterwards, Emo-chan used mental perception and found that his perception range had expanded by several circles, estimated to be around 100 meters. These were not important. What was important was that amidst the raging fire, there was a humanoid species curled up inside. Save me. I came to help you. Emo-chan's eyes lit up. He had experienced this kind of communication before. The administrators also used telepathy. Don't just stand there, there's something locked inside here. Let's find a way to rescue it. Wolong looked dejected, a face full of sadness. But boss, the things we just grilled. Emo-chan raised his hand and gave Wolong a little melon. Thud. You guys are addicted to barbecuing, huh? What can this fire grill? It's sinister, put it out quickly. Wolong understood, then took a deep breath. Ha. Phew, phew. Thud. How can saliva put out a fire? I told you this fire is no ordinary fire. Emo-chan scolded. Boss, let me try. At that moment, Octopus with 8 arms walked to the fire, looking like a balloon all puffed up, its mouth turned towards the fire. Ha! Blah! Instantly, a large puddle of black ink was spit out and sprayed onto the flames. As a result, the black flames were like a black hole, capable of devouring anything, and the ink spit out by the octopus disappeared completely. Emo-chan wanted to say something but felt that swearing was impolite. After all, no matter what, those being cursed were still his family. Emo-chan rubbed his head, his hair almost pulled out, looking helpless at Feng Chu. Feng Chu nodded, understanding in his heart, when the enemy comes, we block them, when water comes, we cover it with soil. Since we can't extinguish this fire with water, bury it with soil, maybe that will put it out. Emo-chan raised his thumb and ordered, did everyone hear what the strategist said? Dig some soil and bury it. After that, a bunch of monsters grabbed soil and rocks, throwing them into the fire, but there was no response, as if they were throwing them into a bottomless pit, unable to suppress the trend of the fire. Just when they were at a loss, various brothers standing on the side like a mountain stood up, lifted their big feet, and stomped down, shaking the ground. Emo-chan was dumbfounded. There was a creature inside. Would it still be there after this stomp? Then, various brothers' faces showed mixed emotions. As if stepping on a nail, they sat down heavily, pressing down on many members of Emo-chan's family, shouting loudly towards the sky. Under the sole of the brother's right leg, a large scar was burned, which healed in no time. The ground where they were stepped on sank into a big pit, and within this pit, fortunately, the flames had dissipated, and the spaceship finally revealed its original appearance, shining silver metallic color. Standard circular shape, the body resembling a large disc, thick in the middle and thin at the edges. After the flames dissipated, Emo-chan tried to lift the object with his mental power, testing the effectiveness of his enhanced mental power. Slowly, the large metal disc in the ground floated up. However, there was a hole in the middle of this large disc, blocked by the flames just now showing signs of damage. Emo-chan was delighted. Without using much willpower, he lifted the thing up, showing that the strengthened mental power was more than just a bit stronger. Soon, a hole opened in the circular window cover, and a gray humanoid creature about 1.4 meters tall walked out. After seeing the appearance of these creatures, Emo-chan couldn't help but exclaim, "Little gray people? Why do they look like E.T.?" As soon as these words were spoken, the gray layer on the little gray person's body opened up like a protective suit, revealing its true appearance underneath. Beneath this gray outer layer was a face resembling that of a human child. The face was somewhat pale, the mouth had degenerated, completely devoid of color. "Thank you for saving me. You are the most intelligent civilization on this planet, right? We are the creators of your civilization." The voice did not travel through the air but resonated directly in Emo-chan's mind. Emo-chan took a deep breath. "Long, give it a big slap." Upon hearing this, Long rolled up his sleeves, without a word, and in the bewildered eyes of the little gray man, smack, a big slap was delivered. After the hit, Long stepped back, leaving the little gray man standing there, bewildered and unsure.
We created you. All life on this planet is our bloodline.
Emochan smacked his lips, signaling Long to give the damn thing another big slap.
Smack! Smack! Long went up and directly delivered 2 big slaps, then stepped back.
The little gray man was in a bad state, his gray protective suit reassembled, making him look like a character from a movie.
Your attacks have no effect on me now. Without Emochan needing to speak, Long knew what to do, and went up to deliver 3 big slaps. However, like hitting a quagmire, the force melted away on the gray skin, having no effect at all. I've already said, your attacks. Bang! Long kicked the little gray man into the air, and after about 3 seconds, smack, he fell back down onto the spaceship. Please stop your attack test.
I don't have any real malice towards you.
Upon hearing this, a friendly smile appeared on Emochan's face. He raised his hand to stop Long from hitting again, then walked up to the little gray man, smiling. Don't be angry, little one. Uncle was just testing your physical fitness, and it seems very good. Wait, I can't directly understand your language. Can't we establish a telepathic connection?
The little gray man waved his hand. Then, Emochan opened up the mental domain, trying to express his thoughts directly with his mind power.
You eat where?
Obviously, direct mental communication was unfamiliar to Emochan, and his expression was somewhat incoherent. Then, the little gray man waved his hand and summoned a thumb-sized metal floating ball from the spaceship. The metal floating object emitted a light and scanned everyone. With a gentle scan, the ball learned the usage of the Raji language. The little gray man spoke through the ball. I come from beyond your galaxy. We once planted our life here, and you are all life nurtured by us.
Emochan raised an eyebrow. You're wrong.
You come from Mars in this galaxy.
No, we come from a distant galaxy. We planted life here and then sealed it off. Emochan raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Martians had lost their history as well.
So, why are you here to help us? Before the little gray man could reply, Long pointed at him and scolded. What's with the black flames on your damn ship? We were barbecuing here, and everything we grilled vanished.
The floating ball spoke. Those flames are a protective measure to keep me from exposure to vacuum, evaporating anything they touch.
What you grilled should have vaporized.
Forget about the barbecue. How can you help us? My people have found life here reviving.
As failed experimental subjects, we must destroy you. Upon hearing this, Emochan looked meaningfully at the little gray man.
So, you've betrayed your people to come save us? It's not that. I'm here to give you a revelation. Suddenly, 3 kinds of intelligent civilizations have emerged here. We are pleased, so you need to eliminate the other 2 intelligent life forms. I understand what you mean.
One is the human form, the other is the mechanical form of humans, and the third is our Emochan family. But I have a question. Your civilization has developed for so long. Why do I feel that your technology is quite ordinary?
The floating sphere replied, all civilizations in the universe are limited by rules in technological development. Our technological civilization has only reached level 2, close to level 3. Currently, the highest known cosmic civilization is close to level 4, which is close to the ideal. Oh my goodness, not even a level 4 civilization. Then what level does 1/4 the speed of light belong to?
Close to a level 1 civilization.
Damn! I thought I would see the nullifiers. Late at night, with a dark moon and no rain, a gentle breeze blew sand.
On the ground, there were small mounds one after another.
Most members of the Emochan family dug a hole, buried themselves as if sleeping, and could absorb inorganic elements from the ground.
By the way, why was your spaceship blown with a big hole? Emochan plucked an apple from his shoulder and handed it to the little gray man in front of him.
I accidentally ran into interstellar pirates on my way here.
They intercepted my warp channel, but luckily I escaped.
We have given up obtaining energy through eating. Most cosmic intelligent life forms have given up this method, as it is very primitive.
Emochan glanced coldly at the little gray man. Giving up eating was like giving up deliciousness.
With a crisp sound, the juicy apple burst in Emochan's mouth as he stirred the apple pieces with his tongue, saying, Is the universe outside very cruel? There are even interstellar pirates? For example, civilizations engaging in resource plunder, easily wiping out lower-level civilizations and such. Energy wars are common.
Level 3 civilizations no longer need to fight for energy. Most wars are between level 1 and 2 civilizations.
Emochan nodded, puzzled. Why are you so straightforward? I ask, and you answer. So tell me, how can I escape the solar system? It's simple, if our civilization allows it, you can leave. Emochan scoffed, humph, clearing other intelligent civilizations, right?
It's like raising goo worms, allowing only one type of intelligent life form to exist.
After speaking, Emochan patted the little gray man's shoulder, only to find that his cells couldn't penetrate the skin. This gray skin was like the little gray man's spacesuit. Hey, what is this suit made of? Can you give me some to play with? Emo-chan raised an eyebrow.
No, if I give you this material, it will interfere with the development speed of your civilization.
Besides, it goes against universal law.
The floating metal sphere next to the little gray man firmly refused.
Emo-chan felt overwhelmed. If there were already universal laws outside, wouldn't it be similar to the Human Federation? Alright, stingy fellow, I understand what you're saying. If you want to leave, then leave quickly.
The little gray man pointed to his spaceship nearby. My spaceship is broken, so I can't leave for now. I'll have to wait for my compatriots to come and help me with repairs.
Emo-chan looked at the little gray man strangely. What kind of aircraft are you guys running? A level 2 civilization, a peak level 2 civilization, can't even fix a spaceship. What have you been doing during this time of your civilization?
Our family built a spaceship in less than a year. That's why we are so interested in your civilization. I reckon after a few more rotations of this planet, my compatriots will arrive. The little gray man shrugged.
Ding! What are you up to? Are you planning to let them go? Do you want evolution points? Do you want mutation points?
This kind of advanced intelligent life form, killing one is worth at least 10 evolution points.
They are a second-level civilization, at the peak of the second level. Why offend them now? Second-level peak, I'm afraid of sheep epilepsy. What's the big deal? A slap to death, if not dead, slap harder. If anything happens, this palace will support you. Go watch TV dramas.
The night passed, with the addition of an alien, one who had an accident halfway and risked his life to come to Earth just to convey a message, a little gray man.
And it said that in a few days, its companions would come to rescue it. Emo-chan always felt that this kind of alien was silly. After 3 days, enough emotions had developed. The little gray man and the Emo-chan family got along well, learning from good people and bad people, following the dragon, then learned to wear stockings. At this moment, when the little gray man arrived, it was fine, but now it was a mess. Wearing the latest thong on its head, fishnet, and black stockings on its arms and legs, the dragon patiently explained to the little gray man how to walk with grace in stockings. At this moment, Emo-chan and Feng-chu were studying how to create the scent of a toilet cleaner together. Of course, it was all Feng-chu's credit. Feng-chu handed a large cup of blue liquid to Emo-chan. Okay, boss, I've figured out the formula for the toilet cleaner. Everything is ready now. Taste it and see if it's the right scent.
Emo-chan took it and drank it in one gulp, giving a thumbs up, feeling his pores opening up instantly. That was the scent.
On the other side, amidst the cheers of many members of the Emo-chan family, a fashion show began.
A catwalk made of bones was set up on the ground, with a huge curtain blocking the backstage. Amidst the cheers of the Emo-chan family members, the curtain was raised, and the first to come out was Captain Octopus. It was already rare for an octopus monster to walk the runway, but even more unusual was the outfit on this octopus monster. 9 human skulls strung together like beads hung around its neck, reminiscent of Sha Wujing's attire. Its octopus legs were adorned with bones and animal skin decorations, giving off a primitive caveman vibe. Before stepping onto the runway, it struck a few strange poses, making the audience below from the Emo-chan family as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood.
Emo-chan swallowed his saliva, thinking that these brats would always find new ways to play. After Captain Octopus left, a heavyweight figure came on stage. The dragon. The atmosphere of the whole venue was ignited by the dragon's entrance. Still as hot and unique as ever, able to play with lingerie and stockings in various ways. Just a casual pose could drive the family members crazy. Dragon! Dragon! Dragon, the eternal god. The dragon threw a flirtatious look at everyone, walked off the runway, and then, an even more remarkable presence appeared. The little gray man. Seeing the outfit on the little gray man, Emo-chan spat out the vodka he had just swallowed. Boss, is the scent I created not right? Feng-chu asked in confusion. No, I just can't figure out how the dragon got the little gray man to willingly wear these things. On the runway, the little gray man's outfit was beyond description, surpassing the dragon in its eccentricity and uniqueness. Little gray man. Little gray man. We all love the little gray man.
Emo-chan glanced at Feng-chu and murmured, fortunately, not everyone in the family is as playful as the dragon.
These bastards always manage to come up with new tricks. Ding! The spaceship is estimated to hatch in a few tens of minutes. Give the child a name. Emo-chan turned to look at the huge whale-shaped spaceship cocooned behind him. Give a name? Isn't it usually the child's mother who names them? Call him Zixin, Zihan, Zixuan, Yuchen? Alright, stop fooling around with these jokes. A spaceship is still a ship, so let's just call it the Emo-chan coolness number. That sounds awful. It's better to call it the little prince number. You want to call this child the little prince with this appearance? Are you insulting the child? How about we call it the Titanic? Come on, are you cursing it to sink? Let's just call it the little boat.
Emochan shook his head. Brothers, stop playing around.
Come over here and discuss what we should name this ship. Based on everyone's votes, I'll look at the name with the highest votes first. Kai-Su Koan?
Emochan looked at the first piece of paper in his hand and curiously asked, "Who came up with this good name? Please explain."
Captain Octopus raised his octopus hand proudly from the crowd and said, "Boss, this is my idea.
You see, our ship is quite big, and we can also grow some vegetables on it, so I chose the first character Kai. And the place we are going to is space, which is like a void, so I chose the character Su. Also, our ship looks like a koan fish, symbolizing the koanpang spreading its wings, so Kai-Su Koan fits perfectly."
Emochan nodded, then tore up the paper and read the next one, "Sunshine for Thousands of Miles? Ding! This is from my pursuit of anime. A good name, right? We're not becoming pirates. Next. Ruota. Too mystical. Next. Arc. We're going for a fight, not to save all beings. Next. Morax. Forget it, let's just call it Emochan Leviathan."
With the spaceship's name confirmed, it was time to set sail. Emochan proudly looked at the huge spaceship about to break out of its shell behind him, and in front of him, there were tens of thousands of Emochan family biomonster members.
Young ones?
This is a big step for our family, and a significant step that isn't nonsense. At that moment, many members of the Emochan family raised their arms and shouted, "Emochan is awesome, Emochan family rises." Emochan waved his hand, indicating that a few words were enough, then continued, "We are heading to space, so we need to leave some members on this planet to continue growing and developing. Salted fish, octopus, scorpion, dragon and phoenix, brother zone, you're coming with me on this expedition. The rest of the staff members, I leave everything here to you." With no objections, even the salted fish seemed as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Then, bang! The Emochan Leviathan behind them burst open, shedding its cocoon of flesh, revealing a new appearance, still a koan fish, with an insect-like exoskeleton structure, but looking more ferocious and brutal, and its size had suddenly increased a bit.
It was now 1.2 kilometers long and over 600 meters high. After rehatching, this giant creature roared with its mouth wide open. This roar shook the heavens and the earth, stirring up one sandstorm after another.
Then, suspended in mid-air, it resembled a floating island. "Impressive, your biological technology civilization has reached a first-class level. I congratulate you here and hope you can make greater contributions to our civilization," the floating orb next to the small gray man said.
Emochan raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Our Emochan family is free, not under anyone's control."
Any civilization needs constraints and control, and you will eventually comply with universal laws, fulfill your mission, and become the most powerful civilization in this galaxy. After the small gray man finished speaking, 6 metal discs suddenly appeared about 50 meters above the ground. It seemed as if they had been there for a long time, but only now revealed their appearance.
Reluctantly, the small gray man said to Dragon and Phoenix, "Dragon and Phoenix, I will miss you. I will not forget the days we spent together. Thank you for helping me understand the pursuit of beauty." Dragon and Phoenix looked at the small gray man, took 2 steps forward, and with a slap, gave him a big slap. "Remember, this is how we greet each other in our family." The little gray man nodded, then in an instant, the short gray figure disappeared on the spot, and the 6 metal discs suspended in mid-air vanished in a blink. Seeing this, Emochan furrowed his brow slightly. The peak of the second-level civilization was indeed well-deserved, far from being as simple as it appeared on the surface. His gaze then shifted to the metal spaceship with a hole pierced through it on the ground. This was a peak second-level civilization spaceship. If he could understand the technology inside and the metallic elements, wouldn't his strength skyrocket? The idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Shortly after the little gray man left, the spaceship on the ground suddenly began to disintegrate. It decomposed gradually in a bizarre manner, as if it didn't belong to that space, eventually being slowly devoured and reclaimed by the space. Emochan couldn't let the opportunity slip away. Without a second thought, he strode forward and grabbed a handful of metal shards at the moment the spaceship disappeared. However, like sand slipping through his fingers, the metal shards dissolved in his hand at a rapid pace. Unable to hold on, Emochan couldn't help but swallow the metal shards, trying to absorb the metallic elements with every cell in his body, even if it was just a little bit. Ding! Unlocking the Edmund alloy arrangement method. How did your brain suddenly start working so fast? I couldn't even react in time. Emochan chuckled and joked, Edmund alloy, can't it turn into Wolverine? You're thinking too much. Edmund alloy refers to the arrangement of atoms, similar to how carbon atoms form diamonds. You currently have no way to produce these metallic elements,
but I can use elements like iron and gold to create an alloy based on this arrangement, collectively known as Edmund alloy.
Do you understand? You're the boss, you're awesome, you figure it out. I'll help you get whatever you need. Good to know. We can set off now. The next genetic arrangement is almost ready. Find a special genetic structure that can carry the affinity between cells and elements. Where do I find that? How would I know that? The skin of the little gray man is a pity.
I studied it for a long time while Wulong was playing. Your cellular abilities are not enough for dissection, but you can develop the psychic isotope. Upon hearing this, Emochan had an idea in his mind that the psychic isotope and psychic power were connected.
How did Zheng Helan's research team manage to get hold of this in the first place? It would probably be difficult to find the answer. With a thought, Emochan looked at Guzong, who was dozens of meters away. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out a cubic block from Guzong's abdomen.
Originally, Emochan intended to give the psychic isotope to Guzong for absorption, as his body was essentially a large laboratory where anything could be broken down and rearranged. But now, he had a better option, the Emochan Leviathan floating in midair. Now, the title of the highest combat power had once again become Emochan Leviathan.
This was a biomonster manufactured by combining the abilities of the entire Emochan family and Earth's resources.
It contained everything, with the highest level of heavy metal radiation elements reaching 3S.
There were over 200 tons stored.
However, it was still in the storage phase, and Emochan currently couldn't handle the 3S radiation minerals, let alone the 2S level. There were plenty of riches waiting to be mined.
And the universe, well, it was an even bigger gold mine. Brothers, let's board the ship. Emochan raised the psychic isotope cube and said.
Then, the Leviathan's body shot out tens of thousands of snake-like tentacles, wrapping around Emochan, selected family members, and pulling Guzong's body into its own. In the stratosphere, a giant monster was soaring with outstretched wings.
In the morning sunlight, it undulated and swayed, resembling a disco-dancing elder. This was the Emochan family's spaceship in the universe, the Leviathan.
In the central position of the Leviathan's head, there was a huge space where the top members of the Emochan family were planning their next steps. The tallest figure, Brother Zone, had half of his body exposed while the other half was embedded in flesh, making him look like a mountain. Moving around inside the spaceship was as simple as the ship's body would shift its members around like intestines, squeezing them to different locations, hence no need for airlocks. Due to shared perception capabilities, the Emochan family members aboard the ship could sense what was happening inside and outside the ship. Therefore, there was no need for windows as the Leviathan's body was covered in observing eyeballs that could grow out at any time. Moreover, the walls of the spaceship were covered with mushrooms, fruits, and even sweet potatoes.
This pinnacle of biotechnology spaceship was incredibly convenient. Let's outline the plan. Aren't we currently in Earth's troposphere? Once we reach space, we'll engage plasma jet acceleration and head towards the orbit of Mars. I suggest there's a base on the moon, right?
Let's take care of that first, plunder its resources as a pit stop. Feng Chao played with the electronic screen editor in his hand. Although this was human technology, under Feng Chao's modifications, it could be charged through flesh and blood connections, a fusion of two technologies.
Suddenly, a message popped up. Feng Chao said, "Boss, Raj knows about our space migration. We are currently in a cooperative relationship with him. Is it too early to break ties with him?"
After Feng Chao finished speaking, he opened the email. It read, Emochan, first of all, congratulations to your family.
It's time for cooperation now. You need my help, and I need yours. Only by joining forces can we navigate this galaxy. Please park your spaceship in lunar orbit. I need to speak with you face to face on the moon. After reading the message, Emochan chuckled, once false friends, now true enemies.
The Little Grey's kin have also landed a spaceship on Mars. He must have received the Little Grey's revelation. Feng Chao nodded in agreement and began pondering the gathered information. Among the people fleeing Earth, many were infected. Even if they were all transformed into mechanical beings, it was fine.
People always needed pets.
Therefore, it was normal for family members like cats and dogs to witness the Little Grey's spaceship.
Boss, what do you mean? Feng Chao raised an eyebrow curiously. Emochan pondered, find a way to take down the Little Grey. If we can't, we must escape from here. We can't keep following their rules, wiping out the mechanical human civilization. What's the point? What use is it to clear out the Earth of those surviving in hardship? If we successfully leave the solar system, we'll still be at the mercy of others. If Raj is smart enough, he'll know what to do.
Feng Chao nodded. Since the boss has decided on the main plan, let me share my thoughts on the smaller scale. I've already understood the barrier outside the solar system. It's a force field that humans and we currently cannot comprehend. The Human Federation knows how the force field is formed. There's an alien technology building on Mercury, and that building is the key to the force field.
The crucial point lies in what Lee Igwa left behind. Lunar base. Semicircular fully enclosed houses stood here, housing nearly 5,000 mechanical residents.
There was no air here, definitely not suitable for colonization.
Even for mechanical beings, it would be challenging to survive in this environment. Leviathan first circled the moon's orbit for a week, then slowly closed the plasma valve behind its back.
Finally, it dove straight into the lunar base. Floating above the lunar base, a few pipelines were dropped down.
Two figures descended, Mo-chan and Feng-chu.
Their bodies had undergone some changes, as there was no air in the vacuum of space, and it was exceptionally cold. To balance the pressure, they were covered with a thin layer of shiny black exoskeletons.
They looked like humanoid beetles.
Ahead of them, several residents came to greet them, looking just like humans with noses, eyes, and mouths, but now entirely mechanical in structure.
Congratulations on taking the first step. The federal president has been waiting for you inside for a while.
Following the guidance of a few individuals, they boarded a lunar hover car, passing through semicircular white-domed houses within the lunar base, arriving at the largest base building. With a hiss, the hatch opened, and they entered, the hatch closing behind them with another hiss as another hatch opened. Inside was brightly lit and spacious, resembling a small park. Earth plants were also grown inside the base, capable of thriving. Unfortunately, Mo-chan did not reach out to the lunar base. The colonists here were few.
Passing through one door after another, Mo-chan arrived at the final destination, the room prepared by Raj. The most prominent feature in the room was the statue in the center. It was a statue of the father of machinery, Lee Igwa, holding a child in one hand and a cube in the other. Raj stood beneath the statue, spreading his arms in a welcoming gesture to Mo-chan, saying, "I was supposed to wait for you on Mars, but due to urgent circumstances, I brought things here. It's necessary to take a look now."
Finally, Raj waved his hand, projecting a black stone monument several tens of meters high in the room. Mo-chan raised an eyebrow at the sight. The monument resembled those found in temples.
However, Mo-chan was certain that this monument was a replica, made of different materials. Our father left behind 10 stone monuments before he died. This is the first one. I hope you can decipher the information on this one.
Hearing this, Mo-chan looked at the monument, where at the top was a line written in Raj's language, with the rest of the text in Chinese.
Why don't you learn to decipher it yourself? I can teach you, Mo-chan joked.
Raj shook his head, saying, "Chinese is too difficult to learn.
I still can't fully understand the words you taught me. I can't figure out how they fit together." Then, with a serious expression, Raj asked, "Have you heard any bad news? Like letters from certain people or conveying certain messages?" Mo-chan shook his head, smiling faintly. "I don't know what you're talking about.
We are partners now, but I sense a hint of betrayal from you." Raj grinned. "We are in this together, there can't be any infighting." Mo-chan dispersed his mental senses and read the Chinese characters on the monument from right to left. "I believe the last hope needs a qualified heir to find it.
In the 122nd year of the Resurgence era, I left my final words.
We have always been confined within the solar system, and human civilization dissipated in the year 2459 AD.
Thousands of years later, I revived human civilization.
However, these are incomplete human genes, and the reproductive abilities of most people are gradually disappearing. In the 14th year of the Resurgence era, the Creator's civilization returned once more, frightening my child Raj. My poor Raj should not have seen them. Originally, the Creator's civilization wanted to destroy us, but another, more advanced civilization stopped our Creator. I do not know what they are, but they provided us with another way to break free. They left an opportunity on Mercury, an opportunity to destroy the force field. The inscription on the monument concluded here.
After Mo-chan finished reading, he looked at Raj and said, "Where is the next stone tablet?" Raj didn't reply, casually waved his hand, and the projection dissipated.
"Friend, we agreed to share with each other.
Can you tell me what is recorded on this?" Mo-chan pondered. "You have seen the Creator's civilization, but you don't know more."
The alien structure on Mercury was created by a different, more advanced civilization.
Hearing this, Raj's expression became excited. "Can that building really destroy the force field?" Mo-chan nodded. "What about the other 9 stone tablets? There is more information I need to find."
Raj chuckled. "You're lying to me. That alien structure was created by our Creator's civilization."
"There is no civilization more advanced than the Creator. Are you stupid?" Mo-chan scolded.
Raj's mechanical face twisted into a strange smile, looking extremely rigid.
"Enough, knowing this information is sufficient. The Creator did not deceive me.
Once we eliminate you and the remnants of humanity on Earth, that building will automatically open, and we can leave the solar system to exist in the universe with the creator.
Emo-chan regretted not bringing Wulong. If Wulong were here, he would have just slapped Raj. Are you kidding me? Just a damn creator, why do you worship him?
Raj continued with a meaningful smile, humph.
You're still lying to me.
The creator has already told you, only one of the 3 intelligent civilizations can exist. Emo-chan shrugged helplessly, not expecting Raj to be brainwashed so easily.
I don't care if you're stupid or not. Give me the remaining 9 stone tablets. Since you only need 1, I want the rest of the 9. Mr. Emo-chan, you are not honest at all.
I think our cooperation should end here. Raj stared at Emo-chan.
Fengchu glanced coldly at Raj and said, you are even more foolish than we imagined. The creator's civilization is just one of the civilizations in the universe. They have even been robbed.
It's nothing significant. Breaking the relationship with just a few words, you are not rational enough.
Shut up. The creator created us, gave us life, and you, the Emo family? Ridiculous. Just a lowly creator left behind on Earth, a low-level creator's civilization. The life created is all ugly monsters. Emo-chan couldn't help but chuckle. Zimil didn't misjudge you.
You are the kind of person who lacks courage, unwilling to accept the creator on one hand, and flattering the creator on the other.
You are really ridiculous. Raj's steel face unexpectedly flushed with a strange redness. You don't understand.
I, in the past, misunderstood the creator's intentions.
Their arrival is our redemption.
They want to tell us that only a mechanical body is a perfect life form. So when we become mechanical, the creator appeared, telling us that our path is not wrong. I have always been right.
Emo-chan looked disdainful. Go live with your creator,
give me the 9 stone tablets, and we'll each do our own thing. The air fell silent for a moment.
Mr. Emo-chan, have you not understood yet? The war has already begun when you are not honest.
Emo-chan gestured with a middle finger, disdainfully saying, from firing a beam weapon from Mars to the moon, it would take at least a few minutes.
My spaceship has long taken off. You are a genius. Raj snorted coldly. Emo-chan,
your civilization does not belong here in the first place. I speculate that you are the offspring left behind when some civilization came to Earth in the past, coincidentally living with the former humans for a while.
It's just that you have now revived.
Emo-chan felt speechless for a moment, and Raj's level of speechlessness was taken to a whole new level. This guy's imagination was truly out of this world.
Alright, if you insist on going your own way and not cooperating, that's fine.
Just make sure to keep the remaining 9 stone tablets safe for me.
After all, that's something your old man left behind, and you wouldn't want to damage it, right?
Of course, I will carry the relics left by my father and integrate them into the creator's civilization, surviving among the galaxies with the creator. Raj said proudly.
Emo-chan felt nauseous listening to this. You're making me sick. Your light weapon is not effective. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Are you planning to burn down everyone within miles with it?
Raj turned his back to Emo-chan. They sacrificed themselves for the future of humanity. Even in death, they are proud.
Boom!
Emo-chan's fist struck Raj's chest from behind, and with a swift motion, he tore out the mechanical components and wires from inside. Looking at these cold mechanical parts in his hand, Emo-chan sighed. Not all machines are the same. Your father and you are worlds apart. You truly are a cold machine, devoid of any warmth. It's truly pitiful.
Boom!
The destructive beam on Mars reached this place, accompanied by a bright light of extreme temperature. An area of 2,000 kilometers in diameter was scorched and vaporized by the intense beam, and the lunar base vanished in an instant. Thousands of lives on it disappeared in a blink, inexplicably gone.
Even the king of hell wouldn't know who to blame.
Meanwhile, Leviathan, flying in the distance, observed everything that happened on the moon. Inside Leviathan's belly space, there was a flesh pit where countless cell origin bodies were immersed in green slime. These cell origins belonged to important members of the Emo-chan family. Among them, 2 clusters of cells absorbed the surrounding biomass and reformed a body.
Damn it, just flew out of Earth, and Raj turned against us. It seems we have to fight him and eliminate this bastard. Boss, I've located the position of the destruction beam weapon on Mars. If we steer Leviathan to an area beyond the weapon's reach, we can avoid being attacked. Emo-chan nodded. The good days of war are starting again.
Above Venus, the massive Leviathan spaceship soared like a whale into the dense clouds. Leviathan's body was covered in scars, disfigured by various high-energy particle beam cannons.
Following behind Leviathan were 12 human Federation spacefighter carrier formations.
Once these steel carriers entered Venus's atmosphere, their combat capabilities would be severely compromised. Venus, a scorching planet with surface temperatures reaching hundreds of degrees Celsius, was extremely corrosive to machinery. Not only was the atmosphere thick and the greenhouse effect intense, but it also frequently rained corrosive acid. The air was so hot, like being inside an oven, and the dim light shrouded the area. The 12 human Federation interstellar warships hesitated, and after some consideration, the fleet commander decided not to enter recklessly. The Emochin family didn't care about these temperatures at all, as if they were soaking in hot water. However, they couldn't afford to take the risk. The Human Federation had not established colonies on Venus due to its extremely harsh environment. If their sophisticated mechanical parts were to fail, the entire small fleet would be lost here. Subsequently, the 12 warships turned and left the area. This planet was not somewhere they could freely enter and exit. Suddenly, just as the 12 ships were about to leave, a radiation lightning beam broke through the clouds and struck them like a whip. Bang! The 12 ships were instantly annihilated, leaving behind 12 beautiful fireworks dissipating in the air. And at this moment, Leviathan closed its huge mouth and suddenly turned around. It descended slowly onto the surface of Venus. To be honest, Leviathan had just been holding back its true power, solely focused on escaping, but unexpectedly found the opposition to be unexpectedly fragile. Subsequently, the fleshy tentacle structure of the Leviathan spacecraft rooted itself into the ground like a plant, spreading across everything within a radius of 10 kilometers. Venus, an extremely active planet with violent geological changes. It is abundant in volcanoes, emitting thick clouds of volcanic smoke that form heavy cloud layers. The surface flows with either magma or liquid mixtures like sulfur. These elements, when utilized properly, serve as highly nutritious resources. The Leviathan spacecraft had just been damaged, but it rapidly healed at a visible speed at this moment. These bastards, now the entire solar system is under their control. Emo-chen gulped down a sip of bird vodka and roared. Not long ago, they were happily navigating through space like a small fish, but suddenly, they were intercepted halfway. They faced a concentrated attack from almost the entire solar system, with various long-range destructive weapons. They were barely holding on, but fortunately, the Leviathan spacecraft was built to withstand such turmoil and managed to endure. Feng Chu played with the electronic screen in his hand, dismantling and reorganizing the decrypted data step by step. He said, "Boss, now that we are rashly entering Mars, we will undoubtedly face significant resistance. Currently, the Human Federation has eyes and ears all over the solar system, on numerous planets, moons, and even space stations. Their extensive infiltration indicates they are gearing up for their final move." Feng Chu paused for a moment, then continued with a determined expression, "The beheading plan is timeless. I suggest we create small spacecraft to infiltrate Mars, combining internal and external forces to take control of Mars." Emo-chen took a deep breath. The families on Mars are also having a hard time now. The Human Federation has started a widespread campaign of electronic pets, targeting carbon-based lifeforms, sparing not even kittens. It's truly shameless. Wulong exclaimed, "Boss, we can't delay any longer. Let's confront them head-on." Bang! Emo-chen withdrew his hand. Confrontation? We need to proceed step by step, grow stronger, and achieve greatness once again. Tar-Ja has made a name for himself on Mars. Although he has turned into a machine, the cells of our Emo-chen family still reside within him. I'll find a way for him to appoint you as his secretary. I'll take over as the general manager, and Feng Chu will be my assistant. By then, conquering Mars will be a piece of cake. Feng Chu's eyes sparkled. By the way, boss, in about 60 hours, one of Tar-Jia's ships will pass near Venus. We can use this opportunity to infiltrate. Okay, let's do it. Outside the atmosphere of Venus, after several hours of transformation, Brother Zone had learned to fly, swaying in the clouds like a flying lizard. Through genetic sharing with Leviathan, Brother Zone could now generate a radiation energy ring from his tail, each section stronger than the last. With the continuous descent of energy from the spiraling tail, the resulting reactive force propelled Brother Zone forward. Emo-chen, Wulong, and Feng Chu sat on Godzilla's head, gradually leaving the atmosphere and soaring into space. Behind them, the Emo-chen family was absorbing various elements from the surface of Venus to manufacture small Leviathan spacecraft. The environment of Venus turned out to be unexpectedly favorable for the Emo-chen family, even surpassing Earth. They had successfully cultivated fungal crops there. Places unwanted by the Human Alliance could serve as the Emo-chen family's base. Ding! Estimated consumption of 5 million evolution points for the first reinforcement of the fungal mat. Only 5 million evolution points? How long will it take to spend them all? Can we grow mushrooms? Grow mushrooms? What's growing mushrooms? The little girl who picks mushrooms is fine. By the way, I want to cultivate a monster specifically to assist me in studying gene sequencing. How about giving me your scorpion little brother? Scorpion? He has always dreamed of becoming a biochemist. If he learns from you, I trust him. Thank you, Emo-chen boss. I love you, moi. Come give me a kiss.
I don't mind your bad breath. Emochan coldly responded, you can't even kiss me, stop grossing people out.
Before long, the elder brother broke through the atmosphere and flew into space. Space, empty and cold. In this environment, Emochan and the young dragon and phoenix covered themselves with a thin outer space insect armor.
Emochan communicated through mental contact, I estimate that we will be able to see that spaceship in space soon.
By then, we need to find a way to avoid surveillance here. The phoenix said, we can hide behind the satellite of Venus, avoiding detection, and the boss can inform Targia to have the transport spaceship approach the satellite of Venus. In this interstellar space, a mineral transport spaceship passed by. This was a spaceship flying from the Saturn or mining factory. Targia had already transferred all his assets and started a spaceship transport industry on Mars.
Inside the captain's cabin of the transport ship. Alright boss, change the flight path to approach the Venus satellite, right? Is there some contraband to transport?
Don't worry boss, the Human Federation won't find out, their capabilities are not enough in my eyes. Then, the captain forcibly changed the ship's orbit to bypass the Venus satellite.
Inside the captain's cabin of the transport spaceship.
This ship didn't need a first mate or sailors, just one person to make decisions. Now, humans were connected to machines, so everyone on the ship was connected through data to the captain's electronic chip in his brain. At this moment, the captain was somewhat distracted, looking at a box of paper cigarettes on the table. The mechanical electronic eyes contracted slightly, then slowly opened. He looked very similar to a normal person, almost like he was made of flesh, but that was just appearance. The captain used to smoke, and he took out a cigarette, lit it with his index finger, and tried to inhale, but he couldn't, as he no longer had the function of breathing.
Approaching the orbit of Venus 1 satellite, receiving incoming cargo.
A cold mechanical voice sounded in his ear, and the captain, cigarette in hand, looked at the projection screen, feeling a sense of unease.
On the screen, he saw a huge glowing tail at the external cargo door.
Then the external cargo door closed.
First officer, replay the previous footage. Yes, Captain.
The camera then played back the eerie scene it had captured. In the vastness of space, a giant lizard creature flew into the transport ship from the first satellite of Venus.
What on earth is this?
A lizard.
How could it be so big?
Murmured the transport ship captain silently. Suddenly, red lights lit up in the cabin, accompanied by a beeping alarm. Warning, unknown creature is damaging the spaceship. Warning, 26 armed crew members have died in the counterattack process. Warning, unknown creature is rapidly approaching this location.
Bang! Crack!
Suddenly, there was a sound of metal being twisted and torn in the cabin. The captain turned around abruptly and saw a thick metal bulkhead being ripped open by a pair of sharp metal claws.
Hello, Captain, are you going to take us to distant lands? 3 figures entered.
They were covered in insect-like exoskeleton armor, shiny black all over. When these armors melted away, 3 faces were revealed, 2 men and a woman.
Hello, Captain, thank you for giving us a ride. Will you take us to Mars? How much should I pay you as the fare for this trip?
As the words fell, the captain instinctively took a few steps back and sat back in his chair. Seeing the creature, by instinct, he should have felt afraid. But now, he only felt a bit strange, not the kind of fear he had imagined, as if human emotions had already left him.
Who are you? Are you the goods that Targia asked me to smuggle?
The captain threw the cigarette in his mouth to the floor and stamped it out.
Forget me not. It's been a while since I touched this stuff.
The girl excitedly finished speaking and swiftly ran to the captain's side as if it were her own home, snatching a box of cigarettes from the table. She cheekily held the cigarette in her mouth and nodded, indicating the captain to light it for her. For some reason, the captain even smiled, and his index finger flicked a small blue flame to help the girl light up.
Comfortable.
The girl sat on the table with a contented look, puffing out smoke.
Let me ask again, are you the goods Targia asked me to smuggle? Correct answer. I can tell at a glance that you are very easy to get along with. I like people who are easy to get along with. What you need to do is simple. Safely take us to Mars, and oh, there's a big lizard on this ship, I don't know if you've seen it? We will find a way to hide it. After we arrive on Mars, I will have Targia promote you and make you rich, it's that simple. The captain smiled faintly, I will do my best. Mars colony. Spaceship at the immigration checkpoint. Although Mars is just a colony, its prosperity is no less than that of the former Earth.
After all, more than 100 million people have relocated here, along with the population from the previous colonies, and the intelligent robots created under the mechanical body plan with human consciousness.
In total, the Mars colony has over 3 billion people and more than 40 billion intelligent robots.
In other words, with over 40 billion robots serving 3 billion masters, life here for humans is certainly comfortable.
However, Mars faces a huge problem: the inability to create more robots with human consciousness. The stored consciousnesses have been depleted. But the Human Federation doesn't care because they fully believe that the Creator civilization will help them. To distinguish between humans and robots, people have designed themselves to look like the former humans. That's all. People on Earth are very averse to fully intelligent robots because they once believed that intelligent robots would eventually become uncontrollable and pose a threat to humans. The ratio of robots to humans on Earth is only about 100 to 1. Therefore, the Mars colony has become a demonstration area for intelligent robots. The results of the experiments show that this is the right path, and humans on Earth are almost done for. At this moment, a mineral transport ship under Targia's command arrived at the spaceship inspection checkpoint. As a mineral transport spaceship, this ship is very large, resembling an upside-down pot in appearance. The main feature is the large cargo hold of the spaceship, with not much space inside the cabin. There are only about 30 crew members on this ship, and unknowingly, 26 have died. Their main task is to transport some more goods on the rings of Saturn and its moons, which doesn't require many people. Moreover, Targia's transport company ranks third on Mars. Coming and going, they are already VIP customers here. When the checkpoint staff saw the triangular logo of the Targia group, they usually just lit up the green light directly. But things were different this time. The Human Federation had given orders for strict inspections of all incoming and outgoing ships. The procedures had to be followed, and 19 suction cup-equipped inspection robots flew in at the immigration checkpoint. These robots had a simple but direct way of conducting inspections, only to see that these dozen or so robots were scattered in every corner of the spaceship, attaching suction cups to the surface metal of the spaceship. They then used a special method to generate vibrations, detecting the inside and outside of the spaceship through these vibrations, collecting wave values through rebound, checking for the presence of any extra life forms. After about a minute or so, the 19 detection robots retracted their suction cups back to the detection entrance, and the green light lit up for passage, and the transport spaceship headed towards Mars. The reason they weren't detected was that there were indeed no extra life forms inside the spaceship. In the cargo hold of the spaceship, not only were transported ores stored, but eerily, the surface of the ores was covered with a thick layer of mucus. And floating above these ores was a blue-black spherical spiritual entity. Mo Chen had disintegrated himself, Feng Chu, and Brother General's bodies into this existence of mucus, devoid of any life force. However, the substances that made up the life force were intact. Enveloped within his spiritual entity were 4 cells. Even if the detection tool was advanced, it was impossible to detect the life force of just 4 cells. Afterwards, Mo Chen threw these 4 cells into the mucus that formed flesh and blood. That's how they managed to evade detection. As the cells wriggled in the mucus, life began to proliferate and grow. Mars Steel Refinery. This was a place where various metals were smelted, one of the largest steel factories in the Mars colony. With a hiss, the mineral transport ship's massive 100-meter-high cargo door opened. Following that, a group of program robots entered the cargo door to transport goods, and the ores inside the cargo hold were neatly stacked in piles. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the newly opened cargo door, obliterating all the transport robots before they could enter, turning them into debris. A huge lizard-like monster boldly walked out. Fearless from the start, it seemed like a deity as soon as it landed. And atop this lizard monster, over 70 meters tall, 3 people were still playing cards. "Boss, we've successfully landed on Mars. The gravity here is much lower than on Earth, 3 to 1, Feng Chu said, playing a card. "Pass, can't play. Do you think our entrance was too ostentatious?" Mo Chen looked down at the metal that had been blasted into pieces. "Bomb." "No, boss, I think we're pretty low-key," Wolong said, holding his last 2 cards. Mo Chen smirked. "Damn, the bomb is in your hand again. Looks like you're going to win. Do you have a pair left?" "No, boss, I still have a 3 and a 4 left." Mo Chen gave Wolong a look. "Looks like we're still too low-key. Let's be a bit more high-profile." In this factory, not far away, Brother General was seen wreaking havoc, trampling the buildings inside the steel refinery, causing sparks and explosions beneath him. And at this moment, before the military arrived, a journalist had already arrived with her floating camera to broadcast live from the scene. "Attention, residents, in District 9, the mineral steel refinery has suddenly been invaded by a 72-meter-tall lizard monster. It is currently unknown if it is an unknown life form from another planet. Now, let's interview one of the workers inside the factory and ask what they are thinking right now. Hello, sir, can you tell us how the destruction of the factory has affected you?" The man rubbed his stomach. Although there was nothing in his stomach, he still had to maintain his old habits. "Actually, I think it's fine. It's like we've all turned into iron lumps now, not worrying about food or drink, just find a place to recharge when needed. I think life's pressures are already minimal now.
If the factory closes down, it won't affect me much. The journalist asked in a different way. Sir, you can't think like that.
If the factory closes down, won't you be out of a job? The uncle chuckled. It's okay. When this factory closes, a new one will be built. Actually, I've always wanted to be a music artist, but I can't compete with those robots.
Suddenly, a beam of light streaked past the reporter from less than 50 meters behind, creating a massive shockwave. The ground split open as if by a giant blade. The uncle marveled at the deep trench ahead. Wow, this monster is something else, so powerful. Just then, the military finally arrived, with 20 fighter jets soaring in the sky like majestic eagles. Swish! Another beam of light whipped out like a whip, and the 20 jets vanished with a series of explosions.
Gone as soon as they appeared. The interviewed uncle exclaimed, "Wow, those planes! Wow, that monster! Wow, this is incredible!"
Shortly after the jets went down, two colossal humanoid mechs over 50 meters tall approached from another direction, each step causing the ground to tremble, resembling walking steel mountains.
As the two mechs neared, they joined hands, connecting and emitting a blue plasma shield.
The lizard monster, now more excited, charged towards the mechs with its legs. As they closed in, the mechs linked up, forming a shield.
The lizard's tail struck the shield, shattering it like paper, then slammed into the mech's abdomen with a devastating force.
The tail carried a shockwave of radiation energy, slicing through the mech like butter.
The right mech split in half, leaving the other mech stunned. Realizing the danger, the left mech hesitated to flee, fearing embarrassment.
Before it could react, the lizard struck, blasting a destructive beam through its head.
In a matter of minutes, the 20 jets and two mechs were destroyed, leaving onlookers in shock.
Faced with such a sudden attack, the commanders of the 9th District Army knew they were outmatched. Sending troops would be futile, long-range weapons were the only option.
Just then, the lizard noticed floating cameras and two bewildered individuals nearby.
It advanced towards them, prompting the reporter to flee, but it was too late. A massive beam of light cut through the ground, and when the reporter turned around, three figures stood before her.
Hello. Are you the ones behind this attack?
After the journalist finished speaking, he instinctively handed the microphone to the front.
Well, this is not bad. All humans have turned into mechanical beings. It will be easier to get along in the future. No fear, no running away. By the way, my name is Mo-chan, and I am responsible for this attack. The journalist nodded. So why did you carry out this attack?
Well, you see, boss was originally sleeping, and we were just playing cards. Suddenly we were disturbed. Everyone gets grumpy when they wake up. Plus, seeing how bad the environment is here, considering we used to live on Earth, boss just wanted to vent some frustration here. But you interpreted this behavior as an attack. I think it's a misunderstanding on your part.
Mars Colony Zone 9, inside the steel refinery factory. What was once a well-functioning or smelting plant now resembled a junkyard, dilapidated and uneven, far from smooth.
Amidst this wreckage, Mo-chan began the first step of land contamination. As the saying goes, to get rich, one must first plant trees. Agriculture is the primary factor of production. So, not planting some crops here would be a disservice to the genes in our blood. But Mars is not a fertile place, it's barren, cold, and it never rains. Moreover, the sunlight is insufficient, the atmosphere is thin, and only specific things can be grown here. It can't be ordinary radishes or cabbages, they wouldn't survive. It has to be high-tech crops, the fungus blanket developed by the Mo family. Fungi are vigorous and highly adaptable, forming symbiotic relationships with many plants. For example, most plants in the rainforest have mutually beneficial relationships with fungi. To cut a long story short, let's talk about a puddle of purple sludge on the ground. It's hard to describe its overall shape. Just now boss vomited it out, mistaking it for a large lump of purple tartar. Looking at this thing, Mo-chan felt uncertain. The system said it was a second-generation fungus blanket, but it didn't look as impressive as artificial fertilizers in the fields. System, is this fungus blanket really as miraculous as you claim? Ding! Are you questioning me? This is the second-generation fungus blanket enhanced on Venus, costing over 8 million evolution points. Mo-chan scoffed, not even bothering to look at the first-generation fungus blanket. Pointing at the large blob of fungus blanket on the ground, he asked, "So, what can this thing do? Can it really grow mushrooms, as you say? Stop rushing me." This fungus blanket is adapting its structure based on the geological composition, atmospheric pressure, and air composition here.
Just wait.
With nothing more to say, Mo-chan waited patiently. Soon enough, the mass of fungus seemed to come to life. It slowly melted, spreading across the ground, then began to expand and spread rapidly, reaching a speed of 1 square kilometer per hour.
Ding!
Okay, this fungus blanket has now adapted to the Martian soil and temperature.
You can start planting things on it now.
Emo-chan looked at the large purple expanse on the ground, touched it with his hand, feeling soft and sticky. The sensation under his palm made it seem like a bunch of tiny soft worms.
System, can things really grow on this?
Before he could finish speaking, a glowing blue mushroom slowly emerged from the fungus blanket on the ground, and it even spat a small puddle of saliva towards Emo-chan's foot, sizzling.
Emo-chan looked down at his toes, realizing they were being corroded by the mushroom's saliva. Oh my! Plants versus zombies? It's even spitting saliva now. I'm just giving you a demonstration. This kind of thing can give birth to fungal life forms, and you can eat them too. Why not try it? The taste is not bad.
With these words, Emo-chan looked at the small mushroom just over 10 centimeters high on the ground. In that instant, the newly emerged mushroom seemed to understand something. It couldn't stop trembling all over. The mushroom cap kept shaking, wanting to run but having no legs to do so. Emo-chan, without any politeness, bent down and pulled up the mushroom, along with its mycelium. After leaving the mycelium, the mushroom in his hand struggled for a few moments and then perished.
Wulong, come and try. The boss personally picked this mushroom for you. Emo-chan handed the mushroom to Wulong with a smile.
As the saying goes, one should not refuse the elder's gift, especially when it's from the boss. Wulong, a kind-hearted person with a beautiful appearance, was excited to the point of tears. With a brilliant smile on his face, he took a bite without hesitation. The texture was similar to chewing raw mushrooms, but this mushroom had more juice, so much that it sprayed out. However, the juice was corrosive, and Wulong's mouth burned instantly. But it was no big deal. In a moment, it healed, and Wulong exclaimed, "Boss, this thing is exciting.
It's like eating hot pot, numbing and refreshing." Emo-chan nodded, then slowly condensed a seed in his right palm.
This was an improved sunflower seed. Now mushrooms could grow, so what's the big deal about planting a sunflower? After burying the sunflower seed in the mycelium blanket, before long, the seed began to sprout roots. From a small seedling, it slowly grew into a medium-sized plant, then from medium to large, producing flower buds.
When the flower buds opened, the sunflower's first reaction was, "Why is there no sun?"
The sunflower was immediately puzzled, opening its flower buds and continuously turning, searching for the sun's direction. If a normal person saw this scene, they would be shocked to the core.
A sunflower behaving like a living being, turning its head?
An even more exaggerated scene unfolded as the sunflower's stem and leaves began to gesture vigorously, like forming hand signs in Naruto, but it was actually sign language.
Translated, it meant, "Boss, I want the sun, I want sunlight."
Emo-chan rubbed his chin, looked up at the dim sky, and thought. The light from Mars was not bad, but this was a steel plant, and the air it emitted was murky, shrouded in smog. Moreover, the situation was indeed strange. Planting a sunflower seed resulted in no sun. This was unfair to the sunflower. But it was no big deal. The light emitted by the sun was produced by nuclear fusion. Emo-chan beckoned, and the tall Guzong immediately understood, lowering his head and emitting a bright light from his wide-open mouth. Although it wasn't light from nuclear fusion, nuclear fission could also produce light. Light bulbs could emit light, and this light allowed the modified sunflower to produce seeds without insect pollination.
In less than 5 to 6 minutes, the sunflower's face was covered with a pile of high-quality sunflower seeds, each plump and firm.
After producing perfect seeds, the sunflower twisted its stem towards Emo-chan, as if seeking approval, looking somewhat cute and silly.
Click!
Emo-chan tore off the sunflower's large faceplate, held it in his hand, examined it, and found it quite good. He snapped his fingers at Guzong, who then exhaled a small flame to roast the sunflower seeds. The air was filled with the aroma of roasted sunflower seeds.
"Fengchu, Wulong, try these.
The boss roasted these sunflower seeds for you, and they taste absolutely delicious." And so, the three of them ate the sunflower seeds in front of the sunflower, which was almost in tears. Before long, the ground was littered with sunflower seed shells.
Fengchu said, "Boss, I reckon the Human Federation will soon conduct a destructive cleanup here. Should we move underground? How much longer until then?"
"They are evacuating the population here, estimated to take about 3 more hours.
Forget it. I'll plant some peanuts and eat roasted peanuts before leaving."
Heaven never mistreats those who silently contribute.
The land never mistreats those who toil on it. There is no land that cannot be cultivated, only oxen that work themselves to death.
Mars Colony, Zone 9, within a huge cave 500 meters underground.
These caves were tirelessly dug out day and night by Brother Zone. Of course, the main reason was for survival. Not hiding underground would make them targets of the Human Federation.
The caves dug out had interconnected tunnels, inspired by the construction methods of termites. Termites not only have exceptional building skills but also possess a long history of agricultural civilization. Most termites have a history of cultivating mushrooms. However, here they were not just growing mushrooms but various plants capable of photosynthesis. For example, at this moment, Brother Zone, keep digging, keep digging. Wulong stood above Brother Zone, waving two stockings like a cheerleader, while Brother Zone tirelessly dug into the soil beneath him. The cave was dug out, but now there was a small problem. The excavated soil needed to be slowly decomposed by the mycelium. They couldn't just throw the soil outside. The Human Federation had not discovered this place yet. It is said that the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Above, the Human Federation's indispensable metal smelting factory was being rebuilt, and below the factory was a gradually developing farm. Brother Zong and Wulong continued to expand the territory, while Machin and Fingyu were inside the cave doing a crucial task, cooking. Man is iron, and rice is steel. Without food, the Machin family would be in a panic. In this cave, the mycelium covered the entire area. Where the mycelium spread, various crops were planted, and the glowing mushrooms in the cave emitted a faint light. It looked somewhat dreamlike. However, since the light produced by the mushrooms was not sufficient, most of the plants retained their photosynthetic capabilities. Photosynthesis was crucial as it produced sugar nutrients and regulated the air to generate oxygen. Therefore, the growth of crops was slow. But it didn't matter, the more they planted, the more they would have. At this moment, Machin and Fingyu were directing over 100 subordinates to pound large chunks of potatoes and sweet potatoes in the river. The mycelium absorbed the hydrogen and oxygen elements from the soil to form water molecules, and with more water molecules, there was water. Hence, there were several channels and rivers inside. By soaking the food in water, starch was produced, which could be used to make noodles, and the crushed food residues were used to feed the pigs. Yes, not only were there crops and irrigation systems, but also a pig farm. By combining the genetic structures of pigs, cows, and monkeys into a cell, they bred brainless minotaur creatures. In a nearby flat cave, over 1,000 minotaurs were kept. The subordinates carried the residues from pounding potatoes and sweet potatoes to feed them. They climbed the walls like ants carrying food. Then, they dropped the food residues, and the muscular minotaurs, over 3 meters tall, with horns on their heads, pig faces, cow tails, and monkey hands and feet, began to eat and drink heartily. These minotaurs had no consciousness, only relying on instinct to eat and drink. A fully automated biological farm efficiently produced various foods in an orderly manner. Speaking of these Tauron, they are all treasures. They can be milked for food, and if no milk comes out, they are slaughtered for meat. Moreover, Tauron reproduce exclusively through asexual reproduction. There is no need for unnecessary mating. Their reproductive ability is exceptionally strong. Among the over 1,000 Tauron, there are big ones and small ones. The small ones cannot compete with the big ones and can only wait foolishly on the side. At this moment, the milkers from the Emochin family came in carrying large black buckets to milk. These large black buckets are made of insect exoskeleton structure. The meticulous milking process need not be elaborated on further. The Emochin family has always been known for their rough and simple ways. Each time they milk, the pitiful cry of a Tauron can be heard. Before long, it was time to eat. Inside the cave where the Emochin family rested, Brother lay on the ground, breathing out radiation fire from his mouth, with a metal cauldron hanging above him, its tentacles of flesh and blood hanging a large metal pot. This metal pot was tens of meters wide and over 10 meters deep, made from metal materials salvaged from a dismantled factory by the Emochin family. It was so large that it almost covered Brother's body. Beneath this large pot, over 1,000 members of the Emochin family sat on the ground. Each family member received a bucket for milking. Soon, after the food in the pot was cooked, Emochin waved his hand, and the cooked food in the pot was distributed into the buckets of the family members. The food in the buckets was naturally steaming pork stew with noodles. After the starch from potatoes and sweet potatoes settled, it was processed in hot water, hung to dry, and turned into noodles. After eating the pork stew with noodles, it was like tasting the delicacies of the heavens. Once the distribution was done, the remaining pork stew with noodles in the pot was for Brother. Seeing thousands of people holding their buckets, Brother sat up, holding the large pot with both claws. Emochin floated above the crowd excitedly. Thanks to the relentless efforts of our family members, the population of our family has now increased to 1231. All the Emochin family members raised their buckets and shouted, "Emochin is awesome, Emochin family rises." Emochin nodded and continued, "During this period, we first commend Brother for expanding our territory for us. Brother is awesome. We all love Brother." Emochin pointed at Wulong and added, "Let's also commend Wulong for winning the Big Eater competition 59 times in a row in a day, and hope that everyone does not follow her example. Wulong, go for it. We love Wulong the most." Of course, Wulong had to be praised, and Fengchu was praised. Finally, A big thank you to Feng Chu for the constructive suggestions made here, and for Feng Chu's excellent spatial management skills during this period. Feng Chu is the best. Feng Chu is forever divine. Ding! Are you out of your mind? You have the leisure to go out and risk tens of thousands of lives. Why hide here and start a farm? Oh, I almost forgot, Grandpa Mo must be planning to open a factory. Is it the East Factory or the West Factory here? Emochin cleared his throat. I'm just preparing for the future, planning strategic supplies and storing more things now. Then, one piece of Taoran cheese after another was distributed. Everyone, eat and drink well today. Tomorrow will be another hard-working day. Let's eat.